Wutong Village, in the Great Xia Kingdom, Yongnan Prefecture, nestled amidst rolling hills, surrounded by the vastness of the mountains. The Wutong Mountain once bore no name, until several centuries prior when a group of villagers settled at its foot, planting a Wutong tree. This act gradually transformed the desolate landscape, giving rise to fields and an influx of people. At this moment, a spirited chase unfolded at the entrance of Wutong Village. Wang Ergu, you scoundrel! Where's my picture book? You've borrowed it for a month and still haven't returned it. A boy, around 13 or 14, brandished a wooden sword, aiming at another boy ahead of him. Brother Fu, please let me explain. Hear me out. The wooden sword ultimately rested against the boy's neck. Fine, continue with your excuses that I am listening, Wang Fu declared. From his elevated stance, his brow slightly furrowed as he glared down at Wang Ergu. If you don't satisfy me, just wait for the consequences. Brother Fu, you know my father's as stubborn as a mule, always supervising my studies. The other day I shared a book with my little brother, and accidentally, he discovered it and confiscated it. Wang Tong lamented. What did you say, Wang Ergu? Return my picture book. Seeing Wang Fu raise his wooden sword, Wang Tong hastily quickened his speech, his voice rising. I searched my father's room for several days, but couldn't find it. I don't know where he hid it, Brother Fu. Please calm down. Wait, Brother Fu, I have a treasure that can serve as compensation for your picture book. Smack! Ah! The wooden sword cracked down upon Wang Tong's rear like a whip. The picture book was a birthday gift from my father, brought back from the town where he does business. What do you have that could possibly match it? Wang Fu questioned, his frustration palpable. If it weren't for your persistent pleas, I wouldn't have lent it to you. You actually lost it. While Wang Tong began to cry, feeling utterly wronged. What could I do? My father took it. If you have the ability, go retrieve it from him. Why hit me? What hurts so much? I already said I'd find something to offer you in exchange. Yet you still hit me. How unreasonable. Wang Fu's grip on the wooden sword trembled as he realized he might have been too harsh, that he lowered his voice. What do you have? If it pleases me, I won't hold you accountable for the lost picture book. Stop crying. You promised no lying. Wang Tong wiped his tears, still sniffling. Indeed, I want to see if you to lie would be beneath me. Is that satisfactory? Wang Fu plopped down beside Wang Tong, brushing off the grass on his clothes. Here, this is the treasure I mentioned. Wang Tong finally produced a small, dark object from his pocket. I found it in the ditch behind my house, but I don't know where it came from. Wang Fu accepted it. It was a small, dark ding, roughly the size of half a fist, resting on 3 legs with 2 ears, entirely monochrome and etched with peculiar patterns, the surface uneven and textured. Its material was indeterminate, perhaps stone, perhaps iron, yet it felt as light as wood. Inside it contained ancient soil, appearing grimy and seemingly buried for ages. What do you think? Isn't it a treasure? I've smashed it with a stone, and it's none the worse for wear. Wang Tong sniffled, pouting. Hey, treasure. You consider this shabby trinket a treasure? It's utterly useless, Wang Fu scoffed, unable to comprehend how such a non-functional item could be deemed valuable. But I have nothing else, surely. You can't expect me to steal money from home to buy you a picture book. My father would beat me to a pulp. Wang Tong recoiled, shaking his head. Enough. Stop acting so cowardly. Wang Fu tucked the ding into his robe. And what about the picture book? Forget it. I've already finished it anyway. It's a pity it was a gift from my father for my 14th birthday, alas. Brother Fu, Wang Tong felt a pang of guilt, understanding the sentiment his father had also bought him gifts, though merely a windmill, which he cherished dearly, forbidding anyone from touching it. Enough with the lamenting. Is your backside all right? Wang Fu stood up, brushing off the grass from his clothes, extending his hand to Wang Tong. Wang Tong hesitated for a moment before grinning widely and grasping Wang Fu's hand. Rising to his feet, my skin is tough. My father hits much harder than you do. Ha, silly boy. Wang Fu couldn't help but chuckle. Let's head home, it's almost lunchtime. Wang Tong's family was quite strict, and if he returned late, Wang Fu was concerned the boy would face his father's wrath. The two parted ways beneath the Wutong tree. Wang Fu's family resided in the western part of Wutong Village, where a family tradition of stone masonry had been passed down. His father, Wang Hong, had perfected this craft, gaining renown for his stone carvings across several nearby villages and even wealthy families from towns far away sought his expertise. Due to his father's exceptional skill, Wang Fu's family lived comfortably, with no concerns for daily needs in Wutong Village. They were held in high regard, and upon encountering his father, people would respectfully address him as Master Wang. Having traveled extensively, Wang Hong understood that Wutong Village was a remote corner of the world, and he did not wish for his two sons to be confined to such a place. Thus, while other children toiled in the fields at an early age, he had already sent Wang Fu to school to study. Even his younger son, Wang Yao, barely 6 years old, had been enrolled in the same school. Wang Fu had been studying at the school for 6 years. With extensive reading came abundant thoughts, often leading to peculiar ideas. He had perused all the books within the school, many of which opened his eyes to extraordinary tales, especially those of celestial beings soaring through the heavens and vanquishing demons and monsters. The wooden sword was a request he made to his father, inspired by the legendary sword immortals in those stories. During his leisure, he would share these tales with his peers, who admired him greatly, calling him Brother Fu with reverence. Even the chubby boy from the village chief's family was no exception, much to Wang Fu's delight. Upon returning home, he found his father in the courtyard, studying a blueprint, occasionally jotting down notes with charcoal. Wang Fu had grown accustomed to this sight. His father must have accepted a new commission and was calculating the required stone materials. Back already? Where have you been lazing about? You should set a good example for your younger brother, instead of wandering aimlessly. Wang Hong glanced up at Wang Fu. Brother, a small pudding-like figure dashed out and leaped into Wang Fu's arms. Wang Fu quickly lifted the chubby Wang Yao, grinning like he held a prize sword. Father, I've finished all the books at school. There's nothing left to read. Why rush? My little brother is still young. Finished? Anyone can boast, his father replied skeptically. I'm not boasting. You know me. I'm quite clever. If you don't believe me, ask the teacher at school. Wang Fu teased his younger brother, pinching his chubby cheeks, eliciting laughter from little Wang Yao. Wang Hong paused, seriously studying his son for a moment before speaking. Very well, if that's the case, I'll send you to the big town next year to continue your studies. The teachers there are superior, and the books are more plentiful. Once you are of age, you can take the imperial examination and strive to become an official. Breaking free from our small village. A big town? Wang Fu's eyes lit up. The immortal sought knowledge. At merely 14 years of age, Fuer, you expect him to venture alone into the bustling town? You may be at ease, but I cannot. Wang Fu's mother, holding a plate in one hand, placed it on the dining table, lifted her apron to wipe her hands, and said, Fuer, bring your brother to eat. Do not mind your father. Her affection for the brothers was palpable. Though she lacked her husband's craftsmanship, she managed the household with grace, alleviating her husband's burdens. Such a woman's perspective, their father muttered softly, but his wife caught his words. If that is the case, then you ought not to consume what this woman has prepared. How could I? He replied, forcing a smile. Wang Fu settled his brother on a stool and began to eat. Their mother, with a loving expression, served Wang Fu meat while tending to his brother. Fuer, do eat well. You're still growing. Thank you, mother. You should eat too, Wang Fu insisted, offering her meat along with their father. Fuer, you must study diligently. The village had mentioned recently that an important matter is at hand, involving some distinguished figures visiting our village, which pertains to the children. There might be an edict from the court to select outstanding scholars for further studies in the city, and you must seize this opportunity. Their father, Wang Hong, continued, noticing his wife's gaze upon him. If there is indeed a chance to study in the city, the court will provide for all necessities, far better than life in the town. My dear, we have spent our lives in this small mountain village. We cannot allow our children to follow in our footsteps. I understand, but my concern lies with Fuer being alone out there, not eating well, sleeping poorly, or being bullied. The mother sighed. Father, mother, this matter seems too distant to concern us. Wang Fu said with a smile as he offered a piece of meat to his brother. Thank you, brother. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the yard, urgent and relentless. Wang Hong, are you home? Who is it? The gate isn't bolted. It sounds like the village head. Their mother set down her bowl and chopsticks, preparing to open the door. Let me go, their father interjected, stepping out first. Upon opening the gate, they found indeed it was the village head. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Hurry, take your son Wang Fu with me. The village head gasped, leaning against the wall. Wang Hong, momentarily taken aback, quickly transformed his surprise into joy. Has someone from the court arrived? The court? What court? It's not someone from the court. It is an immortal who has come to our village. An immortal. Wang Hong stood in stunned silence. Wang Fu, who had been attentively watching the entrance, rushed over upon hearing the word immortal, eyes alight with wonder. Grandfather Zhou. He recalled tales of immortals flooding his mind. Do they truly exist? The village head resided at the east end of the village, adjacent to the ancient sycamore tree. Wang Fu followed closely behind, listening to the murmurs between his father and the village head, his father's face glowing with uncontainable excitement. Wang Fu, lost in fantasies of the stories from his textbooks, soon beheld the majestic sycamore tree. Its vast branches shaded the ground, beneath which stood many villagers with their children, animatedly discussing the event. As the village head approached, the crowd surged forward. Where is the immortal? Is the immortal going to take my child to the immortal gate? Is it far? Can they return home often? Quiet down, everyone, the village head called, gesturing for silence. The immortal will arrive shortly, but first, I have something to share. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the village head. Standing on a platform beneath the sycamore, he addressed the villagers and their children. Over a century ago, one of our ancestors saved an elder from the falling feather sect. That elder pledged to accept children from our village into the sect to learn the ways of the immortals. However, to study the immortal arts, one must possess the requisite talent. The immortals cannot continuously monitor our village. Thus, a rule was established for 3 opportunities, including the elder from over a century ago. This marks the 3rd visit from the falling feather sect, and if no child meets the criteria this time, the sect will forfeit their connection to us. Our village, which migrated here centuries ago, has a small population, and I believe this generation has the most children. I have notified the immortals. We must grasp this opportunity. If even one of our children becomes an immortal, it will bring great honor to our village, and the court will surely send officials to reward us. Upon hearing this, the villagers were filled with excitement, realizing their village had such a profound connection to the immortals. I seem to vaguely recall a figure descending from the heavens when I was a child, a villager in his 50s remarked. Haha, oldly. How long ago was that? You still remember? Another teased. I have a good memory. I truly recall a figure in white descending from the sky. Back when our sycamore tree was not as grand, Oldly recounted earnestly. As he gazed upward, a flickering point in the sky grew larger, and he excitedly pointed. Look, look, just like that, just like that. The crowd turned their eyes skyward. A streak of light darted across the heavens, resembling a shooting star. And as it approached, villagers with keen sight discerned it was a person standing upon a small vessel. Indeed, there is an immortal. In an instant, a figure clad in white descended beneath the sycamore. It was a young woman, approximately 20 years of age, her attire as pure as snow, her hair dark as ink. Her figure graceful, her skin radiant like fine jade. Her delicate oval face was framed by elegant brows and almond-shaped eyes, with a nose and lips that seemed sculpted by the heavens. A beam of sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her shoulder. Rendering her a celestial beauty descended upon the mortal realm. The villagers of Wutong had never beheld such beauty. Both men and women stood entranced, until the woman spoke. Which of you is the village head? Though her tone was calm, it resonated like the sweet song of a lark. I am. The village head stammered, bowing in reverence to welcome the presence of the immortal. Yet, an unseen force restrained him from bowing fully, deepening his sense of awe. Once, our elder Zhu from the falling feather sect found himself in distress, and your ancestor rendered aid. Though elder Zhu has long since departed, our sect has never forgotten our promise. However, this is the 3rd visit, should no one possess the spiritual roots this time. The bond between our village and the falling feather sect will come to an end, she declared softly. Rest assured, I understand. This is the token passed down through generations to connect with the sect. I shall return it now, the village head said, carefully retrieving a jade tablet wrapped in silken cloth and extending it toward her. The woman nodded, gracefully accepting the tablet with a flick of her hand. Now, please summon all children aged between 8 and 16 in your village, she instructed. They are all here. I have already called for them, the village head promptly replied. Organizing the children into a line, while their accompanying parents and family members stood aside, including the esteemed old teacher from the school. They encouraged their children, Dawa. Do your best. Xiaorong, bring honor to your father. Take care of your little brother, and go for it, Xiaofu. Chapter 3, Soaring Upwards Soon. The eligible children of the village lined up in an orderly fashion. The woman, upon seeing this, waved her delicate hand, and an exquisite table materialized out of thin air. Much to the astonishment of the onlookers, she then retrieved a fist-sized, milky white stone and placed it upon the table. Let us begin. Place your hand upon the stone and count to 5. If the stone emits light, it signifies the presence of a spiritual root, indicating you possess the potential for immortality. And you may join me at the Liu sect. You, step forward. A child at the front of the line approached and placed his hand on the stone as instructed. This is my little Hua. Come on, Hua. The child's mother waved her hands excitedly. The village chief, noticing her commotion, hurried over to quiet her. Silence. Everyone be still. Do not disturb the celestial being. The mother quickly covered her mouth, ceasing her cries, yet her eyes, filled with anxiety and hope, betrayed her inner turmoil. Regrettably, after counting to 5, the stone remained unchanged. Unqualified. Next, the woman spoke calmly, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Little Hua stood frozen, tears welling in his eyes, until the village chief deftly pulled him to his mother's side. Mother. The tears spilled over as Hua called out. It's all right, Hua dear. We needn't pursue the path of immortality. We shall remain in the village. Tonight, I will prepare your favorite braised pork. His mother comforted him, masking her disappointment with a gentle facade. One by one, the children continued to take the test, but without exception, the stone remained inert, devoid of any sign of change. Little Hua had ceased his tears. Witnessing the plight of his peers, he no longer felt ashamed. Look, it's glowing. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze to the table, where the milky white stone began to shimmer with a soft radiance. The crowd held their breath, fixated on the child before the table. The woman in white appeared somewhat taken aback, tilting her head to observe the boy before speaking. What is your name? Revered celestial being, my name is Wang Feng. The boy stammered, nervously biting his finger, devoid of much excitement. Haha, is that not my good-for-nothing son? A scruffy middle-aged man burst into laughter. Little brother, he actually succeeded. Wang Tong, standing beside the middle-aged man, was momentarily stunned. Wang Feng qualified. The woman nodded, gesturing for him to stand beside her. However, Wang Feng shook his head fervently. I don't want to pursue immortality. I wish to take the imperial examination and become a high official. The woman was momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend. After all, it was rare to encounter a child with a spiritual root who would refuse the path of immortality. As Wang Feng dashed towards his father, laughter erupted among the crowd. Wang Fu, standing at the back of the line, understood that his younger brother had aspirations of his own. He truly desired to be a high official, scoffing at the tales of immortals he had previously shared. He held a firm belief that the court held the utmost importance, while immortals were secondary. Impudent child, dare you return? I shall break your legs. Wang Feng's father immediately removed his shoe and hurled it at his retreating son. Wang Feng paused for a moment, but continued to run back. Unable to restrain himself any longer, his father strode forward, seizing Wang Feng's arm and delivering a swift slap to his backside, causing Wang Tong to flinch. Wang Tong felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, along with a deep sense of envy. He had failed, yet his younger brother, who was disinterested in immortality, had succeeded, truly a twist of fate. Ultimately, Wang Feng yielded to his father's authority, crying and sobbing as he stood a short distance from the woman in white. Even the usually composed celestial being found the scene amusing. It was not her first time testing mortals for their spiritual roots. Yet encountering such a scenario with a child was a first for her, and she found it intriguing. Continue, she said, shaking her head, nearly losing her celestial poise. Out of nearly 30 eligible children from Wutong Village, most had already taken their turn, leaving only a handful at the end of the line. Little fatty, do you think we will succeed? Wang Fu anxiously eyed the dwindling number of children ahead. Brother Fu, have confidence. As long as you dare to dream, success will follow, replied the chubby boy from the village chief's family, his demeanor carefree. Wang Fu could only manage a wry smile. Soon, it was Little Fatty's turn. Next would be Wang Fu himself, and he watched as Little Fatty nervously placed his chubby hand on the pristine stone, his palms sweating with anxiety. Buzz. The stone illuminated. It's glowing. It's glowing. The villagers were the first to notice, their excitement palpable. Village chief, congratulations. Your family is about to produce an immortal. They recognized the chubby boy before the table and rushed to congratulate the village chief. Haha. The village chief laughed heartily, but inwardly he sighed in relief. Having witnessed Wang Feng's success, he had been anxiously concerned that his own grandson would falter, risking his position as village chief when officials from the court arrived. Brother Fu. See, I told you to have confidence. Little fatty grinned at Wang Fu. What is your name? The ethereal voice of the celestial being prompted little fatty to turn around. Zhou Ping. Qualified. Stand beside me. The second child with a spiritual root had emerged, and the woman was no longer as surprised. Those with spiritual roots were rare, and she had encountered none in the mundane county, yet had seen several emerge from a small mountain valley. The existence of spiritual roots was somewhat tied to bloodlines and regions. Next, Wang Fu took a deep breath, placing his palm upon the stone, which felt icy to the touch. As he counted to 5, time seemed to stretch endlessly. His heart raced until, upon completing the 5th count, the white stone finally emitted a faint glow, indeed, a delicate shimmer. What does this mean? Wang Fu anxiously gazed at the most beautiful celestial being he had ever seen. If it glows, you pass. Wang Fu thought this voice to be the most enchanting sound in Wutong Village. No, in the entire county, indeed the whole world. Thank you. Thank you, celestial being. He quickly positioned himself beside little fatty, his heart still pounding. Brother Fu, how does it feel? Zhou Peng beamed. Marvelous. Wang Fu longed to shout, to release the excitement bubbling within him. He understood that from this moment forth, he too had the opportunity to emulate the immortals described in the stories from his textbooks, vanquishing demons and soaring through the skies. Nearby, Wang Fu's father was equally elated, unable to contain his joy. Master Wang, congratulations. Haha. Moments later, the testing concluded. Aside from Wang Fu and the other two, no one else could awaken the stone's light. The villagers turned to congratulate the families of the 3 children, showering them with praise. The elderly teacher from the village also received accolades, for he had been the one to educate the children. With a smile beneath his beard, the teacher remarked, I was the one who named these 3 children. Their names hold profound significance. What did you say? As the saying goes, the great rock rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles. Quite right, quite right. My son's name is Zhou Qi. What a pity he wasn't chosen by the celestial being. No worries. If seeking immortality fails, one can still pursue an official career, seeking wealth and honor. Chapter 4. Departure on the other side. The celestial maiden collected the table and stones, turning to gaze at Wang Fu and his companions. Her indifferent voice echoed, You 3 shall return to bid farewell to your families and return here in half an hour. We shall set forth to Luoyu sect. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu and his companions hurriedly grasped their families and dashed towards home. For half an hour was indeed a fleeting moment. Upon arriving home, Wang Fu's mother inquired about the situation. How is it? Is there really a celestial being? Indeed, there is. Our Fulo has been chosen and is about to embark on a journey to a place called Luoyu sect to cultivate. Wang Hong, the father, shared this joy with his wife. Luoyu sect? Cultivation? So soon? A sense of foreboding washed over the mother. Oh dear, hurry and pack for Fu. The celestial being is waiting. I will explain everything later, the father urged. Wang Fu tugged at his mother's sleeve. Mother, I have been chosen by a celestial being. I will cultivate in the celestial gate and become a celestial being, vanquishing demons. But, how long will you be away? The mother's eyes glistened with tears. As if filled with sand, she understood her son would soon depart. It won't be long. Once I have completed my training, I will return flying from the heavens to take you with me to soar above, Wang Fu assured, patting his chest. Just remember to eat and keep warm outside. Mother, do not worry. I have grown up. Yes, I will prepare a few changes of clothes for you. The mother turned away, unable to suppress her tears any longer, and hurried into the house to pack. At this moment, the father emerged, holding a bag of roasted peanuts. These are the peanuts from home. Fu, take them with you. Do not forget the taste of your homeland. Wang Fu slung the bundle prepared by his parents over his shoulder, bent down to pat his younger brother Wang Yao's head, and pinched his chubby cheeks. Brother, listen to our parents while I am away. When I return, I will take you flying. Brother, come back soon. Wang Yao nodded earnestly. Father, mother, I am leaving. All right, if you can write, remember to send news back home. The father patted Wang Fu's shoulder. Wang Fu nodded and turned to depart. A moment later, beneath the parasol tree, the 3 reconvened. The celestial maiden descended from the heavens, her attire as white as snow, untouched by the world's dust. Have you said your goodbyes? You will not return for a short while. The 3 nodded in affirmation. Then let us be on our way. With a graceful wave of her hand, Wang Fu felt his body lighten, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfing him, and when he opened his eyes again, he beheld an endless expanse of blue sky and white clouds. They found themselves aboard a small boat, nearly 10 feet long, gliding towards the vast horizon. The boat was silent, as if shielded by an invisible barrier, yet their vision remained unobstructed. Wang Fu could not help but look down. The village of Wutong grew smaller, and he could faintly see his home, with his parents and younger brother gazing skyward. "Father, mother, wait for my return." At that moment, a wave of emotion surged within Wang Fu as he finally comprehended the gravity of leaving home. Little did he know, this journey would mark the end of his once tranquil life. After a considerable time, hunger gnawed at Wang Fu's belly. He felt the roasted peanuts in his bundle. Cautiously glancing at the celestial maiden standing at the front of the boat, ultimately resisting the urge to take them out. The boat's pace slowed. "Have we arrived, celestial being?" Wang Fu could not contain his curiosity, leaning over the edge to survey the endless mountains, stretching infinitely and devoid of human presence. Before he could await the maiden's response, the boat began to jolt. A sudden buzzing resounded without warning above the sprawling mountains. A crimson light shield descended like a massive bowl, enveloping an area of 30 feet in an instant. The floating boat was compelled to lower its altitude and soon landed atop an unknown peak. What is this? The three children were left speechless, gripping the edges of the boat tightly, their fingers turning pale. They had never witnessed such a formidable display. Having lived in the comfort of a small mountain village, the overwhelming pressure made their hearts race. "Get down," the celestial maiden commanded coldly. Wang Fu and his companions hastily crouched low, wishing to merge with the base of the boat. Fortunately, with the celestial maiden in front, they found some solace, though their faces remained etched with fear. The maiden furrowed her brow, standing at the boat's front, her garments billowing, and then a commanding voice echoed through the air. "Who dares to interrupt? Show yourself." "Haraha. Yinning Shuang, did you not expect us? We have awaited your arrival for quite some time." A middle-aged man emerged, fanning himself. Swish, swish, swish. Following him, 3 more figures appeared, all clad in black and red robes, each distinct in appearance, surrounding the boat. "Yunning Shuang, why do you not remain hidden within Liu's sect? How dare you venture out? Are you unaware of the price on your head?" The only woman among the 4 licked her lips, her slender fingers tracing circles, a fiery long thorn twirling in rhythm, a flicker of flame dancing like a sprite. Yet it paled in comparison to her own enchanting beauty. "I see. It is the vermin of the flame sect. How amusing." Yinning Shuang sneered. "What a sharp tongue this little girl has. She is not at all the cold, icy figure I have heard of." An elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, his voice sent chills through Wang Fu and his companions. They did not dare to breathe. "Cold as ice? I see beneath it all. You are but a brazen hussy." The burly man from the north scanned Yunning Shuang's figure without reservation. "Brazen hussy? Can she compare to Flame Empress?" "Oh, there is no comparison. Haha. She certainly cannot match. My former lovers could line up from the east to the west of Daxia. Yet this Ning Shuang is the dream companion of countless cultivators. Many a heart has been set ablaze for her, a feat I can only aspire to." The alluring woman playing with the thorn assumed a pitiful demeanor. "How tiresome." Yunning Shuang extended her delicate hand, and a snow-white longsword materialized before her. A sword she tore through the air, swiftly reaching the enchanting woman. "Since you have set up an ambush, why resort to verbal sparring? If you wish to fight, then let it be so. My heart shall not falter." The enchanting woman flipped her palm, and a small round shield resembling a mirror appeared, instantly transforming into a large round shield. The sword she struck it, causing only a slight tremor before dissipating entirely. Truly worthy of a sword cultivator. The enchanting woman shook off her tingling hand, fury boiling within her. "Since I cannot find a flaw, I shall use brute force. We have set a trap. I do not believe she can withstand us 4 within this 100-meter radius. Attack." Chapter 5. Ambush. The quartet initiated their assault forthwith. The bewitching woman, conjuring a spell, transmuted flaming barbs into formidable, elongated lances. "Inferno thorns, be unleashed," she commanded, as the lances, now incandescent streaks, streaked towards Yunning. Simultaneously, the other 3 combatants unleashed their respective stratagems. The middle-aged man, brandishing a folding fan, generated a scorching gust of wind with a mere wave. The hunched elder, tapping his wicker basket, revealed a wooden automaton within. Obeying its master's command, the construct soared skyward, lunging with grotesque gestures, a display of puppetry. The burly man, wielding a great sword, channeled spiritual energy, engulfing the blade in flames before unleashing a fiery arc. Yunning remained composed, her lithe form gracefully evading the incoming attacks with a light foot. She sidestepped the inferno thorns, retaliating with a keen sword chi aimed at the bewitching woman, forcing her to prioritize defense and momentarily relinquish control over the flaming barbs. Executing a back bridge, she evaded the encroaching fiery blade, casting her snow-white sword, now a streak of light, towards the burly man. Despite his desperate retreat and attempts to parry with his great sword, the blade pierced his chest with unerring speed. The keen sword chi ravaged his limbs, inflicting excruciating agony. A supreme-grade magical artifact, the burly man exclaimed, attempting to warn his comrades. However, before the fan-wielding man could react, Yunning had breached the fiery gale, her frigid hand seizing his throat. The middle-aged cultivator hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, and retaliated with a horizontal slash of his longsword. Yunning, fleet-footed, closed the distance, striking the longsword with a resounding thud and seizing the middle-aged cultivator by the shoulder. "I have you now," she declared. Terror gripped the middle-aged cultivator's face. A cacophony of cracking bones and the burly man's agonizing screams reverberated through the air. "Save me," he pleaded. The automaton arrived, offering a glimmer of hope. However, Yunning countered with a swift incantation, summoning a colossal golden hand that crushed the puppet into lifeless fragments. The hunched elder spat a mouthful of blood, lamenting the inadequacies of his craft. Not true puppetry after all. A head soared skyward. The remaining trio recoiled in horror, astonished by Yunning's formidable power. How can she be so strong? She is certainly not at the 12th level of chi refining, the bewitching woman muttered, lamenting the fate of her fallen comrade. They had accepted a task, confident in their ability to subdue Yunning. They had even invested in an entrapment array to prevent her escape. We must subdue her. If she reaches the foundation establishment stage, it will be nigh impossible to eliminate her, and we will be at her mercy. The bewitching woman issued commands, knowing that despite not being the strongest, her comrades heeded her decisions. "Ghost old man, brawny, unleash your hidden abilities, or we will share Paper Scholar's fate." "Flame hag, I possess a technique, but it requires time to execute. You too must protect me," the hunched elder replied, his arrogance replaced by grim resolve. "Ghost old man, hasten your spell. If you succeed, I will reward you with another night," the bewitching woman exclaimed, knowing the old ghoul possessed some hidden tricks. "Hee, then watch closely." The hunched elder discarded his basket, planted his crutch, and began weaving hand seals. Tendrils of pitch-black spiritual energy emerged, snaking into his back, causing it to swell as if something was about to erupt. An aura of malevolence permeated the air. Heretical practices. Yunning summoned her sword, aiming for the hunched elder. Sensing the ominous nature of the impending transformation, a greatsword descended, blocking her path. The one-armed burly man chanted incantations, and his greatsword blazed with crimson flames. "Die!" Yunning shattered the flames with her sword, her golden hand striking the burly man's crown, causing him to bleed from every orifice. She retracted her hand, gazing at the bewitching woman. "Do you believe I will surrender because you hold these children hostage? How absurd." She dusted off her hand, observing the bewitching woman. "If you surrender, I will spare the children. Otherwise, they will perish before you, leaving a flaw in your flawless Dao heart." The bewitching woman screamed. "Dare to wager? I never gamble." Yunning shook her head, plunging her sword into the ground. The bewitching woman's face lit up, as expected of Ning Fairy. Unbeknownst to her, a 3-inch silver needle quivered imperceptibly within the boat. Wang Fu, having read numerous cultivation stories, recognized it as a treasure. "Hey, ugly woman, release me," Wang Fu shouted. "Little brat, what did you call me?" The bewitching woman's expression hardened. "Ugly woman, I said you are ugly and foul, like the maggots in my outhouse." Wang Fu's words were astonishing, prompting Wang Feng and Zhou Peng to stare in disbelief. "My God, he is courting death. You little brat." The bewitching woman, enraged, unleashed a crimson fire serpent. With a swift motion, the 3-inch silver needle shot from the boat, piercing the bewitching woman's skull. Her pupils contracted, life draining as the needle emerged from her brow. The books were right. Villains die from talking too much. Wang Fu, recalling the stories, felt a searing pain in his chest. "Help me, immortal." The fire serpent, now uncontrolled, landed on Wang Fu, burning through his garments and searing his flesh. The venomous fire coursed through his veins. "Help me, immortal." A cool hand landed on Wang Fu's back. "Cease your wailing. I heard you," Yunning said. A surge of frigid energy flowed through him, alleviating the burning sensation, but the heat persisted. The fire poison has infiltrated your body, and being merely immortal, your survival is a testament to your fortitude. Do not move recklessly. Your physique is too fragile to endure a surge of spiritual energy. The fire poison must be extracted gradually. Yun Yangshuang felt a tinge of helplessness within, yet she harbored a favorable impression of this lad named Wang Fu. Faced with the intimidation of the fire sect's minions, he did not falter in fear, and his assistance proved invaluable. Had it not been for Wang Fu's sharp rebuke towards the adversaries, her magical artifact hidden in the small boat would not have been so easily retrieved. Meanwhile, the object behind the hunchbacked elder finally broke free from its shell. Chapter 6. The Falling Feather Sect. A surge of black mist materialized, gradually transforming into an entity that was neither human nor ghost, while the puppet master had vanished without a trace. A chilling cackle echoed through the formation, instilling dread as the cold wind swept in. To her astonishment, it was a ghostly puppet. The old man from the fire sect had spent his days toying with puppets, ultimately enslaving such a malevolent creature, only to become its prey. Yin Ningxuang sneered. Immortal? Is this a ghost? It's coming closer. Zhou Peng trembled in fear. What a fresh blood meal, just perfect for my sustenance. That old man's bones are too tough to chew, heh. Such pure spiritual energy. The ghostly puppet fixated on Yun Ningxuang, its sinister aura intensifying as it morphed into a towering ghostly figure, casting an overwhelming shadow. However, it was merely a newborn specter. With a flick of her finger, Yun Ningxuang summoned a golden orb that swiftly transformed into a protective barrier, enveloping a radius of 10 feet. The ghostly puppet's wicked hand struck the barrier, creating ripples without breaching it, leaving Zhou Ping and Wang Feng in a state of fright. What should we do, immortal? Zhou Peng asked anxiously. Yun Ningxuang remained silent, gracefully waving her hand as a golden talisman materialized before her. Unlike typical talismans adorned with intricate symbols, this one bore a tangible golden sword. As it hovered nearby, she used one hand to assist Wang in dispelling the fire poison while channeling her energy into the talisman with the other, multitasking with ease. Outside the barrier, the ghostly puppet continued its frenzied assault, and cracks began to proliferate on the barrier, clearly on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the light emanating from the golden sword intensified, and in the next moment, a 3-foot-long golden sword shot forth. What a waste of my talisman's power. Yun Ningxuang formed her fingers into a sword shape, pointing it into the air. The barrier dissipated, and the golden sword pierced through the clouds, instantly growing to 3 meters in size, obliterating the ghostly puppet under the might of its sword energy. The 3-meter golden sword surged onward, soaring into the heavens. A resounding crash echoed as the glass-like barrier shattered. The enemy trapping formation that had cost the fire sect's 4 members dearly was torn apart in an instant. 4 small flags emerged from the void, shattering and losing their spiritual power. The small boat ascended again, heading toward the sky. After a considerable time, the mountains ahead suddenly rose steeply, causing the boat's speed to diminish. Before them lay an endless expanse of mountains, shrouded in layers of mist, where pavilions and streams appeared to flicker in and out of view. Immortal, have we arrived? Zhou Peng rubbed his sleepy eyes, having slept through the journey after regaining his composure. Yes, this place is known as the Falling Feather Mountain Range, and our Falling Feather sect is situated here, the woman in white declared, casting a spell that parted the mist, creating a passage for the boat to glide through. As they entered, the mist quickly closed behind them, obscuring their view. Once inside the sect, do not address me as immortal anymore. My name is Yun Ningxuang. From now on, you may call me Sister Yun. But everyone in our village calls you that. Wang Feng tilted his head. Yun Ningxuang shook her head. The mundane should not speak so freely. Once you enter the immortal realm, such titles are reserved for those who have ascended. We are merely cultivators seeking the path to immortality. The 3 nodded, only partially understanding. Moments later, the boat finally emerged from the thick mist, revealing a scene reminiscent of a paradise. The mountains were clear and the waters pristine, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, cascading waterfalls, and ethereal clouds. Perhaps this was indeed a realm of immortals. A towering peak dominated their gaze, its majestic cliffs layered and enshrouded in mist, leading to winding paths that spiraled toward the heavens. The mountain stood dark as iron, solemn and dignified, beneath the setting sun. The red sun obscured its face, akin to a painted scroll. Ancient structures adorned the mountain, surrounded by flowing streams and soaring wildlife. looking upward at the mountain summit. Amidst the elusive mist, a dark palace loomed, grand and imposing, as if an ancient giant had bowed before it, exuding an aura of dominance. Among the clouds encircling the mountains, sturdy chains spanned in all directions, extending toward a colossal shadow in the distance. Could there also be such magnificent mountains there? This was the Falling Feather sect. Though only one peak was visible, it was enough to be deemed a celestial paradise. One of the 6 major cultivation sects of the Great Xia Kingdom, it possessed formidable strength, while not the strongest. It was nonetheless a revered sanctuary sought after by countless wandering cultivators. As the group landed, Yunning Shuang took Wang Fu's hand in one of hers while lightly waving the other, causing the boat to shrink swiftly and vanish into her waist pouch. Well, the fire poison within you has been mostly cleared. Yunning Shuang released Wang Fu's hand. Thank you, Sister Yun. Wang Fu felt a pang of reluctance. He had never held another woman's hand besides his mother's, especially not someone as ethereal as her. At that moment, 3 figures descended gracefully from the peak. Haha. Sister Yun has returned, finally. How was the journey? Was it smooth? As the voice echoed, Wang Fu felt a chilling gaze sweep over him. A young man clad in a blue robe descended, stepping onto a massive golden leaf that promptly shrank and vanished into his pouch. For a trivial matter like this, why trouble Sister Yun to come personally? It could have been delegated to others. Thank you, Zhao Shidi, for your concern. Uncle Zhu has passed ties with our master, which is why I was tasked with this duty, Yunning Shuang replied calmly, her voice as cold as an ancient glacier, leaving Wang Fu and the others somewhat surprised. So it was Uncle He's request. The robed youth smiled, his gaze fixated on Yunning Shuang, not once diverting. The robed youth seemed poised to speak further, but was interrupted by a middle-aged man beside him. All right, I sense Sister Yun's aura is somewhat disordered. Did you encounter any trouble along the way? This man, with a neatly trimmed beard and hands clasped behind his back, exuded an aura of serene wisdom, contrasting with the robed youth. Indeed, I encountered a few nuisances, which I dealt with swiftly. Yunning Shuang nodded. Nuisances? The nuisances from the fire sect? Yunning Shuang was reluctant to elaborate, leaving the topic hanging. The fire sect? What a coincidence. Seeing Yunning Shuang's disinterest in discussing further, the middle-aged man seemed to recall something and ceased his inquiries, shifting his attention to Wang Fu and his companions. These 3 must be the youths from Wutong Village who possess spiritual roots? Yunning Shuang slightly nodded, her voice still as frigid as ice. Indeed. Our master instructed to bring back anyone with spiritual roots, so I did not specifically test what kind they possessed. The subsequent matters will be handled by Brother Wu, and everything should proceed according to protocol. Once concluded, report back to my master. Directly report to Uncle He? The middle-aged man casually inquired. Sister Yun, are you preparing for a retreat to establish your foundation? Upon seeing Yunning Shuang nod, the middle-aged man was taken aback. This girl had only joined the sect for a few years, yet she was already contemplating foundation establishment. No wonder she had been swiftly taken under the wing of the Golden Core Elder as a direct disciple, a truly formidable talent. Sister Yun is aiming to establish her foundation? I wonder if you have enough foundation establishment pills. I still have 2 gifted by our master, the robed youth offered, eager to ingratiate himself. Wang Fu, who had been observing the dynamics, sensed the robed youth's interest in Yunning Shuang. It seemed like the youth had intentions, but much like a flower that blooms while the waters flow unheeded. He surmised the reason for the hostility directed towards him during their first encounter. It was merely due to him holding Yunning Shuang's hand. Yet, he was only 14. At that moment, Yunning Shuang paid no mind to the youth, instead turning her attention back to Wang Fu and the others. Her voice cool and clear, you 3 should continue with the sect's testing. Brother Wu will arrange your cultivation thereafter. We understand. Thank you, Sister Yun. Farewell, Sister Yun. Wang Fu and the others nodded in response, while Yunning Shuang gently inclined her head and gracefully leaped onto the summoned small boat. In but a moment, she vanished from sight, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance in the air. Chapter 7. The Hall of Administrative Affairs. The 3 individuals gazed eagerly at the middle-aged man, referred to as Wu Shixiang by Yunning Shuang. The young man in robes and another person were momentarily overlooked. They were astute enough to discern that the middle-aged man's status was notably superior. Come, follow me, the middle-aged man instructed, taking a step forward. The 3 followed closely behind. But the plump Zhou Peng could not restrain his curiosity and asked, Wu Shixiang, where are we going? The middle-aged man halted, and before he could respond, The young man in robes suddenly barked. Silence. Wu Shixiang is not someone you can address so casually. You are merely unsophisticated villagers, lacking any decorum. Zhou Peng was so startled that his rotund body quivered, his legs weakened, prompting Wang Fu to quickly support him to prevent him from collapsing. The young man in robes, however, was not inclined to relent easily. A cold snort erupted, akin to thunder crashing in their ears. Wang Fu, particularly targeted by this reprimand, felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly gasping for breath. Humph! Wang Fu promptly fell to the ground, and Zhou Peng was no better off. The three of them tumbled into a heap, utterly disheveled. Enough, they have just entered the sect and have yet to cultivate. They are ignorant of their transgressions. Fortunately, the middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Remember, in the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Our Liu sect adheres to the same principle. Entry into the sect is not determined by seniority, but by one's cultivation level. My name is Wu Jianyang, and you should address me as Shu. This is my disciple Wei Ming, who is of your generation. Zhao Zilan and your escort, Yin Shimi, are both direct disciples of a golden core elder. You may regard them accordingly. The middle-aged man gestured to the two individuals beside him. Yes, Shu Wu, the trio replied, their hearts racing. The earlier lightheartedness dissipated. A moment later, they arrived at a grand hall, the Hall of Administrative Affairs. Place your hands on the spirit testing steel in turn, Wu Jianyang instructed, pointing to the towering stone tablet within the hall. The three exchanged glances. Zhou Peng, still trembling with apprehension, tugged at Wang Fu's sleeve. With a sigh, Wang Fu extended his palm and pressed it against the steel. In but a breath or two, a golden radiance began to manifest on the stone tablet, followed by a harmonious blend of green, blue, red, and yellow hues, evenly distributed across its surface. Zhao Zilan, witnessing the five-colored glow, could not suppress a derisive laugh. I thought there might be some spiritual roots, but it turns out to be the most inferior mixed elemental roots. Well, for a rural village, having any spiritual roots is a stroke of luck. One cannot expect too much. This is merely a formality. Wang Fu, observing the colors on the steel and hearing the ridicule, was painfully aware of his lackluster aptitude. Zhao Shidi. Wutong Village has previously shown kindness to the sect through Elder Zhu. You should temper your remarks, Wu Jianyang said, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Fu concealed his resentment, daring not to express it. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the hall. Ha ha. Wu Shixiang, one cannot say such things. Our Liu sect is a prestigious cultivation sect in the Daxia Kingdom. Accepting a disciple with mixed elemental roots is beneath our dignity. Are we not allowed to speak the truth? A middle-aged man, barely 5 feet tall and with a rotund belly, sauntered in. Clad in lavish attire, he sported a shiny, oiled mustache and a glimmering gold front tooth. As he approached, he stroked his mustache and grinned broadly. I traveled to the mortal realm and found 3 youngsters with spiritual roots. What a coincidence to find you, Wu Shixiang, here testing their roots. Behind him were 3 boys, each around 10 years of age. Jin Shidi, what good fortune. Your outing has yielded 3 promising prospects for the sect. Congratulations, Wu Jianyang acknowledged with a nod, then turned to Wang Fu and the others. This is Jin Xiangwei, your Jin Shu. Jin Shu. The trio bowed in greeting, internally bestowing the nickname Big Golden Tooth upon the diminutive man. Not at all, Big Golden Tooth scoffed, barely glancing at Wang Fu and his companions. Since we fortuitously meet for this spirit root testing, why not wager a little with Wu Shixiang? My humble means surely pale in comparison to your accomplishments, Jin Shidi. Wu Jianyang sought to decline, as this fellow's reputation was rather dubious. Oh dear, Big Golden Tooth raised his voice. If Wu Shixiang's years of cultivation are considered humble means, what does that make us, your juniors? I heard that not long ago, Wu Shixiang acquired a 500-year-old flame pattern grass. You know that my cultivation technique aligns perfectly with fire attributes. Since you have no use for it, why not take a gamble? Big Golden Tooth grinned widely, revealing his golden tooth. I happen to possess a 600-year-old wood attribute spirit herb. What spirit herb? Wu Jianyang's interest was piqued, as his cultivation technique was also wood-based. Qingwei grass. Qingwei grass. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Jianyang nodded in agreement. Since Jin Shidi is so generous, I, Wu Jianyang, shall not be remiss. Brother Shixiang, how agreeable. Big Golden Tooth waved his hand, beckoning to the 3 boys behind him. Lu Yang, you go first. One of the boys stepped forward, head held high, exuding a sense of arrogance. though his luxurious attire certainly justified his pride in contrast to Wang Fu's group in rough cloth. The spirit-testing steel illuminated, revealing red, yellow, and green hues. Ah, splendid. Fire, earth, and wood, medium-grade 3 elemental roots, Big Golden Tooth proclaimed confidently. Haha. Wu Shixiang, I concede. Wu Jianyang maintained an impassive demeanor, revealing no trace of emotion. Yet Wang Fu sensed a faint malice directed towards him. Alas, what an unwarranted calamity, he lamented inwardly. Chao Jiang, Zhang Sun, you too as well. Big Golden Tooth gestured for the other 2 affluent boys to test their roots. Wu Shixiang, I hope you don't mind if they go first. Not at all. Since we are wagering, the final outcome is what truly matters, Wu Jianyang replied, his expression tranquil. A moment later, the results of the 2 tests emerged, both revealing 3 hues on the spirit-testing steel: gold, yellow, and green, blue, red, and yellow. To everyone's surprise, none possessed superior roots. A disappointment evident on Big Golden Tooth's face as he feigned regret, though the onlookers could perceive his smugness. Medium-grade roots surpassed those of many cultivators, not to mention, within the Liu sect, those with superior roots are exceedingly rare. You too, go test as well, Wu Jianyang instructed, his expression inscrutable. Zhou Peng glanced at Wang Feng, who appeared even more timid than himself, sighed deeply, realizing he bore the burden alone, forgetting that he had urged Wang Fu to take the lead earlier. His pudgy hand pressed against the cool stone tablet, and soon, a dazzling light erupted, a golden hue alongside a brilliant blue. Chapter 8. The Thousand Cliffstone Steps. Wu Jianyang's eyes gleamed with interest. Excellent. The dual elements of earth and metal nurture each other within the 5 elements, a superior spiritual root among the best. Zhou Peng was somewhat bewildered, yet he discerned Wu Shishu's delight, realizing his spiritual root must be exceptional. Congratulations, congratulations. What is your name, junior brother? Zhao Zilan approached with a cheerful demeanor. Zhou Peng. Congratulations, junior brother Zhou. With mutually reinforcing dual spiritual roots, your cultivation of metal-based techniques will be significantly enhanced. Perhaps you may even become a sword cultivator. Zhao Zilan abandoned his previous disdain. Though he himself possessed a superior spiritual root, it was not of the nurturing kind. The chubby fellow before him had an even greater innate talent, potentially catching the eye of a golden core elder and being accepted as a personal disciple. As for the prior unpleasantness, it was of no consequence. All right, let's continue. Wu Jianyang, a smile gracing his face, gestured for Wang Feng to proceed. He glanced at Big Gold Tooth, his joy proportional to the other's sour expression. Wang Feng nodded, cautiously placing his hand on the stone tablet. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, the spirit-testing tablet instantly emitted a radiant azure light, dazzling to behold and filling everyone's vision. Humph. Seeing this, Big Gold Tooth, without waiting for the light to dissipate, flung his sleeve and departed in a huff, leaving only a foot-tall azure spiritual herb suspended in midair. He did not even take the 3 youths he had brought, clearly enraged by his gambling defeat. Take care, Brother Jin. Wu Jianyang chuckled, summoning the azure herb into his grasp. This is a heterogeneous spiritual root of even higher quality than a superior one, an azure light, indicating the wind element among the heterogeneous roots. Zhao Zilan swallowed, envious. A heterogeneous spiritual root is only slightly inferior to a celestial one. With the proper cultivation techniques and methods, its cultivation speed can rival that of some celestial spiritual roots. This is the 4th heterogeneous spiritual root in our Fallen Feather sect. Wang Fu felt utterly scorned. The spiritual root test concluded. Inside the hall, Wu Jianyang surveyed the 6 youths. According to the Fallen Feather sect's rules, those with inferior or intermediate spiritual roots can become outer disciples, cultivating on the outer peaks until they reach the 10th level of Qi refining, at which point they can become inner disciples. His gaze settled on the 3 youths brought by Big Gold Tooth. Wei Ming, take these 3 to report to the outer sect. The youth beside Wu Jianyang, who had remained silent, nodded and led the 3 away from the affairs hall. Wang Feng and Zhou Peng, you possess superior spiritual roots and can directly enter the inner sect for cultivation. Come with me later to pay respects to the sect leader. Wu Jianyang kept another thought to himself. With their spiritual roots, it was highly probable that an elder would be delighted and accept them as personal disciples. As for you, Wu Jianyang turned to Wang Fu. With your mixed 5-element spiritual root, you can only start as a menial disciple. If you can break through to the 4th level of Qi refining within 10 years, you can become an official disciple. Menial. Wang Fu fell silent. Though he had only just arrived at the Fallen Feather sect, he understood that the term menial signified the lowest status within the sect. He clenched his fists, muttering, "Spiritual root, spiritual root." Intense resentment caused his fingers to whiten. Senior Brother Wu, I recall that our Fallen Feather sect has a method to allow disciples with lacking aptitude to become official disciples. Zhao Zilan said with a mocking smile. Pinching his chin as he looked down at Wang Fu, his eyes narrowed, as if contemplating something. Wang Fu looked up at him, then at Wu Jianyang. Wu Jianyang frowned. Indeed, there is. Shu Wu, what method is that? Wang Fu seemed to grasp at a lifeline. He had come to cultivate immortality, not to be a menial. Behind the falling peak, one of our 3 main peaks, lies the 1,000 cliffstone steps. If someone can reach the 1,000 cliffstone steps within 12 hours, they can bypass being a menial and become an official disciple, even meeting with an elder and becoming a personal disciple. Wu Jianyang said. However, this path. Zhao Zilan, arms crossed, interrupted Wu Jianyang. Senior Brother Wu, I see that this boy is unwilling to accept his fate. Why say so much? Why not satisfy him and let him ascend the 1,000 cliffstone steps? If he can truly ascend, wouldn't that be a win-win? Interrupted, Wu Jianyang was displeased. But Zhao Zilan was a personal disciple of a Golden Core elder, so he did not want to antagonize him. However, he still said what needed to be said. The 1,000 cliffstone steps are composed entirely of uneven steps, steep and rugged, winding along a cliff face. One side is a precipice. If you lose your footing and fall, you will surely die without a whole corpse. Have you thought this through? Wang Fu gritted his teeth and respectfully said, Please grant my request, Shu. He could not become a menial. He wanted to become a true sect disciple and seek the Dao of immortality. He also knew that Zhao Zilan harbored ill intentions, hoping that he would fall off the cliff and die. He refused to believe that he could not ascend. Brother Fu, Zhou Peng beside him looked worried. Since that's the case, then let's go. Seeing this, Wu Jianyang said no more. Good advice is wasted on someone intent on seeking death. With a wave of his hand, Wang Fu immediately felt dizzy, and a gust of wind roared, blinding him, until, after a moment, a towering cliff piercing the clouds came into view. Behind Falling Peak, the 1,000 cliffstone steps. A stone staircase embedded in a majestic cliff, leading to the depths of the clouds. This path had existed for centuries, established by the previous peak lord of Falling Peak to give disciples with lacking aptitude a path of hope. That peak lord had once said that while cultivation aptitude was important, willpower was equally crucial. If one could ascend to the top without relying on external objects, even if their aptitude was lacking, they could be made an official disciple. Wu Jianyang gazed at the endless stone steps. Over the years, only one person had ascended to the top in a day and a night with a mortal body. Consider it again. If you fall off the cliff, you will surely be smashed to pieces. Wu Jianyang stared into Wang Fu's eyes. I have thought it through. I will definitely reach the top. I must become an official disciple. Wang Fu's eyes were firm. Having spoken, Wang Fu took firm steps towards the stone steps. A good disposition, indeed. Wu Jianyang shook his head slightly, then turned to Zhao Zilan and said, Since it was junior brother Zhao who initiated this, he will be responsible for it. Of course. Zhao Zilan looked at Wang Fu's back with a playful expression. Seeing this, Wu Jianyang frowned slightly. Junior brother Zhao, he is from village. It's one thing that senior sister Yun returned empty-handed, but she has now brought 2 exceptionally talented disciples to the sect. You must think carefully. Hee. Senior brother Wu thinks too much. I would not condescend to kill a mortal. I hope so. Wu Jianyang waved his hand, and, carrying the worried Wang Feng and Zhou Peng, transformed into a stream of light on a magical artifact and disappeared. Hee. Just an ant. A little trickery will leave him battered and humiliated. Why would I kill him? Zhao Zilan looked at the 1,000 cliff stone steps that disappeared into the clouds, sneering with disdain. Chapter 9. A myriad of ways to scrape bone. The uneven, precipitous steps of the 1,000 cliffstone stairway presented a formidable challenge. A sheer, smooth cliff face loomed on one side, while the other plunged into an unfathomable abyss. A single misstep threatened a fatal descent. Wang Fu even noticed skeletal remains clinging to the tenacious branches of trees clinging to the cliffside. Before half a day had passed, his legs felt as if they were laden with iron, each step a monumental effort. Sweat drenched his garments, and he gasped for breath, struggling to catch his wind. From the foot of the mountain, bathed in the fading sunlight, the stairway to the clouds had not appeared so endless. Yet, as he traversed it, the path seemed to stretch into infinity, an unending expanse of stone and desolate mountains, devoid of life. In the darkness, the stairway was eerily silent, the unseen destination ahead resembling a haunted abyss. Wang Fu was the sole living being, seemingly forgotten, as he trudged onward, guided by the faint, ethereal starlight. Clenching his teeth, Wang Fu knew this was his last chance to become a formal disciple. He had not anticipated that his spiritual roots would only qualify him as a menial servant. What was the purpose of being a servant? To perform the mundane tasks of the sect, toiling away at activities unrelated to cultivation, with no hope of advancement. He envied Zhou Peng and Wang Feng, whose spiritual roots had impressed even Uncle Master Wu Jianyang, granting them immediate status as inner disciples. Unable to become an inner disciple, he at least aspired to join the outer ranks. Only by becoming a formal disciple of the Falling Feather sect could he realize his ambitions. His dreams of soaring through the skies, vanquishing demons, and safeguarding the righteous. He refused to be mediocre. He yearned to emulate the immortals of legend, to achieve eternal life. He aspired to be like Senior Sister Yunning Shuang, who could effortlessly eliminate evil with a mere gesture. He refused to be relegated to the status of a useless failure. As the night deepened, Wang Fu resorted to crawling on his hands and knees. His empty stomach growled incessantly. Fortunately, his father had packed roasted peanuts in his bag. Wang Fu grabbed a handful, consuming them as he ascended the steps. As dawn broke, a ray of violet-tinged sunlight illuminated the endless staircase, reflecting off the bloodstains on the stone, creating an eerie luminescence. After a night of relentless effort, Wang Fu was utterly exhausted. He had lost all sense of time. Driven by a single unwavering conviction, to reach the summit and become a formal disciple of the immortal sect. Despite the excruciating pain of the blood blisters on his hands and feet, each step a torment, he persevered, crawling on all fours, even employing his knees and elbows. His skin broke, leaving a macabre trail on the steps behind him. His chest was saturated with blood, blurring his vision. However, unbeknownst to him, within his blood-soaked garments, a small cauldron, no larger than half a fist, underwent a remarkable transformation. It was the very cauldron that Wang Tong had given him as compensation. The once black cauldron shed its outer layer, revealing a bronze hue. Intricate patterns, resembling ravines, became distinct. The sludge within the cauldron flowed out, revealing a faint, celadone glow. A surprised exclamation echoed from the clouds. Who would have thought someone would be scaling the 1,000-cliffstone stairway today? An aged figure descended gracefully, landing steadily on the steps. His hair was snow-white, and his frame was lean. His turbid eyes gazed upon the bloodied Wang Fu, who continued to ascend. And he sighed softly. At that moment, the small cauldron within Wang Fu's garments transformed into a subtle bronze light, embedding itself within his chest, leaving behind an insignia resembling a tattooed cauldron. The 1,000-cliffstone stairway, a myriad of ways to scrape bone. Cough, cough. The old man, oblivious to the anomaly, placed a hand behind his back and coughed lightly, shielding his mouth with a loosely clenched fist. He looked at Wang Fu's bloodied legs and could not help but say, "Young man, though the path has an end, it is beyond your reach. Why not give up and descend the mountain?" Wang Fu's consciousness was fading, sustained only by his will to climb upward, to reach the summit, to become a formal disciple, to roam the world freely, and to vanquish demons. These were his last thoughts. He did not hear the old man's words. His blurred vision saw nothing but the endless stairway. The old man was slightly moved. His turbid eyes seemed to recall something, and he chuckled softly. He extended a skeletal hand and placed it on Wang Fu's head. "Very well, since I have encountered you, I shall take a look." The old man's expression became inscrutable. 5 elements mixed spiritual roots, yet 8 spiritual apertures opened. The heavens have played a cruel joke on you. He released his hand, giving Wang Fu a profound look. "No wonder you have such perseverance. Pity, a pity. However, since we have met, I shall bestow upon you a chance. Whether you can seize it, whether it is a blessing or a curse, depends on your fate. Blessings lie within misfortune, and misfortune within blessings." Ha! With these words, the old man's figure gradually vanished, as if he had never been there, leaving behind only a faint wisp of energy that silently entered Wang Fu's right palm. Deep within the clouds, a burly middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. That old fellow exchanged a piece of information for 2-3,000-year-old spiritual herbs from me, and he even wants to abduct a disciple from my sect. a 5-element spiritual root. His only virtue is his perseverance. The middle-aged man scoffed, ceasing to pay attention, leaving only a murmured sound before disappearing. However, this information is indeed important. I must prepare myself. As the sun shone brightly at midday, scorching Wang Fu, he still did not give up. Many cultivators flying over the falling feather sect noticed Wang Fu, but none showed sympathy, only disdain. Someone is on the 1,000-cliff stone stairway? How pitiful. He is covered in blood. But this person is truly foolish. Ridiculous. This person must have poor aptitude, attempting to reach our level through the 1,000-cliff stairway. Courting death. As the sun set, Wang Fu's breath was extremely weak, as if he would breathe his last at any moment. Fortunately, he finally saw the end of the stairway, giving him the motivation to continue climbing. It was a resplendent palace, surrounded by colorful clouds. Before the palace, Zhao Zilan reclined on a chair, occasionally picking up a fruit to eat. He wore a smile, looking down at Wang Fu on the steps, his eyes filled with mockery. I didn't expect you to be able to climb here. Your perseverance is admirable, but alas, time is up. You are still 100 steps away from me. So, Zhao Zilan's voice suddenly turned violent. Failure. Chapter 10. Shaodong Peak as Wang Fu's trembling palm grazed the next stone step. The sudden sound shattered his hopes entirely. 100 steps, 100 steps. He let out a bitter laugh, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed before collapsing into unconsciousness. Ah, truly, he is but a commoner from a small village. Zhao Ziluan strode over to Wang Fu's side, producing a pitch-black pill and roughly forcing it into Wang Fu's mouth. Given the ties between Wutong Village and the sect, coupled with the emergence of 2 exceptional disciples, Zhao Ziluan found it difficult to simply watch him perish. Of course, his primary concern was to avoid inciting Yun Ningxuang's disdain. After all, she was to be his destined partner. As the night deepened and the air turned chilly, Zhao Ziluan departed, leaving Wang Fu to slumber on the cold stone steps. It was not until the following morning that Zhao Ziluan returned. A ray of sunlight streamed down, rousing Wang Fu from his slumber. He discovered himself still sprawled on the stone steps, relieved to find that aside from a painful face and a feeling of weakness, he bore no other injuries. Awake? If you are awake, it is time to report to the servants' quarters. Zhao Ziluan's voice rang coldly, and almost immediately, Wang Fu felt his garments being yanked, lifting him into the air. A fierce wind howled around him, causing tears to stream down his face and his cheeks to sting. If you wish to avoid blindness, close your eyes. Zhao Ziluan scoffed, prompting Wang Fu to hastily shut his eyes. In that moment, he longed for the small boat of senior sister Yun Ningxuang. After a brief while, Wang Fu sensed a reduction in speed and cautiously opened his eyes, only to find they had arrived at a mountain peak. One far inferior to Luoxia Peak, perhaps not even worthy of being called a mountain. An unremarkable square courtyard sat atop the peak, its plaque crookedly inscribed with the words Servants' Quarters. Zhao Ziluan unceremoniously tossed Wang Fu onto the ground, causing him to grimace in pain. He rolled several times before steadying himself, too fearful to look directly at Zhao Ziluan, lest he reveal the resentment in his eyes, and could only curse inwardly, swearing vengeance. All right, this is the servants' quarters. You may enter and report yourself. Zhao Ziluan clapped his hands, leaving those words behind before once again activating his flying artifact. Vanishing from sight, unwilling to utter another word to Wang Fu. You wretched beast, Wang Fu muttered under his breath, brushing off the dust and debris from his clothes. He sighed, realizing that he had failed to reach the end of the Qingwei path within the stipulated time and could only become a servant disciple. Uncle Wu had mentioned that as long as one could break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement within 10 years, they could become an official disciple and enter external training. Since he had failed the Qingwei Stone Steps, he would pursue another path. With 10 years at his disposal, he refused to believe he could not achieve this. What of being a servant disciple? As long as he worked hard and devoted himself. While continuously reassuring himself, Wang Fu removed his blood-stained rags and changed into the clean clothes prepared by his mother. Discarding the filthy garments, he strode toward the house ahead. Hey, you brat, what brings you here? A rotund middle-aged man emerged from the building, his small eyes scrutinizing Wang Fu, clearly disgusted by his filthy face. Is this the servants' quarters? Wang Fu inquired cautiously. Though he had only been at Liu's sect for 2 days, he had already discerned the rules here. Strength and cultivation were paramount. Those lacking in power were deemed inferior. In this moment, he understood that only by being cautious could he seize opportunities. He was no fool. This is Xiaodong Peak, one of the 4 servant peaks of Liu's sect. I am Feng Dafu, the overseer of Xiaodong Peak. Who are you, and what brings you here? The middle-aged man glanced at the sky where Zhao Ziluan had departed, then looked back at Wang Fu. I am Wang Fu, having recently joined Liu's sect 2 days ago. I am here to report to the servants' quarters today, Wang Fu said with a slight bow. Oh, you joined 2 days ago, yet you only come to report today? Feng Dafu stroked his greasy chin, eyeing Wang Fu once more. This. Wang Fu hesitated. Realizing Wang Fu's uncertainty, Feng Dafu pressed on. Do you know who it was that brought you here? The one who brought me? Wang Fu paused, then understood that the man before him was keen on assessing his background. He had no qualms about leveraging Zhao Ziluan's name. Oh, you mean senior brother Zhao? Which Zhao? Feng Dafu inquired eagerly. Zhao Ziluan, senior brother Zhao. He brought me here early this morning. Wang Fu observed the man's excitement with amusement, though he spoke truthfully, merely altering his tone to imply familiarity with Zhao Ziluan. Zhao Ziluan, Zhao Ziluan. Is he the one personally taught by Elder's son? Feng Dafu's eyes widened. There should be no other by that name in Luoyu's sect, Wang Fu replied. I can't believe it is truly him. Feng Dafu, whose aptitude was notably poor, had managed to become the overseer of servants only due to connections. He was privy to many affairs within Liu's sect, aware of which disciples possessed talent and which were favored by the elders. Zhao Ziluan, a prodigy of exceptional talent, was firmly etched in his memory. This lad had delayed reporting for 2 days after joining the sect. It could be inferred that he had some connection with Zhao Ziluan, even as a servant disciple. With such an association, he could potentially secure a favorable position within Luoyu's sect, regardless of his innate aptitude. Hiki. Feng Dafu forced a smile, leading Wang Fu into the courtyard. Since you are a newcomer, allow me to guide you through the registration process and to collect your servant disciple materials. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. Wang Fu's mind raced, recognizing that he had successfully leveraged Zhao Ziluan's reputation. As for whether he would be discovered later, he chose not to concern himself with that for now. Feng Dafu led Wang Fu into the building, taking the opportunity to introduce him to Xiaodong Peak along the way. It turned out that Liu's sect had 4 major servant peaks, each located not far from one another, serving to supply various resources to the official disciples. Whether it was cultivating spiritual plants and grains, raising spiritual poultry and livestock, producing spiritual food for consumption, or tending to lower-tier spiritual herbs and medicines, the tasks at the servant peaks revolved around serving the official disciples. The duties at the servant peaks varied in difficulty. Some were easy, while others were arduous. How tasks were allocated depended entirely on the overseer, who wielded significant power. After hearing all this, Wang Fu felt fortunate for having leveraged Zhao Ziluan's name. Otherwise, this rotund man would likely have assigned him exceedingly difficult tasks. Now, however, it seemed he would fare far better. Chapter 11. The Technique of Earth. After registering his information, Feng Dafu accompanied Wang Fu to the warehouse to collect bedding and 2 sets of standard hemp garments, which were the exclusive attire for the miscellaneous disciples of the Liu sect. Although all the disciples on Xiaodong Peak were of the miscellaneous sort, Wang Shidi should be aware that even these disciples could cultivate. If they managed to reach the 4th level of qi refinement within 10 years, they could shed their identities as miscellaneous disciples and become official disciples. Feng Dafu led Wang Fu across the courtyard until they arrived at the main hall at the front of the courtyard. Brother Feng, you must be an official disciple. Wang Fu thought to flatter him, but upon seeing the chubby man nodding with a smile, he realized that the other's status was indeed superior to his own. After all, the overseer of Xiaodong Peak was not a role just anyone could assume. Feng Dafu unveiled 3 small books from under a cloth on the table. These are 3 fundamental cultivation techniques. Originally, there were 5, but 2 newcomers arrived recently, leaving only these 3. Wang Shidi, take a look and choose one. Thank you, brother. Wang Fu replied, his face lighting up. These were the cultivation techniques that mortals dreamed of. The 3 small booklets were titled Water Element Technique, Fire Control Technique, and Earth Technique. Noticing Wang Fu lost in thought, Feng Dafu chuckled. As someone who had been through it all, he understood the feeling. Knowing Wang Fu was connected to Zhao Ziluan, he sought to build a good relationship. For others, he would toss a book without hesitation, but for Wang Fu, he allowed him the luxury of choice, as they all possessed the mixed elemental roots of the 5 elements. Wang Shidi, why not read the introductions to the 3 techniques before making your decision? Each has its merits. Wang Fu nodded, yet he did not reach for the techniques. Instead, He looked at Feng Dafu and scratched his head. Brother Feng, aren't you making things difficult for me? I can't discern which one is suitable. Brother Feng, your knowledge is vast. Why not help me choose? Choose for yourself, Feng Dafu replied, not wishing to invite trouble from Zhao Zilan. However, I can provide some insights. The water element technique focuses on sustaining spiritual energy, accompanied by the water arrow and water mirror spells. The fire control technique emphasizes explosive power, featuring the fireball and fire control spells. As for the earth technique, it is relatively easier to cultivate, especially since we are in the heart of the mountains, allowing us to better attune to the earth's spiritual energy. It also includes the earth spike and earth escape spells. Feng Dafu smacked his lips at the thought of the earth technique spells. Faster cultivation? Wang Fu blinked. Though he was new to the realm of cultivation, he understood that the quicker one cultivated, the further one could go. Otherwise, why was he, with mixed elemental roots, relegated to being a miscellaneous disciple, while others like Zhou Peng could directly become official disciples? The essence of spiritual roots boiled down to the disparity in cultivation speed. One shitty, do you wish to choose the earth technique? Feng Dafu saw Wang Fu's expression and was not surprised. Wang Fu was about to nod when Feng Dafu interrupted him. Hold on, don't rush into a decision. The cultivation speed of the earth technique is indeed a bit faster, but it is limited and cannot compare to the differences in spiritual roots. Moreover, the earth escape spell included in the earth technique is exceptionally profound and difficult to comprehend. In my years at the Liu sect, I have not heard of anyone successfully cultivating it, which means those who choose the earth technique will lack one spell compared to others. Indeed, miscellaneous disciples rely on the two spells from their techniques to survive. Lacking one may lead to being bullied. Seeing Feng Dafu's somewhat sinister gaze, Wang Fu realized that there were indeed rivalries among the miscellaneous disciples on Xiaodong Peak. After all, even ordinary villagers often had conflicts, as evidenced by the brawl between Uncle Li and Uncle Zhou over a chicken in Wutong Village. What would it be like for those wielding immense power in the realm of cultivation? However, Wang Fu had his own aspirations. He did not wish to remain a mere miscellaneous disciple, but aimed to be as formidable as senior sister Yunning Shuang, slaying demons and flying through the skies with ease. Even if the earth technique offered just a hint of increased speed in cultivation, that would still provide a glimmer of hope. I will choose the earth technique. Haha. Feng Dafu laughed heartily, clapping Wang Fu on the shoulder. His hefty hand left Wang Fu momentarily breathless. I hope Wang Shidi can always maintain a pure heart for cultivation. He could see through Wang Fu's thoughts. Having witnessed countless newcomers, he knew they all entered the world of cultivation with great determination and hope, yearning for immortality. In the past, he too had harbored such dreams. Yet, reality often shattered these hopes, leaving nothing but fragments. This is the fundamental knowledge of cultivation, which records some basic principles of the cultivation world. Like the fundamental techniques, it is an essential part of the package. Feng Dafu retrieved a rather thick book from a nearby shelf. Wang Fu bundled the book with the bedding and kept the earth technique close to his heart. Feng Dafu increasingly felt that Wang Fu was rather rustic, resembling a country bumpkin freshly arrived from a small mountain village. However, whether he was a bumpkin or a wealthy scion, his connection to Zhao Zilan made everything else insignificant. Let us go to the Baichao Valley. I have already devised a task for you that will surely be easy and satisfactory. Wang Fu, carrying his bedding and 2 sets of hemp clothes, followed closely behind Feng Dafu. As they descended the mountain, their conversation was sparse, primarily because Wang Fu was engrossed in the scenery along the way. It wasn't exactly picturesque. Rather, it was filled with miscellaneous disciples clad in hemp garments, diligently toiling away. The moment they spotted the two, especially Feng Dafu, they immediately bowed their heads, returning to their tasks, illustrating just how formidable Feng Dafu was in their eyes. Wang Fu felt fortunate for having leveraged his connection to Zhao Zilan, though he had not lied. He was indeed sent by Zhao Zilan, and how Feng Dafu interpreted that was of no concern to him. At the foot of Xiaodong Peak lay a low-lying valley known as Baichao Valley. Rectangular patches of medicinal fields were scattered about, flourishing with various herbs. The brilliant sunlight illuminated the area, making the dew-laden leaves glisten like pearls, swaying captivatingly in the breeze. Several wooden houses were situated not far from the medicinal fields, with a wisp of smoke rising into the air. This is the Baichao Garden. Wang Shidi, feel free to choose an empty house to stay in. There should be some provisions left inside. Feng Dafu gestured toward the nearby wooden houses and then indicated the medicinal fields. Once settled in, starting tomorrow, your task will be to tend to these fields, clearing out the weeds. This particular patch has not been attended to for some time. I understand. Wang Fu nodded. This task was indeed quite simple. After Feng Dafu departed, Wang Fu found an empty house, tidied it up, and laid out his bedding, creating a shelter from the wind and rain. Chapter 12. The mysterious small cauldron outside the modest abode lay a simple kitchen and a sack of rice. Wang Fu hurriedly prepared a meal for himself. Since entering the Falling Feather sect, he had yet to savor a hearty meal. Were it not for the peanuts in his pack, he might have succumbed to exhaustion on the long stone steps, perhaps tumbling off the cliff's edge. Having officially become a disciple of a cultivation sect, he was acutely aware that Feng Dafu would eventually uncover his deceit. When that day arrived, he could only imagine the repercussions that awaited him. The immediate priority was to embark on his cultivation journey. Wang Fu understood that many of the other menial disciples feared Feng Dafu, revealing that this seemingly affable figure was far from benign. Once his ruse was discovered, he would undoubtedly face a tempest of retribution. He instinctively touched the thick earth technique in his possession, feeling a sense of urgency. However, instead of beginning his cultivation, he retrieved another hefty tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Cultivation Basics. Upon perusing its pages, he grasped the essence of cultivation and the significance of spiritual roots. The initial stage of cultivation is the qi refining stage, where one inhales and exhales to draw in the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, refining it through the meridians and ultimately converging it in the dantian to generate the first strand of spiritual power, thus becoming a true cultivator. Only those possessing spiritual roots can perceive the existence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy and draw it into their bodies. Without spiritual roots, one cannot even sense the spiritual energy, rendering the notion of cultivation moot. Furthermore, the fewer and purer the spiritual roots, the swifter the absorption of spiritual energy. The Comprehensive Guide to Cultivation Basics presents a vivid metaphor. The human body resembles a large water tank, and cultivation is akin to filling this tank with water. When it overflows, one breaks through. A 5-element false spiritual root is like a wooden bucket, while 4 spiritual roots equate to 5 buckets, 3 roots to 20 buckets, dual roots to 50, and a unique spiritual root aligned with the right techniques to 80 buckets. In contrast, a heavenly spiritual root is akin to 100 buckets pouring into the tank simultaneously, 100 times more efficient than a 5-element mixed spiritual root. No wonder those with such mixed roots can only serve as menial disciples. Wang Fu couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing his own lackluster aptitude. Yet, he was not one to succumb easily to despair. Having chosen this path, he would persevere. With 100-fold disparity from heavenly spiritual roots, he resolved to exert 100-fold effort in his cultivation. As he continued reading, he learned of the 13 levels of qi refining, followed by the foundation establishment stage, which lays the groundwork for cultivation. Unlike the qi refining stage, which is divided into 13 levels, foundation establishment has only 4 realms: initial, intermediate, late, and great perfection. However, there are distinctions in strength within foundation establishment: human foundation, earth foundation, and heaven foundation. Beyond foundation establishment lies the golden core stage, where one can soar through the skies and traverse the earth. The tome also briefly mentions magical tools, spiritual artifacts, spiritual herbs, and alchemical pills, expanding Wang Fu's horizons. By the end of the book, he was no longer the naive youth from Wutong Village. Eagerly, he took out the thick earth technique and opened it, immediately confronted by its cultivation methods. After flipping through a few pages, he discovered that the technique only contained the first 4 levels, allowing him to cultivate only to the 4th level of qi refining. With only 4 levels available, it was evident that further techniques could only be accessed upon becoming an official disciple. Wang Fu sighed. Indeed, if menial disciples could not break through the 4th level of qi refining, they would be forced to leave the sect after 10 years, risking the leak of the sect's techniques. Shaking his head, Wang Fu began to memorize the thick earth technique. Once he had committed it to memory, he commenced his breathing exercises. Time flowed on until evening, when his stomach protested, prompting him to conclude his practice. Aside from feeling mentally invigorated, there were no tangible changes. It seemed the gap between him and prodigies with heavenly spiritual roots was indeed vast. The guide mentioned that most with heavenly spiritual roots could draw spiritual energy into their bodies within 7 days, cleansing their meridians and transforming their very essence. Wang Fu shook his head, sighing in resignation, feeling utterly disheartened. As he prepared his meal, and smoke began to rise. Just as he finished eating and had no time to wash the pot or dishes, a slender, dark-haired youth approached him. "Hello, are you new here? I live next door. I just finished my chores and saw someone in this empty house, so I came to check it out." "Yes," Wang Fu nodded. "I just arrived today. I'm Huang Zheng. What is your name?" The thin youth smiled warmly at Wang Fu. "Wang Fu. Wang Fu. We shall be neighbors from now on." Huang Zheng, the thin boy, was quite amiable, lingering for a while before leaving, reminding Wang Fu to bathe and change into the menial disciple's attire. Wang Fu caught a whiff of his own odor and immediately recognized the foul stench mingled with the scent of blood. He hurriedly fetched water from the stream behind the house to wash himself. After shedding his clothes and bathing, he felt a profound sense of relief. "What's this?" Wang Fu noticed a cauldron-shaped pattern on his chest, its texture uneven to the touch. Startled, he feared something was amiss with his body, but felt no discomfort. The pattern seemed strangely familiar. "That's right. This is the small cauldron that Wang Tong had given me." Wang Fu finally recalled the small cauldron, having thought it lost, only to find it transformed into a pattern embedded in his chest. Having perused the comprehensive guide to cultivation basics, Wang Fu was no longer the ignorant youth from Wutong Village. He understood that the cultivation world possessed many extraordinary artifacts known as magical tools, spiritual artifacts, and treasures, each with unfathomable powers. Could it be that Wang Tong's small cauldron was a magical tool? No, such artifacts could not undergo such transformations and merge with flesh. Perhaps it was a spiritual artifact? Wang Fu's eyes brightened. Inside his room, he fidgeted for quite some time, and the cauldron pattern on his chest finally changed. It turned out that by concentrating his mind on the cauldron pattern, he could perceive its full form and summon it forth. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. Gazing at the small cauldron, now the size of half a fist, Wang Fu was filled with exhilaration. The cauldron had undergone a significant transformation. It was no longer dirty but a deep blue, with clear patterns adorning its body. Holding it, he felt a tangible weight, unlike its previous lightness. The entire cauldron was seamless, a uniform hue, exuding an ancient and weathered charm, unmistakably extraordinary. To think that Wang Tong had stumbled upon such a treasure. However, since he had used it to settle my debts, this treasure rightfully belonged to me. Wang Fu felt no guilt, although he was unsure of the cauldron's capabilities, lamentably. He had not yet cultivated spiritual power, or perhaps he could have activated it. Even if it were merely a magical tool, it was a rare find. And the fact that the cauldron could meld with flesh suggested it was far more than an ordinary artifact. He played with the cauldron until deep into the night. And under his intentional focus, the small cauldron transformed back into its pattern, melding seamlessly into his chest. Wang Fu drifted into a deep sleep, dreaming of ascending to immortality. Chapter 13. The enigmatic small cauldron. The following day, Wang Fu diligently began clearing the weeds from the medicinal fields, as per the tasks assigned by Feng Dafu. The weeds in the Shifeng medicinal fields had grown quite dense, and it took Wang Fu the entire morning to clear the weeds from just a third of the area, with the piles accumulating outside the house reaching almost waist height. It seemed that hard work awaited him for the next couple of days. After lunch, he continued the arduous task of weeding until dusk. Suddenly, a group of unexpected visitors arrived. "You must be the new kid," one of them remarked. There were 4 in total, with the middle one clearly in charge. Recognizing their hostile demeanor, Wang Fu could only respond cautiously. "My name is Wang Fu. What brings you here, brothers?" The leader, with an air of arrogance, perched a foot on the chair and looked down at Wang Fu. "We have business with you. This Baichao Valley is under my jurisdiction, Zhuzhan, and since you are here, you must heed my commands." Wang Fu instinctively furrowed his brow, yet he managed to smile politely and clasp his hands. "I did not expect to meet Brother Zhu. It is an honor. Please, do tell me your instructions." "Well, it seems you are quite astute, unlike that black-haired lad next door. I want to make things difficult for you. Starting tomorrow, you are to fetch 20 buckets of water from the Qingling Pond to the spirit pool above Baichao Valley each day," Zhuzhan declared solemnly. The 3 boys beside him wore expressions of glee. The task of fetching water had previously been their responsibility, but after building a rapport with Zhuzhan, it had been reassigned, particularly to newcomers who had yet to absorb spiritual energy. "Brother Zhu, this seems rather inappropriate. The task assigned to me by the manager phone was not this," Wang Fu protested, unwilling to waste his time on fetching water when he had cultivation to attend to. He attempted to invoke Feng Dafu's authority as leverage. However, the youth next to Zhu Zhen suddenly delivered a fierce kick. Get lost. You think you can defy us? With a loud thud, Wang Fu was sent flying several feet, crashing into the pile of weeds. The impact felt as though his insides had been shattered, and he curled up in agony, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, struggling to catch his breath, as if death were imminent. How dare you talk back after Brother Zhu's orders? You are just a lowly nobody. If we don't teach you a lesson, you might think we're here to negotiate, the youth sneered, glaring at the crumpled Wang Fu. Zhu Zhen remained impassive, showing no sign of compassion. He looked down at Wang Fu with disdain, as if observing an insect. Remember this, 20 buckets of water from the Qingling pond. I will have someone supervise and verify your progress. Should you fail to comply, it will not merely be a kick from Zhang Hong. Wang Fu lay there, silent, his disheveled hair concealing eyes that fixed intently on the four, particularly Zhu Zhen and the assailant, Zhang Hong, etching their features into his memory. Rest assured, we are not allowed to kill here, but breaking your limbs is entirely permissible. I hope you recognize your position, Zhu Zhen scoffed, indifferent to Wang Fu's plight. As for Manager Feng, he won't concern himself with your affairs. Resentment? Huh. Countless harbor grievances against him, but so what? Zhu Zhen and Zhang Hong departed, leaving Wang Fu still curled in the weeds, convulsing in pain. Not far off, the lean figure of Huang Zheng peered through a crack in his door at the scene, his fingers brushing over a scar on his chest, a smirk creeping onto his face as he chuckled quietly to himself. That night, Wang Fu fell into a deep slumber atop the weed pile. Beneath the starry sky, the small cauldron on his chest manifested into tangible form, and wisps of barely perceptible light, akin to drifting dust, entered the cauldron. The verdant weeds gradually lost their color, transforming into withered, yellowed remnants. At dawn, Wang Fu awoke to the piercing sunlight. He inhaled deeply, a fragrant aroma enveloping his senses, invigorating him. Yet, recalling the brutal kick he endured the previous evening, he cautiously touched his abdomen. No harm done. Fortunately, the pain had subsided. Wang Fu sighed in relief. But soon his eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he thought of Zhu Zhen and Zhang Hong. The bitterness of resentment simmered within him. What caused the cauldron to emerge? Wang Fu noticed an uncomfortable pressure on his chest, and, discovering the small cauldron, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before returning to his dwelling. Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback to find the entire weed pile had withered. As he touched the cauldron nestled in his arms and recalled the lingering fragrance, his heart raced, prompting him to dash inside. Upon retrieving the cauldron, he was astonished to see a droplet of emerald green liquid suspended within, its essence appearing unified like a water droplet, the sweet fragrance intensifying and filling the air. Wang Fu could not resist swallowing hard. Could it be that the withering of the weeds was the doing of the cauldron? Had it absorbed the essence of the weeds, condensing it into this droplet of green medicinal liquid? His heartbeat quickened, as if he had stumbled upon a new frontier. Was it the continuous inhalation of the scent that rendered him unscathed after being kicked? If this were true, then this droplet of medicinal liquid. Wang Fu gazed at the liquid within the cauldron, pondering for a moment before resolutely pouring it into his mouth. The liquid dispersed upon contact, akin to a cool spring flowing into his belly, followed by a wave of warmth radiating through him, filling him with an invigorating energy. Wang Fu quickly settled into a cross-legged position, employing the techniques of the thick earth formula to regulate his breathing. Gradually, the burning sensation faded, and when Wang Fu opened his eyes again, he felt lighter and stronger, though a foul odor soon invaded his nostrils. What is this smell? Sticky and unpleasant. Wang Fu then realized he was coated in a layer of greasy grime, prompting him to rush to fetch water for a bath. Under the scorching sun, midday had arrived. After lunch, Wang Fu was about to inquire about the location of the Qingling pond when Huang Zheng stumbled out, his head tilted awkwardly. Wang Fu, are you all right? I saw Zhu Zhen came to see you last night. It's nothing, just a kick, Wang Fu replied, rubbing his abdomen. It hurt all night, but I just now recovered. I was in the same boat. I refused to help them, and they beat me up. Look at this scar on my chest, Huang Zheng said, pulling up his shirt to reveal a long, gruesome scar across his torso. Wang Fu felt a chill run down his spine. What exactly is Zhu Zhen's deal? He asked. Oh, Zhu Zhen is the tyrant of Shaodong Peak, using his higher cultivation to bully others alongside a few servant disciples. Particularly in Baichao Valley, where his word is law. Every new disciple is subjected to various arduous tasks. Any resistance results in punishment, Huang Zheng lamented. What about Manager Feng? Doesn't He intervene? Wang Fu queried. Manager Feng? Huh, they are all cut from the same cloth. I've heard Zhu Jin comes from an influential family and gifts Manager Feng every year. How could Feng dare offend such a benefactor? They turn a blind eye as long as their interests aren't threatened. Our suffering means nothing to them, Huangjing scoffed. In the end, it is we who bear the brunt of their tyranny. Chapter 14. Spiritual Liquid. There's no point in discussing it further. After all, our lack of ability and low cultivation level define us. Huangjing sighed and continued. Wang Fu, Zhu Jin has assigned you tasks as well, hasn't he? I strongly advise against any thoughts of rebellion. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Not long ago, a newcomer, relying on his natural strength, defied Zhu Jun's orders and ended up with a broken leg, sent down the mountain. Zhu Jun and his companions have already reached the second and third stages of qi refinement. How could a mere mortal possibly stand against them? Wang Fu resonated deeply with this sentiment and felt a kinship with his fellow disciples. He sighed, indignantly expressing, I have been instructed to fetch 20 buckets of water from the Qingling Pond to the spirit pool atop Baijiao Valley. But where is the Qingling Pond? I know the way, let us go together. It so happens that I also need to complete a task assigned by Zhu Jun, Huangjing replied, pointing southward. The Qingling Pond lies to the south of Baijiao Valley. The water there is unlike ordinary water. It is imbued with spiritual energy. The spirit herbs of Baijiao Valley must be nourished with this water to shorten their growth cycle. I have been here for over half a year, and besides completing my own tasks, I am burdened with fetching 20 buckets of water daily. The time I have for cultivation is exceedingly scarce. At this rate, I cannot fathom when I will achieve success in my training. With this, Huangjing shook his head. Wang Fu followed Huangjing towards the Qingling Pond, engaging in conversation along the way. Most of the time, it was Huangjing who spoke incessantly, resembling a chatterbox, while Wang Fu occasionally chimed in. Through their dialogue, Wang Fu gleaned considerable information about Baijiao Valley, which brought him some solace in this unfamiliar place. Huangjing practiced a water-based technique casually given to him by Feng Dafu. And despite nearly 10 months of effort, he had yet to successfully draw in spiritual energy. When Huangjing learned that Wang Fu was cultivating the thick earth decision, he nearly burst into laughter, feeling a sense of superiority as he commented on how the thick earth decision was missing a crucial spell. Wang Fu merely smiled in response. The Qingling Pond was a wide expanse of water, surrounded by a grove of bamboo, tranquil and serene. The pond's water cascaded from a nearby waterfall, creating a magnificent sound of rushing water. The only drawback was the biting cold, akin to winter, making it an uninviting place for visitors. Huangjing gestured for Wang Fu to hurry and fill a wooden bucket with water from the pond. After they filled the buckets, they shouldered them and made their way north towards Baijiao Valley. Wang Fu, having never engaged in hard labor, especially not fetching water, found the task daunting. Fortunately, having consumed a potion from a small cauldron that morning, he had gained considerable strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure the journey. Even so, he was utterly exhausted. Along the way, they encountered several other disciples fetching water, who looked at Wang Fu, a newcomer, with expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness his humiliation. Unfortunately for them, Wang Fu did not provide the entertainment they sought. Although he was much slower than Huangjing, he eventually reached the destination. There lay a large, artificially excavated water pool, surrounded by lush green grass, with small channels extending from the pool to various medicinal fields in Baijiao Valley. Beside the spirit pool stood a pavilion where a man reclined, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Wang Fu approach, he cast a glance and said, "Are you the new Wang Fu?" Wang Fu nodded. "You've recovered well. It's quite rare to see someone bounce back so quickly after being kicked by Brother Zhang." Wang Fu was taken aback and said nothing, merely pouring the water into the large pool before turning to leave. "Ah, a bit of spirit. But you still have to obediently fetch water," the man scoffed, noting that everyone in Baijiao Valley must adhere to Zhu Jun's arrangements. On the second trip, Huangjing no longer accompanied Wang Fu, finding his pace too slow. Wang Fu was glad for the solitude and returned to the Qingling Pond to fill his bucket again. After walking for a while and seeing no one around, he summoned the small cauldron and dropped it directly into the water bucket. When Huangjing mentioned that the pond's water was rich in spiritual energy, the idea had sparked in his mind. If the small cauldron could extract essence from weeds, could it also draw essence from the spiritually infused pond water? Only experimentation would yield answers. As he carried the bucket, he observed the cauldron's condition within. To his delight, the pond water could not penetrate the cauldron. Rather, a faint, almost imperceptible glow began to seep into it. It works. Wang Fu's eyes lit up, nearly bursting into laughter. He glanced around cautiously, relieved that no one was watching, and became even more meticulous. After a tense wait, when the bucket ceased to emit any light, Wang Fu quickly retrieved the cauldron and transferred it to another bucket. The glow reemerged. The spirit pool was vast, and everyone poured their collected water in without concern for discovery. Wang Fu repeated this process for 10 buckets, each time accumulating a droplet of transparent liquid in the cauldron. Having never done such labor before, Wang Fu's shoulders were sore and blistered, yet compared to the grueling experience on the 1,000 cliffstone steps, these minor injuries were insignificant. Fueled by his indomitable will, he finally completed the 20-bucket task just as the sun set. Even the man in the pavilion regarded Wang Fu with newfound respect. Upon returning to his quarters, Wang Fu eagerly consumed a droplet of the spiritual liquid. Yes, spiritual liquid, a name he had newly coined. The warm essence surged within him, and with each breath, he felt his body growing stronger. Day after day, Wang Fu's routine comprised weeding the medicinal fields and fetching water from the Qingling pond. He utilized the small cauldron to collect a significant quantity of spiritual liquid, consuming a droplet each night for cultivation. With each passing day, his strength increased, and his mind grew clearer. He sensed that, if this continued, he would soon successfully draw in qi and become a cultivator. In the span of half a month, Wang Fu's water-fetching speed matched that of Huang Zheng, and within a month, he completely surpassed him. He executed the fetching and pouring seamlessly. If not for the necessary waiting time for the cauldron to absorb the pond's essence, he could have been even faster. Despite this, while Huang Zheng required over 2 hours to fetch 20 buckets, Wang Fu completed the task in just over an hour, granting him ample time for cultivation and refining 2 droplets of spiritual liquid. He even contemplated placing the cauldron directly into the Qingling pond, but he feared being discovered. Losing the cauldron would spell disaster. Wang Fu was filled with enthusiasm, while his neighbor, Huang Zheng, was seething with frustration. Seeing Wang Fu complete his tasks early and gaining more time for cultivation than himself, Huang Zheng, who had been in Baichao Valley for a considerable time, could not bear the thought of being outdone by someone who had only just arrived. That night, the jealousy he had bottled up finally erupted once more. If you're so remarkable, fetching just 20 buckets of water won't suffice. Heh. Chapter 15. Huang Zheng. As dawn broke, Wang Fu, having partaken of his morning repast, descended to the medicinal fields to inspect for any nascent weeds. For a month, he had meticulously purged the 10 plots under his care, now requiring only a cursory inspection for new sprouts. The extracted weeds were transmuted into spiritual essence via his miniature cauldron. If only these medicinal herbs could be alchemized into spiritual essence, their potency would surely eclipse that of the clear spirit pool's waters, Wang Fu mused, casting a longing glance at the thriving herbs. Yet, he dared not act on the impulse, for each herb was accounted for with precise accuracy, and any discrepancy would incur severe repercussions. After a thorough circuit, finding no errant weeds, Wang Fu retreated to his abode. From afar, he espied a figure that stirred within him a tempest of resentment. His gaze remained fixed, yet he betrayed no outward sign. Only as he drew nearer did Wang Fu mask his animosity, adopting a veneer of cordiality. Wang Fu, I hear tell of your extraordinary prowess. To haul 20 buckets of water in a mere hour bespeaks prodigious strength, Zhang Heng remarked, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, his fingers rhythmically drumming against the wooden table. His eyes, narrowed to slits, scrutinized Wang Fu with an inscrutable gaze. Senior brother Zhang, your praise is excessive. My meager abilities pale in comparison to your own. I merely seek to expedite my duties and secure a modicum of rest. Wang Fu demurred, adopting a deferential posture. He was no impetuous fool. While his strength remained inferior, he would bide his time. Rest? Huh. Merely to devote more time to cultivation, no doubt. There is no need for pretense. But you are all as witless as swine. Prolonged cultivation will never transform you into true cultivators. Better to toil diligently and accumulate menial merits. When the time comes to descend the mountain, you will at least possess ample silver. Is that not so? Zhang Heng scoffed, making no attempt to conceal his disdain. Wang Fu's lips twitched imperceptibly, his heart seething with indignation. Yet, outwardly, he echoed Zhang Heng's sentiments. Senior brother Zhang speaks with wisdom. Indeed. In that case, commencing today, you shall transport 50 buckets of water daily to the spirit pool. How does that strike you? Zhang Heng fixed Wang Fu with a piercing gaze, his fingers ceasing their drumming, as if poised to strike at the slightest hint of dissent. Forewarned of Zhang Heng's ruthlessness, Wang Fu offered no resistance. He merely clasped his hands in obeisance, nodding and bowing. Senior brother may rest assured, not a single bucket shall be wanting. Humph. Quite the sensible one, Zhang Heng sneered, rising and casting a contemptuous glance at Wang Fu as he departed. Wang Fu, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails threatened to pierce his flesh, watched Zhang Heng's haughty retreat. Without indulging in superfluous lamentations, Wang Fu simply etched each indignity into his memory. After ingesting a single drop of spiritual essence, Wang Fu commenced his cultivation. He had conceived a rather ingenious plan. If he was to be burdened with hauling 50 buckets of water, he would avail himself of the prolonged sojourn by the clear spirit pool. With 30 additional buckets to transport, he would surely require respite. During these moments of repose, he would surreptitiously immerse his miniature cauldron in the pool. A series of knocks interrupted Wang Fu's cultivation. Displeased, he reluctantly suppressed the fervent spiritual essence within him and opened the door, where a swarthy visage greeted him. Seeing Huang Zheng's beaming countenance, Wang Fu felt an inexplicable surge of aversion, perhaps exacerbated by Zhang Heng's recent oppression. Wang Fu, my brother. Senior brother Huang. What brings you here? Wang Fu inquired, eager to be rid of him. Nothing of great import. However, I observed senior brother Zhang's visit. Has he been oppressing you yet again? Huang Zheng inquired with feigned concern. Wang Fu nodded in resignation. Truly outrageous. By what right do they mandate that you haul 50 buckets daily, more than double the quota of others, compounded with your existing duties? When will you find time for cultivation? At this rate, how will you ever achieve qi induction and become a true cultivator? Huang Zheng exclaimed, his words flowing ceaselessly. Wang Fu raised his head, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the garrulous Huang Zheng. He had divulged nothing of Zhang Heng's decree, nor did he believe such news could have disseminated so rapidly. The only plausible explanation was that Huang Zheng had prior knowledge of the matter. Zhang Heng would never have imposed such a task without provocation. Huang Zheng must be implicated. Wang Fu's resentment grew with each passing thought. The unrefined spiritual essence within him surged like a conflagration in his chest, and his countenance hardened. Huang Zheng. Yes? How did you come to know that Zhang Heng has ordered me to haul 50 buckets of water? Wang Fu demanded, his eyes blazing with anger. Huang Zheng feigned surprise, his eyes darting about. The news has spread far and wide. I only heard of it just now. Spread far and wide. Huh? Wang Fu scoffed. How long has it been since Zhang Heng departed? Could the news have spread so quickly? Does he proclaim it to all he encounters? Does he take me for a fool? Wang Fu drew closer, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fury. Huang Zheng erupted in laughter. Ha. So you have discovered my machinations. Indeed, it was I who informed Zhang Heng, urging him to discipline you. And not only this time, but the last as well. Otherwise, why do you suppose Zhu Zhen and the others knew of the arrival of a newcomer so swiftly? Humph. Why should you, a mere newcomer, be assigned such light duties? I refuse to accept it. My family has served in the military for generations. What is there that I lack? Why should you, a commoner, live more comfortably than I? Zhang Heng's family is impoverished, and he desires to provide for his parents. A mere letter from me suffices. Ha. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Ha. With your puny frame. Huang Zheng revealed his true colors, abandoning his previous facade of simplicity. He sneered as he grasped Wang Fu's collar, patting his face. I dare not defy Zhu Zhen and the others, but I can certainly deal with you. Wang Fu stared at Huang Zheng's smug expression. You are right. I may not be able to defeat them, but I can certainly defeat you. His fist shot forth, landing squarely on Huang Zheng's abdomen. Huang Zheng's face contorted in agony, his body contorting as he groaned in pain. You dare strike me? You actually dare strike me? Huang Zheng gasped, regaining his composure and adopting a fighting stance, revealing a practiced martial art. His fist hurtled towards Wang Fu's face. You commoner, kneel before me. Prior to joining the Falling Feather sect, Huang Zheng had served in the military alongside his family. A mere commoner had dared to ambush him. He would teach Wang Fu a lesson he would never forget. Now that his machinations had been exposed, he would beat him into submission. As he watched the approaching fist, Wang Fu perceived Huang Zheng's movements as strangely sluggish. He saw everything with perfect clarity, even the fine hairs on the fist. He extended his hand, and Huang Zheng's fist landed precisely in his palm, as if guided by an unseen force. With an upward thrust of his palm, a sharp crack echoed through the air. A cry of agony erupted as Huang Zheng clutched his wrist, collapsing to the ground in excruciating pain. He felt as if his hand had been shattered, the pain radiating from the very marrow of his bones. Wang Fu gazed down at Huang Zheng, his voice chilling. "Begone. Do not provoke me again, nor attempt to obstruct me. If Zhang Heng and the others harass me again, whether you are involved or not, I will beat you severely. I may not be able to kill you, but the sect will not interfere if I break your arms and legs." "You," Huang Zheng protested, unwilling to concede. "Begone. If you do not depart, I will break your other hand," Wang Fu threatened. Huang Zheng gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with intense hatred. He clutched his wrist and staggered away. Watching Huang Zheng disappear from sight, Wang Fu released a sigh of relief. He turned and retreated into his room. Leaning against the closed door, his heart pounding wildly. For the first time in his life, he had truly engaged in physical combat. "I never realized I possessed such strength. A single blow was enough to injure Huang Zheng. The spiritual essence refined by the miniature cauldron is truly miraculous," Wang Fu mused, marveling at the power coursing through his fist. However, that enraged blow consumed a significant portion of the unrefined spiritual essence. It was not entirely my own strength. I must accelerate my cultivation and achieve Qi induction as soon as possible. If Huang Zheng were to surpass me, he would surely seek revenge. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Fu hastily resumed his cultivation. The subsequent days were both tranquil and pressing. Taking advantage of his tasks, Wang Fu daily immersed the small cauldron into the Qingling pool, collecting a considerable amount of spiritual liquid. With each passing day, he ingested and refined the essence of this liquid. His strength grew increasingly formidable, his senses sharpened, and his constitution improved remarkably. Finally, on a night a month later, he successfully drew spiritual energy into his body, officially stepping into the realm of Qi refinement, first layer. Meanwhile, Huang Zheng, who had been injured by Wang Fu, harbored resentment in his heart. Perhaps fueled by this animosity, coupled with a year of diligent training within the sect, he too managed to attract Qi into his body, becoming a practitioner of Qi refinement, first layer. "Wang Fu, wait for me. This time I shall shatter your path to immortality. How can a newcomer surpass me?" In a secluded area of Herb Valley, with a soft shout, 3 earth thorns instantly erupted from the soil, stabbing diagonally forward, the erupting power of which made Wang Fu's eyes light up. This was the result of his 7 days of cultivating the earth thorn technique. According to the description in the thick earth art, being able to cast 3 earth thorns instantly meant that he had cultivated the earth thorn technique to great success. Wang Fu patted the earth thorns, which were as hard as stone, inevitably increasing his confidence. Compared to the difficulty of guiding Qi into the body, his cultivation of spells was much faster, being able to cast an earth thorn in less than a day. After completing his tasks these days, he had been secretly cultivating in this deserted place. Cultivating spells consumed a great deal of energy, but fortunately, he had spiritual liquid to replenish it. As a result, he discovered that the speed of his cultivation had increased significantly. Although he had not yet reached the perfection of the first level of Qi refining, he had completely consolidated his foundation, enough to cast the earth thorn technique 3 times in a row. Once again, he cast the earth thorn technique in reverse, directing the 3 earth thorns that had emerged underground. After a burst of activity, the 3 earth thorns burrowed into the ground, and apart from the freshly turned soil, there was no other unusual appearance. This was all routine, as Wang Fu did not want to be discovered secretly cultivating spells here. The Zhuzhen gang in Herb Valley were not soft-hearted individuals, and his current cultivation at the first level of Qi refining still required him to remain hidden. Clapping his hands, Wang Fu sat directly on the hillside, took out a drop of spiritual liquid and swallowed it, quickly restoring his consumed spiritual power. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a flash of light fleeting past. "My spiritual power has increased slightly again. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the second level of Qi refining in less than 3 months. Wang Fu touched the small cauldron that had transformed into a pattern on his chest, feeling fortunate in his heart. The earth thorn technique has already reached great success, and it will be difficult to break through in a short time. I might as well take a look at the other spell in the thick earth art. I don't believe it's as profound as Feng Dafu said." Wang Fu took out the thick earth art, turning to the place where the earth escape technique was recorded. It was not the first time he had looked at the earth escape technique, but he had not put his heart into studying it. He always remembered what Feng Dafu had said, that no one in the Falling Feather sect had ever successfully cultivated this earth escape technique. Every time he turned to this page, He would subconsciously think that the Earth escape technique was profound and unpredictable. Heaven is round and Earth is square. The sun and moon are light. Earth travel follows me, traveling around the four directions. Looking at the general outline of the Earth escape technique, Wang Fu murmured in a low voice, "This is too exaggerated. Earth travel follows me, traveling around the four directions. I don't seek to travel around the four directions. I only seek to cultivate it successfully, to protect my life." Wang Fu attempted to cultivate, continuing until the sun set and the stars rose. He did not succeed, using spiritual power to simulate the Earth's vibrations to cover the whole body. Feeling the breath of the soil, and then merging into the soil. How could it be so easy? Wang Fu shook his head, heading towards his house. As expected, it was not easy to cultivate. The Earth Thorn technique gave him a clue at a glance. But this Earth escape technique was indeed extremely profound. However, if he could successfully cultivate it, it could truly be considered a life-saving skill. Under the night, the area around the wooden house was quiet, with the sound of insects chirping lowly, without any lights. Unknowingly, thick clouds covered the bright moon, and the stars in the night sky also dimmed. A dark and windy night is perfect for murder and arson. Wang Fu stood at the entrance, looking at the appearance of the area around the wooden house, and could not help but think of the various stories mentioned in the school books. He shook his head with a smile. This is the Falling Feather sect. How could such a thing happen? Walking into the house, Wang Fu stretched out his hands to push the door open. Just at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An arrow of light arrived silently, pointing directly at Wang Fu's back in the dark night. Since taking the spiritual liquid, Wang Fu's perception had become stronger. When the cold aura was still a few feet away, the hairs on his back stood on end. The intense sense of crisis made him subconsciously roll forward, taking advantage of the situation to knock open the door. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he used the corner of his eye to look and saw a 3-foot-long water arrow emitting a faint cold light, shooting into the wooden house. Boom! With a roar, the water arrow exploded, and the tables, chairs, and benches in the wooden house were instantly scattered and shattered into pieces. Even the wooden house itself was blasted with a large hole. Wang Fu broke out in a cold sweat. Who is it? He hid behind the door panel and shouted, but in just a moment, he had a guess. This spell was obviously the water arrow technique, and judging by its power, Wang Fu came to a conclusion. Huang Zheng, I know it's you. Before Wang Fu could finish speaking, another water arrow technique was released towards him. The cold aura attached with the spiritual power that was about to explode made his pupils shrink. Although the power was far from his earth thorn technique, he could not withstand it with his body alone. He could only dodge it with a tumble, without cultivating a defensive spell. He did not dare to touch it even a little. If he were to be hit, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. It must be Huang Zheng. I didn't expect him to succeed as well. That's right. He came 10 months earlier than me. It's reasonable for him to break through to the first level of qi refining. If it weren't for the treasure of the small cauldron, I estimate it would have taken me a year as well. Wang Fu thought to himself. He carefully glanced outside, and with the sparse starlight, he saw a thin black figure standing not far outside the wooden house. The first level of qi refining can only release 3 or 4 water arrow techniques at most. But I have to guard against another spell. I don't know which one is recorded in Huang Zheng's cultivation technique, and whether he has successfully cultivated it. Outside the wooden house, a wild voice rang out. Just as Wang Fu had guessed, it was Huang Zheng. After breaking through to the first level of qi refining, he did not immediately seek revenge on Wang Fu. He was also a cautious person. Although he had broken through to the first level of qi refining, Wang Fu's strength was astonishing. Without a spell to protect himself, Huang Zheng was still a little apprehensive. Until today, he finally succeeded in cultivating the spell, and he wanted to crush Wang Fu with his strongest posture, letting him know the difference between immortals and mortals. Wang Fu, are you dead? If you're not dead, get out here quickly. I am now a cultivator, a high and mighty immortal. Get out here and kneel down. Ha! Listening to Huang Zheng's laughter, Wang Fu frowned and walked out of the wooden house. Huh, you're actually okay? Seeing Wang Fu unscathed, Huang Zheng was very surprised. He couldn't understand how a mortal could be safe and sound in the face of a powerful spell. You're surprised that I'm okay? It's just a mere water arrow technique. Wang Fu stood 3 feet away from Huang Zheng, sneering. You're still pretending when you're about to die. What if you have great strength? No matter what, you're just a mortal. Die? Huang Zheng was furious. The previous humility seemed to explode at this moment, and the power of anger made him directly cast 2 spells. The water flow gathered, and the spiritual power surged, appearing around Wang Fu without warning, turning into a thick water rope and binding towards Wang Fu. At the same time, in front of Huang Zhong, the water arrow technique slowly condensed, as if he had used all his strength, and even his face became pale. This is the water binding technique. Wang Fu looked at the water rope that was condensing around him and exclaimed that it was not good. He rolled to the side directly. He moved extremely fast, but he still did not escape the range of the water binding technique. His legs were tightly bound, and it was difficult for him to break free in a short time with his strength. On the other side, the water arrow technique in front of Huang Zhong finally condensed successfully. He knelt on the ground, exhausted, but a hideous smile appeared on his face. Hee hee. You can't dodge this time, right? Go to hell. The cold water arrow technique shot out, pointing directly at Wang Fu's vitals. He wants to kill me. Wang Fu never expected that Huang Zhong would dare to have murderous intentions. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Earth Thorn Technique. Wang Fu formed a hand seal, gathered his spiritual power, and poured it into the ground. In an instant, the soil surged, and hard earth thorns emerged like bamboo shoots. The water arrow technique was instantly broken, turning into a pool of water and falling to the ground. Then, an earth thorn emerged from in front of Huang Zhong, scaring him to retreat. However, he did not expect that an earth thorn would also emerge from behind him. With a pounce, flesh and blood blurred. Chapter 17. Qi Refining Stage 2. Why? Huang Zhong uttered in disbelief, gazing at the earth spike protruding from his chest, blood and organ fragments spilling from his mouth. Why? How can you wield magic? Wang Fu approached, suppressing his nausea. Because I am also a cultivator. No, impossible. Huang Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief before he slumped, lifeless. Ugh. Wang Fu, pale, stared at Huang Zhong's unseeing eyes and finally succumbed to dry heaves. He had taken a life. He, who had avoided watching his neighbors slaughter pigs and chickens in Wutong Village, had now killed a man. He sat heavily, his heart pounding. Though it was self-defense, he had still killed. Murder within the Falling Feather sect, if discovered, would result in, at the very least, the abolishment of his cultivation. I must not be found out. Wang Fu resolved. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The night was pitch black and silent. Suppressing his revulsion, Wang Fu began the cleanup. It was well past midnight before he repaired the ravaged earth and wooden hut. The bloodstains were especially difficult to deal with, requiring the use of earth spike magic to conceal them. All that remained was Huang Zhong's corpse. The body was too conspicuous to bury near the door. Discovery would guarantee his conviction. I must bury it far away, under the cloak of darkness. Alas, if only I had mastered earth tunneling, he lamented. I could bury it deep underground, where it would never be found. At that moment, Wang Fu yearned for the successful cultivation of earth tunneling. As Wang Fu pondered the burial location, the small cauldron on his chest materialized. A strange suction emanated from its mouth, drawing crimson wisps of light from Huang Zhong's corpse, like the essence from the clear spirit pond. What is this? Wang Fu could only grip the cauldron, watching as Huang Zhong's body rapidly withered, becoming desiccated. When the suction ceased, Wang Fu collapsed. Gazing at the nearly mummified Huang Zhong, he entertained the idea that the cauldron was an evil artifact and nearly cast it away. To consume human flesh and spiritual essence was beyond his comprehension. That was a person. Alas, I must dispose of the body. The withered corpse was as brittle as dry branches, crumbling at a touch, making disposal easier. Wang Fu scattered the fragments, some even buried in the spirit fields. Sleepless, Wang Fu stared at the dozens of spiritual liquid droplets and a small, reddish-brown bead within the cauldron, lost in thought. He was conflicted. Discarding the cauldron was out of the question. If it was an evil artifact, so be it, as long as he remained righteous. His dilemma was the reddish-brown bead, the essence of Huang Zhong's flesh and spiritual power. Cauldron, you have presented me with a quandary. Why did you absorb Huang Zhong's essence? It was a person. How can I ingest this? I cannot bear the reputation of a cannibal. Wang Fu refused to consume human flesh or blood. The cauldron seemed to understand Wang Fu's words. The bead's color gradually fading, leaving only a pure, watery halo, devoid of any other hue. Spiritual essence. I knew you possessed sentience. Otherwise you wouldn't have aided in healing my injuries that night, Wang Fu said, cradling the cauldron. Rest assured, whether you are a demonic or righteous artifact, as long as you do not betray me, I will not forsake you. Wang Fu was solemn. The cauldron remained silent. However, you must never again consume the essence of humans. I am also human. Killing is one thing, but consuming flesh and blood is another. The cauldron remained motionless. After breakfast, Wang Fu inspected the wooden hut during daylight, finding nothing amiss before resuming his daily tasks. The spiritual elixir, condensed by the cauldron from Huang Zheng's essence, contained purer and more potent spiritual energy than the spiritual liquid. Furthermore, the spiritual essence was far easier to refine than the ambient spiritual energy. Nevertheless, Wang Fu spent 4 days and nights, ceaselessly refining the elixir, finally breaking through to the second level of qi refining, months ahead of schedule. After a day of consolidating his cultivation, Wang Fu had neglected his water-carrying duties at the clear spirit pond for 5 days. Trouble soon arrived. Zhu Zhen and his entourage returned, more forceful than before. "Wang Fu, come out here." Zhang Heng's furious voice intruded upon Wang Fu's ears. "Here they come." Wang Fu was unafraid. Besides prioritizing his cultivation, his absence from the water carrying was a test of Zhu Zhen's limits and their strength. Now, no longer a mere mortal upon entering the Falling Feather sect, the second level of qi refining granted him some confidence. At the very least, Zhu Zhen would not dare to openly kill him. Opening the door, Wang Fu met their gaze head-on. "Wang Fu, do you wish to remain in the Falling Feather sect?" Zhang Heng, with his fiery temper, moved to attack, but Zhu Zhen stopped him. "Hold on. Our esteemed junior brother Wang is not the insignificant ant you once kicked away." Zhu Zhen immediately sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Wang Fu. Qi refining stage 2. I never anticipated such progress from a mortal in so little time. It seems junior brother Wang is well suited for the profound Earth Sutra. Qi refining stage 2? Impossible, Zhang Heng exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, he detected the spiritual energy, comparable to his own, indeed indicative of the second level of qi refining. The others exchanged surprised glances, already hesitant. Wang Fu had achieved qi induction in half a year, but Wang Fu had only been here for 2 months. Qi refining stage 2 in 2 months? "Greetings, senior brothers," Wang Fu said with a grin, pleased by their astonishment. "Heh," Zhu Zhen chuckled. "Greetings? A fine greeting. Alas, alas," Wang Fu inquired. "Alas, your attempts to ingratiate yourself are futile. Enough chatter. You have neglected your assigned task for 5 days. Do you know the consequences?" Zhu Zhen demanded. "Or do you believe that reaching the second level of qi refining allows you to disregard my orders? Let me remind you, as long as you remain in 100 Herb Valley, you will abide by my rules." Wang Fu frowned. "Is there no room for negotiation?" "Negotiation? Nonsense," Zhang Heng cursed. "There is," Zhu Zhen countered. Zhang Heng turned, surprised by the change in his leader's demeanor, only to see him grin. "Defeat us," Zhang Heng grinned, cracking his knuckles as he sneered at Wang Fu. "Heh, heh. Defeat you." Wang Fu surveyed the 4. Aside from Zhu Zhen, the others were at the second level of qi refining. "Very well, let us fight." "Zhang Heng, teach him a lesson," Zhu Zhen said, settling into a chair to watch. "Understood." Zhang Heng cracked his neck, sneering at Wang Fu. "I will refresh your memory." Crimson spiritual energy enveloped Zhang Heng's fists as he leaped towards Wang Fu's chest. Wang Fu retreated, his arms glowing with earth-yellow spiritual energy, fingers forming a mud spike incantation. "Evading? Heh." Zhang Heng sneered, pressing his attack. Chapter 18. A fish dies, and the net breaks. The fiery essence, akin to Zhang Heng's character, brimmed with an explosive aura. Wang Fu, well versed in the foundational knowledge of cultivation, understood that while fire attribute techniques often boasted formidable explosive power and sustained endurance, they were not without their limitations. He decided to evade, biding his time until Zhang Heng unleashed his spell. With a clear mind, Wang Fu recognized that strategy was paramount in battle. With careful planning, the odds of victory could be significantly enhanced, even allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. As anticipated, after several futile pursuits, Zhang Heng, frustrated by his inability to touch Wang Fu, felt a sting to his pride. He clasped his palms together, channeling his spiritual energy, and as he slowly parted his hands, a fireball, the size of a fist, began to form. "Enjoy your evasion now," Wang Fu thought, observing the fireball hurtling toward him. Is this the fireball technique? If he can conjure fireballs, he likely possesses the arson technique as well. Otherwise, without divine consciousness to control it, the fireball's speed and range would only pose a threat to mortals. Given a cultivator's agility, unless one stands still, an uncontrolled fireball can only strike in a straight line. Only when paired with the arson technique can it maneuver freely, rivaling the convenience of divine consciousness manipulation. Divine consciousness could only be birthed from a cultivator at the fourth stage of qi refinement. Wang Fu, swift in his movements, knew that one fireball would yield little effect. Zhang Heng, steeling himself, unleashed all his might to conjure 2 additional fireballs, making a total of 3 encircle Wang Fu. This was the extent of his capabilities, leaving his complexion somewhat pale. With 3 fireballs in pursuit, evasion became increasingly difficult for Wang Fu. However, he no longer needed to evade. Zhang Heng's current state was one of overexertion. The earth spike technique was activated, and 3 spikes erupted from the ground like a wall of earth, standing against the trio of fireballs. Upon impact, the fireballs detonated, sending debris and dust swirling into the air. Zhang Heng felt a surge of joy. But before he could even chuckle, a spike emerged from beneath him. With his body in a weakened state, he could do nothing but watch in horror as the spike surged upward. Panic-stricken, he was fortunate that the spike merely grazed his thigh rather than impaling him entirely. Yet the fright left him trembling uncontrollably. A peculiar scent began to permeate the air. Emerging from the dust, Wang Fu brushed off the debris. His appearance disheveled, but his spirit exhilarated. He had overcome Zhang Heng through wit and strength. Zhang Heng, you have lost. Zhang Heng remained silent, the dampness beneath him a source of humiliation, his downcast eyes betraying a fierce crimson. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a sharp clap, sending Wang Fu hurtling backward, his head spinning and ears ringing, nearly exploding with pain. You! Wang Fu seethed in fury. What of it? Zhang Heng has lost. I have yet to be defeated, Zhu Zhen declared arrogantly, casting a condescending gaze upon Wang Fu, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. He had never intended to let Wang Fu off easily. You are breaking the rules. Wang Fu, bloodied in the mouth, struggled to rise unsteadily. Rules? I set the rules here. You dare lecture me on them? Utterly laughable. Zhu Zhen scoffed. From this day forth, you will fetch 200 buckets of water for me. Miss one, and I shall reward you with a slap. Impossible. Wang Fu shouted defiantly. Impossible? Huh. Sun Xian and Tianji, incapacitate him. The two who had been mere spectators exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a resigned understanding. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to intervene, otherwise, they would face Zhu Zhen's wrath later, with no benefit to themselves. Disable me? If so, then let us perish together. Wang Fu's expression twisted with madness as he suppressed the agony in his head, forming a seal with his hands to channel his energy. A robust earth spike suddenly thrust up at the edge of the spiritual field, just a foot away from the precious herbs. Sun Xian and Tianji halted abruptly, exclaiming, What are you doing? What am I doing? If you intend to disable me, then I shall destroy this spiritual field and ruin these herbs. If I must die, I wish to see if the Lanyu sect will hold you accountable for my actions. Wang Fu laughed maniacally, his laughter intertwined with blood, an unsettling sound, gathering to brawl, leading to the destruction of the spiritual field and herbs. Do you dare share this crime with me? Do you dare? Sweat beaded on the foreheads of Sun Xian and Tianji. They dared not. Their gaze turned to Zhu Zhen. Zhu Zhen's brow furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated Wang Fu's cunning ploy. If they did not act, it would be manageable, but the moment they did, if the spiritual field and herbs were destroyed, they would face severe consequences. Even with his background in a cultivation family, he could not escape liability. Kid, you are indeed clever. Zhu Zhen clenched his fists, realizing that in Baichao Valley, he had experienced an unprecedented setback. Just wait until I seize an opportunity. Let us go. Zhu Zhen wasted no words, leading the three away from Wang Fu. Wang Fu observed their every move, ready to unleash a spell to devastate the spiritual field at any moment. Noticing that they did not retrace their steps, but instead headed toward Huang Zheng's cabin, Wang Fu understood their intent to trouble Huang Zheng, who had not completed his tasks for 6 or 7 days. Alas, they would never find Huang Zheng. A moment later, the four exited Huang Zheng's cabin, and Wang Fu hoped to overhear some curses. Zhang Heng, from a distance, cast a glare at Wang Fu, and despite the space between them, Wang Fu could feel the hatred radiating from him. Hate me? Huh. If not for the inopportune timing, you would have already been pierced by an earth spike. However, leaving you be is a disaster waiting to happen. Do not let me catch you off guard. Once the figures of the four had vanished, Wang Fu exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, his head still throbbing painfully, prompting him to curse under his breath. He had not anticipated Zhu Zhen's ambush. Cultivation is not merely the simple desire expressed by mortals. The perils within can only be truly understood by those who endure them. Yet, having embarked on this path, there is no turning back. Wang Fu retrieved a drop of spiritual liquid, swallowing it down and immediately beginning to refine it beside the spiritual field. Half an hour later, he had regained his composure. After tidying up the battlefield, Wang Fu strolled around the spiritual field, marking the conclusion of his tasks for the day. As for fetching water, that was no longer necessary. However, he could not neglect the absorption of the essence from the clear spirit pool with his small cauldron. At his current stage of qi refinement, he was already regarded as an adept in Baichao Valley. As long as he did not provoke Zhu Zhan, he could go anywhere. However, as weeks passed without Zhu Zhan targeting him, Wang Fu felt a wave of relief. With ample time for daily cultivation supported by the spiritual liquid, Wang Fu's prowess steadily advanced. The only shortcoming was that his earth escape technique still showed little progress, despite his attempts to dig deep pits to bury himself. Until one day, as he lay in the earth, drifting in a stupor, he sensed an unusual softness around his fingers, as if the soil had become fluid, allowing half his hand to sink in. He jolted awake, discovering a layer of yellowish spiritual energy enveloping his 5 fingers. Haraha! I have succeeded. I have succeeded. Chapter 19. The incident deep within the Baichao Valley. Several imposing wooden cabins served as the residence of Zhu Zhan and his companions. So, what is the matter? Has that rascal Wang Fu displayed any unusual behavior of late? Zhu Zhan asked, seated confidently in his chair. No. I've had someone keep an eye on him. Aside from his daily cultivation, he spends his time meditating at the Qingling pool, and nothing seems amiss, Zhang Heng replied, shaking his head. The mere thought of Wang Fu stirred a deep-seated resentment within him. It shouldn't be. In just a few short months, he has advanced from a mere mortal to the 2nd level of qi refinement and mastered his spells. It's hard to believe he hasn't encountered some fortuitous event. Could it be that he truly has a perfect affinity with the earthly techniques? Zhu Zhan pondered aloud, stroking his chin, skepticism etched on his face. Could it be that he possesses not 5 spiritual roots, but rather 2 or 3? No, that cannot be. If he had 2 or 3 spiritual roots, he would have already become an official disciple, not be toiling away at Shaodong Peak. Continue to keep watch. Also, make a trip to the Qingling pool and inspect the area where he has been meditating for anything unusual. Zhu Zhan seemed to have an epiphany. Forget it. I shall go myself. You take charge of the Huangzheng matter. That fellow has vanished without a trace, and I cannot tell if he slipped away or met with misfortune. Understood. Zhang Heng nodded, his mind filled with unspoken thoughts. Ah, you want to go personally? I suspect you fear I might uncover some opportunity before you do. Unfortunately, I have already searched the vicinity of the Qingling pool thoroughly. As for Huangzheng, his absence is of no concern. He is but a mere mortal. Once Zhang Heng departed, Zhu Zhan leisurely made his way to the Qingling pool. Truth be told, he held little belief that the pool harbored any treasures, having explored it numerous times. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. What if an opportunity truly awaited him? If nothing was found there, he would then investigate Wang Fu's cabin, determined to scour it thoroughly. If there were indeed any valuable treasures, he would not hesitate to seize them, even if it meant resorting to violence on Shaodong Peak. Feng Dafu listened intently to a report from his subordinate, his expression growing increasingly dark. Brother Feng, the situation is as follows. Wang Fu and Zhao Zilan have no connection. In fact, they harbor enmity towards one another. The speaker, cautious, glanced at Feng Dafu, who wore a stern look, clearly signaling that it was time to leave. Brother Feng, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Feng Dafu waved him off, and the man hurriedly made his escape, visibly relieved. Oh, this is truly remarkable. Someone dares to deceive me? Do they truly believe I, Feng Dafu, am a mere layabout? Even clay figures possess a modicum of spirit, he fumed. Wang Fu, you better brace yourself. Feng Dafu never let grievances linger, and promptly set off towards Baichao Valley, even employing the wind control technique to hasten his journey. Meanwhile, Wang Fu practiced his earth escape technique beside his cabin. Since his last encounter, he had discovered the secret to its mastery. Yet the golden-hued spiritual energy was exceptionally challenging to cultivate. Currently, he had only managed to cover a small portion of his leg, and achieving full body coverage would be a formidable task. The winds around him intensified, and suddenly, he sensed a figure racing towards him. As the shape drew closer, it became clear it was a person. What incredible speed! Before he could fully process his surprise, he recognized the figure, Feng Dafu. What brings him here? Has the matter with Huangzheng been exposed? Wang Fu felt a surge of panic. Stay calm. I must not reveal any signs of guilt. I will deny any connection to Huang Zhong, who has now become naught but dust. He feigned composure, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. In mere moments, the rotund Feng Dafu floated into view, his expression dark and focused on Wang Fu, as if assessing the audacity of this young man who dared to deceive him. You've become a cultivator? Feng Dafu noted the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding Wang Fu, which were not insignificant. Greetings, Brother Feng, Wang Fu bowed respectfully. I owe my progress to your guidance and the abundant spiritual energy of Baichao Valley, which has allowed me to make this fortunate breakthrough. Fortunate, indeed. It appears you possess quite the luck, achieving a level that typically takes disciples a year or two in just 4 to 5 months. You must have a special affinity with the earthly techniques. Feng Dafu, however, saw through Wang Fu's facade. He had come to confront him, not to indulge in idle chatter. Now, let me ask you directly, what is your relationship with Zhao Zilan? Wang Fu was taken aback. Zhao Zilan? Feng Dafu rushed here because of Zhao Zilan? Are you mute? Speak up. Is it that you've been caught out and have nothing to say? Feng Dafu glared at him menacingly. No, we have no relationship at all, Wang Fu stammered, finally grasping Feng Dafu's intent. The latter felt deceived. But Wang Fu had never claimed any connection with Zhao Zilan. No relationship? What a fine statement. You had me fooled entirely. I thought you were a relative of Zhao Zilan and even brought you here myself. Feng Dafu angrily gestured at Wang Fu, unleashing a torrent of insults. I selected you after much consideration, choosing Baichao Valley for its rich spiritual energy and personally escorting you here. I catered to your every need. And now it turns out you and Zhao Zilan are not only unrelated but also enemies. You've made a fool of me, Feng Dafu nearly shouted. And seeing him out of breath, Wang Fu hurriedly offered him a glass of water. Brother Feng, please drink. Don't let your anger affect your health. Feng Dafu instinctively accepted the cup, but upon seeing Wang Fu's infuriatingly cheerful demeanor, he became even more enraged and threw the cup aside. Drink water? What nonsense. You need to give me an explanation, or this will not end here. But I have never claimed to have any ties with Zhao Zilan, Wang Fu protested, bewildered. So you're saying I, Feng Dafu, am the fool here? Feng Dafu glared at him. No, that is not what I meant. Wang Fu quickly waved his hands, fearful of admitting to such a thing. Humph, as if you dare. Feng Dafu filled another cup of water and drank it down in one go. Since you have no relationship with Zhao Zilan, you can't remain in Baichao Valley any longer. Vacate your position immediately. Leave Baichao Valley? Where am I supposed to go? Wang Fu felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of leaving, for he had no desire to stay in a place fraught with danger, especially with Zhu Zhen's group lurking nearby. Yet he feigned distress, putting on an unwilling expression. Where to? To a place he would never wish to go. Feng Dafu grinned, knowing that sending Wang Fu there would help alleviate his own frustration. After all, the lad had reached the second level of qi refinement. He wouldn't be worn out that easily. As long as he didn't perish, he would be worked to the bone. Chapter 20. Haimu Cliff nestled at the fringe of the Liu mountain range. Shaodong Peak stands in stark contrast to the abundant spiritual energy found within the sect. Here, the vitality of heaven and earth is notably scarce. Surrounding the cliffs that border Shaodong Peak, the spiritual energy is even more feeble. Haimu Cliff, with a chasm plunging 100 feet below and a dense canopy of dark trees above, is characterized by the presence of the blackwood, trees imbued with unique spiritual essence, remarkably resistant to combustion. The flames they produce burn a deep crimson, maintaining a high and stable temperature, making them the preferred fuel for the official disciples of Liu's sect, whether for alchemy or artifact crafting, yielding exceptional results. Upon setting foot on Haimu Cliff, Wang Fu truly grasped the richness of the spiritual energy in Baichao Valley. It was nearly tenfold. It is no wonder that everyone on Shaodong Peak held a deep-seated fear of Feng Dafu, with his influence. Anyone who incurred his wrath would find themselves banished to this desolate place, where the path to cultivating to the fourth level of qi refinement and attaining the status of an official disciple seemed almost insurmountable. Sighing, Wang Fu remained undaunted. While others struggled to progress here, he bore no such concerns. With the presence of his small cauldron, the black wood on Haimu Cliff served as his sustenance for cultivation. Each timber was imbued with spiritual energy. The number of individuals on Haimu Cliff was limited to less than 10, with the overseer being a scruffy man at the third level of qi refinement, affectionately dubbed Old Lin. Soon after settling in, Wang Fu became well acquainted with the laid-back Old Lin, primarily because they both hailed from remote villages, not far from Wutong Village. This serendipitous encounter in a foreign land fostered a camaraderie between them. However, mindful of Huang Zheng's unfortunate experience, Wang Fu harbored a sense of caution. His wariness extended not just to old Lin, but to everyone he encountered. Despite the stark lack of spiritual energy at Haima Cliff, the Blackwood was indispensable for the disciples of the sect in their alchemical and artifact endeavors, necessitating the labor of skilled servant disciples for its procurement. As for mortals, the robust nature of Blackwood meant that even a full day of chopping might yield no success. Only with specially crafted axes infused with spiritual energy could they hope to make any headway. To address this, the sect allocated a certain quantity of spiritual stones each month for the disciples on Haima Cliff to restore their energy. However, using these stones for cultivation or accumulating them proved exceedingly challenging. The sect had calculated that the spiritual energy consumed in felling the Blackwood equaled that contained within the stones, making surplus exceedingly difficult to achieve. Hence, Haima Cliff had become a place dreaded by many servant disciples. Nevertheless, exceptions existed. Old Lin possessed a unique technique and a meticulous approach to utilizing spiritual energy. According to him, he could accumulate 17 or 18 spiritual stones each year, and his willingness to remain on Haima Cliff was solely for the stones. He generously shared his techniques with others, though most could only grasp a fraction of his methods. To amass a few stones, one would need to toil day and night. Naturally, Wang Fu eagerly absorbed this knowledge. After half a month of practice, Old Lin chuckled. Indeed, I have taught nearly 70 or 80 people over the years on Haima Cliff, but you, little Fu, have managed to learn all my skills. Sitting on a stone, Old Lin observed Wang Fu deftly wielding his axe, striking the same spot on the Blackwood with precision. All thanks to your excellent teaching, Old Lin, Wang Fu replied, smiling. To conserve spiritual energy while felling Blackwood, each strike must land precisely on the same point, and the angle of the first strike must be flawless. Even a slight error would lead to excessive energy expenditure. Beyond the technique, the output of spiritual energy must also be meticulously controlled. If one were to pour energy into the axe all at once, it would only lead to waste. The key was to time the energy release to coincide with the moment the axe met the wood, thereby maximizing efficiency. While the technique of chopping wood could be mastered by anyone, the fine control of spiritual energy proved challenging for most on Haima Cliff, primarily due to the timing required to envelop the axe's blade with energy. Acting too quickly would lead to unnecessary consumption, while being too slow could result in numbing the arm. As the old saying goes, a master leads you to the door, it is up to you to enter. Old Lin stroked his scruffy beard, adding, I can provide the methods, but true success relies on your talent and effort. On Haima Cliff, there was little intrigue or rivalry. Even those with envy dared not act out. Although some, like Old Lin, were also at the third level of qi refinement. His precise control of spiritual energy elevated him above the rest, earning him respect. Each month, 5 spiritual stones were allocated. Distributed promptly by Feng Dafu on the morning of the first day, Wang Fu noted the familiarity between Feng Dafu and Old Lin, as their conversations often included glances in his direction, which filled him with foreboding. Thankfully, Old Lin did not conspire against him afterward. When Wang Fu later inquired, he learned that Feng Dafu had indeed instructed Old Lin to make things difficult for him, even providing a few spiritual stones as a reward. Old Lin accepted the stones, promising compliance, while the notion of troubling Wang Fu was quickly forgotten, a classic case of reaping benefits without delivering service. Wang Fu declared he had learned much. With the spiritual liquid from the Qingling pool fully consumed, his cultivation reached the peak of the second level of qi refinement, just a step away from entering the third level. Fortunately, he had already begun to have his small cauldron absorb the essence of the Blackwood on Haima Cliff. Now, the cauldron radiated a faint bluish-black glow, containing no less than 100 drops of spiritual liquid. With so few people around, as long as he controlled the amount of Blackwood taken, no one would notice. The spiritual liquid derived from Blackwood was purer than that from Qingling pool. After refining 3 drops, Wang Fu seamlessly broke through to the third level of qi refinement, unexpectedly awakening his spiritual consciousness. Wasn't spiritual consciousness supposed to manifest only at the 4th level of qi refinement? Why had it arisen at the 3rd? Wang Fu was puzzled. Yet this was not a misfortune. Could it be that the spiritual liquid produced by the cauldron also had the effect of enhancing spiritual consciousness? Wang Fu could only speculate. But the premature awakening of spiritual consciousness was ultimately a boon. He discovered that employing Old Lin's method to fell black would not only conserve spiritual energy, but also significantly enhanced his fine control over it, greatly aiding his practice of the earth escape technique. In less than 3 days, Wang Fu had mastered the ability to meld his lower body into the earth, making substantial progress in the earth escape technique. The spiritual energy at the 3rd level of qi refinement was still somewhat strained, even if he succeeded in cultivating it. He could only maintain that state underground for a brief period. Rather than slowly mastering the earth escape technique, it seemed more prudent to hasten his ascension in cultivation. With Haimu Cliff posing little danger, it was the perfect environment for focused training, enabling him to become an official disciple sooner. Only official disciples could enjoy the myriad conveniences offered by Liu's sect. After further honing his earth spike technique, he found himself growing increasingly proficient, nearing perfection. Each day, Wang Fu followed a consistent routine, spending 2 to 3 hours felling black wood and refining his control over spiritual energy. The rest of his time was dedicated to refining the spiritual liquid until his meridians throbbed with discomfort. Only then did he practice the earth spike technique, followed by the earth escape technique. With the pure spiritual liquid provided by the cauldron, Wang Fu's cultivation steadily advanced, rivaling even those with 3 or 2 spiritual roots. As for those with heavenly spiritual roots, such comparison was futile. Life on Haimu Cliff continued as usual, with no one paying attention to him. However, significant events unfolded within Liu's sect. The gifted disciple, Yun Ningshuang, had emerged from seclusion, and the sect's master announced the imminent opening of the Great Xia's earth vein. Yun Ningshuang would accompany the inner sect's senior brother, El Feng, to the earth vein for foundational cultivation. If all went as planned, Liu's sect was poised to gain 2 more prodigies in foundational cultivation, prompting a joyous celebration throughout the sect. Foundation establishment was categorized into 3 paths: heavenly, earthly, and human. The method involving the foundation establishment pill marked the human path, the approach favored by the majority of cultivators in the realm. In contrast, earthly foundation establishment utilized the energy of the earth's spiritual veins, which were tightly controlled by the sects, making them a rare opportunity. Within the borders of the Great Xia, there existed only one such earth spiritual vein, jointly managed by the 6 major sects, with formations established to safeguard it. This vein opened once every 30 years, with limited slots available. Above earthly foundation establishment lay heavenly foundation establishment. However, the 6 major sects lacked the means to transmit this method across the entire realm of cultivation. The likelihood of reaching the 10th level of qi refinement and qualifying for foundational establishment was exceedingly rare, and the chances of successfully establishing a foundation with the foundation establishment pill were even slimmer. Chapter 21. Retribution. The recent happenings within the Falling Feather sect have been nothing short of momentous. First, the imminent opening of the Great Xia Earth Vein promised the emergence of 2 geniuses achieving earthly foundation establishment within the sect. Then, the reclusive Yin Ning's abrupt return saw her summarily dispatching Zhao Zilan with a single, humiliating blow. The former event sparked jubilation throughout the sect, while the latter engendered widespread astonishment. Both individuals were disciples of Golden Core elders. Yet the question lingered: why would the ethereal Ning suddenly assault Zhao Zilan in such a demeaning manner? Whispers circulated, attributed to the sect's resident know-it-all, alleging that Ning's ire stemmed from a mere menial disciple. The precise reasons, however, remained shrouded in conjecture. Yet, this was merely a prelude to an even more sensational occurrence. Sun Qian, the esteemed Peak Lord of Jinshan Peak, ventured to Falling Peak to demand an explanation for the treatment of his disciple, Zhao Zilan, only to be met with a retaliatory strike from He Hongqiu, the Peak Lord of Falling Peak. He suffered the same fate as his disciple. On that fateful day, an immense palm materialized from Falling Peak, casting an all-encompassing shadow that swept across the horizon, leaving most of the Falling Feather sect's disciples in awe. Such was the power wielded by a Golden Core cultivator. In the aftermath of this incident, no one dared broach the subject of Yun Ning, lest they share Sun Qian's fate of enduring a blow from a Golden Core cultivator in the late stage. Life resumed its customary rhythm until, 3 months later, the day arrived for the opening of the Great Xia Earth Vein. Yun Ning and Lu Feng, a prodigious disciple from Flying Peak, embarked together for the southernly prefecture of the Great Xia Kingdom. This day also marked Wang Fu's breakthrough to the 4th level of qi refining. Finally, a breakthrough, he muttered. Upon the Blackwood Cliff, Wang Fu sat in a meditative posture. As he opened his eyes, two brilliant beams of light erupted, extending several feet. With the profound earth art in motion, his spiritual power surged, surpassing its previous intensity manifold. His spiritual perception expanded from 1 zhang to 2, and if focused in a single direction, it could reach 6. Should he possess a magical artifact, he could manipulate it within a 6 zhang radius. Qi refining, 4th level. At last, I can become a formal disciple. Wang Fu's elation quickly gave way to solemnity. Before becoming a formal disciple, I must master the earth technique and revisit 100 Herb Valley. He would never forget the humiliation inflicted upon him by Zhu Zhan and Zhang Hong. A debt of vengeance must be repaid, Wang Fu declared, not considering himself a paragon of virtue, but merely a fledgling cultivator in the vast world of cultivation. With his qi refining 4th level cultivation, his spiritual power was several times denser than before. He quickly mastered the earth technique. A yellow-tinged spiritual energy enveloped his body, allowing him to traverse the earth. Though not as nimble as walking on the surface, it was still faster than walking, and he could sustain it for a quarter of an hour. The only drawback was the need to surface periodically for air. After dedicating 3 or 4 days to perfecting the earth technique, Wang Fu, under the cover of darkness, grabbed his lumbering knife and tunneled into the earth. 100 Herb Valley lay on the other side of Minor Winter Peak. Using the earth technique, Wang Fu cautiously evaded any potential encounters. Finally returning to 100 Herb Valley at midnight, he headed straight for the residences of Zhu Zhan and Zhang Hong. Zhu Zhan is at the 3rd level of qi refining, so he's bound to be more vigilant. I'll deal with him first, even if it alerts Zhang Hong, with his 2nd level qi refining cultivation. You won't pose much of a threat. Wang Fu gazed at the massive wooden structure from afar, his eyes narrowing. He activated the earth technique, his body swiftly melding into the earth. He infiltrated the basement of the wooden house and, using his spiritual perception, quickly located Zhu Zhan, who was snoring soundly in his bed. Asleep? That saves me the trouble. Wang Fu sneered. He infused spiritual power into the lumbering knife, causing it to gleam with a chilling light. As if felling a tree, he executed a swift, precise strike, the blade slicing across Zhu Zhan's neck. Blood gushed forth, and his head rolled lifelessly to the edge of the bed. Zhu Zhan didn't even have time to open his eyes. You got off easy, little cauldron. Only absorb his spiritual power. Wang Fu steeled himself and retrieved the little cauldron. He unleashed its devouring power. Zhu Zhan's flesh and blood, including the spiritual power within his head, rapidly flowed into the little cauldron, leaving behind a withered, headless corpse on the blood-soaked bed. The head on the floor also withered, its features unrecognizable. This was his 2nd time taking a life. Wang Fu felt a slight revulsion, but little else. He cast one last glance at Zhu Zhan's corpse and muttered, in the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. Since we've become enemies, I have no choice but to strike first and eliminate any future threats. Next, Zhang Hong. Without a trace, Wang Fu left Zhu Zhan's room, the earth technique proving its remarkable capabilities. Moments later, beneath the earth, Wang Fu's spiritual perception swiftly located Zhang Hong. Unlike the slumbering Zhu Zhan, Zhang Hong was still cultivating. He sat cross-legged on a prayer mat, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. A breakthrough? How amusing. Wang Fu sneered as he silently emerged behind Zhang Hong. He thrust the lumbering knife into his back, meeting no resistance. He withdrew the blade, and blood instantly gushed forth. A crimson torrent splattered the ground. Pooh! Zhang Hong coughed up blood as he stared in disbelief at the blood pouring from his chest, his eyes filled with intense resentment. He was about to break through to the 3rd level of qi refining. Why? Why was there a knife? Who is it? His life force-ebbed away. His body slumped, collapsing heavily to the ground. In his final moments, he saw a familiar face, one that filled him with hatred. He trembled, but darkness descended, consuming him entirely. Now they're both dead. This earth technique is perfect for assassination. However, it won't be so easy to succeed against cultivators with spiritual perception. I should cultivate the spirit concealment art to compensate for this weakness. The comprehensive compendium of basic cultivation knowledge mentions many techniques, and the spirit concealment art is one of them. It serves to mask a cultivator's spiritual power. Wang Fu sighed in relief. He used the little cauldron to absorb Zhang Heng's spiritual power and quietly tunneled away. The following day, Sun Xian and Tianji sought Zhu Zhan to discuss a matter, but after knocking for a long time without a response, they exchanged glances and hesitantly pushed open the door. Senior Brother Zhu. Oh God, what a heavy stench of blood. What is that? A head. It's a head. The two were terrified. They scrambled out of Zhu Zhan's room, clutching the fence and vomiting uncontrollably. Such a significant event was beyond their ability to handle. After regaining some composure, they gathered the other disciples from 100 Herb Valley. Let's face this together. They even considered calling Zhang Hong, but after knocking for a long time without a response, they exchanged knowing glances and quietly retreated. By the time a crowd had gathered, and everyone had witnessed the gruesome sight in Zhu Zhan's room, the area around his residence had become a cesspool of vomit. Zhang Heng's room was also opened, and the crowd erupted in another wave of retching. There was nothing left to expel. Zhu Zhan and Zhang Hong were both cultivators, unlike Huang Zhong, who was ignored. With the undeniable evidence of their deaths, it was imperative to report the matter immediately. Sun Xian, Tianji, and several other qi refining second-level disciples rushed to find Feng Dafu, the steward of Minor Winter Peak. But they were met with disappointment. Feng Dafu was nowhere to be found. They could only anxiously pace in front of the courtyard on Minor Winter Peak. As for Feng Dafu, where had he gone? He was currently hurrying toward Blackwood Cliff. Chapter 22. Pinnacle of Mastery, Cursed be it all. As dawn broke, Feng Dafu received alarming news. The reason why the celestial nymph of frost had targeted Zhao Zilan was due to a mere outer disciple, who happened to be Wang Fu. How could this be? Just months prior, he had dispatched Wang Fu to the desolate Blackwood Cliff to fell trees. And now he learns that this insignificant figure is entangled with someone as formidable as the celestial nymph? This was a greater calamity than Zhao Zilan himself. Hadn't Team Master's son, Qian, been beaten for less? If the celestial nymph were to discover this, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Could he still retain this position? My goodness, what kind of prowess does Wang Fu possess? How is it that upon entering, he is already associated with two prodigies, each more powerful than the last? Truly a harbinger of trouble. Alas, I have run myself ragged. The Blackwood Cliff is not as easily traversable as the 100 Herb Valley. And with Feng Dafu in a frenzied state, even employing the wind control technique left him utterly exhausted. At last, he arrived. Wang Fu, where are you? Feng Dafu shouted, but received no reply until he spotted Lao Lin. Lao Lin, where is Wang Fu? Ah, if it isn't old Feng. What brings you here so early? Surely it isn't for leisure? Lao Lin teased, stroking his scruffy beard. Leisure? Where's Wang Fu? Feng Dafu had no time for pleasantries. He only wished to rectify his blunder and take Wang Fu away from this forsaken cliff. Wang Fu? How would I know? The Blackwood Cliff is quite free. As long as he doesn't go over the edge, he can train wherever he pleases. For all we know, he could be somewhere on the cliff this early. Lao Lin chuckled at Feng Dafu's urgency. Train? The spiritual essence here is too thin for any proper cultivation. Feng Dafu exclaimed in disbelief. You are mistaken. Wang Fu is no ordinary disciple. He has only been on the cliff for a short while and has already broken through to the third level of qi refinement. He has surpassed my own skills, and he is indeed formidable, Lao Lin praised, recalling Wang Fu's progress. Surpassed your skills? What a fool you are. For someone to surpass you, it must indeed be something special, Feng Dafu retorted, astonished to learn that Wang Fu had already reached the third level of qi refinement in less than a year. Truly, he must be connected to the celestial nymph. Why waste time chatting? Step aside. Feng Dafu shoved Lao Lin aside, feeling a shiver at the thought of the celestial nymph. He could only think of hurrying to bring Wang Fu down the cliff and serve him well. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, having returned from the 100 Herb Valley, did not rest, but rather took advantage of the night to fervently gather Blackwood essence using a small cauldron atop Blackwood Cliff. As he was about to become an official disciple, he needed to stockpile as much essence as possible before it became more difficult to ascend the cliff. Wang Fu worked tirelessly, with the robust Blackwood trees diminishing in number until the early morning light, accumulating 200 to 300 drops of essence after months of effort. Finally, he ceased his labors and began his journey back, only to encounter the breathless Feng Dafu searching for him. Wang Fu, Wang disciple, Feng Dafu called from afar, spotting Wang Fu's silhouette. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Wang Fu observed the panting Feng Dafu with curiosity. I found you at last. Come, we must descend the cliff immediately. Feng Dafu, still gasping for breath, realized just how exhausting his bulk was. Descend? How did you know I was coming down? I was actually looking for you. Wang Fu replied, somewhat puzzled, knowing that becoming an official disciple required Feng Dafu's assistance. Looking for me? What for? Feng Dafu felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that this young man sought vengeance for some slight? To handle the formalities, I have broken through to the fourth level of qi refinement and must leave the small winter peak, Wang Fu declared. Broken through to the 4th level? Wait, what did you say? Feng Dafu was taken aback, scrutinizing Wang Fu. Indeed, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him were much stronger than before, confirming his claim. What kind of rare treasures have you consumed? Feng Dafu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Rare treasures? I am not so fortunate. Wang Fu shook his head, deftly avoiding Feng Dafu's grasp. It was all due to the exceptional skills taught by Lao Lin, coupled with the spirit stones you provided, which I managed to refine completely. That is how I barely managed to break through. Wang Fu had concocted this excuse long in advance. However, he acknowledged that Lao Lin's techniques were indeed remarkable. They not only reduced energy expenditure while chopping wood but also honed his control over spiritual energy, a meticulous process that greatly aided his cultivation. Speaking of Lao Lin, Wang Fu felt compelled to express his gratitude. Without Lao Lin's intricate methods, he doubted he could have achieved such progress in such a short time. As he headed towards Lao Lin's residence, Feng Dafu trailed behind, lost in thought. Could Lao Lin's techniques truly be that miraculous? Perhaps I should learn from him as well? Bidding farewell to Lao Lin was a simple affair, just a few exchanged blessings and goodbyes. Yet Wang Fu finally learned Lao Lin's true name, Liningha. As they departed Blackwood Cliff, Feng Dafu remained skeptical about Wang Fu's claims of breaking through solely through Lao Lin's teachings. He was aware of the skills involved, believing them to merely conserve spiritual energy rather than facilitate breakthroughs. Wang disciple, are you truly not in possession of any rare treasures? Brother Feng, you have asked that several times already. I assure you, there are no rare treasures here. The Blackwood Cliff is too small. If such treasures existed, they would have been discovered long ago, leaving none for me, Wang Fu replied helplessly. Although he was puzzled by Feng Dafu's drastic change in attitude, he could not divulge his greatest secret. To dispel Feng Dafu's doubts entirely, Wang Fu decided to showcase his abilities. Brother Feng, if you doubt me, I can demonstrate how formidable Lao Lin's techniques are, but you must promise to keep it a secret. Keep it secret? Very well, Feng Dafu readily agreed, eager to witness the marvel. Then watch closely, Wang Fu grinned as he summoned the Earth Spike technique. With a surge of spiritual energy, 4 Earth Spikes erupted from the ground, towering nearly 10 feet beside him. Earth Spike technique? Feng Dafu furrowed his brow, surprised. You have perfected the Earth Spike technique. Perfected? Not quite. Wang Fu shook his head. Brother Feng, do you notice any differences among these spikes? Differences? Feng Dafu examined closely and observed that the 4 spikes varied in shape and thickness, with the thickest resembling a shield, while the thinnest was scarcely a foot wide. Seeing that Feng Dafu had noticed, Wang Fu concentrated his energy into his palm and struck the thinnest spike, causing it to snap with a sharp crack. He then seized the broken spike, wielding it like a spear and hurled it, smashing into the hillside and embedding itself 3 feet deep. Such mastery! You have truly reached the pinnacle of this technique. Feng Dafu gasped in astonishment. There are 5 levels of magical techniques: initiation, minor success, major success, perfection, and finally, the pinnacle of mastery. Many cultivators struggle to reach major success, yet Wang Fu had directly attained the pinnacle at the 4th level of qi refinement. Feng Dafu was left speechless. He even felt that if Wang Fu had merely possessed 3 spiritual roots instead of 5, his extraordinary talent in magical arts would still have compelled the esteemed Golden Core masters to vie for him as an apprentice. Indeed, all credit is due to the techniques imparted by Old Lin. Wang Fu smiled, asserting that he spoke no falsehood. Shortly after Old Lin taught him, his Earth Spike technique reached perfection. As for his mastery of the Earth Escape technique, that came later, at the pinnacle of his cultivation. Sighing deeply, Feng Dafu suddenly felt a pang of regret for Wang Fu, which ignited a genuine desire within him to forge a closer bond with Wang Fu. Independent of any connection to the enchanting fairy Ning Xuan, he resolved to personally escort Wang Fu to the outer sect. Chapter 23. Wind Manipulation. The main peak of the outer sect of the Liu sect is known as Feiyun Peak. The spiritual energy at Feiyun Peak is several times denser than that at Xiaodong Peak. Standing at the foot of Feiyun Peak, Wang Fu gazed at the long stone staircase, the rich spiritual energy invigorating him, as if it were a refreshing rain after a long drought. He could not help but greedily inhale deeply. He had ventured into the deeper realms of the Liu sect before, but at that time, he was merely a mortal, lacking an understanding of the mysteries of the world's spiritual energy. It was only later that he became a cultivator by drawing energy into his body in Baichao Valley. Isn't the spiritual energy dense? He pondered. This is merely the outer sect. If we were in the inner sect, the energy would be several times denser. Seeing Wang Fu's awestruck demeanor, Feng Dafu could not help but feel a sense of pride. Have you been to the inner sect, senior brother Feng? Wang Fu inquired as he ascended the stairs. Well, not exactly. Feng Dafu coughed lightly, then raised his chin. But I do have acquaintances in the inner sect. Wang Fu nodded knowingly after glancing at Feng Dafu. Feng Dafu felt a tinge of humiliation. Had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them. But this boy was connected to the enchanting fairy Ning Shuang, making him untouchable. An idea struck him. Junior brother Wang. The steward of the outer sect's affairs may not always be present. We should hasten to Feiyun Peak to avoid delays. With that, Feng Dafu immediately performed a wind manipulation technique, swiftly ascending several dozen steps, leaving Wang Fu far behind. Junior brother Wang, do hurry. I'm coming. Wang Fu realized Feng Dafu's intention to retaliate. Why is he so petty? He muttered, channeling his spiritual energy into his legs to increase his speed. However, compared to Feng Dafu, who had employed the wind manipulation technique and was at the 5th level of qi refinement, he still lagged significantly. Junior brother Wang, can you speed up? Why so slow? Hurry, hurry, hurry. The affairs hall is about to close. Feng Dafu leisurely strolled ahead, occasionally turning around to urge Wang Fu, feeling quite pleased with himself. Senior brother Feng, what kind of technique is this? It is truly remarkable. Wang Fu shouted as he chased after him. Haha, this is wind manipulation. Feng Dafu laughed heartily. Wind manipulation? Does that mean we can fly? Flying through the air is not that simple. Only those at the golden core stage can break such limitations. However, this wind manipulation can make us as light as a swallow, enabling swift movement. If perfected with ample spiritual energy, short-distance gliding is indeed possible. Having indulged himself, Feng Dafu halted to observe Wang Fu. Wang Fu quickly caught up, grinning. That's impressive, senior brother Feng. Wouldn't you mind teaching me? Teach you? Feng Dafu appraised Wang Fu and stroked his chin. This isn't an overly profound technique, and the sect has no restrictions on teaching it. I can teach you, but... Haha. First, you must tell me your relationship with Fairy Ning Shuang. He squinted eagerly, thirsting for knowledge. Fairy Ning Shuang? Wang Fu was momentarily confused. Stop pretending. I see right through you. Feng Dafu rolled his eyes. Yun Ning Shuang, Fairy Ning Shuang. Yun Ning Shuang, senior sister Yun? Wang Fu suddenly understood. He recalled the words of the cultivator who had attacked them on their way to the Luoyu sect. Senior brother Feng. You don't suspect that I have a relationship with senior sister Yin, do you? What suspicion? It's certain you have a connection. Otherwise, why would Fairy Ning Shuang slap Zhao Zilan for you? Feng Dafu whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Even elder Sun Qian received a slap in the process. This has spread throughout the entire sect. That's impossible. You must be mistaken. Wang Fu protested. Senior brother Feng, please don't make errors. I'll be the one to suffer later. Cough, cough. Feng Dafu coughed to mask his embarrassment. Don't worry. This time I won't be wrong. You are indeed a favored individual, especially with the support of the soon-to-be Foundation Establishment Senior Sister Yun. Oh, I mean, once Fairy Ning Shuang returns from Nanzizu, she will be Senior Uncle Yun. I truly have no connection with Senior Sister Yun. She merely brought me into the sect. Wang Fu insisted helplessly. Really no connection? Feng Dafu, seeing Wang Fu's serious expression, began to doubt. Absolutely none. None at all? That's hard to believe. Then tell me about how Senior Sister Yun escorted you back to the sect. Feng Dafu pressed on. First, teach me wind manipulation. Wang Fu countered. Fine, I'll teach you. Feng Dafu promptly retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. Here, channel your spiritual energy to activate it and press it against your forehead. Following his instructions, Wang Fu's eyes lit up. Within a few breaths, he grasped the method of practicing wind manipulation. Eager to try it out, he immediately began to practice. He formed the hand seal for wind manipulation and directed his spiritual energy. Hey, what are you doing? Focus on the main task. Wind manipulation isn't so easy to master. You need to cultivate it slowly. Feng Dafu's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched Wang Fu generate a gust of wind beneath his feet and leap over a distance of more than 10 feet. Wow. You've entered the initial stage already? Feng Dafu exclaimed. How long did I take to practice? 7 days? Half a month? A month, perhaps? Truly a prodigy with 5 spirit roots. Feng Dafu quickly employed wind manipulation himself to catch up. Junior brother Wang, you still haven't told me about your relationship with Senior Sister Yun. Wang Fu naturally would not go back on his word. As he familiarized himself with wind manipulation, he recounted his experiences with Yun Ning Shuang, omitting certain secrets, until they reached Xiaodong Peak. Feng Dafu listened intently, even providing his analysis in the end. I believe that senior sister Yin punished Zhao Shixiang indeed because of you, but it's not as mystical as others in the sect claim. First, he raised a finger. You hail from Wutong Village, which has ties to Elder Zhu, who, in turn, has a history with Elder He. Zhao Shixiang's oppression of you is akin to slapping Elder He in the face, so senior sister Yun surely could not tolerate that and stepped in for her fellow disciple. And secondly, Feng Dafu glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned closer to Wang Fu and whispered, Senior sister Yun has never let any man hold her hand. You are the first. Perhaps this has sparked some affection for you. Imagining the scenario, Feng Dafu chuckled to himself, while Wang Fu found the chubby fellow quite irritating. However, he could not retaliate and decided to deal with it later. Nevertheless, Feng Dafu's first theory seemed quite plausible. Thinking of this, Wang Fu felt a surge of happiness. Not for any other reason, but because that scoundrel Zhao Zilan had been slapped. Finally, the two reached Feiyun Peak, where the flow of people increased, and several palatial halls adorned the peak, interconnected by paths of blue stone. Feng Dafu instructed Wang Fu not to wander aimlessly and led him directly to the Outer Sect's Affairs Hall. Chapter 24. Outer Sect equipment. Before him stood a grand and majestic hall, with the three characters Shu Wu Dian inscribed in bold strokes upon a plaque. Oh, is that you, junior brother Feng? What brings you to Feiyun Peak instead of enjoying yourself on Xiaodong Peak? A middle-aged man with a square face approached. Clearly familiar with Feng Dafu. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be senior brother Song Jingtang. I'm merely here on a trivial errand today. Senior brother, Feng Dafu greeted with a smile. Song Jingtang nodded and glanced at Wang Fu, who stood beside Feng Dafu. This junior brother seems unfamiliar. This is Wang Fu, who has just broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. I brought him along to handle some formalities, Feng Dafu explained. Greetings. Senior brother Song, Wang Fu said respectfully, bowing. A servant disciple? Song Jingtang expressed surprise. It is quite rare for a servant disciple to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement. Most are sent down the mountain after a decade. And this Wang Fu looks quite young. Wait, Wang Fu. You mean that Wang Fu? Song Jingtang inquired. Yes, indeed, that Wang Fu. Not particularly extraordinary. Song Jingtang remarked, scrutinizing Wang Fu. Yet, for one with a mixed spiritual root to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement, it is indeed impressive. Come with me. Since you've broken through, you are now an outer sect disciple. Wang Fu hurriedly followed, while Feng Dafu, intrigued, trailed behind. As an outer sect disciple, one becomes a formal disciple of the sect, fully separating from the servants. Here is a standard issue storage bag containing a low-grade offensive magic tool, a low-grade defensive magic tool, a set of low-grade robes, a brief sect map, and your monthly stipend of 10 low-grade spirit stones. Song Jingtang handed Wang Fu a small gray bag, and then retrieved a token the size of half a palm. This is a restriction token, serving as your identity token as an outer sect disciple. With it, you may choose any unoccupied courtyard on Feiyun Peak to reside in, but you only have one chance to choose. Additionally, the token is embedded with a microarray that records your merits, which can be exchanged for various treasures within the sect. Thank you, senior brother Song, Wang Fu said as he accepted the token with gratitude. Song Jingtang nodded and continued. You may attempt to refine the token. It possesses an initial merit score of 10 points, which can be exchanged here for spells and foundational techniques of the 5 elements. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu immediately complied. His consciousness surged into the token, and a cross symbol appeared upon it. Do you wish to exchange for techniques? Song Jingtang asked. May I inquire, senior brother? How many merit points are required for the foundational techniques of the 5 elements? Wang Fu countered. Servant disciples only practice the first 4 levels of techniques, and Wang Fu is no exception. He must exchange for the subsequent techniques of the thick earth technique. However, upon hearing the price from Song Jingtang, his expression grew complex. Each foundational technique of the 5 elements is valued at 5 merit points, as is a basic intermediate spell, Song Jingtang stated. Exactly 10 merit points? Was this calculated in advance? What outer sect disciple doesn't need a complete foundational technique? Who wouldn't want a basic intermediate spell for protection? The 10 merit points just acquired are hardly warm before they must be spent. Yet, what choice is there? One cannot neglect the techniques. And if other disciples possess spells that you lack, would you not be bullied? Feng Dafu, who had been following closely, burst into laughter at Wang Fu's conflicted expression. I say, senior brother Song, after all these years, are the entrance rules for the outer sect still the same? Can't there be some new twists? Enough of that. Song Jingtang ignored Feng Dafu, focusing on Wang Fu. So do you wish to exchange? Exchange? Wang Fu gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. Truly unscrupulous, he thought. To give 10 merit points only to take them back immediately, such sleight of hand is impressive. Clever, Song Jingtang smiled. Follow me. Wang Fu, with a grim expression, accompanied him to a side chamber within the Shu Wu Dian. This chamber contains all the recorded foundational techniques of the 5-element sect, as well as most of the basic intermediate spells and lower. You may enter and choose for yourself, but you have a maximum of half an hour. If you find something you favor, feel free to select more. You can exchange them for spirit stones. Considering you are newly entered into the outer sect, 10 low-grade spirit stones will suffice before Song Jingtang could finish. Wang Fu hastily entered the side chamber, eager to avoid listening to more of his scheming words. The chamber was quite spacious, lined with orderly dark wooden shelves filled with books and even jade slips specifically for recording information. Following the prompts, Wang Fu quickly located the thick earth technique, a tome much thicker than the one Feng Dafu had given him. Upon opening it, he discovered a total of 13 levels corresponding to the 13 levels of qi refinement. The first 4 levels mirrored the thick earth technique he was currently practicing, with the sole difference being that this version contained no recorded spells. It seemed that the basic lower-level spells were the only perks for servant disciples. Shaking his head in resignation, Wang Fu stored the thick earth technique and began to select spells from the designated area. Basic lower-level spells, basic intermediate spells. There was an abundance, both attribute-based and non-attribute-based. So many options, even basic manuals for alchemy and tool refining. Wang Fu was overwhelmed, unable to absorb it all. As he prepared to randomly select an earth attribute spell, a faint glow caught his eye from an inconspicuous corner, flickering intermittently, drawing his attention. At the same time, a similar light emanated from the palm of his right hand. What is happening? Wang Fu quickly examined his palm and suddenly recalled the visage of an elderly man. The old man looked at him kindly. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Wang Fu recognized him as the one who had appeared during his ascent of the 1,000-step stone stairway. A figure he would have completely forgotten had he not seen him again. Could this be something left behind by that venerable elder? Wang Fu held no doubts, understanding that the elder must be a remarkable figure. He picked up a thin tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Talismans, from which the glow emanated. Inside, he found a faint golden page that seemed out of place. What is this golden page? The initial chapter of the Celestial Talismans. The text detailed the method of crafting talismans. Was this the opportunity bestowed upon him by that venerable elder? Upon the golden page were closely packed tiny characters. As Wang Fu's finger brushed against the page, the characters sprang to life, swirling into a torrent of words that surged into Wang Fu's mind, overwhelming him with a vast influx of information. Moments later, the glow dissipated, and the golden page blended into the multitude of texts. The path of talismans is boundless. Wang Fu's eyes shone with brilliance. Chapter 25, Mundane Affairs. As the half-hour mark approached, Wang Fu emerged from the side hall. Feng Dafu had already departed, leaving only Song Jingtang standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Have you made your selections? My apologies for making you wait, senior brother Song. I have made my selections. Wang Fu respectfully handed over 2 volumes and a jade slip. In addition to the essential thick earth technique, Wang Fu also opted for the fundamentals of talismans, which featured gilded pages, as it might harbor valuable insights. Even if it did not, it was indispensable for learning talisman crafting. The jade slip contained a compilation of several elementary non-attribute spells: the concealment technique, the Heavenly Dao technique, the manipulation technique, the invisibility technique, and the spirit fire technique. Although these 5 spells were only of the elementary level and did not require specific cultivation attributes, their utility was significant, making them practical even for advanced practitioners. The concealment technique allowed one to suppress their own spiritual energy, concealing their true cultivation level, making it difficult for those of equal or lesser strength to discern their depth. Conversely, the Heavenly Dao technique could unveil the cultivation levels of others, even proving effective against those who were stronger. The manipulation technique enabled one to control objects from a distance. The invisibility technique enveloped the user in spiritual energy, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from their surroundings, especially when combined with the earth escape technique, making it a lethal skill for covert operations. Lastly, the spirit fire technique generated flames through spiritual energy, allowing one to conjure the unique spiritual fire of qi refining practitioners, essential for alchemy and artifact crafting, as well as erasing evidence. Very well, but your merit points are insufficient. You need to supplement with 10 low-grade spirit stones, Song Jing-ang remarked, nodding. Use your consciousness to activate your token and transfer the merit points to me, then provide the spirit stones, and you may leave. Wang Fu complied, suppressing his reluctance as he transferred the merit points and retrieved his monthly stipend from his storage bag to hand to Song Jingtang. With a flick of his hand, Song Jingtang made the 10 low-grade spirit stones vanish. He then looked at Wang Fu, who was about to depart, and smilingly reminded him, by the way, I forgot to mention that disciples of Liu's sect, whether inner or outer sect, are all bound by sect duties, typically spanning 1 year. Forgetting this will lead to enforcement by the law disciples, and at that point, there will be no room for choice. The outer sect duties are located in the left side hall of the duties hall. You may familiarize yourself at your leisure. Thank you for the guidance, Senior Brother Song. I take my leave, Wang Fu said, startled, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude before leaving the duties hall with a solemn expression. His perception of the cunning Song Jing-ang had shifted. Not only had he drained his newly acquired wealth, but he had also withheld crucial information. Likely knowing that had Wang Fu not emerged from the side hall with 3 techniques and exhausted his stipend, he would not have mentioned the sect duties at all. Had he been unaware, the law disciples would have come to enforce the duties, leading to a far more unpleasant situation. Wang Fu could only console himself, regarding it as a necessary expense to avert disaster. Exiting the duties hall, and with no pressing matters at hand, Wang Fu decided to explore the left side hall. Numerous outer sect disciples meandered in and out, and like the others, he entered the side hall. There, he beheld a massive white jade disc suspended at the center, emanating a shimmering glow, displaying various details. The words duties list stood out prominently, indicating that this jade disc was a remarkable magical artifact. Beneath the list were the various responsibilities that outer sect disciples were expected to undertake, including tending to spirit beasts, overseeing spiritual fields, nurturing spirit insects, cultivating spirit herbs, guarding various mountain gates, patrolling the sect, refining low-level artifacts and elixirs, crafting talismans, handling miscellaneous sect affairs, and managing some external sect properties. The rewards were meager. In summary, sect duties encompassed the most arduous and thankless tasks within the sect, demanding substantial time to complete. For instance, the duty of nurturing spirit insects required one to first obtain a spirit insect from the duties hall, nurture it with spiritual energy and unique spiritual materials for a year, and only upon meeting the requirements for the insect's advancement could one receive a reward. Should the insect perish, there would be penalties. Wang Fu comprehended that with these sect duties in place, his cultivation time would be significantly diminished, especially for ordinary disciples. They would likely find themselves ensnared in an endless cycle of sect duties, consuming vast amounts of their time in service to the sect's development. Naturally, if one had connections and sufficient wealth, they could purchase a new low-level artifact, elixirs, or even comparable spirit insects to submit at the end of the term, thus fulfilling their duties. However, such affluent disciples were exceedingly rare. Wang Fu patted his chest, feeling increasingly fortunate to possess the small cauldron. It became evident that life within the immortal sect was not as carefree as one might imagine, constrained by countless regulations. Yet, despite this, why did so many still ardently aspire to join the immortal sect? Wang Fu gazed at the diverse duties inscribed on the jade disc, reflecting on how the formal disciples did not seem to fare as well as he had envisioned. Why? The answer was simple: for foundational cultivation, for powerful legacies, for the elusive path to immortality. A voice suddenly broke through Wang Fu's contemplation. It belonged to a tall, straight-backed youth clad in a black robe, a long sword of deep ebony slung across his back. With prominent brows casting a shadow over his eyes, he bore an expression that invited no conversation. Foundational cultivation? The notion was still a distant ambition for Wang Fu. The Foundation Establishment Pill was controlled by the 6 great immortal sects, as was the earth vein of the Great Xia. The dark-browed youth scoffed. Without entering an immortal sect, one remains merely a larger ant. Even those rogue cultivators dare not offend the noble families within the cultivation world must rely on the immortal sections. The 6 immortal sects reign over the Great Xia's cultivation realm. The weight of those words sent a shiver through Wang Fu, but when he next glanced up, The brooding youth had already walked away, leaving behind only a solitary, proud silhouette. Such an odd individual. After departing the side hall, Wang Fu retrieved a map from his storage bag. Following its guidance, he arrived at one of the many residences atop Feiyan Peak. Marked as the largest on the map, a complete mountain range. Scattered throughout the peaks were numerous courtyards, some of which were suspended mid-air, with disciples employing spells to traverse vast distances in a single leap. Wang Fu shook his head. He dared not reside here and opted for a different location. Finally, he discovered an unoccupied courtyard in a relatively flat area. Activating his token, a flash of light enveloped the space as the courtyard's protective array automatically opened, allowing only the designated owner with the token to enter. The courtyard was fully equipped with a living room, bedroom, study, and kitchen, far superior to both Baijiao Valley and Haimu Cliff, akin to the difference between a small cottage and a grand villa. By now it was midday, and Wang Fu's stomach began to protest. Fortunately, the kitchen contained leftover rice. He quickly kindled a fire and prepared a meal. Half an hour later, the rice was cooked to perfection, filling the air with an enticing aroma. This rice is somewhat different from that of Shaodong Peak. Unable to resist the tempting fragrance, Wang Fu sampled a bite, and his eyes lit up. Spirit rice. I cannot believe that the spirit rice cultivated by the menial disciples is so commonplace here. In that moment, the weight of the sect duties lifted from Wang Fu's shoulders. Chapter 26. The Law Enforcement Hall. Upon returning to Shaodong Peak, Feng Dafu encountered several anxious servant disciples from Baijiao Valley pacing back and forth. "What are you all doing here?" he inquired. "Feng Zhulai, Brother Feng, you have returned," Sun Xian exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with joy. "What has happened?" Feng Dafu's expression turned sour. "Something serious has occurred." Sun Xian, unable to conceal the urgency, quickly recounted the events at Baijiao Valley alongside Tianji. Feng Dafu's countenance grew increasingly grave. Once Sun Xian finished his account, he demanded, "This matter is of utmost significance. If what you say is true, that Zhu Zhen and the others have had their spiritual energy completely drained, then it must be the work of malevolent forces. If demons infiltrate our sect, it will undoubtedly cause a great upheaval. You must understand, should there be even a trace of falsehood in your words. Rest assured, Brother Feng, we would never utter a single lie." Sun Xian and Tianji exchanged resolute glances and nodded firmly, as did the others who had accompanied them. The scene at Baijiao Valley was seared into their memories. Feng Dafu gritted his teeth, deciding that he must personally investigate. After all, what if this was merely an elaborate ruse concocted by the very individuals standing before him? The implications of this situation were monumental, enough to warrant the attention of the elders. If it were a false report, his position as the servant supervisor would be forfeit, and even his esteemed uncle would be unable to shield him. "Let us proceed at once," he commanded. The group hurried towards Baijiao Valley without delay. Soon, they arrived at Zhu Zhen's residence. Upon Feng Dafu's arrival, the surrounding servant disciples finally felt a sense of reassurance and gathered closer. "Step aside. No one is to leave," he ordered. Observing the multitude, Feng Dafu understood that the situation was indeed dire. Entering Zhu Zhen's room, he was confronted with a sight of bloodshed and a withered corpse, causing his face to drain of color. Ugh. Moments later, a communication talisman soared into the sky. Atop a towering peak stood a foreboding black hall, imposing and majestic. It was the Law Enforcement Hall. Within mere breaths of the talisman's arrival, numerous figures wielding flying artifacts ascended into the air, over a dozen, each exuding formidable energy. Clad in purple robes, soaring through the skies, leaving trails of spiritual energy in their wake as they made their way to Baijiao Valley. Every disciple in their path looked up in astonishment at this sudden display. Wang Fu had just finished his lunch and changed into his azure robe, preparing to explore its various functions when he witnessed the spectacle and could not help but follow the purple-robed figures as they soared overhead. Not far outside the courtyard, two outer disciples were conversing. "The Law Enforcement Hall has mobilized so many people. Something significant must have happened. I just saw several Foundation Establishment seniors heading there." Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Fu approached and asked, "I am Wang Fu. May I inquire what has transpired? Are you a new disciple?" One of them appraised Wang Fu and, upon receiving a nod, continued, "These individuals are all members of the Law Enforcement Hall, each possessing formidable cultivation, tasked with handling violations of sect rules and apprehending deserters. But who possesses such influence to have a Foundation Establishment senior lead a capture?" I suspect this is not merely a routine apprehension. It seems something grave has occurred. The direction they are heading appears to be the fourth servant peak. Perhaps a significant incident has transpired there, alarming the law enforcement hall, the other in a yellow robe mused. Indeed, indeed. By the way, dear new disciple Wang Fu, this area on Feiyun Peak is quite remote. We chose it for its tranquility. The yellow-robed disciple smiled at Wang Fu. But why did you select this place? My apologies. Esteemed brothers, I am not fond of living on a cliff's edge. Wang Fu scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. He could hardly admit that he feared falling off the precipice and disturbing the brothers. Haha, disturbance? Not at all. I am Yongluan. Qili. From now on, we three shall be neighbors. Wang Fu felt indifferent about having two peculiar neighbors. After all, the courtyard was protected by a formation that prevented anyone else from entering besides him. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wang Fu gazed in the direction the law enforcement hall disciples had flown, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The law enforcement hall, the fourth servant peak. Zhu Zhun and Zhang Heng's corpses are bound to be discovered. However, I utilized the earth escape technique to conceal my presence, leaving no trace. It should not lead back to me. Haha, just focus on your cultivation. Indeed, Wang Fu was correct. The law enforcement hall's dozens of members arrived at Baichao Valley, completely surrounding it and conducting thorough searches. The Foundation establishment senior from the law enforcement hall meticulously scanned the entire valley with his divine sense but found no clues. It was as if the two had vanished into thin air. Yet the fact remained that their spiritual energy had been entirely devoured, an undeniable truth. Only malevolent methods or sinister techniques could achieve such a feat, leading them to conclude that a dark force had infiltrated the sect. Thus, they reported to the sect leader and the Golden Core elders, placing the entire sect on high alert. The law enforcement hall and the war hall began to patrol the sect, while other inspection disciples conducted thorough checks of the protective grand formation to eliminate any vulnerabilities. Even a Golden Core elder maintained a constant sweep of the surroundings with their divine sense. Disciples entering and exiting the sect faced rigorous scrutiny, and the atmosphere became tense, as everyone feared being caught in the crossfire. However, after a month's time, no signs of the malevolent force were detected, but several spies from rival sects were unearthed. Reluctantly, the sect leader announced the lifting of the lockdown, allowing the disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, in the shadows, members of the law enforcement hall continued to monitor the situation. If a dark force had indeed infiltrated, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Unfortunately, there were no malevolent forces, only a solitary outer disciple diligently cultivating and studying the heavenly talismans in a secluded courtyard on Feiyun Peak. After settling into the courtyard, Wang Fu no longer had to worry about disturbances from others, nor did he face the burdensome tasks of servant life. With the robe enveloping him, he need not even concern himself with bathing or grooming. The robe possessed unique properties that not only cleansed dust but also focused the mind and even gathered spiritual energy, albeit minimally, which left Wang Fu in awe. Within an hour, he successfully cultivated 5 formless spells to a minor completion level. He then opened the storage bag provided by Song Jingtang and retrieved 2 low-grade magical artifacts within. He immediately began to refine them. The low-grade offensive artifact, the Feather Blade, and the low-grade defensive artifact, the Yellow Shield. As Wang Fu felt the 2 artifacts in his hands, he was quite pleased. Though they were merely low-grade artifacts, they held special significance for him as they were his first and second magical artifacts obtained through his own efforts. The Feather Blade resembled a feathered dagger, and Wang Fu's heart leaped with excitement. He infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to float and quiver slightly in the air, summoning his divine sense. The Feather Blade transformed into a sharp streak of light, encircling him with precision and grace. Turning to the Yellow Shield in his other hand, he infused it with energy once more, concentrating to manipulate it. The Yellow Shield expanded, growing to the size of a half-door panel. Although my divine sense surpasses that of my peers, wielding 2 magical artifacts simultaneously still proves challenging, reducing my speed significantly and diminishing the Feather Blade's power. It seems I must reach the later stages of Qi refinement to master both artifacts effortlessly. Retrieving the 2 artifacts and sensing the drain on his divine sense, Wang Fu could not help but shake his head in contemplation. Chapter 27. The Book of Celestial Talismans. Having acquainted himself with 2 magical artifacts, Wang Fu took out the comprehensive guide to basic talismans and began to peruse its contents meticulously. Despite possessing a higher-level inheritance of the initial treatise on celestial talismans, Wang Fu resolved to first grasp the fundamentals of talisman crafting before delving deeper into his training. This guide proved to be an apt choice. Gradually, Wang Fu discovered that talismans were indeed wondrous creations. A small piece of talisman paper could unleash an array of formidable powers. If one were to possess tens of thousands of talismans and release them all at once, it would be akin to having countless cultivators casting spells simultaneously. Wang Fu swallowed hard, his eyes shimmering with aspiration. Although the knowledge presented in this tome was relatively basic, it was comprehensive and well-suited for Wang Fu, a novice in the realm of cultivation who was entirely unfamiliar with talismans. It detailed not only the principles of talisman crafting, but also the techniques for drawing them, encompassing all necessary skills, and even touched upon the selection of materials for crafting talismans. The crafting of talismans is divided into two methods. The more common approach involves sealing spells within specially crafted talisman paper, which can be unleashed with a mere flicker of spiritual energy. The potency of the spell, however, hinges on the skill of the talisman creator. The second method is more peculiar and ancient, involving the intricate tracing of specific patterns on talisman paper using unique spiritual energy to invoke the laws of nature, thereby creating distinctive designs imbued with various formidable abilities. Much like language, each talisman crafted possesses unique characteristics, akin to the myriad variations found in cultivation techniques. These talismans created through the latter method are referred to as spiritual talismans. The first method has a lower threshold. As long as one can wield a spell and knows how to seal it, practice makes perfect, leading to successful creations. Conversely, the latter method demands exceptional comprehension. Each spiritual talisman requires deep understanding. While both methods consume spiritual consciousness, the latter's requirements are significantly more stringent. Consequently, ancient techniques for crafting spiritual talismans have become rare, often preserved as hidden treasures by sects or families of cultivators. In the contemporary cultivation world, the former method occupies the vast majority of the market. However, as the strength of the spells increases, so too do the demands on the talisman paper, and the techniques for sealing spells have become increasingly strained, resulting in a scarcity of level 3 talismans and above in today's cultivation realm. This has given rise to another category of special talismans known as talisman treasures. These treasures encapsulate 1/10 of a magical artifact's power within specially crafted talisman paper, allowing for a fraction of the artifact's strength to be unleashed. Nevertheless, the creation of talisman treasures incurs a cost to the original artifact, and only those of substantial mastery, typically at the golden core stage or above, can undertake such creation. It is often the case that those nearing ascension at the golden core level will sacrifice their own treasured artifacts to leave a legacy for their descendants and sects, expending their final vestiges of power. Could it be that the golden talisman used by Sister Yun was indeed a talisman treasure? Wang Fu recalled how Sister Yunning Shuang had obliterated the ghostly entities and shattered formations with that magnificent golden sword. A talisman treasure, wielding 1/10 of a magical artifact's might, when fully unleashed, could surpass ordinary spiritual tools, particularly as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy. Even a Qi refinement stage cultivator could activate it. He smacked his lips in contemplation. In less than half a day, Wang Fu thoroughly absorbed the contents of the comprehensive guide to basic talismans. Regrettably, he lacked the necessary talisman brush, paper, and cinnabar to begin crafting. Otherwise, he would have certainly made an attempt. Patience was key. It was time to explore the treatise on celestial talismans. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Fu closed the book, sat cross-legged, and began to delve into the treatise on celestial talismans residing in his mind. Unlike the book that required memorization, the treatise was already embedded in his consciousness, allowing him to grasp its essence within the span of a single incense stick's burning. Though it was merely the introductory section, its power was strikingly formidable. What serendipity! This treatise on celestial talismans was essentially a guide to crafting spiritual talismans, encompassing over 100 methods for creating talismans from level 1 to level 3. Although one needed to cultivate the talisman soul mentioned within to access the complete techniques for the higher level talismans, the level 1 talismans posed no such restrictions. Wang Fu was overjoyed. What could be more fortuitous than the arrival of a pillow when one felt sleepy? Yet, the talisman's soul was the crux of the treatise, for once cultivated successfully. It would grant him mastery over all talismans he had crafted, allowing him to manipulate even those affixed to others. I must cultivate the talisman soul, He envisioned a future where he could sell talismans in abundance. Should he encounter foes possessing his crafted talismans, would they not become his allies? A hearty laugh escaped him as he reveled in this notion. In the ensuing days, Wang Fu dedicated himself to rigorous training, consuming the Blackwood spiritual liquid to enhance his cultivation, while meticulously contemplating the nuances of cultivating the talisman soul. His urgency to draw talismans waned. The talisman's soul was unique. It required not only the formation of specific hand seals infused with distinct spiritual energy, but also the nurturing of one's spiritual consciousness within their sea of awareness until a new soul, a new spirit, was born. The risks inherent in this process were immense. The prospect of losing all his progress was trivial compared to the potential turmoil it could wreak upon his consciousness. After a month of careful study and having refined nearly half of the Blackwood spiritual liquid, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, he felt ready to proceed. Alas, misfortune struck. His consciousness trembled, and his spiritual essence grew increasingly frail. The talisman's soul, comprised of intricate talisman seals, was on the verge of dissipating, leaving Wang Fu in a state of profound despair. Enduring excruciating pain, his mind raced with calculations. With a determined grit, he gathered the vanishing seals onto his consciousness and let out a thunderous shout. Merge. Seals struck against his consciousness one after another, causing a searing headache, plunging his sea of awareness into chaos. His already weakened spiritual essence teetered on the brink of annihilation. No, come together. I seek cultivation. I yearn to follow in Yun Ning Shuang's footsteps. Darkness enveloped him, and Wang Fu lost consciousness. It was not until 3 days later that he awoke. I'm still alive? He mused, astonished by the debacle he had encountered while attempting to cultivate the talisman soul. It seemed his innate talent was truly mediocre. Shaking his head, he cautiously probed into his sea of awareness, only to discover that his once murky spiritual essence was not only intact but had also expanded significantly. More remarkably, within his spiritual essence lay a unique talisman seal, now inseparably fused with his consciousness, creating a harmonious entity. With a mere thought, the talisman transformed into countless threads, weaving through his consciousness, rendering his seemingly ordinary spiritual essence radiant and extraordinary. By sheer happenstance, he had inadvertently forged his own talisman soul. Wang Fu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He had succeeded. Chapter 28. The market in the hollow. Taking a moment to center himself, Wang Fu carefully attuned to the changes within. The most apparent transformation was the enhancement of his spiritual consciousness, which now extended outward to a radius of 5 zhang. Within this space, his focused perception could detect even the minutest details, such as the legs of ants scurrying in the corners. His cultivation had advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement. With his spiritual energy having reached a mid-stage level of power, having developed spiritual consciousness at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he had already possessed a formidable awareness equivalent to that of a 5th level practitioner by the time he reached the 4th. Now, with his spirit runefully realized and his mastery surpassing the 5th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual strength had risen correspondingly, rivaling that of a 7th level practitioner. Wang Fu retrieved his storage bag and summoned the feather blade, which danced gracefully within the 5 zhang radius as if an extension of his own body. He then summoned the yellow armor shield, effortlessly commanding both lower-grade magical artifacts without a hint of discomfort. He felt a sense of security, albeit a fragile one, in this outer sect, yet he knew that it was woefully inadequate for the treacherous realm of cultivation. He must begin crafting talismans. In the following days, Wang Fu immersed himself in the consolidation of his rapidly increasing cultivation and spiritual awareness. Occasionally, he would summon his magical artifacts, practicing the offensive and defensive techniques of talismans and spells. After 5 days of diligent training, he had become proficient with both the feather blade and the yellow armor shield, having also mastered 5 attribute-less spells to the point of effortless execution. Contemplating the need for talisman brushes, vermilion ink, and a plethora of talisman paper, he realized that his supply of spiritual stones was limited, having accumulated only a few during his time at Blackwood Cliff. This thought filled him with resentment toward Song Jing'ang. It seemed he would have to venture to the market in the hollow to sell his spiritual elixirs, albeit diluted, perhaps 1 drop per small vial. This was not a matter of avarice. The small cauldron used to produce the elixirs was his greatest secret, one he could never divulge. Besides, even a single drop contained a remarkably high concentration of spiritual energy. Should anyone inquire, he would simply claim he had concocted it himself. Unfolding the map of the outer sect, he located the designated market for outer disciples, nestled within a hollow east of the Flying Cloud Peak. The courtyard where Wang Fu resided was not particularly distant from the market, and utilizing his wind manipulation technique, he arrived in just over half an hour. Along the way, he observed numerous disciples traversing to and from the market, indicating its popularity. As he approached, he spotted 2 rows of buildings within the hollow, reminiscent of a marketplace in the mundane world. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise. The market featured both established stalls and numerous makeshift booths set up by disciples, selling a variety of goods, including homemade delicacies. It was evident that the pursuit of resources had driven many to barter even ordinary food items. After wandering through the market and inquiring at several stalls to familiarize himself with the prices of goods, Wang Fu purchased a number of small porcelain vials from a miscellaneous stall for a single spiritual stone before departing. He then found a flowing stream and filled each vial with water, adding a drop of his spiritual elixir to create meticulously crafted greenwood elixirs. The combination of stream water and elixir was truly a match made in heaven. Chuckling to himself, he re-entered the market. Finding a relatively conspicuous spot, he spread out a piece of old clothing to sit upon, placing the 15 vials of greenwood elixir in front of him. However, he felt something was amiss. Pondering for a moment, inspiration struck. He picked up a twig and wrote on the ground, "Greenwood elixir, exclusive formula, enhances spiritual energy, child-safe and reliable." Satisfied, he discarded the twig, clapped his hands, and patiently awaited customers. The bustling crowd flowed past in waves, yet none paused at Wang Fu's humble stall. Nearby, a booth selling various sundries attracted a steady stream of visitors. Admittedly, this was Wang Fu's first foray into such commerce, and he lacked experience. Fortunately, he possessed a keen learning ability, and within moments, he adeptly observed the techniques of others. Seizing a vial of greenwood elixir, he removed the cork and subtly employed his wind manipulation technique. A gentle breeze wafted through, instantly dispersing the rich spiritual energy contained within the elixir. The atmosphere around him thickened with spiritual energy, drawing in passers-by who could not resist investigating this exceedingly modest stall. "Brother, may I see the vial in your hand?" inquired a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, rubbing his palms together in anticipation. "Of course," Wang Fu replied, handing over the vial without fear of theft. The market was under the jurisdiction of the Luyuzong, with enforcers present to maintain order. Any wayward individual would swiftly find themselves apprehended. The disciple gingerly accepted the vial and brought it to his nose. A wave of refreshing sensation surged through him, akin to parched earth meeting nourishing dew. As he stood there, he felt a stir of his previously stagnant cultivation, compelling him to act on impulse, and he was astonished by the elixir's potency. "Brother, what is this? How does one use it? What is the price?" he asked eagerly. Wang Fu grinned, knowing he had succeeded, but instead of answering directly, he raised 5 fingers to indicate the price, 5 lower-grade spiritual stones per vial. I see. Heh, the disciple exclaimed, promptly producing 5 lower-grade spiritual stones. After savoring the rich spiritual energy emanating from the vial, he handed over the stones to Wang Fu. Pleased, Wang Fu accepted the stones and explained, "This is the greenwood elixir, a family recipe, carefully concocted over 7 days from gathered herbs, infused with high-quality spiritual energy. It can be consumed for immediate refinement of one's cultivation." "Greenwood elixir, family recipe. I'll take 3 more vials," the disciple replied eagerly. "Of course," Wang Fu said, using his telekinesis to select 3 vials from the ground and present them to the buyer. Without delay, the disciple handed over 15 lower-grade spiritual stones and hurried away, clearly intent on refining the elixirs immediately. With the first sale completed, subsequent transactions followed in quick succession, and soon all 15 vials of greenwood elixir were sold out. Some disciples, still unsatisfied, inquired when he would return, to which Wang Fu cheerfully promised to come again. His storage bag now contained 75 spiritual stones. He noted that next time, he ought to bring a wooden table, a stool, and a cloth. Sitting on the ground felt somewhat demeaning. Rising, he brushed off the dust from his clothing, tidied up, and headed toward a nearby stall clearly marked for talisman supplies. Upon entering, the elderly vendor at the counter brightened. "Young disciple, what can I assist you with today? Do you have talisman brushes, vermilion ink, and talisman paper?" Wang Fu inquired directly. Indeed. The vendor replied with a grin. "The Su family has been stationed here in the outer sect market for quite some time, specializing in talismans. We have all the materials you might need. Ah, then might you recommend some? Wang Fu asked, genuinely wanting guidance, as he was not well versed in the market's nuances. While the comprehensive guide to basic talismans included some information on these materials, it was merely introductory. I am Su, an outer disciple, but I also manage the Su family's affairs in this market. I see you are likely attempting to draw talismans for the first time. How about I recommend some options? If you find them suitable, you can purchase them. If not, you are free to leave, the vendor proposed with a smile. Very well, Wang Fu nodded. The elderly man, with a smile, retrieved a black talisman brush. This brush was crafted from the wool of the first-tier low-level demon beast, the black-horned sheep. Meticulously refined by a fully realized practitioner over the course of 21 days, undergoing a cleansing of spiritual energy, and then further shaped with gentle heat. It served to calm the mind and stabilize the spirit while drawing talismans, making it particularly suitable for novice practitioners. Its value was 22 low-grade spirit stones. He then procured a vial of cinnabar and a stack of talisman paper. This cinnabar was similarly concocted from the blood of the black-horned sheep. And when paired with the black talisman brush, it could enhance the success rate by 10%, valued at 10 low-grade spirit stones. As for the talisman paper, it was crafted using a secret method passed down through the Su family, renowned for its softness and resilience, allowing for smooth, rounded lines without any ink bleeding. A stack comprised of 100 sheets cost 3 spirit stones. Very well, I will take 5 stacks of talisman paper. And please wrap up the black talisman brush and cinnabar for me, Wang Fu stated without hesitation, finding nothing amiss. Upon hearing this, the elderly man was overjoyed. Yet he understood the principles of maintaining lasting business relations. Thus, he proposed, the black talisman brush is 22 spirit stones, the cinnabar 10 spirit stones, and the 5 stacks of talisman paper 15 spirit stones, totaling 47 spirit stones. Seeing that you, junior brother, are beaming with confidence, I shall waive the fractional cost of the black talisman brush. Let us settle on 45 spirit stones, shall we? Indeed, that sounds splendid. Thank you, Brother Su. Wang Fu replied, handing over the spirit stones and securing the talisman brush, cinnabar, and paper into his storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, he departed, satisfied. Chapter 29. Hidden Perils. Upon returning from the mountain market, Wang Fu once again shut himself away, dedicating his time to cultivation. The crafting of talismans is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste, nor is there any shortcut to mastery. Even with Wang Fu's spiritual awareness manifesting as a talismanic soul, he expended nearly 100 sheets of talisman paper and attempted countless times before successfully drawing his first talisman, the Earth Spike Talisman. At last, success was his, and he was eager to test its power. Holding the yellow talisman in his hands, he activated it with his spiritual energy, then used his mind to control its release into the courtyard. The Earth Spike Talisman glowed brilliantly as 4 massive spikes erupted from the ground, shooting skyward. Its power was already comparable to 70 or 80% of the Earth Spike technique when executed by a practitioner, and Wang Fu was quite pleased with the outcome. Encouraged by his success, he continued to draw dozens of talismans until he felt his mind growing weary and slightly dizzy, at which point he ceased his efforts. Thankfully, his labor bore fruit. The success rate of his talisman crafting improved steadily, culminating in a 50% success rate for the last 10 he created. He then proceeded to inscribe talismans for the wind control and breath concealment techniques, among others. With his spiritual awareness depleted, the best remedy was slumber. Wang Fu fell into a deep sleep, and upon awakening, he realized that more than half a day had passed. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness had fully restored, and to his delight, he sensed a slight enhancement in its capacity. The process of crafting talismans was taxing on his mind. Yet he had not anticipated it would also serve as a means of strengthening it. If this cycle continued, his mental fortitude would surely grow ever stronger. For the next 10 days, Wang Fu devoted significant time to crafting talismans. Alongside his personal cultivation and utilizing a small cauldron to absorb and refine the essence of herbs and plants. After all, the supply of the blackwood spirit liquid was finite, and it would eventually be depleted. Once his supply of talisman paper was exhausted, he prepared to return to the market. Unlike his previous visit, this time Wang Fu was well prepared. He not only brought a small wooden table and stool, but also nearly 50 bottles of the precious greenwood spirit liquid, all sourced from Feiyun Peak. At the mountain market, still situated in its original locale, Wang Fu quickly set up his stall. In addition to the spirit liquid, he displayed a considerable number of his crafted talismans, including a talisman recorded in the Heavenly Talisman scriptures. The small wooden table was brimming with his wares, and Wang Fu was poised to amass wealth. As he admired his creations and was about to sit down, a familiar voice rang out. Haha, junior brother. I've been eagerly awaiting your return. Wang Fu looked up to see a figure clad in white weaving through the crowd, his face alight with excitement. It was the same individual who had purchased 8 bottles of greenwood spirit liquid from him previously, a man of considerable means. Wang Fu immediately donned a bright smile. Senior brother, it's been a while. Been a while? You have no idea. The spiritual energy contained in your greenwood spirit liquid is of exceptionally high quality. After consuming it, I feel as though I stand on the brink of a breakthrough. I just need a few more bottles. I visited the market several times and didn't see you. I was beginning to worry, the young man in white exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the small porcelain bottles on the table. I've been busy with my cultivation. And crafting the greenwood spirit liquid requires a significant amount of time. I cannot simply dilute it with water, Wang Fu replied earnestly. Haha, I was being reckless. The young man laughed. So, these are all greenwood spirit liquids? Give me 20 bottles. Wang Fu was overjoyed and promptly prepared 20 bottles of the spirit liquid, wrapping them up for his customer. 20 bottles would fetch 100 spirit stones, a substantial profit indeed. If he sold all 50 bottles along with the talismans, he could potentially accumulate nearly 300 spirit stones. However, as Wang Fu was lost in his thoughts of wealth, the young man's next words plunged him into a chill. Junior brother, may I inquire how you formulate this greenwood spirit liquid? Is it possible for you to sell the recipe? The mention of a recipe caused Wang Fu's brow to furrow, and he responded warily. The recipe is a family secret. It cannot be disclosed. He had not anticipated that someone would covet the spirit liquid recipe so soon. Not only was there no actual recipe, but even if there were, it could easily become the target of others, while there would be no danger within their sect. What about outside? Unless he truly revealed the recipe, he would always be under scrutiny. The issue was that the greenwood spirit liquid had no recipe to provide. Rest assured, junior brother, I can offer a generous price. I would never let you suffer a loss, the young man insisted, placing 100 spirit stones on the table. Seeing Wang Fu momentarily lost in thought, he called out, Junior brother? Junior brother? Ah? Wang Fu snapped back to reality, accepting the spirit stones and resolutely shaking his head. Senior brother, I must decline. The recipe is not for sale. Is that so? Very well, the young man sighed in disappointment before adding, if you change your mind. You may find me at the upper residence of Feiyun Peak. My name is Baiying Fei, but if you wait too long, I may have already moved to the inner sect. Wang Fu was taken aback by the confidence radiating from Baiying Fei. He hadn't realized that this individual was likely at the 9th level of qi refinement, possibly nearing its pinnacle. Moreover, judging by his words, he seemed entirely confident about breaking through to the 10th level. I shall remember your words, senior brother Bai. Congratulations on your impending promotion to the inner sect. As for the recipe, I will consider it, Wang Fu replied with a respectful bow. Haha, thank you for your kind words, junior brother. Baiying Fei chuckled as he secured the 20 bottles of spirit liquid in his storage pouch. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed a faint golden light flickering on the stall. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a talisman. Previously distracted by the greenwood spirit liquid, he now took an interest in the various talismans displayed on the table, particularly one that emitted a soft golden glow. I had no idea you also crafted talismans, Baiying Fei remarked, his attention shifting to the talismans. Wang Fu breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared the senior would persist in pursuing the recipe. It's but a minor skill, merely some low-level and mid-level talismans. They hardly warrant your attention, senior brother, Wang Fu said with a smile. Modesty does not suit you. Junior brother, I see that the quality of these talismans is quite high, with several being exceptional, especially this one. Baiying Fei picked up the softly glowing talisman. The diamond talisman. Senior brother has a keen eye. This diamond talisman is the only mid-level talisman among them, and I succeeded in crafting it after hundreds of attempts. Wang Fu spoke truthfully. The diamond talisman was a defensive talisman mentioned in the Heavenly Talisman scriptures, and it took over 100 sheets of talisman paper to produce just 3. How much for the diamond talisman? Baiying Fei inquired. This is my first time selling talismans. Senior brother, what do you think it is worth? Wang Fu replied. Generally, low-level talismans such as the concealment talisman or breath concealment talisman were valued at 1 or 2 spirit stones, while mid-level talismans typically fetched 5 or 6 spirit stones each. However, the diamond talisman was a spiritual talisman and, more importantly, a defensive one, setting it apart from ordinary talismans. The most crucial aspect was that defensive talismans could interrupt spell casting and be reused multiple times until the spiritual energy within them was exhausted. While ordinary sealing talismans were single-use items, the diamond talismans from the sect's mysterious talisman hall were valued at 10 spirit stones, and their quality was inferior to Wang Fu's. How about I offer you 12 spirit stones? What do you think, junior brother? Bai Yingfei said, unable to resist the allure of the diamond talisman. Though it could not withstand a full-force strike, it would easily block an attack from someone at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, making it a perfect gift for junior sister Li as a means of protection. Agreed. Wang Fu was pleasantly surprised that the diamond talisman could fetch 12 spirit stones. Bai Yingfei readily paid the spirit stones, and with thoughts of visiting junior sister Li, he left the market without lingering. Wang Fu watched Bai Yingfei's retreating figure, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 30. The command of the sect leader Wang Fu had not anticipated that merely his second venture in selling Qingwei's spirit liquid would attract attention towards the spirit liquid formula, causing him considerable concern. It seemed he could no longer sell the spirit liquid, at least not to the outer sect, or even the Liu sect. With a sigh, he found solace in the fact that his efforts in drawing talismans were on the right track, and the situation was not entirely bleak. In less than half an hour, all 50 bottles of spirit liquid sold out completely, during which one person inquired about the formula. Despite Wang Fu's firm refusal, he could tell that the individual would not relent easily. Ignoring the remaining talismans, Wang Fu decided to close his stall. He went to Su's shop to purchase vermilion and a substantial amount of talisman paper. Without delay, he returned home, even taking a circuitous route to avoid any prying eyes. Fortunately, he made it back to the courtyard safely. As he observed the formation's restrictions rising in the courtyard, Wang Fu exhaled a heavy breath. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of strength. If he possessed the cultivation of Qi refinement at the 9th level, there would be no need for such caution in the outer sect. With the talisman paper in hand, Wang Fu once again entered seclusion. Aside from his nightly excursions to Feiyun Peak to absorb the essence of flora, he remained secluded for 2 consecutive months, nearly forgetting about the Mountain Hollow market. Unbeknownst to him, a month prior, someone had intentionally been searching for him in the market. In the Mountain Hollow market, a man and a woman stood at the spot where Wang Fu once set up his stall, remaining silent for an extended period. If Wang Fu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the man as Bai Yingfei, who had taken an interest in his spirit liquid formula. As for the woman, her beauty was striking, and she was none other than Li Shimi, the object of Bai Yingfei's affections. Brother, do you think that disciple will not come back? Li Shimi sighed as she gazed at the desolate spot. According to what you said, he hasn't been to the market in 2 months. Rest assured, Shimi, that disciple will certainly return. However, after his last sale of spirit liquid, he amassed a considerable fortune of several hundred spirit stones, with ample resources for cultivation. He may not set up his stall again in the short term. When he will return is uncertain, Bai Yingfei replied, feeling somewhat helpless. He had not anticipated that the talisman he gifted to Li Xiaowan would cause such a stir. On that day, after Bai Yingfei presented the talisman to Li Xiaowan, she casually inquired about its origin, as such high-quality talismans were rare even in the sect's mysterious talisman hall. Bai Yingfei readily divulged the details. To his surprise, when Li Xiaowan learned that the talisman was crafted by a mere disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, she gasped in astonishment. Unlike ordinary disciples, Li Xiaowan had an uncle working at the mysterious talisman hall and was acutely aware of the challenges involved in crafting talismans. Consequently, she mentioned this to her uncle, who, upon hearing the news, was overjoyed and indicated that the hall was in dire need of such a talented talisman maker. He urged Li Xiaowan to locate this outer sect disciple and promised a generous reward. Thus, the current scene unfolded. I wonder how long it will take. If it drags on for a year or so, my uncle might change his mind, and the promise of a 2nd-level talisman would be in vain. Li Xiaowan expressed her disappointment, her demeanor a picture of delicate fragility. Bai Yingfei had never seen Li Xiaowan like this, and a protective instinct surged within him. He patted his chest and assured her, do not worry, Shimi, within a month, I will definitely find this fellow for you. With thousands of outer sect disciples, and without even knowing the disciple's name, how could he possibly seek him out? Did he intend to ask every single person? Li Xiaowan regarded him skeptically. Fear not, Shimi. I have my ways, Bai Yingfei said mysteriously. What ways? Li Xiaowan tugged at Bai Yingfei's arm, swaying it back and forth, her softness occasionally brushing against him. Brother, please tell me. The mountain man has his clever schemes. Bai Yingfei relished this moment, feeling euphoric. Come on, come on. All right. I will tell you, Bai Yingfei felt as if his bones were melting, never having experienced such delight. He could hardly resist. For ordinary disciples, finding someone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, let us not forget, this is a person sought by Li Yishe, our esteemed uncle. If we release a mission and mention Li Yishe's name, many disciples will eagerly take it on, making it much simpler. Release a mission? But only inner sect disciples have that authority. Li Xiaohuan frowned, then suddenly seemed to recall something, looking at Bai Yingfei with excitement. Could it be that you? Ha, indeed. Bai Yingfei beamed with pride, his posture upright as he unleashed the aura of the 10th level of qi refinement, creating a wave of energy that drew attention. I have already reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Seeing the admiration in Li Xiaohuan's eyes, Bai Yingfei felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, as a cold gaze bore down on him from a distance, he immediately felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. He quickly reined in his aura and cautiously bowed towards the source of the gaze. Forgive me, brother. In my eagerness, I inadvertently revealed my aura and disturbed your tranquil cultivation. I am truly sorry. Li Xiaohuan was puzzled, but saw Bai Yingfei shake his head at her, prompting her to suppress her curiosity. It wasn't until the gaze had vanished that Bai Yingfei stood up, exhaling in relief. I was just warned by an inner sect elder stationed at the market. Fortunately, he did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, I would have been confined to the law enforcement hall for several days, which would have been rather unpleasant. I got a bit carried away. The law enforcement hall elder? Li Xiaohuan glanced at the tall building, pondering her thoughts. Bai Yingfei was oblivious to the change in Li Xiaohuan's demeanor and prepared to return to the inner sect to release the mission. Shimmy. I shall head to the inner sect first. Await my news. All right, brother, I will wait for you, Li Xiaohuan replied, her gaze filled with affection. After their separation, the following day, inner sect disciples began searching for Wang Fu, for the matter was related to the Foundation establishment deacon of the mysterious Talisman Hall. Even a small association would prove immensely beneficial. However, without knowing his name and relying solely on verbal descriptions, locating him remained a formidable challenge. Moreover, Wang Fu had been in seclusion and had not shown his face. Even when inner sect disciples requested outer sect disciples to assist in keeping an eye out, it was still a daunting task. It was only when Song Jingtang received news and roughly identified several individuals based on the description, including Wang Fu, that the flurry of activity among the disciples finally had a target. Unfortunately, just as Bai Yingfei and Li Xiaohuan were excitedly preparing to confirm their leads one by one, a decree issued by the sect leader compelled them to temporarily halt their search. A beam of golden light shot from the Feiyu Hall atop Feiyu Peak into the sky, and the voice of the Luoyu sect leader resonated throughout the entire sect. The Daxia Earth Vein has closed. Our sects Yin Ningshuang and Lu Feng have successfully established their foundations and are about to return. All disciples are commanded to welcome them at the mountain gate in 3 days. No errors are permitted. The sect was abuzz. The leader's decree meant that even those in seclusion had to emerge, as this was a momentous occasion for the sect. With 2 disciples successfully establishing their foundations, the sect would soon gain 2 more golden core cultivators. There was no time for complacency. How could they possibly slack off? Wang Fu set down his talisman brush, disregarding the ruined talismans beneath it, and gazed at the beam of light in the sky, murmuring in delight, Sister Yun is coming back. Chapter 31. The return. The sect leader's decree was absolute, binding all disciples, whether they wished it or not, to comply. 3 days later, the entrance to the Falling Feather sect was thronged with people, with even the surrounding peaks bustling with figures. Wang Fu stood atop one of these peaks, gazing longingly at the sect's gates. It was not that he wished to be closer, but his meager strength rendered him unworthy and incapable. The closer disciples were, the higher their cultivation levels, and all prime positions had been claimed by inner sect disciples, leaving those beneath the 7th level of qi refinement like him to observe from the periphery. As Wang Fu scanned the area around the gates, he soon spotted 2 familiar figures. Was that Fatty? Wang Feng? The joy of encountering old friends in a foreign land filled his heart with warmth, despite only seeing them from a distance. After a year, their appearances had changed little, though they had grown taller and now donned the inner sect robes. Standing proudly among their peers, these 2 had fared far better than I, being inner sect disciples. Wang Fu felt a pang of envy, but not jealousy. Both possessed exceptional spiritual roots, and after a year in the inner sect, they undoubtedly lacked for resources. Their cultivation levels must have surpassed his by now. Fortunately, I have the little cauldron. I should not fall too far behind. He patted his chest, lost in thought. As he pondered, the protective array of the falling feather sect rippled, and then the mist parted to reveal a looming shadow descending upon the mountain. All present were left speechless, their minds grappling with the enormity of the figure before them. The dark silhouette, a massive creature, stretched 6 to 7 zhang, its wings nearly 10 zhang wide, glistening ominously in the sunlight. A piercing cry resonated through the sky, and the terrifying aura left many disciples pale with fear. A monstrous beast. Is someone attacking our falling feather sect? Some disciples were dumbfounded and on the verge of summoning protective talismans, but another nearby explained, "What nonsense. That is our falling feather sect's black feather eagle, the mount of Elder He Hongqiu. It is a second-tier spirit beast, comparable to a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. It is said to be but a step away from forming a demon core and advancing to a third-tier spirit beast. Elder He's mount." The disciple breathed a sigh of relief. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought the spirit beast mountain was attacking us. Thank goodness for you, Brother Zhang, who is so well informed. Look, is that not Elder He Hongqiu atop the black feather eagle?" Another disciple exclaimed. "And there are Senior Sister Yun Ningxuang and Senior Brother El Feng. No, they should now be addressed as Uncle Yun and Uncle El." As they spoke, several streaks of light shot forth from within the sect, the foremost being a regal woman clad in palace attire. The disciples hurriedly bowed, calling out to the sect leader. So this is what the sect leader looks like. Wang Fu beheld the true form of the sect leader for the first time. He had only heard her name, Imozi, but was surprised to find her a beautiful woman. Many disciples, particularly those of lower cultivation and recent arrivals to the sect, had never had the opportunity to see her. The elegantly dressed woman, Imozi, bowed respectfully to He Hongqiu atop the black feather eagle. "Welcome back, Elder He. This place is entrusted to you, Imozi." He Hongqiu seemed disinclined to linger, nodding slightly at her before stepping into the void and departing. Yun Ningxuang and El Feng leaped down from the black feather eagle, approaching sect leader Imo, while the enormous creature spread its wings and, with a resounding cry, vanished into the sky. "Greetings, sect leader and senior sister. Congratulations, junior sister Yun and junior brother El, on your triumphant return. You have both successfully established your foundations, adding 2 pillars of strength to our sect." Sect leader Mo's eyes sparkled with joy as she regarded the two, hoping for their swift advancement to Golden Core stage to alleviate the burdens of their elders. She felt no concern that they might threaten her position. She had long abandoned hopes of achieving Golden Core herself. These two were destined to ascend to that level, likely becoming elders of the sect, while her own position as sect leader was secure, thanks to the Mo family's ancestral support. "You flatter me, sect leader." El Feng smiled, his scholarly demeanor evident as he twirled a folding fan. "The Daxiao earth veins have opened, and the energy is limited. The 6 great sects are in fierce competition, and it is merely by chance that junior sister Yun and I succeeded. We practitioners are inherently defiant against fate. There is no such thing as mere luck." Mo Ziyuan replied with a smile, before inquiring, "Might I ask how many from the other 5 sects succeeded? Were there any unforeseen events during your journey?" El Feng glanced around, signaling that this was not the place for such discussions. Mo Ziyuan immediately understood, and with a light laugh, suggested, "You two must be weary from your travels. Shall we head to Feather Peak?" El Feng nodded, but Yun Ningxuang interjected, "Wait a moment. Is there something else, junior sister Yun?" Mo Ziyuan asked, puzzled. "Please forgive me, sect leader, but upon my return after establishing my foundation, there is something I must address." Yun Ningxuang's icy gaze swept over the gathered disciples, finally locking onto a woman clad in a yellow robe. "Oh." Mo Ziyuan followed her gaze, frowning slightly. "Chao Yan. Could it be?" Yun Ningxuang did not respond but advanced, her foundation establishment aura surging as her formidable consciousness locked onto the woman named Chao Yan. "Chao Yan, come here to meet your death." The surrounding disciples hastily parted to allow passage, leaving a wide berth for the calm-faced Chao Yan, who regarded Yun Ningxuang with an unyielding expression. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Why was Yun Ningxuang suddenly targeting Chao Yan? Were they not sisters in the same sect? Disciples of the same master? Indeed, Chao Yan was also a direct disciple of Elder He Hongqiu. However, none were oblivious. The two undoubtedly had unresolved matters, and no one intervened, treating it as a spectacle. "Junior sister." "Oh no, I should now address you as junior sister Yan." having successfully established your foundation and surpassed my cultivation. May I ask, have I wronged you in any way? Qiao Yan's response was calculated, first feigning innocence before turning the question back. Or is it that now you look down upon me, a former sister, since your cultivation has surpassed mine? Yu Ningxuang did not answer but steadily approached Qiao Yan. With each step, her murderous intent intensified, causing the surrounding disciples to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. A year ago, I was tasked by our master to retrieve a child with spiritual roots from Wutong Village. On my return journey, I encountered an ambush meticulously arranged by the fire gate. Few knew of my departure from the sect, but you, Qiao Yan, were among them. You plotted and sold the information to the fire gate, thinking your scheme flawless. But alas, I have uncovered the truth. I tell you now, not only must you die today, but all participants from the Qiao family behind you shall perish as well. Your family will lose its rights to the distribution of foundation establishment pills for the next century. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to realization. If this were true, then Qiao Yan was indeed deserving of her fate. The Falling Feather sect encouraged competition among its disciples, but would not tolerate collusion with outsiders. Even those backed by immortal families were forbidden from utilizing their family resources openly. This was the sect's bottom line, and Qiao Yan had crossed that line. Chapter 32. The Might of a Spirit Tool. So it is from afar. Wang Fu glared at Qiao Yan, his teeth clenched in animosity, yearning to deliver a fatal blow. He vividly recalled the time when he was threatened by the seductive woman from the Blazing Fire sect with a fire serpent, which even invaded his body. Had it not been for Yun Ningxuang's rescue, he would have perished. Qiao Yan possessed a comely appearance, yet her heart was venomous. As Wang Fu muttered, Yun Ningxuang approached within 3 zhang of Qiao Yan, who met her gaze without flinching, her alluring eyes radiating an air of self-righteousness. As if she were the injured party. Senior Sister Yun's accusations are without evidence, are they not? Mere conjecture carries no weight. Esteemed sect leader and fellow disciples would not condone such claims, Qiao Yan asserted, recognizing that her sole recourse was to leverage her position. She firmly believed that Yu Ningxuang lacked irrefutable proof, as all those privy to the matter, save for herself and the Qiao family patriarch, were deceased, with none of the messengers surviving. Yu Ningxuang possessed no tangible evidence. Evidence? Huh? Do I require evidence to slay you? Yun Ningxuang retorted with derision. With a wave of her hand, a beam of jade-white light emanated from her storage pouch, materializing into a jade-colored longsword. The sword exuded a power far surpassing that of a top-tier magical artifact, its keen aura causing the surrounding disciples to retreat. A spirit tool. It's a spirit tool, someone exclaimed. Spirit tools, surpassing magical artifacts in strength, possessed not only greater power but also sentience, capable of being wielded only by those in the foundation establishment stage. Even some golden core cultivators who had yet to refine their natal treasures still relied on spirit tools. Qiao Yan gazed at the spirit tool longsword in Yu Ningxuang's hand, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. A spirit tool. Truly, master is partial. Not only did she secure a spot for senior sister at the Great Xia Earth Vein when she was at the 10th level of Qi refining, but now that senior sister has just entered foundation establishment, she's been gifted a spirit tool. And what of me? I entered the sect before you, reached the 13th level of Qi refining before you, yet the Earth Foundation establishment was denied to me. I could only watch helplessly, resigned to accepting the foundation establishment pill. Even when I successfully established my foundation more than half a year ago, and specifically sent a message to Master, she didn't even bother to respond. At this juncture, Qiao Yan became somewhat hysterical. Why? Why do you get all the advantages? I am the senior sister. I am Master's foremost disciple. Now that I have successfully established my foundation, how can you simply kill me as you please? Qiao Yan cried out as 2 full moons rose behind her, transforming into 2 identical circular blades. The 2 blades complemented each other, capable of separating and combining, forming a set of twin magical artifacts. Judging by their aura, they were top-tier artifacts of exceptional quality. Humph! Yu Ningxuang snorted coldly, and the spirit tool flying sword was unleashed, hurtling towards Qiao Yan. Qiao Yan, unwilling to be outdone, gritted her silvery teeth and manipulated the circular blade artifacts with her divine sense to meet the attack. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted between the two, the formidable divine sense and spiritual power far exceeding those of the Qi refining stage. The spirit tool flying sword unleashed a barrage of sword energy, forcing the 2 circular blades into retreat. Qiao Yan's face paled. And realizing she was on the verge of collapse, she hastily unleashed two more magical artifacts, a long saber and a long spear. While not as powerful as the circular blade artifacts, they were still top-tier artifacts. The combined assault of three top-tier magical artifacts barely managed to withstand the spirit tool, flying sword. The surrounding disciples, including the Foundation Establishment cultivators, were amazed. As expected of an Earth Foundation establishment, truly formidable. Despite the power of the spirit tool, it still holds a slight advantage against three top-tier magical artifacts, especially the exquisite twin circular blades, which are equivalent to four top-tier artifacts. She is virtually invincible in the same realm. I must say, these direct disciples of the Golden Core Elders are truly affluent. They casually wield top-tier magical artifacts and spirit tools, something that ordinary people like us cannot compare to. However, with this, Senior Sister Yun may not be able to kill Chao Yan just yet. Don't rush. A spirit tool is called a spirit tool because it possesses a spirit. Let's wait and see. As expected, Yun Ning Shuang formed hand seals, channeling spiritual power into the flying sword spirit tool. In the next moment, the spirit tool flying sword transformed into a zhang, long white jade spirit serpent. Coiling in the air, with a hiss, it unleashed a radiant golden sword aura that struck the long saber artifact. With a cracking sound, the long saber artifact was immediately riddled with cracks, a hole appearing in the blade, causing it to fall to the ground. Its luster diminished. Chao Yan's divine sense was immediately damaged, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, it didn't end there. The white jade spirit serpent, transformed from the flying sword, continued its assault, and the long spear artifact soon lost its color, following in the footsteps of the saber. As for the remaining twin circular blade artifacts, they were unable to withstand the spirit tool's full force attack and were chipped and weakened within moments. Chao Yan's face was devoid of color, but she was unwilling to surrender. She immediately hurled several talismans towards Yun Ning Shuang to cover her retreat, while summoning her flying artifact and soaring towards the sky. Her actions were fluid and seamless, leaving Wang Fu on the distant peak dumbfounded. However, he felt that using talismans in this manner was wasteful, as unmanned talismans were useless against experts. As expected, Yun Ning Shuang simply extended her hand, and a palm formed from spiritual power extinguished the erupting talismans. She watched Chao Yan flee on the flying boat, a cold smile playing on her lips. Focusing her divine sense in that direction, the white jade spirit serpent shot forth, instantly catching up with the flying boat. With a flick of its tail, sword energy erupted, and the flying boat was destroyed. Chao Yan plummeted to the earth, coughing up blood, her yellow robe torn and tattered, revealing patches of her alabaster skin. However, the disciples had no time to appreciate the sight, as they were still in awe of the spirit tool, which had reverted to its flying sword form, hovering 10 cun from Chao Yan's neck, radiating a chilling light. In consideration of our shared sect, do you have any last words? Yun Ning Shuang floated down, gazing coldly at Chao Yan. I want to see Master. Master will not see you. I want to see the Great Elder. The Great Elder is in seclusion. You. Chao Yan was unable to catch her breath, and another mouthful of blood spilled forth. After a moment, she spoke again. I am the direct disciple of Elder He Hongqiu of the Falling Feather sect, the Chao family's direct daughter. No one can kill me, not even you. Yun Ning Shuang. Can't kill you? Then I'll show you today. Yun Ning Shuang extended her right hand, forming a sword with her fingers, and the spirit tool flying sword trembled, exuding a murderous aura. Wait. A voice echoed from afar, not loud, yet audible to all. Immediately afterward, a flying sword descended, bearing a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhu. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhu. The crowd greeted the newcomer. This is Martial Uncle Zhu from the Enforcement Hall. It is said that he possesses a Foundation Establishment completion cultivation, just one step away from achieving Golden Core. The big shot from the Enforcement Hall has arrived. I'm afraid Senior Sister Yun won't be able to kill Chao Yan now. Not necessarily. Don't forget, Senior Sister Yun is Elder He's direct disciple. Chapter 33. The Residue of Elixirs, Zhu Shixiao. The sect leader, Imo Ziyuan, slightly inclined her body in a gesture of respect. Despite her position, she only possessed late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivation, while the person before her had immersed himself in Foundation Establishment for nearly a century. By the time she reached Foundation Establishment, he was already at the pinnacle of that stage. Now, after several decades, although his realm had not advanced, his strength was unrivaled beneath the Golden Core realm within the entire Luoyu sect. Greetings, sect leader junior sister. Zhu Qingli acknowledged her with a formal bow. What brings you here, Shi Xiao? Mozun inquired. As the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, I must oversee any disputes among disciples within the sect. Zhu Qingli replied, his gaze shifting to the menacing Yun Ningxuang and the battered Chao Yin, who was gravely injured. Shi Xiao, this matter may well pertain to the family affairs of Master He. Mozun spoke softly, implying that Elder He had tacitly approved of the situation. However, Zhu Qingli responded with solemnity. Within the sect, there are only sect rules, not family matters. If they were to fight to the death outside, I would remain indifferent. But within the sect, they are subject to the regulations. Unjustified killing is unacceptable. He scrutinized Yun Ningxuang. Either ascend to the life and death platform and sign a death contract, or present evidence of the other's violation of sect rules. Haraha. Chao Yin laughed derisively upon hearing this. She knew she would not die today. Zhu Sherbo was notorious for his strict adherence to sect regulations and merciless law enforcement. Yun Ningxuang, you cannot kill me. Evidence. Yun Ningxuang did not retract her murderous intent, but instead mocked. In this world, wealth is evidence. The crowd was taken aback, but when Yun Ningxuang produced a golden proclamation, its contents rendered everyone speechless. This is the Wanjin proclamation from the Treasure Pavilion. A disciple murmured from the crowd. It was rumored that the Treasure Pavilion was not only the wealthiest organization in the cultivation world, but also the most well-informed. The terms 1,000 silver and 10,000 gold referred to the respective proclamations from the Treasure Pavilion, with their values differing significantly. The least valuable, the 1,000 silver proclamation, started at 1,000 spirit stones, while the present Wanjin proclamation was worth no less than tens of thousands, if not 100,000 spirit stones. Once this proclamation was issued, the information it contained was guaranteed by the Treasure Pavilion, and it was said that there had never been a single error. Chao Yin was doomed. The document clearly stated that she was relaying information to the Fire Sect. To their astonishment, even the head of the Chao family was implicated, and the Chao family was likely finished. Ultimately, they coveted the quota for the Daxiao Earth vein, believing that if Yun Shishu were dead, it would fall to her. Alas, one misstep could lead to eternal regret, and now the entire Chao family was at stake. Hadn't Yun Shishu said that none involved would escape unscathed? The Chao family would be deprived of the quota for Foundation establishment pills for a century. Why not eradicate the Chao family? Someone questioned. Are you an idiot? The Chao family has other disciples within the sect. Do you intend to kill them all? Voices among the disciples rose and fell, while Chao Yin sat in a daze. Devoid of spirit, knowing that her fate was sealed. Chao Yin, I never expected you to commit such an act, utterly contrary to our ancestral teachings. You are unforgivable. A Foundation establishment disciple from the Chao family stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chao Yin, ready to strike in defense of the family's honor, but was sent flying by Zhu Qingli's palm. Get lost. This is not your place to act. I will personally investigate the entire Chao family. If you did not participate, you have nothing to fear. However, if you possess even the slightest knowledge, regardless of how you behave today, you will not escape the law. Brother Zhu, forgive my rashness. I was simply too enraged. The Chao disciple wiped the blood from his mouth, daring not to express any resentment. He understood that since Zhu Qingli had spoken, he acknowledged the validity of the golden proclamation. With a sigh, the Chao disciple bowed and withdrew. The Chao family was effectively finished. 100 years without the quota for Foundation establishment pills would result in a gradual decline, ultimately leading to their demise. Unless a golden core cultivator emerged from the family within the century, none of the 4 Foundation establishment members, including himself, possessed such talent. As the discussion continued, mere breaths passed since Yun Ningxuang had revealed the golden proclamation, when a spirit weapon flying sword circled Chao Yan's neck, and her head rolled to the ground. The crimson stain under the sunlight instilled fear in all present. With Chao Yan's demise, Yun Ningxuang commanded her flying sword away. Such decisiveness in execution. Wang Fu, trailing behind the crowd, glanced back, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He suppressed the urge to pursue and could only inwardly marvel. Truly, my admired Yun Shiji is formidable. On his way back, he encountered 2 neighbors, Yang Luan and Qi Li. After greeting them, he followed closely, overhearing their discussion. Initially, Wang Fu presumed they were discussing Chao Yan's incident, only to realize they were engrossed in alchemical methods. How should one control the fire when refining pills to enhance the success rate? What is the optimal timing for adding the main herb, golden leaf flower? When concocting the golden essence pill, Would combining black wood flame with spiritual fire yield a stronger result? They lamented their failures, with the residue and waste from their alchemical attempts nearly piling up. Wang Fu was utterly bewildered by their discourse, yet grasped one crucial detail. They possessed an abundance of alchemical waste and were in urgent need of disposal. Elated, he recognized that within the residue and waste lay a wealth of spiritual energy and medicinal potency. Although there were also considerable amounts of pill toxins, he had the small cauldron, capable of extracting the essence while discarding the dross. No toxic residue would pose a challenge. Brothers, may I have a moment? Wang Fu hastily caught up to them. They were quite polite, not showing any displeasure at his interruption. Wang Fu Shidi, is there something you need? I accidentally overheard that both of you are exceptionally skilled alchemists. I have always held alchemists in the highest regard. And to think I have two such neighbors fills me with excitement. Wang Fu exclaimed, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Oh, Wang Fu Shidi has an interest in alchemy? Yang Luan inquired, eyeing him with curiosity, as if assessing the authenticity of his words. Ah, Wang Fu sighed, prompting them to pause. Since childhood, I have longed for the path of cultivation and the art of alchemy. I had hoped that upon entering Liu's sect, I could finally fulfill my childhood dream. Regrettably, my spiritual roots are inadequate, and I lack the talent for alchemy, forcing me to settle for drawing talismans. Indeed, but Wang Fu Shidi has misrepresented something, Yang Luan replied, nodding slightly. Drawing talismans cannot be deemed a fallback. The four arts of talismans, formations, and tools do not rank by superiority or inferiority. Any path can lead to mastery if one immerses themselves fully. We had no idea Wang Fu Shidi was a talisman maker. Yang Luan and his companion regarded Wang Fu with newfound respect, as if they had discovered a kindred spirit. Ha! I too did not expect you both to be masters of alchemy, Wang Fu responded with a smile, though inwardly he scoffed. These two claimed no hierarchy among the four arts, but had clearly placed alchemy at the forefront. Nonetheless, this worked to his advantage, as he could flatter them and thus secure access to their alchemical waste. At present, Wang Fu was in urgent need of a rich source of spiritual liquid for his cultivation. The effects of essence distilled from ordinary plants paled in comparison to that of black wood spiritual liquid, let alone the two spirit pills from Zhuzhen and Zhanghong. Wang Fu's progress had significantly slowed in the past 2 months. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his poor 5 spiritual roots. Alas, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Wang Fu sighed inwardly. Chapter 34. The arrival as fellow practitioners of the obscure arts, albeit not alchemists. Yang Luan and Qi Li had already regarded Wang Fu as a kindred spirit. Their choice of the remote Feiyun Peak was predicated upon the desire for undisturbed practice during their alchemical endeavors, and they assumed Wang Fu shared the same sentiment. Throughout their journey, the trio exchanged numerous insights, each party marveling at the other's knowledge. Wang Fu, captivated by the wonders of alchemy and envious of the ability to enhance one's cultivation through elixirs, felt content with his possession of a small cauldron, rendering further alchemical training unnecessary. While excessive consumption of elixirs could lead to the accumulation of Dan poison, spiritual liquid posed no such risk, contributing to its widespread demand. When Yang Luan mentioned the heaps of medicinal dregs and waste elixirs they had accumulated, Wang Fu seized the opportunity to alleviate their burden, suggesting that the toxic properties of these remnants could be extracted and infused into talismans, thereby augmenting their potency. The two were instantly elated, eagerly offering their dregs and waste elixirs to Wang Fu, under the guise of mutual benefit. Naturally, Wang Fu accepted their generous offer. They even transported the materials in storage bags, resulting in a small mountain of dark dregs and waste elixirs in Wang Fu's courtyard. These remnants were infused with pure spiritual energy. Wang Fu, eyeing the heap, chuckled heartily, envisioning a routine of collecting medicinal dregs and waste elixirs from Yang Luan and Qi Li every 3 months. In return, he would craft talismans using the very poisons from their materials, both as a gesture of gratitude and to stave off their suspicions. Licking his lips, he placed the small cauldron beside the pile, which promptly activated its devouring and refining capabilities. As pure spiritual energy flowed into the cauldron, droplets of spiritual liquid began to form, eliciting Wang Fu's uncontainable joy. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. With this, my cultivation should progress steadily. Suddenly, while Wang Fu was lost in his musings, the protective array of the courtyard began to stir. Sensing the disturbance through his token, he realized someone was visiting. Could it be Yang Luan and Qi Li? Curiously, he approached the gate, and opened the barrier, only to find a man and a woman outside who were neither Yang Luan nor Qi Li. "Are you Bai Yingfei, senior brother Bai?" Wang Fu recognized the man, though he was unfamiliar with the woman. Observing Bai Yingfei's smile, Wang Fu's brow furrowed. Had he followed him here? Perhaps still coveting the formula for spiritual liquid? "Huh, junior brother, you have proven difficult to locate," Bai Yingfei exclaimed, accompanied by Li Xiaohuan. They had received a promising lead from Song Jingtang, but had to temporarily abandon their pursuit due to the sect leader's orders, resuming only once the matters at the mountain gate were resolved. Wang Fu's place was their second stop. "Senior brother, you jest. What could possibly draw your interest to me?" Wang Fu replied with a forced chuckle, though he remained wary, suspecting the woman might be employing seduction. Despite her beauty, he was not easily swayed. Sensing Wang Fu's caution, Bai Yingfei quickly addressed the matter at hand. "Rest assured, junior brother, I am not here for your formula, but rather for another purpose." Wang Fu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he listened to Bai Yingfei. "This is Li Xiaohuan, and she seeks you out regarding the Vajra talisman you previously sold." "Greetings, Sister Li," Wang Fu acknowledged, suddenly realizing he could not discern the depths of her cultivation. Li Xiaohuan cast a sideways glance at Bai Yingfei, her demeanor exuding charm as she turned to Wang Fu, her crimson lips parting. "Junior brother, what is your name? That Vajra talisman was crafted by your hand?" In response, "Sister, I am Wang Fu," he replied evenly. "Indeed, the Vajra talisman purchased by senior brother Bai was drawn by me." Wang Fu. Li Xiaohuan's eyes brightened momentarily as she scrutinized him, only to dim again. "You are the Wang Fu related to Master Yin?" "No, that Wang Fu was merely a servant disciple, while this Wang Fu has already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement." Li Xiaohuan exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Yingfei, both sharing an unspoken understanding, chuckling softly as they dismissed any unrealistic thoughts. Wang Fu, overhearing her murmurs, chose not to confront them but felt a twinge of jealousy as the two exchanged glances. "May I inquire as to why Sister Li seeks me?" Wang Fu interjected, eager to send them back to his courtyard and inspect the fruits of his cauldron's labor. "It is indeed fortuitous." Li Xiaohuan began to elaborate on the matters concerning the Miaofu Hall. "My uncle has instructed me to locate you and take you to the Miaofu Hall, where it is possible you could directly enter as an inner disciple." The Miaofu Hall. Wang Fu knew it well, being the esteemed place for crafting talismans within the Liu sect. A veritable sanctuary for those dedicated to the art. Not only could one focus solely on talisman creation, but they could also learn various related techniques, with many requiring contributions for cultivation, all freely accessible for talisman crafters. However, in the realm of cultivation, nothing comes without a price. The Liu sect was no exception, and the Miaofu Hall had its own demands. Numerous benefits required the exchange of equivalent finished talismans. "Prepare yourself. We shall depart for the Miaofu Hall shortly to meet my uncle," Li Xiaohuan decisively declared. Wang Fu opened his mouth to respond, yet found no words. It was evident that this woman had her own motives for seeking him. Could he refuse? No, he could not. Wang Fu did not wish to decline, recognizing this as a rare opportunity, an ascendant moment. "Please wait a moment. Allow me to tidy up," he requested. "Very well. You have a quarter of an hour," Li Xiaohuan stated, her tone brooking no argument. With a forced smile, Wang Fu retreated into the courtyard, sealing the barrier behind him as his expression soured. This woman was no simple character. He resolved not to provoke her unless he was adequately prepared. Inside the courtyard, the small cauldron had completed its task, its speed increasing with each use. Wang Fu summoned it with a wave of his hand, drawing it into his grasp. Upon inspection, he found over 100 droplets of pure spiritual liquid nestled within, radiating rich spiritual energy. He inhaled deeply, feeling a rush of vitality, as if his cultivation had subtly advanced. The spiritual liquid derived from medicinal dregs and waste elixirs surpassed even the quality of the Blackwood spiritual liquid. The results of using genuine spiritual herbs or elixirs were unimaginable. Wang Fu licked his lips, contemplating the temptation of sampling a droplet, but he decided to hold off for now, knowing others awaited him. With a mere thought, the small cauldron melded into his chest, transforming into a tattoo-like design. Having little to prepare, Wang Fu re-emerged from the barrier. "It seems junior brother Wang is ready. Let us depart," Li Xiaohuan remarked. Bai Yingfei nodded, then turned to Li Xiaohuan with a gentle smile, requesting, "Please, junior sister, allow me to escort you both." "Haha. It is my duty," Bai Yingfei replied jovially. A leaf of vibrant green emerged from Bai Yingfei's storage bag, swiftly elongating to about 10 feet, hovering steadily at their feet. Junior sister, junior brother Wang. Let us be on our way. As Wang Fu stepped onto the flying artifact, he realized that Bai Yingfei had transcended the 10th level of qi refinement, advancing to the status of an inner disciple. Chapter 35. The Vajra Talisman. The Miaofu Hall stands majestically atop Feiyu Peak. As one of the 3 peaks of the inner sect and the residence of the sect leader, it exudes an air of unparalleled luxury. Even at the mid-slope, the concentration of spiritual energy in the atmosphere is several times greater than that of Feiyun Peak. The number of inner sect disciples here is also the highest. Riding on the Qingwei flying artifact piloted by Bai Yingfei, Wang Fu observed numerous inner disciples soaring through the skies on their own flying tools, with the occasional sighting of a Foundation establishment elder passing by. Upon arrival, they traversed through a multitude of halls, and the Qingwei flying artifact eventually came to a halt before a grand edifice. The 3 gilded characters spelling Miaofu Hall shone brilliantly on the plaque, while intricate talismanic patterns spiraled intricately around the columns flanking the entrance, evoking an ancient ambience. Wang Shidi, please wait here while Bai Shixiang and I seek out my uncle, Li Xiaohuan instructed. All right, Wang Fu replied, his gaze fixated on the 2 enormous stone pillars flanking the entrance. Junior sister, you go ahead. I am not a disciple of Miaofu Hall and currently do not need to purchase any talismans. I will stay here with Wang Shidi to ensure he does not wander off, Bai Yingfei suggested, clearly having his own motives, but Li Xiaohuan did not suspect anything. She pondered, realizing that if she brought her uncle out and Wang Fu was missing, it would be troublesome. A second-tier talisman, comparable to a strike from the Foundation establishment realm, was a vital safeguard for her. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Bai Shixiao. I appreciate your efforts. Li Xiaohuan smiled brightly at Bai Yingfei. Bai Yingfei was elated. He had hoped to further negotiate Wang Fu's formula, but now he could also earn Li Xiaohuan's admiration. Once Li Xiaohuan entered the Miaofu Hall, Bai Yingfei could not restrain himself from inquiring of Wang Fu. Wang Shidi, could we possibly discuss that spiritual liquid formula further? Wang Fu, engrossed in studying the patterns on the stone pillars, felt a wave of irritation at the interruption. However, he quickly recognized that if he did not decisively dissuade Bai Yingfei, the latter would likely persist in his pursuit. Bai Shixiang, I truly cannot sell the spiritual liquid formula, and its efficacy is not as profound as one might imagine. If it were, I would not be struggling in the 5th layer of qi refinement. I would have long since ascended to the inner sect. Overconsumption of the spiritual liquid, much like medicinal pills, can lead to drug resistance, severely diminishing its effects. It may only serve as a temporary relief, and it is unlikely to assist you in breaking through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. As Bai Yingfei listened, he frowned, but began to see the reason in Wang Fu's words. If such a wondrous substance truly existed, Wang Fu and his family would likely be renowned throughout the region. He had never heard of any notable immortal families bearing the name Wang near the Liu sect. They were at best a small clan, fortunate to have a qi refinement cultivator among their ranks. Nonetheless, he wished to press further, as the spiritual liquid was indeed quite potent in the early stages of cultivation. Thank you for your reminder, Wang Shidi. However, my family's ancestor excels in alchemy, and this formula is not for my personal use, but for him to examine. Rest assured, if he yields any insights, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps he can improve the formula and enhance the efficacy of the spiritual liquid. Wang Fu felt a growing annoyance. Why was this individual so persistently tenacious? Fortunately, Li Xiaohuan's voice soon emerged, providing a welcome reprieve for Wang Fu. Seventh uncle, I have asked Wang Fu to wait outside. Li Xiaohuan emerged from the Miaofu Hall, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard. This man approached with an air of authority, exuding a heavy pressure that weighed upon Wang Fu. At that moment, Wang Fu was relieved to face this pressure rather than endure Bai Yingfei's relentless inquiries. Greetings, Li Shishu, Bai Yingfei said, hurrying forward to bow respectfully as Li Xiaohuan and her uncle appeared. Wang Fu mirrored the gesture. Greetings, Li Shishu. Li nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Wang Fu. You are the one who independently inscribed the high-quality Vajra talisman? Indeed, it is I, Wang Fu replied, bowing deeply. Impressive. To possess such capability at the 5th layer of qi refinement marks you as a true prodigy in talisman crafting. Li Yi nodded, but Wang Fu discerned the underlying implication. If he truly possessed such abilities, all would be well. If not, the consequences could be dire. Follow me. If you can inscribe another high-quality Vajra talisman in my presence, I will personally advocate for your admission into the Miaofu Hall for cultivation. Thank you, Shishu. I will strive with all my might, Wang Fu exclaimed joyfully. As they entered a side hall within the Miaofu Hall, Wang Fu noticed numerous tables scattered throughout, with disciples diligently engaged in inscribing talismans. A glance revealed that the talismans being crafted were all of the lowest first-tier grade. Upon Li Yi's arrival, the disciples hastily set down their talisman brushes and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Li Shishu. Li merely nodded in acknowledgement. The disciples seemed unfazed by the routine, resuming their talisman crafting while casting curious glances at Wang Fu. Puzzled as to why an outer sect disciple at the 5th layer of Qi refinement was present, though they recognized Li Xiaohuan as Li Shishu's niece. Go to that table. I shall give you 15 minutes. Li Yi indicated toward an empty table, gesturing for Wang Fu to proceed. Wang Fu approached the table, taking a deep breath to steady his excitement and apprehension. He understood that this moment would determine whether he would ascend to the inner sect as a disciple. Adjusting his mindset, he retrieved the black-patterned talisman brush, cinnabar, and talisman paper. Dipping the brush in cinnabar, he lightly tapped it against the talisman paper, focusing his spiritual consciousness as he began to outline the strokes. The disciples watching began to understand. Their expressions shifted as they realized this was a test set by Li Shishu. If Wang Fu succeeded, he would join their ranks. What luck! It took me a full decade to ascend to the inner sect, one disciple mused. Indeed, I hope he fails. Otherwise, my heart will be troubled. None of the disciples wished for Wang Fu's success, reluctant to see an outer sect disciple at the 5th layer of Qi refinement suddenly acquire an equal status among them. In stark contrast, Li Xiaohuan and Bai Yingfei hoped for Wang Fu's triumph, particularly the former, as it directly impacted her chance to obtain a second-tier talisman. Brother, do you think he will succeed? Li Xiaohuan anxiously watched Wang Fu, who was already inscribing at the table. Do not worry, junior sister, Wang Shidi will surely succeed. That Vajra talisman was personally purchased from him, Bai Yingfei reassured her. What if it was Tia's own work? As Li Xiaohuan's speculation swirled, a radiant beam of golden light suddenly erupted from before Wang Fu, shimmering for a brief moment before fading away. Li Xiaohuan beamed with joy. Chapter 36. The Spirit Pavilion. A radiant golden light emerged, signifying the completion of the talisman. A superior-grade Vajra talisman had been successfully crafted. With a sigh of relief, Wang Fu exhaled, gazing upon the Vajra talisman before him. He was confident that his entry into the inner sanctum was virtually assured. As he raised his head, he was met with Li Yi's beaming countenance. With a mere gesture, Li Yi summoned the freshly forged Vajra talisman into his grasp. He scrutinized it meticulously, even activating it to unleash a subtle golden aura that enveloped his form, akin to a suit of armor. Commendable, Li Yi remarked with a nod, his countenance radiating approval. This Vajra talisman possesses a quality that borders on perfection. Verily, you possess an innate aptitude for the art of talisman crafting. He then turned his attention to Li Xiaohuan, his expression softening into a gentle smile. Xiaohuan, my dear, it seems you haven't misled your 7th uncle this time. Of course not, Li Xiaohuan retorted, her head held high with playful arrogance. Who do you think I am? She then adopted a more cajoling tone, tugging at Li Yi's sleeve. But 7th uncle, when have I ever deceived you? Li Yi indulged her antics for a moment before feigning surrender, producing a talisman as a peace offering. All right, my dear girl. I concede my error. Here's the level 2 talisman you requested. As Li Xiaohuan's eyes lit up with anticipation, she reached out to seize the talisman, only to hesitate. Remember, the power of a level 2 talisman is immense. Use it only in dire circumstances, and never against fellow disciples. Rest assured, 7th uncle, Li Xiaohuan replied, her heart pounding with excitement. If it were anyone but her 7th uncle, she would have snatched it up without a second thought. Satisfied, Li relinquished the talisman to his niece. Clutching the level 2 talisman, Li Xiaohuan surveyed the room, noting the apprehensive gazes of the other disciples. As talisman crafters themselves, they were well aware of the destructive potential of a level 2 talisman, capable of unleashing an attack comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Without formidable defensive artifacts, being struck by such a force would be fatal. Overjoyed with her acquisition, Li Xiaohuan bid farewell to Li Yi and departed from the talisman hall, with Bai Yingfei trailing closely behind. This left Wang Fu alone, his eyes fixed on Li Yi with anticipation. Come, let us complete the formalities, Li Yi said. Turning to Wang Fu, I shall also enlighten you on the affairs of the talisman hall. Fortunately, Li Yi had not forgotten Wang Fu. He cast a glance at him and then strode out of the side hall, his hands clasped behind his back. Wang Fu quickly followed suit. They left behind a chorus of envious and resentful gazes. Our talisman hall is dedicated to nurturing talisman crafters, Li Yi explained. We welcome disciples with an aptitude for the art. However, it is rare to see someone of your cultivation level, Qi refinement stage 5, among our ranks. Wang Fu sheepishly scratched his head as Li Yi continued, his words capturing Wang Fu's undivided attention. Talisman crafting is divided into two categories. The first, known as talisman crafters, involves imbuing talismans with various spells. This is the method employed by most cultivators in the cultivation world. The second category is that of spirit talisman crafters. Spirit talismans are created by employing unique spiritual energy circulation techniques to inscribe distinctive patterns, thereby harnessing the power of heaven and earth onto the talisman paper. A talisman crafter who can create spirit talismans is known as a spirit talisman crafter. In essence, your ability to craft superior-grade Vajra talismans already qualifies you as a member of this elite group. Ordinary talismans are mere imitations, and any cultivator who perseveres can achieve a certain level of proficiency. However, spirit talismans are different. Their creation relies on enlightenment. Li Yi chuckled softly. If you had merely crafted ordinary talismans, even of the highest caliber, I would not have made an exception for an outer sect disciple of Qi refinement stage 5 to enter the talisman hall. You are too kind, Senior Uncle Li. Wang Fu replied humbly, a smile playing on his lips. I merely stumbled upon a bargain at the market, acquiring the Vajra talisman and a few low and mid-grade level 1 spirit talisman crafting methods. It took me a significant amount of time and talisman paper to achieve success. Wang Fu adopted a deferential demeanor, well aware that he needed to concoct a plausible explanation for his skills. He had decided to attribute his knowledge to a lucky find at the market. Since I began studying talismans, I have gained a glimpse into the profound and boundless nature of the art. Now, with the good fortune of Senior Uncle Li's assistance in joining the Talisman Hall to study even more profound talismans, I am deeply grateful. I will undoubtedly dedicate myself to crafting talismans, bringing honor to Senior Uncle and repaying the sect. The inheritance of spirit talisman crafting must be of paramount importance. Wang Fu thought to himself as he made his way here. This explanation would conceal the existence of the celestial talisman scripture. The market was frequented by hundreds, if not thousands, of disciples daily, and the items for sale were incredibly diverse, making any investigation futile. Ha! Li Yi chuckled, casting an approving glance at Wang Fu. You are quite the character, young man. While talent and diligence are essential in talisman crafting, guidance from a master is even more crucial. If you perform well in the future, I can introduce you to a few senior figures. Perhaps one of them, even a senior brother or senior uncle, will take a liking to you and accept you as a close disciple. That would truly be a meteoric rise. Thank you, Senior Uncle Li, Wang Fu exclaimed, overjoyed. Soon after, Li Yi led Wang Fu to the registration office, where Wang Fu's status was officially changed from outer sect disciple to inner sect disciple of the Talisman Hall. However, due to Wang Fu's insufficient cultivation level, he would only receive the monthly stipend and an inner sect handbook for the time being. The mid-grade magical artifact, flying artifact, and inner sect residence would be deferred. Although Wang Fu outwardly appeared indifferent, he cursed inwardly. But he could only curse inwardly, nothing more. Furthermore, Wang Fu was prohibited from venturing into many areas of the inner sect's 3 peaks. According to Li Yi, a disciple of Qi refinement stage 5 wandering around the inner sect could easily cause misunderstandings. In the end, it all came down to his low cultivation level. Wang Fu was helpless and could only vow to improve his cultivation in his heart. After registering all the necessary information and receiving his inner sect disciple identity token, Li Yi took Wang Fu to one of the most important side halls of the Talisman Hall, the scripture repository. This repository contained copies of most of the spells of the Falling Feather sect, exclusively for the use of Talisman Hall disciples in creating talismans. Wang Fu's eyes widened as he gazed upon the countless spells displayed on the shelves. He swallowed hard. Disciples of the Talisman Hall can cultivate any of the spells here, Li said, unfazed by Wang Fu's excitement. However, to cultivate a spell, you must create at least 100 talismans with the same effect. Li Yi calmly poured cold water on Wang Fu's enthusiasm. 100? Wang Fu murmured, seemingly unfazed. With his success rate in creating ordinary spell-sealing talismans, it would only take him a few days. 100 is the minimum, Li Yi corrected. The number increases based on the spell's level. As for the creation of spirit talismans, the minimum is 1,000. Wang Fu nodded in understanding. After visiting the scripture repository, Li Yi led Wang Fu to the spirit pavilion. This is where spirit talisman crafters create talismans, Li Yi explained. The side hall where the disciples were previously creating talismans is for ordinary talismans and is called the Talisman Hall. The furnishings in the spirit pavilion were far superior to those in the Talisman Hall. Each spirit talisman crafter had their own private chamber, and the spiritual energy in this place was much denser. The difference is too great, Wang Fu remarked. Each spirit talisman represents an inheritance, Li Yi replied. Those who can become spirit talisman crafters are the most exceptional talents among talisman crafters. 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. Their treatment is naturally much better. Your ability to craft Vajra talismans makes you one of them. As for learning other spirit talisman crafting methods or cultivating spells to create ordinary talismans, you can do so after submitting 10 Vajra talismans to the Talisman Hall. You can reside in a room within the Talisman Hall until you reach Qi Refinement Stage 10. Your identity token will guide you. If you don't like it, you can also use the outer sect residence. It's up to you. Do you have any other questions? No. Thank you, Senior Uncle Li, Wang Fu replied, bowing respectfully. Chapter 37. Jiang Yin Wang Fu officially joined the Miao Fu Hall. As a talisman master, his treatment was exceptional. Each day, apart from cultivating, he devoted himself to crafting talismans. After producing 10 Vajra talismans, he immersed himself in the Hidden Techniques Pavilion, selecting spells for further training. Upon achieving success, he would create more talismans, continuing this cycle. Every 3 months, he would collect medicinal dregs and wasted pills from Yang Luanqi and his companion in the outer sect, allowing his small cauldron to devour and refine them. Not only did his talisman skills progress rapidly, but his cultivation also steadily improved. As the seasons changed over the years, Wang Fu transformed from a 15 or 16-year-old youth into a tall and upright young man. Although he was not particularly handsome and would not stand out in a crowd, his eyes were remarkably deep and expressive. Some of his junior sisters were even captivated by them, intentionally seeking encounters just to catch a glimpse of him. However, Wang Fu's thoughts were entirely focused on his cultivation, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. Now, his cultivation had reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, officially qualifying him as an inner sect disciple, which required him to complete one inner sect duty each year. Last year, he had broken through to the 10th level of Qi refinement at the beginning of the year, allowing him to evade his duties. However, this year, he could not escape. Fortunately, as the year drew to a close, he had made further progress, giving him a bit more confidence. With only a month remaining until the year end, he feared that the law enforcement hall seniors would come looking for him if he did not report for duty. Stepping out of the inner sect courtyard, Wang Fu sighed. Despite his current cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, he truly did not wish to undertake the inner sect duties. Unlike the outer sect, where tasks could be completed merely by investing time, inner sect duties often required venturing outside the sect. It was impossible to simply coast through life within the sect. After nearly a decade in the Miao Fu Hall, Wang Fu was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had witnessed and heard too many stories of those who, upon venturing out on missions, never returned. Danger lurked beyond the sect's boundaries, and the once glamorous notion of slaying demons and exorcising evil had faded into mere smoke with the passage of time. As his cultivation deepened, Wang Fu became increasingly cautious about preserving his life. The inner sect duty hall was far larger than the outer sect hall, with the white jade walls inside being grander as well. Finding a secluded corner, he focused intently on the white jade wall, which was filled with a myriad of intricate inner sect tasks, causing his head to spin. Fortunately, his spiritual perception had vastly improved, allowing him to quickly sort through the information. Though performing duties alone offered substantial rewards, it was undoubtedly more perilous. He decided it would be better to seek a group task, ideally one that could be accomplished with minimal effort. As he perused the white jade wall, he soon fixed his gaze on a group task, traveling to Qingwei Village to investigate the inexplicable deaths of villagers. The task description indicated that 3 villagers had died under bizarre circumstances in the past month, their bodies pale and emaciated, requiring 4 inner sect disciples to investigate and resolve the matter. 3 deaths in a month suggested the villagers had their lifeblood drained. Given the rate of these incidents, it seemed likely they were the work of a lower-tier monster. Was it possible that some senior was leaving this task for their junior? Wang Fu smirked at the modest rewards listed for the task and the fact that only one person had accepted it. This was precisely the kind of task he was looking for. He lacked neither spirit stones nor merit, merely wishing to fulfill his inner sect duty. With swift reflexes, Wang Fu utilized his inner sect disciple token to accept the task, eager to prevent anyone else from snatching it away. Having spent years in the Miaofu Hall, he was not merely a bookish scholar obsessed with talisman crafting and cultivation. He had gained a fair understanding of the interpersonal dynamics within the sect. Although bound by sect rules, disciples with connections and backgrounds could still thrive on the support of their families. After notifying the duty hall, he casually signed up as a member of the task, a common practice for those seeking to lighten their workload. With a sense of satisfaction, Wang Fu departed from the duty hall and made his way to the refining pavilion. Although the task appeared straightforward, Wang Fu, possessing a naturally cautious disposition, intended to equip himself adequately. Upon reaching the refining pavilion, he scanned the area, preparing to purchase a defensive artifact he had set his sights on. When he caught sight of a familiar figure, Jiang Yin, why was this brooding figure here? Wasn't he dedicated to the blood sword technique? Did he also require artifacts? Wang Fu approached him. Jiang Yin was the indifferent young man Wang Fu had encountered in the outer sect duty hall. Initially, they had little in common until Jiang Yin had once purchased talismans from Wang Fu in the Miaofu Hall. The quality of the talismans Wang Fu crafted ranked among the finest in the Ling Miao Pavilion, particularly after his cultivation had reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Elevating the quality of his talismans even further, only Shi Minshi, who had achieved the 13th level of qi refinement, could surpass him. Jiang Yin, what brings you here? Wang Fu inquired, refraining from referring to him as the brooding figure out of politeness, even though Jiang Yan's cultivation had reached the 12th level of qi refinement. Selecting artifacts, Jiang Yin replied, not bothering to turn around, seemingly unfazed by Wang Fu's presence. Are you also interested in buying artifacts? I thought you disdained the use of artifacts. Wang Fu teased. Having reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I find it difficult to break through in the short term. I plan to undertake a task outside to search for spiritual herbs, and the location is somewhat perilous. Therefore, I require a top-tier defensive artifact for protection. Jiang Yin calmly explained, revealing no secrets. Wang Fu nodded in understanding. Unlike Wang Fu, Jiang Yin preferred to undertake sect duties to venture outside for training, seeking breakthroughs through combat. He appeared to have an intense desire for power, though whenever Wang Fu inquired about his motivations, Jiang Yin would merely grin without providing an answer or any excuses. Do you need talismans? Wang Fu offered. My merit and spirit stones are only sufficient for one top-tier defensive artifact. Jiang Yin shook his head, implying that he had no surplus spirit stones or merit. No need for merit. I'm not at the Miaofu Hall right now. Consider it a personal sale. You can settle the bill later. Wang Fu waved his hand dismissively. He regarded Jiang Yin as one of the few friends he had within the Liu sect. Although he remained wary due to past experiences with Huangzheng, he sensed that Jiang Yin harbored his own secrets, and they might be kindred spirits. However, I'll need a few days. I must first complete my talismans, Wang Fu added. I'll be setting out in 5 days, Jiang Yin replied after some thought, not refusing the offer. Sounds good. I also need to leave the sect to fulfill my duty. Come to me in 4 days to collect them, Wang Fu smiled. I assure you, the talismans I craft will exceed your expectations. I look forward to it, Jiang Yin replied, smiling as well. He was embarking on a genuinely dangerous journey. Otherwise, he would not have sought a top-tier defensive artifact in the refining pavilion. Wang Fu's talismans were reliable, a fact he knew all too well. Chapter 38. The Yellow Dragon Talisman. Jiang Yin, having expended his entire fortune, acquired a remarkable defensive artifact known as the Black Gold Dragon Pattern Clock before departing from the artifact refining hall, leaving Wang Fu envious and salivating. This was indeed a top-tier defensive artifact, valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. Although Wang Fu's current merits and spirit stones could afford him a couple of such exquisite artifacts, they were the fruits of nearly a decade of toil spent crafting talismans at the Miaofu Hall. For 8 or 9 years, he had produced an immeasurable number of talismans, ranging from low-tier to high-tier spells. And even seasoned inner disciples who had lingered in the Miaofu Hall for over a decade could not rival the sheer volume of talismans Wang Fu had created, earning him the moniker of Talisman Maniac. Nonetheless, even with such a remarkable output, Wang Fu could only procure a single top-tier artifact. Acquiring a second would be challenging, perhaps barely enough to afford a common top-tier artifact, with no hopes of obtaining anything more precious. Of course, this only accounted for his visible spirit stones and merits. excluding the talismans he possessed. As for Jiang Yan, the task enthusiast, since his promotion to inner disciple, he had spent minimal time within the sect, dedicating the majority of his days to completing various missions. Wang Fu often perceived him and Jiang Yan as polar opposites. Rather than pursuing an exquisite artifact, he preferred to acquire one offensive and one defensive mid-tier artifact. Once he successfully inscribed the Yellow Dragon Talisman, it would be sufficient to withstand the attacks of those at the peak of Qi refinement. Wang Fu had his own plans, and considering the nature of his current mission, it was not particularly perilous, unlike Jiang Yan, who seemed to risk his life daily. The Yellow Dragon Talisman was a top-tier spirit talisman, one of the most formidable defensive talismans recorded in the Heavenly Talisman scripture. When activated, it enveloped the user in a swirling yellow dragon, capable not only of withstanding attacks but also retaliating when the dragon itself was struck. Wang Fu chose to inscribe this talisman because it was documented within the Miao Fu Hall. Otherwise, he would never dare to inscribe it casually. If he were discovered inscribing a talisman not recorded in the hall, it would inevitably raise suspicions and lead to numerous troubles. Gazing longingly at the area selling exquisite artifacts, Wang Fu turned and approached the counter for mid-tier artifacts. There stood an elderly foundation-building uncle, his hair graying and clad in the robes of an inner disciple. Upon Wang Fu's arrival, the uncle opened his drowsy eyes. "I require one offensive mid-tier artifact and one defensive mid-tier artifact," Wang Fu respectfully announced. Such elders, typically foundation-building cultivators, had often stagnated in their progress for decades, assigned to leisurely positions to continue contributing to the sect and provide benefits for the younger generation. "Here's the list. Feel free to browse and select," the elderly foundation-building uncle replied, stretching out a hand that resembled a withered branch. Waving slightly to reveal a shimmering screen of spiritual energy, displaying various mid-tier artifacts along with their general descriptions. Wang Fu bowed respectfully and, with a sweep of his consciousness, ingested the information within a breath's time. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Fu made his selections. "I wish to procure the mid-tier offensive artifact Earth Dragon Spike and the mid-tier defensive artifact Xuanjia Shield." The uncle squinted, waving his hand to conjure two streams of dark light that transformed into a yellow spike adorned with dragon engravings and a black, tortoiseshell shield. The Earth Dragon Spike, intentionally chosen for its Earth attribute, would synergize perfectly with his Earth cultivation techniques, enhancing its power by a significant margin. While other attribute artifacts could still be utilized, they would lack the same amplification. A total of 126 merits, equivalent to 1,260 low-grade spirit stones, the foundation-building uncle added. With a merit-to-spirit stone ratio of 10-1, Wang Fu was prudent in his expenditure of spirit stones, knowing it was unwise to squander them. This was far from the days when he first entered the outer sect, believing Song Jingtang to be a shrewd merchant. In truth, the latter had provided him with considerable conveniences out of respect for Feng Dafu. "Merit payment," Wang Fu declared, producing his identity token and channeling his spirit sense, causing the merit value on the token to diminish, leaving him with a mere 23 points. After securing the two artifacts and performing a respectful bow, he exited the artifact refining hall, wary that lingering any longer might tempt him to purchase an exquisite artifact, priceless treasures valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, which many cultivators would struggle their entire lives to attain. Wang Fu's inner courtyard was situated in the heart of Feiyu Peak, somewhat secluded like the outer sect. Yet nestled amidst mountains and waters, it was not devoid of charm. Upon returning, he promptly activated the protective barrier, sitting cross-legged on a mat in his courtyard. He took out the two mid-tier artifacts and immediately began the refinement process, infusing them with spiritual energy and his consciousness. The previously unclaimed artifacts were swiftly refined under his guidance. He marveled at the Earth Dragon Spike and Xuanjia Shield in his hands, thoroughly satisfied. Both mid-tier artifacts were aligned with the Earth element, allowing them to exhibit an impressive 101 to 102% of their inherent power. The Earth Dragon Spike, when activated, moved with remarkable speed, excelling in piercing through defenses, and could even be manipulated to rotate, significantly amplifying its power. Conversely, the Xuanjia Shield lacked any special features. Its defining attribute was its thickness. But exquisite artifacts held an undeniable superiority. Even the most mundane among them came with unique enhancements, and those of rare quality possessed even more formidable effects. Wang Fu sighed, reminiscing about the time 8 or 9 years prior when he had his head severed by Sister Yin Ningxuang's sword. Among her artifacts was the exquisite dual-edged blade, a true gem among exquisite artifacts, capable of splitting into two, effectively functioning as two top-tier artifacts, exhibiting unparalleled prowess. He wondered what legendary exquisite artifacts were like, speculating they must rival even spiritual artifacts in power. Although he had only heard tales of legendary exquisite artifacts, he had never encountered one. Rumors suggested they were rare treasures, scarcely found within the entire Liu sect, and were invariably in the possession of the most powerful disciples or concealed in the vaults of elders, reserved for future generations. Wang Fu recognized he lacked the fortune to acquire one, unless he could somehow become a disciple of a Golden Core elder. Uncle Li had once mentioned introducing him to an elder, but that matter had since gone silent, appearing to be mere empty promises. Contemplating this, Wang Fu pursed his lips, feeling somewhat disheartened. After refining the two artifacts, Wang Fu set about inscribing the yellow dragon talisman. At the desk in his courtyard, he arranged his talisman brush, cinnabar, and talisman paper, adjusting himself to a perfect state before dipping the brush into the cinnabar and focusing intently on the talisman paper, channeling his spirit sense to attune with the heavens and earth. The talisman brush was no longer the humble black bristled pen of yore. It was the Qingwei brush, a talisman brush equivalent to a mid-tier artifact, bestowed upon him by Li Yi on behalf of the Miaofu Hall when he inscribed his first high-tier spirit talisman. Time slipped away unnoticed until a glimmer of spiritual light emanated from the tip of the Qingwei brush. With a deep gaze, Wang Fu instinctively infused the brush with spiritual energy, letting it flow onto the talisman paper. A distinctive pattern began to take shape, and with each stroke, life emerged. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, signifying the completion of the talisman. A petite yellow dragon danced and twirled upon the talisman paper before finally merging into the spiritual talisman. Oh, it is done. Chapter 39. The Huanglong Talisman is a top-tier spirit talisman of the first rank. Drawing one leaves Wang Fu feeling significantly drained, and he estimates that he can manage to create no more than 4 in a single day before reaching his limit. He presses on with his work, only to fail in drawing 2 consecutive talismans. Undeterred, he exhausts his remaining mental energy, yet still meets with failure. Achieving even one successful drawing in a day would suffice. He decides to rest and recuperate. After a taxing day, Wang Fu collapses into slumber. The following day, he awakens around noon, feeling a remarkable clarity in his mind. His consciousness extends further than the previous day, and he realizes he has reached the level of complete mastery in the 13th stage of Qi refinement. A spark of excitement ignites within him. He nearly gasps in astonishment. As one's cultivation progresses, the enhancement of both consciousness and spirit power becomes increasingly challenging. Over the past few years, he has devoted himself to drawing talismans and honing his consciousness, supplemented by the spirit liquid derived from refining low-quality medicinal residues. His relentless practice has finally brought him to the 11th stage of Qi refinement, despite the unbearable pain in his meridians that he has pushed to their limits. With the elevation of his spirit power, his consciousness has also surged, achieving the intensity of the 12th stage of Qi refinement. Alas, he still has not broken through to the complete 13th stage. Despite days of relentless effort, he has been unable to surpass this critical threshold. To his surprise, today, without forcing the issue, he has managed to break through. The range of consciousness at the 12th stage of Qi refinement spans approximately 25 zhang. Yet now he finds his range has expanded to 30 zhang, or roughly 100 meters. Within this distance, he can manipulate artifacts with ease. He reflects that his senior, Min, though possessing less innate talent, had relied on his mastery of the 13th stage of Qi refinement to outshine him. Now that Wang Fu's consciousness has reached this level, he chuckles to himself, envisioning a future where he too contends for the title of the foremost talisman master in the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. He has long coveted the talisman brush that rivals top-grade artifacts. Feeling the formidable strength of his consciousness within a 100-meter radius, he recalls the red spirit talisman brush in Min's possession and licks his lips in anticipation. Regrettably, the next talisman competition is still some time away. His immediate priority is to draw more Huanglong talismans, as they are crucial for self-preservation. Wang Fu resumes his efforts to draw the Huanglong talisman. The strength of his consciousness at the 13th stage indeed proves to be transformative. He successfully creates 3 Huanglong talismans in succession. Although the quality of the third is somewhat lacking, it is nonetheless a success. Remarkably, he does not feel fatigued, and estimates he can still draw 3 or 4 more before reaching his limit. In the following days, Wang Fu fervently creates Huanglong talismans, and by the time Jiang Yin arrives to collect them, he possesses 13 complete Huanglong talismans, more than half of which are of high quality, including 2 that are of exceptional standard. With great exuberance, Wang Fu tosses 5 Huanglong talismans at Jiang Yin, one of which gleams with a jade-like luster, indicating its top-tier quality. As a significant buyer of talismans, Jiang Yin comprehends the value of the jade-like sheen instantaneously. The Miaofu Pavilion prices the Huanglong talisman at 100 spirit stones each. You managed to draw these? Jiang Yin, unfazed by the talismans hitting his face, gazes at Wang Fu in astonishment, noting the presence of a top-tier quality talisman. Top-tier Huanglong talismans fetch another price, close to 120 spirit stones each. Unfortunately, I currently lack any spirit stones. The total for 5 Huanglong talismans exceeds 500 low-grade spirit stones, and Jiang Yin is utterly impoverished from his recent expedition to acquire a spirit herb. I mentioned that I would extend credit. Wang Fu waves dismissively, unconcerned. Jiang Yin nods, refraining from further discussion about the spirit stones, and promptly stores the talismans in his spatial pouch. He departs, reminding Wang Fu, "Don't die." Wang Fu nods in response. "If I die, there won't even be paper for you to burn." Jiang Yin does not look back, simply waving his hand as he leaves Wang Fu's courtyard, carrying his ever-present black sword. With the departure of the dark-faced man, it is nearly time for Wang Fu to set out as well. Sure enough, not long after, a message arrives on his identity token, summoning him for a mission. Wang Fu hastily checks his gear, ensuring the talismans are easily accessible in his spatial pouch, and places a few Huanglong talismans close to his chest. He summons his artifact for inspection. Wait, I forgot to buy medicinal pills. Wang Fu slaps his forehead in realization and quickly activates his Qingwei flying artifact, racing toward the Danhua Hall, leaving his 3 companions to wait. Upon arriving at the Danhua Hall, Wang Fu exhausts his remaining merit points to purchase healing pills, spirit recovery pills, and fasting pills. Moreover, he even acquires the rarely purchased Peiyuan pills and Ningqi pills using spirit stones, promptly refining them into pill liquid with his small cauldron. These 2 types of pills are the most suitable for enhancing cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. The inner disciples receive a monthly stipend that includes Ningqi pills, though only 10. Given the medicinal residues and waste pills provided by Yang Luanxi and others, Wang Fu had seldom purchased enhancement pills himself. While the pill liquid produced through refining is more effective, he preferred to conserve resources, intending to wait until the efficacy of the refined liquid diminished before resorting to pills. Now that Wang Fu has broken through to the 11th stage of Qi refinement, the effectiveness of the liquid derived from the medicinal residues has halved. And with an upcoming mission, he has decided to prepare some enhancement pills for unforeseen circumstances. The Peiyuan and Ningqi pills are indeed the most effective for cultivation at the Qi refinement stage. Yet purchasing these few bottles has consumed nearly half of his spirit stone reserves. Truly expensive. Even a talisman master cannot easily afford them, let alone an ordinary cultivator. After acquiring the medicinal pills, Wang Fu leisurely makes his way to the mountain gate for the assembly. A man and a woman are quietly waiting in a pavilion not far from the mountain gate. Surprisingly, there are others who have arrived later than him. Wang Fu stows his Qingwei flying artifact and approaches the pavilion. He instinctively employs his Heavenly Eye technique, his eyes shimmering with spiritual light, and instantly perceives the cultivation levels of the 2 individuals. The man is at the 12th stage of Qi refinement, mere steps away from the 13th stage, while the woman is at the 11th stage, akin to Wang Fu himself. Senior brother Wang Fu. As they assess one another, the woman in the yellow skirt beams with excitement upon spotting Wang Fu and waves her hand enthusiastically. Wang Fu feels slightly bewildered. He cannot recall any previous interaction with this yellow-skirted maiden, so he offers a polite smile in response. Suddenly, the yellow-skirted girl jogs over, her cheeks flushed with shyness, leaving Wang Fu at a loss. Fortunately, the voice of the man cuts through the moment, alleviating his discomfort as he swiftly sidesteps to avoid the girl's gaze. Junior brother Wang Fu. It's good to see you. Wang Fu bows slightly. What? You don't remember me? I purchased talismans from you at the Miaofu Pavilion. The senior brother smiles politely. Wang Fu senses through the talisman soul that this senior brother possesses talismans he has drawn, and with a thought, he could instantly activate the talismans on the man. Oh, I see. I apologize, senior brother. Drawing talismans is quite taxing on the mind, and my memory tends to falter. I hope you can forgive me. Junior brother Wang Fu is jesting. Your talismans are renowned among the Qi refinement disciples of our sect. I never anticipated encountering you on this mission. It is indeed an honor. The senior brother shakes his head with a smile, then offers a slight bow. I am Tan Shaiyuan. It is a pleasure to formally meet you, junior brother. Thank you, senior brother Tan, Wang Fu replies, promptly returning the gesture. The two share a smile. As a talisman master, especially one of exceptional talent, Tan Shaiyuan is a sought-after companion wherever he goes. And being part of the same team is akin to having an additional powerful asset. Tan Shaiyuan recognizes Wang Fu's worth. Chapter 40. Ren Family Village Junior Brother Wang Fu. Do you recall me? A woman in a yellow dress interposed herself between the two men, her limpid eyes fixed intently on Wang Fu. Observing this, Tan Shaiyuan scrutinized the pair before erupting in a hearty laugh and tactfully stepping aside. Wang Fu's eyelids twitched, for he genuinely could not recall the woman's identity. This junior sister, I must confess my memory fails me. Senior brother's memory is indeed fleeting, the woman in yellow pouted. But then her face blossomed into a smile. Has senior brother forgotten? More than 2 years ago, when senior brother achieved the 10th level of Qi refining, it was I who escorted you to the inner sect's General Affairs Hall to receive your magical artifacts and robes. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu finally began to recall fragments of the past. When he had broken through to the 10th level of Qi refining, he had sought out Uncle Li. But the latter was occupied. Consequently, he had randomly selected a disciple to guide Wang Fu to the General Affairs Hall. It was this very woman in the yellow dress. Her name, if he remembered correctly, was Dong Xian. However, Dong Xian had only recently arrived at the inner sect herself, and they had circled around numerous times, nearly making Wang Fu nauseous, before finally locating the path to Falling Peak and eventually the inner sect's General Affairs Hall. Senior brother remembers now, doesn't he? Ahem, yes. I remember now. You were the Dong senior sister who couldn't find her way around. I should address you as junior sister Dong now, Wang Fu chuckled. I was also new to the inner sect back then, Dong Xian said, her cheeks flushed. Haha. Wang Fu laughed, finding the girl rather amusing. She blushed at the mere sight of people and was also directionally challenged. What a coincidence that the three of us have met. I've also met senior brother Tan. Indeed. A fortunate coincidence, Dong Xian replied, her large eyes crinkling into slits as she smiled. In her heart, however, she knew that there was nothing coincidental about it. Her presence here was the result of her own machinations. As the eldest daughter of the Dong family's patriarch, she had long relied on her family's network to have family disciples pay attention to Wang Fu. However, Wang Fu had remained in the profound talisman hall. Only this year did she surmise that Wang Fu would be performing sect duties, so she had kept a close watch on the inner sect's General Affairs Hall. A few days ago, as soon as Wang Fu had accepted this task, she had received the news and followed suit without delay, accepting the same task. Dong Xian harbored affection for Wang Fu, not only due to the brief period they had spent together more than 2 years ago, which had stirred her youthful heart, but also because her father hoped she would find a talisman crafter to become an adopted son-in-law. Otherwise, she would lack the connections to mobilize other inner sect disciples from her family within the sect. Wang Fu's clean background and status as a talisman crafter without any backing made him perfectly suited to the Dong family patriarch's ideal son-in-law. With both considerations in mind, Dong Xian and her father had reached a consensus. Of course, Dong Xian's own fondness for Wang Fu was the primary factor. Now, we just await the final member, who is even later than I expected. I wonder who it could be, Wang Fu mused, oblivious to Dong Xian's thoughts. He simply wished to complete the task quickly and return to the sect to cultivate. He intended to cultivate to the 13th level of Qi refining before preparing to advance to the foundation establishment stage. He had already devised a plan to acquire foundation establishment pills, crafting the 3 most challenging top-tier level 1 spiritual talismans recorded in the profound talisman hall. Success in even one would guarantee the sect's bestowal of a foundation establishment pill without him even having to request it. If he were to craft all 3 successfully, he would almost certainly secure a spot in the next Great Xia Earth Vein opportunity. Ah, him. He'll probably be quite late, Tan Shaiyuan sneered. What do you mean, senior brother Tan? Wang Fu inquired, puzzled. You know of the Sun family, don't you? Tan Shaiyuan countered, not directly answering. Yes. One of the 3 most powerful families in the Falling Sect. Their ancestor is Sun Qian, elder son, the peak lord of Jinshan Peak, Wang Fu replied solemnly. Mention of Sun Qian reminded him of Zhao Zilan, who had once bullied him. Zhao Zilan was Sun Qian's personal disciple. Wang Fu had been diligently gathering information over the years. Zhao Zilan had long since broken through to the foundation establishment stage and now held an important position in the enforcement hall. He had probably forgotten about the insignificant ant he once was, but Wang Fu remembered it all too well. Does senior brother Tan mean that the fourth person is a member of the Sun family? Tan Shunyuan nodded. Indeed. Sun Qian's sixth-generation direct descendant, Sun Liang. A wastrel whose cultivation is entirely propped up by pills. I was coerced by a foundation establishment uncle from the Sun family to protect him while he completes the task. Otherwise, no amount of spirit stones would have enticed me to take on this job. Sun Liang. Wang Fu had never heard of him. Each harboring their own thoughts, the three sat on the stone benches in the pavilion, waiting for a full hour and a half before a resplendent golden flying boat arrived tardily. The flying boat descended, and a man clad in ornate magical robes staggered into the pavilion, reeking of strong liquor. Seeing Tan Shunyuan rise to his feet, Wang Fu knew that the main character had arrived, activating his celestial eye technique. He was somewhat surprised to discover that Sun Liang possessed the 12th level of qi refining cultivation, as expected of a scion of a great family. However, Wang Fu was even more surprised to see that Sun Liang also carried talismans crafted by him, and in considerable quantity. In addition to ordinary talismans, there were also numerous spiritual talismans. Which one of you is Tan Shunyuan? Sun Liang slurred, his drunken breath instantly filling the airy pavilion. Wang Fu couldn't help but frown, while Dong Xin covered her nose with one hand and fanned the air in front of her with the other. Tan Shunyuan replied calmly, I am. May I ask if you are junior brother Sun Liang? I am Sun Liang. But not your junior brother. We're both at the 12th level of qi refining, so why? Am I the junior brother? Sun Liang hiccuped. Junior brother Sun is intoxicated. Let's set out quickly and strive to reach Ren family village before nightfall, Tan Shunyuan suggested, his temperament quite agreeable, but his principles firm. With his higher cultivation, he was naturally the senior brother. He was unwilling to address Sun Liang as senior brother under any circumstances. All right, Sun Liang grinned, whether due to drunkenness or other reasons. He did not dwell on the matter. Let's go then. Wang Fu could clearly sense Tan Shunyuan's relief. The four of them each mounted their flying artifacts and soared out of the mountain gate, passing through the dense mist of the sect's protective array and heading towards Ren family village according to the task map's guidance. Among the four, only Wang Fu possessed a mid-grade magical artifact, the Azure Leaf flying artifact. The other three all had flying boats, especially Sun Liang's, which was a top-grade magical artifact with exceptional speed. The mid-grade Azure Leaf flying artifact inevitably lagged behind. Hey, you there, can't you go any faster? If you delay my completion of the task, you'll be sorry, Sun Liang urged impatiently from his luxurious golden flying boat. Wang Fu felt helpless. Senior brother, come and join me, Dong Xin offered, her face flushed. Wang Fu had no choice but to accept, as he didn't want to listen to Sun Liang's incessant nagging. Thank you, junior sister Dong. It's no trouble at all, Dong Xin replied, secretly delighted. Leaping onto Dong Xion's flying boat, the group's speed noticeably increased. Wang Fu immediately resolved to acquire a new flying boat upon returning to the sect. After a long and uninterrupted journey, they finally arrived at Ren family village as the sun began to set. Someone from Ren family village had once joined the inner sect of the Falling Feather sect. Although that person had long since passed away, the sect was obligated to protect Ren family village for 50 years according to sect rules. This was the reason for Ren family village's plea for assistance from the Falling Feather sect. The Falling Feather sect's regulations were not only intended to pacify sect disciples but also to seek fresh blood for the sect. After all, if one person with spiritual roots could emerge from a village, there was a possibility of a second. The village chief of Ren family village was a burly middle-aged man. As Wang Fu and the others descended from the sky, the village chief immediately led the villagers to greet them at the village entrance, each kneeling on the ground. Humble and respectful, Wang Fu vaguely recalled the appearance of Wutong Village 10 years ago. Hadn't the villagers of Wutong Village been just like this when Yuning had arrived gracefully? There was a clear distinction between immortals and mortals. In the eyes of these villagers, they were lofty and omnipotent immortals. Chapter 41. The scholar in the presence of the four celestial beings, the village head bowed deeply, proclaiming, May the celestial lords enjoy boundless blessings and live as long as the heavens themselves. The villagers followed suit, prostrating themselves on the ground in reverence. It was evident that the villagers of Rinjia village were quite accustomed to such displays, having performed them many times before. Please rise. Let us proceed to the site of the incident. Others need not accompany us, Tan Shunyuan said, extending his hand slightly, an invisible force gently lifting Rendawe. Rest assured. I understand, Rendawe replied, promptly ushering the villagers away, leaving only two seemingly astute youths by his side. Please follow me, esteemed celestial lords. Yes. Recount the events that transpired in Qingwei Village from beginning to end, with utmost detail, Tin Sha Yuan instructed. Just as the village head was about to speak, he was interrupted by Sun Liang. Tan Shan Yuan, you handle the investigation here. I shall explore the surroundings. Tan Shan Yuan furrowed his brow, wishing to complete his task swiftly and return to report, but knowing he could not restrain Sun Liang's movements, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Be cautious and send word if anything arises. Sun Liang waved his hand dismissively, not looking back. Xiao Cheng, accompany the celestial lord on his exploration. The village head instructed a nearby youth, who nodded with a smile and quickly followed. Watching Sun Liang depart, Tan Shan Yuan could only hope that he would not cause any trouble. He turned to Rendawe. Please continue. With a heavy sigh, Rendawe began to narrate. This matter must begin a month ago. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night descended, a sudden thunderclap shattered the stillness, followed by a torrential downpour that alleviated the summer heat. A fair-skinned scholar, burdened with a heavy box, hurried through the rain, his flickering oil lamp illuminating the way. Spotting flickering lights in the distance, he quickened his pace, heartened by the prospect of refuge. A flash of lightning illuminated the stone tablet by the roadside, marking Qingwei Village. Is anyone there? The scholar's voice quavered as he knocked on the nearest gate. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached, revealing a middle-aged woman who scrutinized the scholar. Recognizing him as a candidate bound for the imperial examination. Young master, quickly come inside. The rain is heavy, and you might catch a chill, she urged. Thank you, Auntie. The scholar replied, wiping the rain from his face as he followed her through the courtyard into a brightly lit room. Do forgive my rudeness. You must be on your way to the imperial city for the examination. We have had a few candidates from our village, but alas, they have departed days ago. Otherwise, you could have traveled together, she said with a smile, bringing forth a bowl of ginger soup. Here, drink this to warm yourself. It will prevent you from catching a cold. Without a moment to express his gratitude, the scholar set down his burden and eagerly accepted the steaming bowl, cupping it in his hands, blowing gently on the rim before tentatively tasting it. Soon, he gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling warmth spread through his belly. I shall fetch you a change of clothes. It is not suitable to remain in wet garments, the woman said kindly, disappearing into the inner room. Moments later, she returned with a set of clothes. These belong to my husband. Fret not, they are clean. The scholar felt uncomfortable in his damp attire, and without further hesitation, he accepted the garments from her. Thank you, Auntie. I have a few pieces of silver in my box. What need is there for silver? A mere garment is hardly worth anything. I help you not for coin, but because everyone faces difficulties while on the road, especially a young master such as yourself. Should you succeed in your examination, perhaps our village shall share in your glory, she replied with a smile. Now, go and change in my room. Grateful. The scholar entered the inner chamber. The room was simply furnished, illuminated by an oil lamp. After locking the door, he cautiously removed his uncomfortable clothing, revealing a thick band of white cloth wrapped around his chest. Outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man, drenched in rain, returned home with a hose slung over his shoulder. Upon opening the gate, he noticed the bright light spilling from the inner room. Under the soft glow, he glimpsed a stunning figure, alluring and sensuous, partially obscured. Gulping audibly, the man, oblivious to the pouring rain, approached the house stealthily, peering through a crack. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he swallowed repeatedly until the figure inside donned the familiar clothing and opened the door. Truly captivating. If only I could touch her. It would be worth my life, he thought, shaking off the days after splashing rainwater on his face. He called out, My dear, I have returned. Inside, the woman was engaged in conversation with the scholar, lamenting that her daughter had long since married far away, when her husband's voice interrupted. My husband is back? The scholar rose, opening the door to reveal the imposing figure of the man, momentarily darkening the room with his presence. Who is this? The man inquired, eyeing the frail scholar while his mind wandered to the enchanting sight from earlier. This is the young master on his way to the imperial city for the examination. Since the rain struck, I welcomed him into our home, the woman explained, bringing a cloth to wipe the rain from her husband's face. Young master, I am pleased to meet you. Do not concern yourself with any trouble. Feel free to stay as long as needed until the rain ceases, the man said heartily, though his gaze lingered on the scholar with unabashed interest. Dear, Prepare our daughter's room for this young master. I shall wash up in the back, he instructed. Of course. It has already been tidied up, the woman teased, tossing the cloth at her husband. He scratched his head sheepishly before heading to the back. The scholar sighed in relief, sensing the man's peculiar gaze upon him. Young master, please follow me, the woman said, guiding him to her daughter's former room. That night, thunder rumbled, and the heavy rain continued unabated until the early hours, when it finally began to relent. A slender figure, stealthily carrying the box, quietly left the home that had sheltered him for the night. It was the scholar, having spent a sleepless night, troubled by the man's unsettling gaze. He left behind 2 taels of silver on the table and slipped away without a word. Chapter 42. A debt paid in blood. The man, reclining in his bed, listened to the rain and gazed upon his aging wife, finding only tedium. The vision of the lithe, fair woman he had glimpsed outside stirred a thirst within him, and he remained sleepless through the night. After what seemed an eternity, he faintly heard the sound of a door opening. Curiosity impelled him to rise cautiously. Peering through the crack, he beheld the scholar in disguise, and a carnal desire surged within him. Casting a glance at his wife, he slipped out of the house and followed. In the pre-dawn hours, when darkness reigned supreme, devoid of moonlight or starlight, only the muddy earth remained after the rain. The man watched the slender figure hurrying ahead. Recalling the alluring sight of the previous night, he could no longer restrain himself. With swift strides, he cut across the path, concealing himself in the bushes along the woman's inevitable route out of the village. As she passed, he pounced, his calloused hand muffling her mouth while the other encircled her waist. The frail form barely struggled before he dragged her into the thicket. In the inky blackness, the muffled cries of anguish echoed from the bushes near Heavenly Village's entrance. As dawn approached, the man adjusted his trousers and sauntered home, sated. Moments later, a mud-caked hand emerged from the undergrowth. Then, a figure, clothes torn and tattered, staggered out. Long hair obscured her face, but her form hinted at a woman beneath. Dazed, she rose, her vacant eyes turned to the sky. After a long pause, she gazed back at the village, her heart filled with malice. Gathering her broken belongings, she limped toward the town, intent on seeking justice. In town, the soft thud of a drum echoed at the yamen gates, signaling the arrival of the woman, who had walked dozens of miles to petition the authorities. The sound drew a crowd. Who beats the drum? A yamen runner emerged. I, Kailan. Accuse a villager from Heavenly Village. Kailan was soon brought before the court. The gavel struck, and the magistrate began the interrogation. Who stands before me? What grievance do you bring? Speak plainly. Kailan recounted her ordeal, moving the onlookers to tears of pity. However, the magistrate retorted, Kailan, you claim to be a scholar on your way to the capital for the imperial examinations, yet the Great Xia dynasty explicitly forbids women from participating. How do you explain this? If you are a woman disguised as a man, why did the villagers of Heavenly Village recognize you as such? And how did your male attire incite such lewd behavior? Kailan was speechless, unsure how to respond. The onlookers, hearing the magistrate's words, ceased their lamentations. The prohibition of women in the imperial examinations was an undeniable truth in the Great Xia dynasty. Humph. In my view, you are fabricating a false accusation. Considering you are a woman, I will show leniency and spare you the rod. You are to be confined to the yamen jail for 1 day as punishment. The magistrate scoffed. The gavel struck again. Court dismissed. Injustice. Injustice. I am the most talented woman in Hongting Town, unwilling to let my abilities go to waste. Which is why I disguised myself as a man. Kailan cried out, but to no avail. She was led away to the cold, damp prison, where her heart grew even colder. Released the next day, she wandered aimlessly, lost and forlorn. 3 figures blocked her path, causing her to recoil in terror, falling to the ground. Ah, it's that beast. Heh. You little bitch, you actually went in town to report us? Don't you know that immortals have emerged from Heavenly Village? No one for miles around dares to interfere in our affairs. The man sneered, seizing Kailan's arm in a vice-like grip, stifling her cries. Beast, beast. The 2 men accompanying him rubbed their hands together, their faces contorted in lascivious grins. As they reached for Kailan, I'll haunt you as a ghost. A ghost? Heh, ghosts are the least of my worries. The man hoisted Kailan over his shoulder and strode back toward the village. That night, outside Heavenly Village, in the same location, the same woman suffered the same fate, only this time with 2 additional tormentors. Crack. Lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down. Uncle Zhong. She's dead, the youngest of the men stammered, panic-stricken. What's there to panic about? She's dead, so she's dead. Dump her in the burial mound. Nobody goes there. Wild dogs will pick her bones clean in a few days. Heh. Uncle Jean, you're so capable. Of course. I've given you two lads a taste of flesh. Don't forget to bring a nice gift to my house for the new year. Definitely. Rest assured. Uncle Jean. Kailan was discarded in the burial mound behind Ren family village, a place of countless graves and eerie winds. After an indeterminate amount of time, wisps of dark energy converged, the wind howled, and ghostly wails arose, all drawn to the newly arrived corpse. A black, spectral figure gradually took shape. Ren family village. I will have my vengeance in blood. Ren family village, the ancestral hall. Wang Fu and his companions frowned at the three corpses covered in white cloth. Esteemed immortals. These are the bodies of Ren Zhong and the others, Ren Dao said, pinching his nose as he pointed to the ground. Tan Shunyuan waved his hand, revealing three desiccated corpses. Their skin was pale, their eyes wide open, gray, and lifeless. TSK. Drain dry. But if what village chief Ren said is true, they brought it upon themselves, Wang Fu remarked, narrowing his eyes. After listening to Ren Dao's account, he felt that they had gotten off easy. The woman named Kai had exacted her revenge. Three grown men bullying a defenseless woman far from home. They deserved to die, with no hope of justice. She transformed into a vengeful spirit and claimed their lives. Wang Fu saw nothing wrong with Kailan's actions. He had understood the principle of a life for a life since childhood. Indeed, it's a pity for such a young woman, Ren Dao sighed. They should be cut into 1,000 pieces, Dong Xin exclaimed fiercely, her spiritual energy surging. Wang Fu almost thought she was about to perform a live dismemberment and took a step back. However, Tan Shunyuan frowned. Junior brother Wang, junior sister Dong. The situation may not be as simple as it seems. Otherwise, village chief Ren wouldn't have sought our assistance. The vengeful spirit has devoured the essence of three men and is likely gaining strength. The entire village is in danger. If it consumes more, it could sever its connection to its physical remains and flee elsewhere, which would be disastrous. We must eliminate it. Chapter 43, The Lotus Lantern Brother Tan. One cannot speak in such a manner, Dong Xin disagreed. She continued. Since the vengeful spirit formed from Kailan has taken its revenge and has not harmed anyone for quite some time, perhaps its resentment has dissipated and it has reincarnated. Tan Shunyuan, taken aback by her rebuttal, furrowed his brow and replied, Junior sister Dong, the resentment of a vengeful spirit does not dissipate so easily. Moreover, how can we, as cultivators, gamble with the lives of an entire village? I never suggested gambling with their lives. Two esteemed immortals, may I speak for a moment? Ren Dao cautiously interjected. Speak, Tan Shunyuan said in a low voice. The spirit formed from Kai Lan still lingers, every night at the stroke of midnight. One can hear mournful cries emanating from the village's back graveyard, Ren Dao said, lowering his head, his body trembling slightly at the mention of the graveyard. Clearly filled with fear. Indeed, the cries of the dead are not to be taken lightly. Tan Shunyuan shot a glance at Dong Xin and sternly declared, Since it does not wish to reincarnate, we shall ensure its soul is dispersed. Brother Wang, at midnight tonight, we shall confront this man-eating spirit at the graveyard, he instructed. Wang Fu nodded in acknowledgement. I will join as well, Dong Xin declared defiantly, wiping her nose and standing close to Wang Fu, indicating her intent to accompany him rather than Tan Shunyuan. With three esteemed immortals involved, the specter would surely be vanquished, restoring peace to Ren Village. Ren Dao nodded eagerly, his face brimming with delight. With still some time until midnight, the three immortals might as well rest. I have prepared a clean room and some light refreshments. Let us skip the drinks and instead rest until the hour arrives, Tan Shunyuan agreed. The room was located at the western end of the village, not in Ren Dao's own home, but rather in a long vacant house that had been tidied up. While it lacked the opulence of a grand estate, it was reasonably neat. However, Wang Fu found it odd that upon their arrival in the mundane village, the village head did not welcome them into his own home, but instead arranged for them to stay in the opposite part of the village. Though puzzled, Wang Fu chose not to dwell on it. The three retreated to their rooms, reuniting only at midnight to head towards the graveyard. As they entered the graveyard, the air thick with malevolence, mounds of graves surrounded them, and even bare white bones lay exposed, creating a truly terrifying atmosphere. Dong Xin, who had been so defiant earlier, now pressed tightly against Wang Fu, seemingly losing her bravado. Had the situation been different, Wang Fu might have been quite distracted. Vengeful spirit, show yourself, Tan Shunyuan commanded, his voice resonating with spiritual energy echoing in all directions. Yet, there was no response, only the eerie silence of the graveyard. This place is steeped in negative energy. Those who have died unjustly here can easily become vengeful spirits. Given the pervasive aura of malevolence, I suspect a wicked spirit is indeed lurking. Ren, the village head, was not lying, Tan Shunyuan assessed as he began to scan the area, even deploying magical artifacts to sweep the vicinity. Brother Tan, based on our current strength, I doubt any vengeful spirit would dare show itself tonight, Wang Fu remarked, observing the chaotic movements of Tan Shunyuan's high-grade artifact, feeling somewhat exasperated. With such radiant light from your artifact, how could a newly formed spirit dare to emerge? Allow me to conduct a thorough search, Tan Shunyuan replied, nodding but continuing his examination. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that he withdrew his artifact. Let us proceed and discuss on the way, he said, as Wang Fu hesitated, wanting to speak. Upon returning to Ren Village, Tan Shunyuan ushered the two into his chamber, casting a soundproof barrier before finally speaking. I just surveyed the graveyard. There are 3 new skeletons, one of which is small and should belong to the woman, Kai Lan. Tomorrow at noon, during the peak of yang energy, I shall set a secretive spell upon her skeleton. If the vengeful spirit of Kai Lan returns, I will be aware, and we can act together to eliminate it, thus completing our task. Brother Tan, I did not realize you had activated your artifact merely to locate Kai Lan's remains. Wang Fu felt a pang of embarrassment. Ah, indeed, Tan Shunyuan chuckled. Newly formed spirits cannot stray too far from their own remains. I surmised that the vengeful spirit would surely return, so locating its remains is the key to dealing with it. Brother Tan is truly formidable, Wang Fu praised, giving him a thumbs up. After their discussion concluded, the barrier was lifted. As the 3 exited the room, they found Ren Dao waiting outside. Village head Ren, why are you still here at such a late hour? Wang Fu inquired. Forgive me, esteemed immortal. I am deeply concerned for the safety of the village and could not sleep. I wish to inquire if the malevolent spirit has been eradicated, Ren Dao said, rubbing his hands together, his face awash with hope. However, Tan Shunyuan's response caused Ren Dao's brow to furrow. We have not yet found Kai Lan's spirit. It must be hiding. But do not worry, village head. Until we eliminate that spirit, we will not return. We shall stay here for the time being. And should anything arise, you may inform us immediately. Upon hearing that Kai Lan's spirit had not been vanquished, Ren Dao momentarily froze, and Wang Fu keenly noted the unnatural look on his face. He began to suspect that something was amiss with the village head. After Ren Dao left, looking as if he had lost his soul, Wang Fu excused himself to rest, locking the door behind him before employing a technique to burrow underground, following Ren Dao closely. He locked onto Ren Dao's presence, navigating through the earth at a measured pace. Aside from surfacing for breath, he remained underground. Ren Dao displayed no unusual behavior as he headed straight home, where only his wife awaited him. There were no other occupants. Could I have misjudged? Perhaps the village head is not suspicious? Wang Fu pondered. No, as the village head, it is improbable for Ren Dao to have no descendants. I should sweep with my spiritual sense. Activating his perfected 13th layer of Qi refinement, his spiritual sense spread out like a vast net, covering a 100-meter radius, revealing every detail within, even penetrating the walls of several nearby houses where villagers of Ren Village were engaged in various activities. While his spiritual sense could extend 100 meters above ground, its efficacy diminished underground, allowing him to probe only 10 meters deep. Clang. What is this? Something is obstructing my spiritual sense beneath Ren Dao's home. As Wang Fu directed his spiritual sense deeper, he encountered an invisible barrier at 6 meters down, as if he had hit an iron wall. Indeed, something was amiss. Wang Fu summoned 2 high-grade artifacts, the Earth Dragon Spike and the Xuanjia Shield, positioning them for offense and defense. He clutched several talismans in his fingers, activated a concealment technique, and cautiously proceeded towards the source of the obstruction. At 6 meters underground in Ren Dao's home, he discovered a spacious chamber furnished with tables and chairs, resembling an underground mansion. Upon entering this subterranean abode, Wang Fu was immediately captivated by a resplendent lotus lantern. The bright yellow light illuminated the entire space, and Wang Fu finally discerned the source of the barrier that had thwarted his spiritual sense. It was the radiance of this very lantern. As the light shone, Wang Fu's concealment technique faltered, revealing his true form. Chapter 44. The Art of Enchantment. This aura, could it be a Buddhist artifact? Fortunately, there was no one around. Wang Fu quickly concealed himself in the shadows, scrutinizing the lotus lantern as he pondered the troubling implications of Ren Dao's actions. Not only was there a luxurious residence hidden beneath the house, but also a rare Buddhist artifact. His spiritual consciousness was inexplicably suppressed by the light emanating from the lantern. With a sigh of resignation, Wang Fu was about to investigate further when he heard footsteps approaching, followed by a young man's voice filled with complaint. When will this endless ordeal come to an end? I've been stuck here for a month with nothing to show for it. All I do is sleep and eat. What a bore. The young man bore a striking resemblance to Ren Dao, and with a mere glance, Wang Fu deduced he must be Ren Dao's son. Hiding his son underground? Wang Fu could hardly believe it. The young man pulled on a rope within the room, and Wang Fu distinctly heard the sound of a bell. Shortly after, Ren Dao appeared, descending from a stone staircase. Along, what troubles you? Dad, when can I go outside? It's so dull here. There's nothing to do. Upon seeing his father, Ren Lang hurried over. Ren Dao's expression darkened slightly at his son's words. Did I not tell you to refrain from calling me unless it is urgent? Dad, observing his son's pallid complexion from prolonged seclusion, Ren Dao felt a pang of heartache. He sighed deeply. Along, you have caused Kai Lan great suffering. She has transformed into a vengeful spirit and will undoubtedly seek retribution. Your loyal uncle and his companions were merely complicit and paid with their lives, while you were the first to strike. How could Kai Lan possibly spare you? If it weren't for the lantern left by your great-grandfather, which possesses the power to dispel spirits, you would have perished long ago. Fortunately, Kai Lan has a kind heart and refrains from harming others. Otherwise, our village would have faced dire consequences. Soon, your great-grandfather's celestial gate will summon divine beings. And before long, Kai Lan will be eradicated, allowing you to emerge from this confinement. For now, you must endure. Dad, can we trust that old celestial gate? It has been ages and still no resolution. It seems utterly useless, Ren Lang grumbled. Wang Fu listened intently to the exchange between father and son, a chill creeping into his heart. So, there were 4 individuals responsible for Kai Lan's plight, with Ren Dao's son being the primary instigator. No wonder they had arranged for their lodgings at the western edge of the village. They must have feared we would uncover the monstrous secret hidden beneath the Ren family's abode. Alas, I have discovered it. With a smirk, Wang Fu cast his gaze towards the central lotus lantern and formulated a plan. He intended for this Ren scion to receive his just deserts. And as for the prohibition against vengeful spirits exacting retribution, he was certainly not as rigid as Tinshan Yuan. When Ren Dao departed and young Ren Lang retreated to another room to sleep, Wang Fu emerged, approaching the lotus lantern. He cast several defensive talismans around himself before reaching out to grasp the lantern. He intended to seize the lotus lantern, allowing Kai Lan to personally avenge her wrongs. Who goes there? Why do you seek to claim my artifact? As Wang Fu held the lotus lantern, a faint ethereal figure materialized before him. He understood this to be a remnant of the consciousness left by the previous owner of the artifact, intended to offer protection to their descendants. Although we share the same cultivation level, you have long since departed this world. How dare you challenge me? Wang Fu sneered, effortlessly overpowering the feeble consciousness left by Ren Lang's great-grandfather, erasing it before it could even lament its fate. With a few transformation talismans in hand, he crafted a counterfeit. Successfully acquiring the true lotus lantern, he gazed at it with a wicked grin, then retrieved a mundane oil lamp, activated a transformation talisman, and in a flash of light, the ordinary oil lamp morphed to resemble the lotus lantern perfectly. Content with his handiwork, Wang Fu stored the genuine lotus lantern in his spatial pouch and employed a ground-penetrating technique to leave the premises. Without the lantern's protection, he was certain it would not be long before Ren Lang faced Kai Lan's wrath. However, this anticipated moment of reckoning took nearly 10 days to materialize without any sign of action. On the 5th day, Tinshan Yuan, utilizing a secret method inscribed on Kai Lan's remains, learned that she had resurfaced in a mass grave. Consequently, the 3 of them immediately set out, but regrettably, Kai Lan evaded them, vanishing at their mere sight. The movements of spirits are unpredictable unless they choose to reveal themselves. Wang Fu and his companions could only wait for an opportunity by guarding the remains, with Kai Lan still at large and Ren Lang unharmed. It was the descendant of the Sun family who found himself in dire straits. He had used a charm on ordinary women, compelling them to obey his every whim. And in just a few days, 4 young ladies fell victim to his enchantments. Had it not been for the fierce spirit of one girl who, upon regaining her senses, took her own life. The matter might have gone unnoticed by Wang Fu and his companions. Engaging in forbidden magic on mortals, especially with lethal consequences, was a grave offense according to the sect's regulations. Tan Shunyuan, reluctant to escalate the issue to the enforcement hall, knew that Sun Liang was under his guardianship. If Sun Liang were to face repercussions, Tan Shunyuan would undoubtedly be held accountable by those behind him. Moreover, Sun Liang was a direct descendant of Sun Qian, the most influential figure in the enforcement hall. Regardless of the uproar it might cause within the sect, it would ultimately be brushed aside, potentially incurring the Sun family's ire. As a mere inner disciple without significant backing, he wished to avoid trouble. Thus, he summoned Wang Fu and Dong Xin into a private chamber. Wang, Dong. How do you believe we should handle Sun Liang's situation? Wang Fu remained silent, discerning from Tan Shunyuan's demeanor that he wished to keep the matter from escalating to the sect's higher authorities. However, Dong Xin was straightforward, articulating her opinion candidly. Naturally, we must report this to the sect and allow the enforcement hall to adjudicate. What about you, Wang? Tan Shunyuan inquired, furrowing his brow. Must I state my opinion? Wang Fu frowned. Wang, Sun Liang is part of our mission team. Tan Shunyuan's gaze bore down on him, exuding pressure. Dong Xin, displeased, interjected, Tan. If Wang doesn't wish to speak, is it not clear what he means? Sun Liang has employed enchantments on ordinary women, leading to fatalities. This matter must be handed over to the enforcement hall. There is no room for negotiation. Wang does not wish to voice this to avoid discord among us. Is that also your sentiment, Wang? Tan Shunyuan pressed once more. Wang Fu shot a helpless glance at Dong Xin, who offered him an encouraging look, causing him to stifle a laugh. Perhaps this girl was a bit unhinged. He nodded. Since both of you believe it should be reported to the sect, then it is settled. Upon completing our mission, we shall return to the sect. I have already sealed Sun Liang's spiritual energy, so there is no need to worry about his escape, Tan Shunyuan affirmed. Chapter 45, The Malevolent Spirit Kai Lan. Thank you, Brother Tan. It seems that Kai Lan lingers in Rinjia Village, neither harming the villagers nor attempting to relocate the remains. It is likely that there are still individuals or memories here that he holds dear. Wang Fu nodded and remarked, I successfully crafted a ghost-attracting talisman last night. Tonight, I shall test it to see if it can draw him out. The sooner we complete our mission, the sooner we can return to the sect. That would be a great help, Brother Wang, Tan Shunyuan replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. With that, Wang Fu and Dong Xin departed the dwelling. However, after their departure, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Sun Liang. These two truly wish to harm me, and have even reported to the law enforcement hall. Such ignorance. My ancestor, Sun Qian, is the only hall master of the law enforcement hall, he scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the door. Then, addressing Tan Shunyuan, he inquired, so, how will you choose Tan Shunyuan? Noticing Tan Shunyuan's silence, Sun Liang continued, you must think carefully. Even if this matter escalates to the law enforcement hall, or even reaches the sect leader, I shall not face serious consequences. At most, my ancestor may confine me for a time. Confinement is temporary. I am restless by nature and do not wish to remain in one place for long. What do you intend to do? Tan Shunyuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them, having made his decision. Of course, I desire them silenced. He replied. Sun Liang grinned. Tan Shunyuan, I did not expect you to be so ruthless. You speak of killing fellow disciples, but I admire that. Sun Liang laughed heartily. Rest assured, as long as it remains undiscovered, no crime is too great. The reward I offer will exceed your imagination. I will provide you with a top-quality magical artifact. And upon completion of the task, another, along with, a Foundation Establishment Pill. Foundation Establishment Pill. Tan Shunyuan's pupils constricted, and he nodded solemnly. Very well. Tonight, Wang Fu will use the ghost-attracting talisman to summon Kai Lan's spirit. We shall take advantage of the malevolent spirit to eliminate the two. To die at the hands of a malevolent spirit, a splendid plan, Sun Liang applauded. That night, at the mass grave, Wang Fu and his companions reconvened. Thank you, Brother Wang, Tan Shunyuan said, glancing at Wang Fu. Wang Fu smiled and produced a talisman from his palm, infusing it with spiritual energy. He brought the talisman to his lips and whispered a few inaudible words, then released it. The talisman flew forth, adhering to Kai Lan's remains, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The surroundings fell silent, devoid of any change. Is this all it takes? Dong Xin queried, intrigued. Uncertain, Wang Fu replied. The ghost-attracting talisman serves solely to summon spirits. Whether it can bring forth the transformed Kai Lan relies on fortune. We shall wait. The results should manifest within a quarter of an hour. Tan Shunyuan furrowed his brow, resigned to waiting. As the quarter hour elapsed, the mass grave remained devoid of any spectral presence. Brother, has this failed? Dong Xin teased, covering her mouth, coughing lightly. Wang Fu was about to defend himself when an immense roar suddenly erupted from the eastern side of Qingwei Village, followed by an overwhelming surge of ghostly energy. His eyes brightened, realizing it had succeeded. Though the ghost-attracting talisman bore no harm to spirits, it could convey one's words to their ears. Wang Fu had just whispered, "The Buddha's lamp has extinguished, Ren Lang shall perish." It appeared the malevolent spirit was quite astute. With a cold snort, Tan Shunyuan commanded, "Let us go." The trio immediately harnessed their magical artifacts and soared toward the eastern village. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a swirling miasma of ghostly energy that enveloped the area for 100 meters. The village chief, Ren Dao's house, had vanished, leaving only a vast, gaping pit, Ren Lang's hideout, now reduced to ruins. Ren Dao and his wife lay in the pit, unaware of their fate. While Ren Lang was ensnared by a grotesque hand wreathed in black mist, his vitality rapidly draining away. "Old Spectre, cease at once!" Tan Shunyuan shouted as he descended with his magical artifact, aiming to strike the spectre. However, the malevolent spirit appeared unfazed, unleashing a surge of ghostly energy that extinguished Ren Lang's life, discarding his lifeless body into the pit. Having completed this grim task, Tan Shunyuan's artifact drew near. Yet the spectre merely extended its other hand, filled with ghostly energy, halting the artifact's advance. Despite Tan Shunyuan's vigorous attempts to compel it, the artifact merely trembled. "Those who obstruct me shall die." A female voice resonated from the chilling miasma, followed by a colossal ghostly visage lunging at Tan Shunyuan. With a swift motion, he wielded his longsword artifact, cleaving through the ghostly face to reveal the spectre's form. Wang Fu, observing the ethereal glow emanating from the longsword, felt a pang of envy. "Top-tier artifact," he muttered, but Tan Shunyuan's voice interrupted his reverie. "Brother Wang, Sister Dong. This malevolent spirit has inexplicably grown much stronger since the previous days. It now rivals a fully realized practitioner at the 13th level of Qi refinement. We must join forces to vanquish it." Wang Fu turned his gaze toward the spectral woman, equally astonished. Though they had not engaged the spirit transformed from Kai Lan before, they had seen its power up close. Just days prior, it had barely reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. How had it gained such strength so swiftly? Were it not for the lingering essence of the ghost-attracting talisman, Wang Fu might have doubted that this spirit was indeed Kai Lan. What are we waiting for? To slay mortals before us and expect to escape unscathed is folly, Tan Shunyuan declared, summoning his top-tier artifact to attack Kai Lan. "Sister, we must act. I see no trace of the kindness she once possessed. Only by eliminating her can we ensure the safety of Qingwei Village," Dong Xin asserted, also springing into action. Her artifact, resembling a hairpin, was of the same exceptional quality as Tan Shunyuan's long sword. Have top-tier artifacts become so common? Is everyone equipped with one? Wang Fu grumbled enviously as he summoned his own artifact, the Earth Dragon Spike, to join the assault against the malevolent spirit Kai Lan. A piercing roar erupted from Kai Lan, her somewhat ethereal form solidifying as she faced 3 formidable practitioners alone. Despite the onslaught of 2 top-tier artifacts, her formidable ghostly energy held its ground. "You shall all perish," she bellowed, and with another roar, her flowing hair surged, reaching an extraordinary length, accompanied by an even denser and more terrifying ghostly energy. Her eyes, shrouded in darkness, gazed menacingly at Wang Fu and his companions, brimming with murderous intent. 3 spears, forged from concentrated ghostly energy, materialized before the trio in an instant. Chapter 46. The Shadowless Needle. Wang Fu hastily summoned the Xuanjia shield to shield himself, while Dong Xin and Tan Shunyuan each conjured a defensive artifact for their protection. The strength of their spiritual awareness at the Qi refinement stage allowed them to manipulate only 2 artifacts simultaneously. Hence, the trio had refrained from deploying 2 offensive artifacts earlier. Should they have done so, they would have left themselves defenseless. Moreover, Tan Shunyuan's initial artifact had already succumbed to the malevolent energy of the vengeful spirit, Kai Lan, having fallen to the ground and lost its potency. The ghostly spear struck against Wang Fu's Xuanjia shield with a resounding crash. Fortunately, he managed to withstand the blow. Aside from the intense vibrations, he emerged unscathed, allowing him to subtly exhale in relief as he released the yellow dragon talisman he had been clutching. Junior Brother Wang. Junior Sister Dong. The ghost's attack is not as formidable as we feared. It seems our 3 artifacts have simultaneously drained its strength. I propose we unleash 2 offensive artifacts together to vanquish it, Ten Shunyuan suggested, retracting his defensive artifact and summoning a dagger-like superior artifact. Wang Fu furrowed his brow at this development. Activating 2 offensive artifacts meant they would be left without any defensive protection, a perilous situation for cultivators of their fragile constitution. Although he had the yellow dragon talisman for protection, it still created a gap in their defenses. However, if Tan Shunyuan insisted on this course of action, Wang Fu felt compelled to comply lest he provoke discontent. Senior Brother Tan, if someone were to attack us now, it could be perilous. Dong Xian voiced her concern, prompting Wang Fu to regard her with newfound respect. She was unreserved in her thoughts, speaking as she felt. Fear not, Junior Sister Dong. There are no others here. With 6 offensive artifacts unleashed, it will take but a moment for this ghost to dissipate into nothingness. Besides, we have our talismans for protection. Tan Shunyuan reassured her, casting a comforting glance before deploying the dagger-like superior artifact. The 4 artifacts quickly gained the upper hand against the ghost, Kai Lan, who could no longer muster the energy to coalesce the ghostly spear. What do you think, Brother Wang? Dong Xian turned her gaze to him, speaking softly. The speed of activating the talismans cannot match that of the artifacts. If someone truly ambushes us, it would be dangerous. There is no choice. Tan Shunyuan has already summoned 2 offensive artifacts. Wang Fu shook his head and summoned one of the mid-grade artifacts he had received from the Inner Sect's Administrative Hall upon reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. The Liuguang sword. Dong Xian was taken aback at the sight of the shimmering silver sword hovering before Wang Fu. Brother, do you not have any superior artifacts left? None, Wang Fu replied with a shrug. As a talisman master who spent his days in the Miao Fu Hall, he had never considered acquiring more potent artifacts. The Earth Dragon Spike and Xuanjia Shield were purchases made prior to his mission. It's a pity all my artifacts have been consumed in rituals. Otherwise, I could lend you one, Dong Xian remarked, sticking out her tongue as yet another superior artifact ascended into the air, causing Wang Fu to swallow hard. Truly, she was affluent. As the 6 artifacts surged forth, the pressure on the ghost, Kai Lan, intensified, and it quickly found itself on the verge of collapse, its ghostly energy retracting defensively. It could only adopt a passive stance. An annihilation was merely a matter of time. Let us press the advantage and fully activate our superior artifacts, Ten Shunyuan urged, seemingly overlooking Wang Fu. With a series of hand seals, Ten Shunyuan unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, and the superior sword erupted with a fierce radiance, cleaving through the ghostly energy surrounding Kai Lan. Dong Xian, unwilling to be outdone, activated her 2 superior artifacts, further diminishing the ghost's protective energy. Truly remarkable were the superior artifacts. Their might was undeniable, yet the consumption was substantial. Given Dong Xian's cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, it was likely she would soon exhaust her strength. Wang Fu discerned this with concern. Sure enough, Dong Xian's complexion paled significantly. Junior Sister Dong, one more time. If we strike once more, I can obliterate this ghost entirely, Tan Shunyuan declared. Dong Xian gritted her teeth, focusing her spiritual awareness on her hairpin-like superior artifact. She was not foolish enough to drain her spiritual energy completely. As both activated their artifacts once again, the ghost's energy diminished further. A piercing scream erupted from Kai Lan, her ghostly energy waning significantly. At that moment, Tan Shunyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging Wang Fu and Dong Xian to unleash their full power. Naturally, they complied. But just then, a weak female voice echoed in Wang Fu's ear, a voice he found oddly familiar. Be careful, my benefactor. Startled, Wang Fu quickly realized it was Kai Lan's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated 2 yellow dragon talismans, one flying toward Dong Xian and the other shielding himself. Clang, clang. Just as the yellow dragon talismans took effect, forming a protective barrier of golden dragon patterns, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air, causing the talismans to tremble and lose a portion of their potency. What is happening? Wang Fu gasped, watching as 2 needle-shaped artifacts collided against the dragon pattern shield, his body drenched in cold sweat. It was a narrow escape, had it not been for that warning. He and Dong Xian might have already met their demise. Realizing the danger too late, Dong Xian summoned her hairpin-like superior artifact to attack the two needle-shaped artifacts that had ambushed them. These needle-shaped artifacts, while of superior quality, thrived on their stealth, quickly dimming under the assault of the hairpin artifact. Sun family artifact, the shadowless needle. Dong Xian seethed, understanding that had it not been for Wang Fu's timely intervention, she would have perished. Wang Fu's expression darkened. The Sun family's artifacts. He turned to Tan Shunyuan, only to find him gazing back with eyes filled with murderous intent. The two artifacts that had once targeted the ghost now seemed to have locked onto him. Junior Sister Dong, it appears that Tan Shunyuan has colluded with Sun Liang and intends to eliminate us here, Wang Fu noted, retracting his two artifacts. While Kai Lan was momentarily forgotten, I've sensed something amiss about him for quite some time, Dong Xian replied through clenched teeth, her eyes now brimming with fury. She seemed to recall something and softly added, "Brother, the Sun family possesses a technique known as the Shadowless Technique, which, when combined with the Shadowless Needle, yields extraordinary results. Sun Liang, who attacked us, is likely hiding nearby. We must be cautious." "Very well, Junior Sister Dong. Hold on to these two yellow dragon talismans for emergencies," Wang Fu instructed, handing her two talismans. A blush crept across Dong Xian's cheeks as she murmured her thanks. "Thank you, brother. Junior Sister Dong, do not dwell on other matters. Let us first navigate this perilous situation," Wang Fu expressed, feeling a sense of urgency. Fortunately, Kai Lan's voice reached him once more, indicating that she was communicating with him through the summoning talisman. "My benefactor, be cautious. The other is 5 zhang behind you." Chapter 47. Talisman Treasure with a Mental Response. Wang Fugong sensed the imminent threat as two attacking magical artifacts hurled towards him from a distance, wielded by Tan Shunyuan. Swiftly, he summoned the flowing light sword and the earth dragon spike to counter the assault, but Dong Xian was quicker, launching two exquisite magical artifacts in retaliation. "Senior brother, allow me to handle this. You should use your talismans to guard against Sun Liang's ambush," she urged. The four magical artifacts collided midair, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy. Observing this chaotic scene, Wang Fu understood Dong Xian's concern. She feared that his magical artifacts were insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Unbeknownst to her, he possessed a mental strength equivalent to the 13th level of Qi refinement, a fact he preferred to keep concealed. Earlier, when confronting Kai Lan, he had only utilized the 11th level of mental control. "Let me see where Sun Liang is hiding," he thought, reassured by Dong Xian's engagement with Tan Shunyuan. After all, she wielded two premium magical artifacts, which could compensate for any disparity in cultivation level. His primary concern was locating Sun Liang, who had been lurking in the shadows, a constant cause for vigilance. Directing his 13th level mental awareness towards the position indicated by Kai Lan, he spotted a faint silhouette standing there. Observing from the sidelines, he scoffed inwardly. With a flick of his foot, a series of talismans plunged into the earth, surrounding Sun Liang. "Let me give you a taste of my power. If you wish to eliminate me, I shall not show mercy." Empowered by the talismanic spirit of the Heavenly Talisman Sutra, Wang Fu manipulated the talismans effortlessly, his mental energy guiding them with precision. Boom! The talismans erupted one after another, flames blossoming into a roaring inferno, transforming Sun Liang's hidden lair into a sea of fire. However, Wang Fu's expression did not reflect triumph. He had already discerned a golden protective barrier standing amidst the flames. Sun Liang was ensconced within. A premium defensive artifact, he conceded, acknowledging the fortunate circumstances of those from affluent families. With that turtle shell shielding him, eliminating Sun Liang would be an arduous task. Their only chance lay in depleting his spiritual energy. Wang Fu waved his hand, unleashing a flurry of talismans as if they were mere currency, each representing one of the 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Golden light, wooden stakes, water bullets, fireballs, and earth spikes. Although these were merely first-tier talismans, many were advanced, each wielding power comparable to that of the 10th or 11th level of Qi refinement. The relentless assault engulfed the area. The ground itself eroded under the onslaught, leaving Dong Xian speechless. "Is this how all talisman masters operate?" she stammered. "I cannot speak for others, but I certainly do," Wang Fu replied with a smirk. Dong Xian, taken aback, struggled to maintain control over her two premium artifacts, causing Tan Shunyuan's magical weapons to close in on them. "Dong Junior Sister, focus on the battle," Wang Fu reminded urgently. Nodding vigorously, she frantically consumed restorative elixirs, emptying an entire vial into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out comically. Wang Fu, however, had no time to admire her antics. Kai Lan's subsequent warning sent a chill down his spine. He could surmise her motives for assisting him. His acquisition of the Lotus Lantern had avenged her grievances. Yet, the reason for her earlier murderous demeanor eluded him for the moment. Benefactor, that person is channeling something formidable. It poses a grave danger. What does it look like? He inquired. It resembles the kind of paper you use. But it is golden, she replied. Golden talisman paper. Wang Fu's brow furrowed in recognition. It was a talisman treasure. Unmatched in power, he thought, glancing at Dong Xin with a twinge of reluctance. If Sun Liang activated the talisman treasure, they would stand no chance unless Dong Xin also possessed one. Which seemed unlikely given the Dong family's lack of resources compared to the Sun family, not to mention the absence of a golden core ancestor. I could escape through the earth, but what of Dong Xin? Fortunately, Kailan appeared to have a plan. Benefactor, I have regained considerable strength and can assist you. Oh, Wang Fu's spirits lifted. I can disrupt his mental focus for a brief moment. You must strike during that window. Kailan instructed. Very well. Wang Fu immediately channeled all his energy into the Earth Dragon spike, directing it towards Sun Liang, who remained concealed behind the golden barrier. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing the full force of his 13th level mental prowess. The Earth Dragon spike transformed into a streak of light. Crashing against the golden barrier with a thunderous roar, Wang Fu swallowed several restorative pills, igniting his power to the fullest. The Earth Dragon spike spun wildly, showering sparks. Sun Liang, witnessing the onslaught, chuckled derisively. How naive. You think a mere upper-tier artifact can breach my premium defensive treasure, the Golden Jade Bracelet? Huh. Once I activate this talisman treasure, your demise is imminent, and Tan Shan shall not escape either. He had never entertained the notion of allowing Tan Shan to survive. No one was permitted to take what belonged to him. If not for the spiritual energy consumed by those talismans earlier, I would have activated it by now. But it is close, very close. Sun Liang's laughter echoed as he envisioned the carnage that would ensue after eliminating Wang Fu and his companions. The villagers of Rinjia would be silenced as well. After all, he had already enjoyed the company of the 4 most beautiful maidens, leaving nothing worth preserving. Upon returning to the sect, he would be hailed as a hero, having avenged Rinjia Village and his fellow disciples. However, as he reveled in his thoughts, a sudden pain struck his head, followed by a debilitating weakness in his mental faculties. He found himself unable to channel spiritual energy into the talisman treasure. And even the golden jade bracelet, which had once shielded him, slipped from his mental grasp, falling back to his wrist. Swish. A flash of yellow light surged past, restoring his mental clarity, yet a gaping hole appeared in his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. And no. As the Earth Dragon spike returned, it had pierced through his skull, silencing him in an instant. The favored disciple of the venerable Sun Qian lay lifeless upon the ground. Wang Fu exhaled a sigh of relief, reaching out to claim the talisman treasure, leaving other matters to be dealt with after addressing Tan Shan. A barrage of talismans and binding spells erupted from his storage pouch, transforming into a flurry of blades that surged toward Tan Shan in seamless succession. Tan Shan, having harbored thoughts of retreat since Sun Liang's demise, found himself overwhelmed by the deluge of talismans, barely managing to retract 2 attacking artifacts while desperately activating his sole upper-tier defensive artifact to withstand the onslaught. Simultaneously, he pulled out defensive talismans, layering himself with shields. Wang Jr. brother, Dong Jr. sister, let us discuss this amicably. As he faced the 2 encroaching figures, Tan Shan face paled to ashen gray, praying for their mercy. He had not anticipated that Sun Liang's ambush would fail, nor that his demise would come so swiftly and unexpectedly, unraveling what he had deemed an infallible plan. Wang Sr. brother, do not heed his words. Dispatch him immediately. Dong Xin exclaimed, her bloodlust palpable, fearing Wang Fu might show leniency. Wang Fu could not help but chuckle. He was not one to shy away from bloodshed. He had taken lives even during his time in the outer sect. Rest assured, Dong Jr.'s sister, his demise is assured today. Chapter 48. The Daring Maiden. Very well, brother, let us strike together. It is merely a superior defensive artifact, incapable of withstanding our might. Dong Xin activated 2 exquisite magical implements, her mouth full of medicinal pills, speaking with a somewhat garbled tongue as she chewed, her cheeks puffed out. Wang Fu understood her intent, unleashing a barrage of talismans without concern for cost. However, Tan Shunyuan, being a coward, had procured a multitude of defensive talismans, consuming pills while activating them, exhausting one and igniting another. Observing the thick layer of protective radiance, Wang Fu's eyelids twitched with concern. This situation could not persist. It seemed there were issues on Kai Lan's side that required immediate resolution. After helping him slay Sun Liang, Kai Lan had gone silent, leaving only a turbulent mass of ghostly energy in sight, at times raging, at others calm. Clearly, something had gone awry. He resolved to use his talismanic spirit to control Tan Shunyuan's talismans, rendering them ineffective. Wang Fu immediately decided to wield the power of the talismanic spirit, a capability he had never employed since his cultivation succeeded, fully aware that such a miraculous ability must remain concealed unless circumstances turned dire. Now was indeed the opportune moment. As long as he acted discreetly, even Dong Xian by his side might remain oblivious. With this thought, Wang Fu summoned the strength of the talismanic spirit. The seals within the flower of his consciousness erupted forth, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the divine flower. His eyes sparkled with the glimmer of seals as he swept his gaze, his consciousness covering Tan Shunyuan, rendering all the talismans he had inscribed powerless, causing nearly half of the protective radiance to vanish in an instant. Tan Shunyuan was at a loss, and Dong Xian was equally perplexed. Yet she understood the strategy of striking a drowning man. With the supreme artifacts pushed to their limits and Wang Fu nearby, she felt secure. Both exquisite implements radiated a unique luminescence. Wang Fu also activated the Earth Dragon Spike, adding to the assault, while the continuous bombardment of talismans outpaced Tan Shunyuan's ability to consume pills. Within mere breaths, he was obliterated into nothingness. The two let out a sigh of relief, hastily gathering their spoils before rushing to Kai Lan's side. They beheld a swirling mass of ghostly energy around her, resembling boiling water, with faces of the dead churning and howling in terror. These visages varied in age and gender, all reflecting profound agony. "Brother, we must act. I sense this entity is exceedingly perilous. It likely harbors the essence of all the restless spirits from the mass grave. Should it erupt, the entirety of Rinjia village may be engulfed in a realm of ghosts," Dong Xian declared, her brow furrowed, her hand extending to levitate her exquisite hairpin artifact. "Wait," Wang Fu interjected, shaking his head. He too felt the gravity of the situation. While vanquishing Kai Lan and this entity was feasible, he understood the importance of their past alliance. "Brother," Dong Xian's confusion was evident. "Kai Lan is not a malevolent spirit. It was through her assistance that I was able to slay Sun Liang. Without her, we would have had no chance of surviving the onslaught of the talismans." Wang Fu elucidated. "Talismans?" Dong Xian's eyes widened in alarm. If Sun Liang had indeed activated the talismans, their survival would have been improbable. Thus, Kai Lan had indeed saved them. This realization cast a complex shadow over her expression. "What shall we do now?" Dong Xian inquired, uncertainty lacing her voice. Wang Fu chose not to respond directly, but instead called out to the swirling ghostly energy before them. "Kai Lan, I possess a method to guide you to the afterlife. However, this requires you to open your heart and not resist, willingly entering the cycle of rebirth. If you agree, please quell the ghostly energy and reveal yourself." As his words fell, the once tumultuous ghostly energy immediately subsided, and phantoms began to materialize, nearly 100 in number. These ghostly figures appeared both solid and ethereal, some on the verge of dissipating, others bearing scars and deformities, their visages marked by horror. A jet-black orb floated above the multitude of spirits, continuously exuding ghostly energy, while Kai Lan, resembling a scholar in white robes, descended gracefully from the orb. Though enveloped in ghostly energy, she bore no trace of malevolence. Appearing transformed from her earlier self, Dong Xian, witnessing the multitude of spirits, turned pale, retreating to hide behind Wang Fu, peering out with trepidation, unsure if her fear was feigned or genuine. "So many spirits," she whispered, clutching Wang Fu's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Brother, are you certain you can guide them to the afterlife? If not, we must flee." "Do not worry," Wang Fu reassured her with a comforting glance, stepping forward to face Kai Lan, while Dong Xian hurriedly followed, gripping his sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go. "Is what you said truly the case?" Kai Lan inquired, slightly bowing. Despite her scholarly attire, an air of nobility emanated from her. She cast a glance at the spirits behind her, indicating their plight was not hers alone. "Indeed," Wang Fu affirmed, observing the dark orb above her head. "But I have questions. What is this orb? Why does it harbor so many spirits?" Kai Lan turned to regard the spirits, who looked back at her, and with a sigh, she began, "The past is unbearable. I was cast into the mass grave by those brutes, my heart filled with resentment, transforming into a vengeful spirit." As Kai Lan recounted her tale, Wang Fu and Dong Xin came to understand that these spirits belonged to those who perished in the mass grave behind Rinjia Village. Their restless souls lingered. Unable to enter reincarnation, their plight rooted in the orb that now hovered above them. The soul-gathering orb. A treasure capable of condensing spirits and accumulating ghostly energy. Buried beneath the mass grave. After becoming a vengeful spirit, Kai Lan discovered the orb. The dense ghostly energy within it instilled caution. Yet the arrival of Wang Fu and his companions compelled her to risk refining the orb, which explained her rapid increase in power over a short period. The soul-gathering orb could gather souls, devour spirits, and instill fear. Coupled with the hundreds of spirits within, it led to her mind becoming chaotic, manifesting a terrifying rage. Compelled to kill. It was only after Dong Xin and Tan Shanyuan's exquisite artifacts had dispersed half the ghostly energy that she regained control, which allowed her to assist Wang Fu later. However, after utilizing the power of the soul-gathering orb, her consciousness was nearly consumed again. And the tumultuous ghostly energy was her resistance. It was only when Wang Fu promised to guide the spirits to the afterlife that the storm of souls within the orb calmed. These spirits, trapped within the orb, had grown weary and longed for reincarnation. "Ah, I see." After hearing Kai Lan's account, Wang Fu nodded, piecing together the narrative. It seemed the soul-gathering orb was an extraordinarily powerful artifact that had fallen to the hills behind Rinjia Village, thus giving rise to the mass grave. "Honorable benefactor, do you truly possess the means to send us to the afterlife? If not, please do not force it. Though I have become a spirit, I refuse to allow this place to become a realm of ghosts, harming the living." Kai Lan gazed intently at Wang Fu, her eyes resolute. It was clear that should he indicate failure, she would go to any lengths to destroy the soul-gathering orb and the multitude of spirits behind her. As her words echoed, Wang Fu felt the oppressive rage of the nearly 100 spirits surge, prompting him to quickly offer reassurance. "Kai Lan, you exhibit great righteousness. Yet since I have spoken, I possess a method." Wang Fu was deeply moved, filled with admiration, while Dong Xion's gaze softened with empathy. She placed herself in the situation, realizing that if she were wronged, she would seek justice for her entire village, not merely punishment for the perpetrator. Chapter 49. Ambiguity. A talisman floated out from Wang Fu's storage bag at his waist. Without uttering a word, he infused his spiritual power into the talisman, which instantly erupted with black gas, igniting without flames. The dark flames engulfed the talisman, ultimately forming a pitch-black vortex suspended above the multitude of spirits. The vortex, approximately a foot wide, spun slowly, with ink-like tendrils swirling, exuding a ghostly aura, akin to a portal connecting to an unknown realm. As the vortex took shape, the spirits seemed to find their long-lost home, gazing at it with longing. However, the vortex could only be sustained for a fleeting breath before it began to contract with a faint crackling sound, threatening to close entirely. "Open for me," Wang Fu bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy fiercely into the vortex. His consciousness, refined through 13 levels of Qi training, joined the effort, halting the vortex's closure. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the vortex was still inching towards closure. Why delay the inevitable? With a commanding shout from Wang Fu, the spirits surged forward, transforming into specks of light that dove into the vortex. Kai Lan, witnessing this scene, was filled with tears, yet as a spirit, she could not weep. "Thank you, benefactor. I have no way to repay you, only to hope we meet again in the next life, where I shall serve you faithfully." "Go," Wang Fu urged. As he struggled to maintain his concentration, Kai Lan turned and flew towards the vortex, her eyes fixed on Wang Fu, as if wishing to engrave his visage deep within her soul, vowing never to forget even in reincarnation. The dark soul-gathering pearl slipped from her grasp, which she chose to bequeath to Wang Fu. "This pearl is for you to manage. I only ask that you visit my parents in Kai family, Hongting Town, Xianda County, and inform them of their daughter's unfilial departure, that I simply did not wish to become a mere vessel for others to bear children." With those final words, Kai Lan vanished into the vortex. Wang Fu, utterly spent, would have collapsed to the ground if not for Dong Xion's support. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Dong Xion helped Wang Fu lean against a stone and retrieved a vial of restorative pills, gently feeding one to him. Her fingers brushed against his lips, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she shyly averted her gaze. I need to recover my strength first. Wang Fu swallowed the pill and immediately began to circulate his energy through the thick earth technique. One pill after another was consumed until, after an hour, he finally opened his eyes, still feeling fatigued. His spiritual energy had returned, but the depletion of his consciousness was not so easily remedied. Senior brother, you have finally awakened. Dong Xian exclaimed with joy, having endured an hour of torment. They had slain Sun Liang, and now, reflecting on it, Sun Liang was the beloved direct descendant of their ancestor, Sun Qian. If Sun Qian were to pursue the matter, it could prove fatal. Though the Dong family possessed some wealth, they were but ants before the Golden Core realm, easily extinguished. What shall we do next? The tremor in Dong Xian's voice hinted at her distress, contrasting sharply with the fierce woman who had previously vowed to annihilate Tinshan Yuan. Do not fret. Dawn is approaching, and the villagers of Rinjia village will likely come to investigate. We must leave this place first, Wang Fu said, rubbing his temples. The previous night's ghostly assault had undoubtedly kept the villagers indoors, leaving no one else aware of their involvement in the deaths of Sun Liang and Tinshan Yuan. Understood. Dong Xian seemed to find her resolve and quickly summoned a flying boat. Wang Fu flicked his finger, sending a spark of spiritual fire to engulf Sun Liang's corpse. In but a breath, the remains were reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Having completed these tasks, Wang Fu boarded Dong Xian's flying vessel, and under the cover of the dark dawn, they swiftly vanished into the horizon. On the boat, silence enveloped them. Dong Xian was anxious, while Wang Fu was simply weary and in need of rest. It was not until the first rays of the sun began to rise that Dong Xian could no longer contain herself. Senior brother, we have killed Sun Liang. What now? We killed Sun Liang? When? Wang Fu opened his half-lidded eyes, incredulous as he gazed at Dong Xian. Last night. She replied, somewhat dazed. Last night. Oh. Wasn't that the work of the vengeful spirit, Kailan? Wang Fu chuckled, recounting how the fearsome spirit had rallied nearly 100 malevolent ghosts, overpowering Tan Shixiang and Sun Shixiang, leading to their untimely demise. Ah, this. Dong Xian's eyes widened as she stared at Wang Fu. What is it? Dong Shimi? Have I spoken incorrectly? Wang Fu observed her with a bemused expression. Dong Xian was no fool. Rather, she was decisive and astute. Realizing this was the most convincing narrative, she beamed and gave him a thumbs up. Senior brother, your memory is remarkable. Thus, the pair began to discuss the intricacies of their tale aboard the flying boat, particularly why the two of them, despite their low cultivation, had managed to survive. Dong Xian claimed she had brought along her family's most powerful defensive artifact, whereas the truth was that she had not. Therefore, she needed to return and consult her father, the head of the Dong family, to coordinate their accounts. This brought forth the risk of the truth reaching a third party. Wang Fu, seeing no other option, agreed. But they meticulously deliberated every detail, ensuring nothing was overlooked, knowing that even a single lie would necessitate further deceptions. Senior brother, how did you escape? It was now Wang Fu's turn to provide an explanation. Me? I have my own clever stratagems. If anyone inquires, you shall say that I used a talisman to escape. Wang Fu replied with a smile. A talisman for escape? What kind? The Earth Escape Talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman. Dong Xian's voice rose several octaves. Her incredulous gaze fixed on Wang Fu. Are you serious? The Earth Escape Talisman is one of the 3 most mysterious first-tier talismans from the Mystic Talisman Hall. Extremely difficult to craft. My Dong family has been part of the Falling Feather sect for hundreds of years, yet I have never heard of anyone successfully creating one. She looked at Wang Fu with hopeful eyes, her entire form leaning closer, her large, watery eyes barely inches from his face. A faint floral scent wafted into Wang Fu's nostrils, and with the confined space of the flying boat, he found himself retreating, unable to resist the urge to shift his gaze downward, where a strikingly white silhouette caught his eye, igniting a rush of heat within him. Realizing Wang Fu's gaze, Dong Xian quickly retreated, her cheeks flushed as she fidgeted with her skirt, her embarrassment palpable, wishing she could vanish beneath the boat. The sudden tension between them rendered them both silent, until Wang Fu broke the stillness. He rubbed his nose, glanced at his fingers, and smiled to alleviate the awkwardness. I haven't succeeded yet, but I have attempted it. I was close. Once back at the sect's law enforcement hall, there's little they can do to me. The crafting of talismans relies on the unity of heaven and man, and for the time being, they cannot touch me. That's good. Dong Xian's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks still aflame. Wang Fu breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a potentially embarrassing situation. He had not lied. The 3 first-tier talismans of the Mystic Talisman Hall, Spirit Gathering Talisman, Skyward Talisman, and Earth Escape Talisman, each bore their own unique marvels. Though they were first-tier, as the skills of talisman masters advanced, the talismans they crafted transcended the limitations of their tier, growing increasingly powerful. This was the remarkable nature of these 3 talismans. Akin to the rebirth talisman he had previously employed. Of the 3, he was most confident in crafting the Earth Escape Talisman, as he already possessed the ability to perform the Earth Escape technique. However, he would not reveal this technique unless absolutely necessary. After all, there were still several unresolved matters in the Outer Sect's Herb Valley. Chapter 50. Disposing of Stolen Goods. Ultimately, the narratives of the 2 concluded with Sun Liang and the ghostly Kai Lan meeting their demise together. They recounted their tale once more, ensuring absolute certainty before seeking an isolated mountaintop to divide their spoils. The rewards were bountiful indeed. Sitting across from each other, they beheld their hard-won treasures, a talisman, 3 exquisite magical artifacts, 5 superior magical artifacts, 4 medium-grade artifacts, numerous elixirs and talismans, nearly 2,000 spirit stones, several martial arts manuals, 6 spirit herbs, a 10-fold storage bag, a 30-fold storage bag, and various personal items. As for the soul-gathering pearl, Kai Lan had already presented it to Wang Fu, thereby marking it as his own. Gold belts for killing and arson. The ancients do not deceive me, Wang Fu chuckled, realizing that Sun Liang was indeed a favored descendant of the Golden Core Patriarch, his wealth likely surpassing that of many Foundation establishment uncles. The vast majority of these possessions originated from Sun Liang's storage bag, while Tan Shunyuan's contributions were more conventional, with the most precious being a long knife-like exquisite artifact. Unbeknownst to Wang Fu, this exquisite long knife was a gift from Sun Liang to Tan Shunyuan. Let us divide the spoils, Wang Fu smiled. While Dong Xian gazed at their treasures with delight, her eyes particularly fixed upon the talisman. I have acquired the soul-gathering pearl, junior sister. You may choose first. Wang Fu gestured for Dong Xian to proceed. She nodded, biting her lip as she reached for the talisman. Observing her resolve, Wang Fu sighed. He too coveted the talisman. But having already taken the soul-gathering pearl, he felt it inappropriate to claim the first prize after their recent life and death bond. In the realm of cultivation, while battles and bloodshed were commonplace, the intricacies of human relationships could not be overlooked. Moreover, possessing the talisman was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. If Sun Qian detected it, no amount of justification would suffice. Wang Fu sought solace in this reasoning. Just as Wang Fu pondered, Dong Xian extended the talisman towards him, her large, sparkling eyes filled with sincerity. Senior brother, your contributions in this battle were paramount. Not only did you slay Sun Liang, but you also vanquished over 100 malevolent spirits. Without you, I could not have survived, so this talisman rightfully belongs to you. To me? Wang Fu was taken aback. This was a talisman, whose lowest quality could rival that of a spirit artifact. Although it had only 10 uses, even a single use in the hands of a chi-refining cultivator was a formidable weapon. That Dong Xian would offer it to him was unexpected. Junior sister, this is a talisman, not merely a magical artifact. I am aware, Dong Xian insisted, still holding it out. Your family also requires it. Possessing an additional talisman would bolster your family's prestige. Wang Fu began, but was interrupted as Dong Xian insisted, just take it. My family already possesses a talisman and does not need another. Furthermore, this item is not suitable for use within the family. With that, she pressed it into Wang Fu's hands. He could only offer a wry smile, understanding that the talisman was best kept and used, especially by a subordinate family of the Falling Feather sect. If that is the case, I shall accept it. His fingers brushed over the golden talisman, and upon closer inspection, he noted a finely engraved flying knife, and with a sweep of his consciousness, understood that this talisman was named the Illusionary Feather Flying Knife, specializing in stealthy strikes, unsuitable for direct confrontations. Hee, senior brother, do not worry. I shall not be at a disadvantage. I will take 2 exquisite magical artifacts. Dong Xian cheerfully picked up Tan Shunyuan's long knife-shaped exquisite artifact and 1 unused ring blade exquisite artifact from Sun Liang, leaving the exquisite defensive artifact resembling a golden bracelet for Wang Fu. Junior sister, surely the value of defensive exquisite artifacts is greater? Wang Fu chuckled as he handed the golden jade bracelet to Dong Xian, while he took the ring blade exquisite artifact. To prevent any further objections from her, Wang Fu immediately infused his consciousness into the artifact, obliterating Sun Liang's lingering trace and initiating its preliminary refinement. The exquisite artifact was named the Golden Meteor Ring Blade. Senior brother Yu. Dong Xian could only respond with playful exasperation as she finally caught on. Yet, she was not without recourse. She promptly began distributing the remaining items without seeking Wang Fu's input, dividing them into 2 portions, with the 30-fold storage bag designated for Wang Fu. Without hesitation, Wang Fu unleashed a strand of spiritual fire, reducing the remaining useless personal belongings to ashes. Senior brother, these magical artifacts can easily be recognized by those with ill intentions. I will take you to a place to dispose of them. As they prepared to leave, Dong Xian summoned a flying vessel and pulled Wang Fu in a specific direction. Dispose of them? Wang Fu had heard of such practices. While the thrill of violence and plunder was exhilarating, handling the spoils required a certain finesse. Seeking out smaller venues inevitably risked exposure, and safety could not be guaranteed. Fortunately, Dong Xian appeared to have connections, aware of where to dispose of their loot most securely. Within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, 6 major cultivation sects thrived, with countless cultivation markets selling and purchasing various treasures. However, establishments capable of handling exquisite magical artifacts were scarce. Besides the shops controlled by the 6 major sects, the treasure pavilion was the most renowned. As they traveled, Dong Xian shared some secrets of the cultivation world with Wang Fu. He was familiar with the treasure pavilion, particularly recalling the infamous incident where Yun Ningxuang sentenced Zhao Yin to death with a bounty issued by the treasure pavilion. However, disposing of goods at the treasure pavilion required adherence to certain protocols, as one could not traverse conventional paths for such dealings. At this, Wang Fu could not help but interject a code, a black market. Senior brother is astute. I did not expect you to know about black markets after your years of seclusion in the mysterious Talisman Hall. Dong Xian giggled, fully aware of Wang Fu's movements. I may not have seen them, but I have certainly heard of them. Wang Fu scratched his head. After a fit of giggles, Dong Xian continued. There is a large market at the border of our Falling Feather sect and the 10,000 Lost sect. I have heard that the artifact refiners at the treasure pavilion possess remarkable skills. Artifacts refined by them can be reshaped without any loss of potency. Most importantly, in the mixed environment at the border of the 2 sects, even if spirit artifacts were to appear there, they would vanish without a trace, and no one would be able to trace it back to us. Wang Fu nodded in agreement. The reputation of the treasure pavilion was indeed commendable. He had heard of artifact refiners, specialized talents nurtured by black markets for the purpose of refining magical artifacts. Cultivators would hand their artifacts to the black market, and after undergoing refinement by the artifact refiners, the artifacts could be reshaped without diminishing their power. This made it exceedingly difficult to trace the origins of the artifacts, rendering it a sanctuary for disposing of plundered goods. While not all artifacts could be entirely transformed, in the realm of cultivation, artifacts of similar potency were abundant. Yet those with identical appearances were exceedingly rare. This was particularly true for exquisite magical artifacts. Should a cultivator flaunt a stolen exquisite artifact without undergoing refinement at a black market, it would be tantamount to openly declaring war on their enemies. After all, within certain circles, the number of exquisite magical artifacts was limited, and everyone was well aware of the appearance and details of each one. Thus, parading around with such items would inevitably lead to exposure. Chapter 51. Refining Magical Artifacts. The location where the Liu sect and the 10,000 Method sect converge is marked by a towering mountain range, crowned with wisps of white mist, known as the Baiduan Mountain Range. Nestled within a valley at the foot of this mountain lies the bustling market. Wang Fu and his companion, having disguised themselves, strode confidently into the market, where a multitude of cultivators thronged in ceaseless movement. They soon vanished into the crowd. The Baiduan Mountain Range serves as a border between 2 great sects, existing in a zone of lawlessness, rife with chaos, where theft and murder transpire daily. Yet, within the confines of the market, a sense of safety prevails. Dong Xian, appearing as a seasoned veteran, regaled Wang Fu with tales of the world beyond the sects. Though whether it was mere boasting remained uncertain. Despite it being their inaugural visit, the market was not vast, and the resplendent architecture of the treasure pavilion stood out, guiding them swiftly to their destination. With his head held high, Wang Fu gazed at the three-story treasure pavilion and suddenly pondered a question. With a solemn expression, he turned to Dong Xin and inquired, "Junior sister, since the treasure pavilion offers 1,000 silver and 10,000 gold tokens for information, do you think the truth about Ren family village could also be procured here?" "Perhaps not," Dong Xin replied, taken aback and unsure. If the treasure pavilion truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities, then what secrets could possibly remain in the world? "Let us proceed. We shall test this theory shortly," Wang Fu replied. Shaking his head, Dong Xin nodded in agreement and led Wang Fu down a narrow path towards the rear of the treasure pavilion. Establishing a black market shop within the bustling market is a rarity, as it is dominated by formidable establishments, each requiring at least a golden core cultivator to preside over it. Only such substantial enterprises can earn the trust of numerous cultivators, for businesses of this caliber would not compromise their principles for trivial gains. If principles were to falter, no one would patronize them. As a major force outside the six great sects, the treasure pavilion remains neutral, refraining from involvement in sect disputes and maintaining an image of a colossal entity solely devoted to amassing wealth, earning the trust of countless cultivators. Wang Fu and his companion navigated through the narrow path and entered a modest shop behind the three-story pavilion. The shop was unremarkable, filled with ordinary items, and only a young attendant lounged comfortably in a chair, idly fanning himself. Upon their entrance, the attendant did not rise but casually asked, "What can I assist you with?" Esteemed guests? Wang Fu understood this was likely a coded inquiry, yet unfamiliar with the local lingo, he turned to Dong Xin for guidance. With a playful wink, she turned to the attendant and feigned seasoned confidence. "Do you have black-hearted grass or unintentional flower? How much do you have?" The attendant sat up, observing them closely. The mention of these non-existent herbs indicated they were familiar with the rules, but he needed to confirm their request. 3 portions of grass, 4 pieces of flour, and I shall package them for you. They will not be taken away," Dong Xin stated firmly. Upon hearing this, the attendant nodded, recognizing their understanding of the protocol, and promptly replied, "Such herbs are rare, they are kept in the inner hall. Please follow me." With that, Wang Fu and Dong Xin followed the attendant through a wooden door at the back of the shop, winding through alleys until they arrived at an inconspicuous, narrow establishment. Inside, they found no one else but a well-built woman, clad tightly and sipping on spiritual wine. The woman exchanged glances with the attendant and nonchalantly said, "Bring forth any magical artifacts you wish to refine." Following Dong Xin's earlier cue, Wang Fu did not take offense at the woman's brusque demeanor, but obediently presented the golden meteor ring blade. Dong Xin placed her exquisite golden jade bracelet and another artifact known as the thunderstorm blade before the woman. The defensive artifact was commendable, just a step shy of being classified as a precious item, while the other 2 were rather ordinary. The woman casually examined the 3 artifacts and declared, "It will take an hour and a half. Please wait here." She then stood, shedding the beast hide that cloaked her, revealing a muscular arm adorned with tattoos. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Wang Fu and Dong Xin, she took the artifacts and entered the workshop. Naturally, they harbored no concerns regarding the woman absconding with their prized artifacts, for her earnings relied on long-term profit, and the treasure pavilion's credibility was well established. Wang Fu fetched a stool from the shop, greeted Dong Xin, and settled down against the wall, closing his eyes to rest and rejuvenate his spirit. Meanwhile, Dong Xin grew restless, but after an hour and a half, the woman emerged as promised, prompting Dong Xin to rouse Wang Fu. Upon awakening, he beheld the robust woman returning with 3 artifacts that, aside from their color, appeared entirely transformed. "Your artifacts have been successfully refined. The fee is 800 low-grade spiritual stones, no credit allowed," she announced. Wang Fu and Dong Xin inspected the artifacts, discovering the significant alterations in design. Yet the power remained intact. They exchanged satisfied glances, affirming the craftsmanship of the treasure pavilion's black market. After settling the payment of 800 stones, they retraced their steps under the attendant's guidance. Along the way, Wang Fu could not resist asking, "Young sir, could you perhaps direct me to where I might procure 1,000 silver and 10,000 gold tokens?" The attendant glanced back at Wang Fu and replied nonchalantly, "I am solely responsible for guiding you through the black market. For information, you must approach the main entrance of the treasure pavilion. I merely wish to inquire." Wang Fu chuckled, discreetly slipping a pouch of spiritual stones into the attendant's possession. He then lowered his voice. The intelligence offered by the treasure pavilion is renowned throughout the cultivation world. I seek information regarding the adversary responsible for my brother's demise. Seeking vengeance? The attendant weighed the pouch of stones, subtly tucking it away, and continued walking. If you possess no leads, I advise against making the trip in vain. Why do you say that? Although the treasure pavilion excels at gathering intelligence within the cultivation realm, it is not omniscient. How could they uncover matters devoid of any clues or those meticulously concealed? The attendant chuckled lightly, adding with a hint of jest, otherwise, the cultivation world would be in chaos, with individuals seeking revenge simply by purchasing information on their enemies from the treasure pavilion. If that were the case, the entire cultivation world would collapse. Often, even when the treasure pavilion knows the truth, they refrain from divulging it. Only in this way can they ensure their survival and remain unassailable. I see. Wang Fu sighed in disappointment, yet relief washed over him. Thus, it seemed that the Sun family, or elder Sun Qian, could not glean the truth about Ren family village from the treasure pavilion after all. Having departed from the black market section of the treasure pavilion, Wang Fu and Dong Xian separately sold off the remaining magical artifacts in the White Break Bazaar. This included the 2 storage bags, which they relinquished, amassing 4,800 low-grade spirit stones. Coupled with the 2,300 low-grade spirit stones originally in the storage bags, they accumulated a total of 7,100 low-grade spirit stones. This sum excluded the 6 spiritual herbs, which were invaluable, especially to Wang Fu. The duo secured lodging in an inn within the White Break Bazaar, delaying their return to the sect. As per their agreed-upon narrative, Wang Fu had escaped using a earth evasion talisman, while Dong Xian had survived thanks to a family heirloom, a top-tier defensive magical artifact. They were now ostensibly separated. Therefore, they couldn't return to the sect together. Of the 7,100 low-grade spirit stones, Wang Fu received 3,000, while Dong Xian obtained 4,100. This division wasn't due to Wang Fu's modesty. Rather, he had exclusively acquired the 6 300-year-old spiritual herbs, which were considered more valuable. With his newfound wealth, Wang Fu immediately procured a substantial quantity of primordial essence pills and qi condensation pills from the treasure pavilion. Additionally, he expended over 1,300 spirit stones on a top-tier defensive magical artifact, the Black Tortoise Light Bell, effectively depleting his spirit stone reserves. Wang Fu converted nearly 20 bottles of pills into elixirs using the small cauldron. After informing Dong Xian, he entered seclusion, dedicating his time to refining the 2 top-tier magical artifacts and cultivating his powers, even foregoing the creation of talismans. A month later, as the year drew to a close, Wang Fu emerged from seclusion. Having consumed nearly half of the elixir, his cultivation had reached the 12th level of qi refining. His spiritual perception had expanded once more, surpassing the 30-foot range of the 13th level of qi refining, reaching a range of 35 feet. As agreed, Dong Xian had left the market several days prior to return to the Dong family, where she needed to confer with her father. Now that the lass has departed, and my cultivation has broken through to the 12th level of qi refining, it's time to return to the sect. Upon my return, in addition to dealing with the Hall of Law Enforcement, I must also begin preparations for the Foundation Establishment pill. I have long yearned for the Foundation Establishment stage. Wang Fu stretched languidly before checking out of the inn, preparing to leave the market. Before departing, he made a point of visiting the treasure pavilion, hoping to find an unsuspecting cultivator who might attempt to appraise his talisman treasure. Aside from the Buddhist artifact Lotus Lantern and the Soul-Gathering Pearl, Wang Fu possessed 2 top-tier magical artifacts, one for offense and one for defense, along with the Illusion Feather Flying Dagger Talisman treasure and a plethora of talismans. Coupled with his earth evasion technique and spiritual perception surpassing the 13th level of qi refining, he considered himself a first-rate expert in the qi refining stage, rivaled only by those from exceptionally affluent families who relied on their ancestors' legacies. Upon leaving the market, Wang Fu sensed that he was being followed. He grinned, accelerating and diving into the forest, feigning an escape. As expected, the 2 pursuers took the bait, following Wang Fu into the woods. While it was a trap, Wang Fu prepared meticulously. He deployed numerous talismans to conceal himself beneath the ground and among the trees, with the yellow dragon talisman pressed against his chest, ready to activate at any moment. He clutched the Black Tortoise Light Bell in his arms, fully prepared for defense, awaiting the arrival of his prey. He intended to test the power of the talisman treasure, even if it meant expending one of its uses. Since he was going to experiment with its capabilities anyway, he might as well use it to enforce the law and earn some wealth. Soon, two middle-aged men appeared, one dressed in gray and the other in black. They were surprised to see Wang Fu had not continued his escape. Well, Lao Zheng, look at this kid waiting for us here. Does he think he can kill us both? The gray-robed cultivator sneered. Both were rogue cultivators who had been together for over 2 decades, traversing the cultivation world and accumulating wealth through murder and plunder. Their cultivation had steadily improved to the 12th level of qi refining. Now, they sought to kill more people and seize more resources in order to have sufficient capital to compete for the Foundation Establishment Pill when it became available. Wang Fu, having emerged from the treasure pavilion and traveling alone, was their ideal target. Don't underestimate him. This person is likely from one of the 6 great immortal sections. Although he's at the 12th level of qi refining, he may have some trump cards that could threaten us, the black-robed cultivator warned in a low voice. With that, he quickly threw out several small flags, which landed in the 4 directions, and a barrier rapidly rose. You're not running? The black-robed cultivator asked Wang Fu, surprised. I've been waiting for you. Why should I run? Wang Fu smiled, examining the barrier that had risen around him, realizing it was a formation created by the 4 flags. You're quite considerate. You've already dug your own graves. As he spoke, Wang Fu frantically infused his spirit power into the illusion feather flying dagger talisman treasure behind him. At his current cultivation level, it would take nearly a quarter of an hour to activate the talisman treasure, and he was only halfway there. Arrogant words. The gray-robed cultivator scoffed, immediately summoning his magical artifact to attack Wang Fu. Seeing that the two had no intention of retreating, Wang Fu didn't use any talismans. Instead, he activated the top-tier defensive magical artifact, the black tortoise light bell, and a black bell-shaped shield immediately enveloped him, blocking the gray-robed cultivator's attack. A top-tier defensive magical artifact. The gray-robed cultivator's eyes lit up, his greedy expression undisguised. He frantically urged his magical artifact to attack. But it was clear that a high-grade magical artifact could not break through a top-tier defensive magical artifact. He quickly urged the black-robed cultivator, "What are you waiting for? This is a top-tier defensive magical artifact. Even if we only get this one item, we'll have made a fortune. I have a feeling there's something wrong with this kid." The black-robed cultivator frowned. What could be wrong? He's just a greenhorn. Maybe he has some background, but we'll do this job and then flee far away. Who's going to find us? The gray-robed cultivator cast a spell, summoning another high-grade offensive magical artifact, abandoning defense in favor of attack. The black-robed cultivator seemed to be persuaded, and he also summoned his magical artifact to attack Wang Fu. The 3 offensive magical artifacts relentlessly bombarded Wang Fu's black tortoise light bell, creating a cacophony of noise. Wang Fu felt immense pressure, but fortunately, the black tortoise light bell was a top-tier defensive magical artifact, and with his spiritual perception surpassing the 13th level of qi refining. Even if Wang Fu was distracted by infusing spirit power into the illusion feather flying dagger talisman treasure, there was no risk of it being breached in the short term. The 2 rogue cultivators understood this as well. A top-tier defensive magical artifact had extremely strong defense, and the only way to break it was through attrition. So what if he has a top-tier defensive magical artifact? There are 2 of us. We'll wear him down, the gray-robed cultivator said greedily. Wang Fu remained silent, consuming a spirit recovery pill. Finally, the illusion feather flying dagger talisman treasure was fully charged. You've had your fun, now it's my turn. As the stern voice fell, a beam of golden light shot from behind Wang Fu, and the powerful aura of the talisman treasure instantly spread out. The 2 rogue cultivators' souls trembled. But the illusion feather flying dagger was incredibly fast in its surprise attack. With a flash of golden light, the gray-robed cultivator didn't have time to dodge, and his head flew into the air. The black-robed cultivator, who had been cautious from beginning to end, summoned a high-grade defensive magical artifact to protect himself and threw out several defensive talismans. Unfortunately, everything was futile in the face of the talisman treasure, like paper being torn apart in an instant. Only the high-grade defensive magical artifact managed to halt the illusion feather flying dagger for half a breath, but that was all. With a flash of golden light, the black-robed cultivator followed in his companion's footsteps. As expected of a talisman treasure, its power is more than 5 times stronger than a top-tier offensive magical artifact. It's a great weapon in the qi refining stage, and it can probably withstand even some Foundation Establishment cultivators. As Wang Fu was praising the talisman treasure, the formation set up by the black-robed cultivator suddenly shattered. and an inky black demon subduing pestle struck head-on with such speed that it made his hair stand on end. He didn't even have time to summon the black tortoise light bell from his arms. Fortunately, the power of the talisman treasure had not been completely exhausted. In a moment of crisis, Wang Fu activated the remaining power of the illusion feather flying dagger. Buzz, dingling, but a bell sound rang in Wang Fu's ears, causing his head to spin, his consciousness to become muddled, and his spiritual perception to weaken. No. Chapter 53. The Enigmatic Young Monk Nay. A potent survival instinct compelled Wang Fu to unleash a primal roar, his eyes bloodshot as he finally broke free from the mysterious force that had been assailing his consciousness. Alas, it was too late. The Vajra landed upon his head. My life is forfeit, Wang Fu lamented, closing his eyes in resignation. In that fleeting moment, Wang Fu's entire existence flashed before him, from his earliest memories in Wutong Village, to acquiring the miniature cauldron, the advent of Yunning, his initiation into the falling feather sect, the arduous trial of the 1,000 cliff steps, his progression as a menial disciple on the path of cultivation, his entry into the outer sect, and the acquisition of the celestial talisman scripture. A panoramic view of his life unfolded in an instant, triggering a profound shift in Wang Fu's state of mind. He had entertained the notion of perishing on the quest for immortality, yet he never anticipated its arrival to be so swift. Unwillingness, a vehement unwillingness. Never before had he yearned for such immense power. Had he possessed even a modicum more, he might have managed to deploy his talismanic treasure to intercept the Vajra. Wait a moment. The Vajra. Wang Fu came to his senses, realizing he was still alive. His eyelids fluttered, and after a moment of hesitation, he tentatively opened his eyes. The Vajra remained the Vajra, its ebony hue suspended directly above his head, yet it did not descend. I'm not dead, Wang Fu gulped, experiencing both lingering dread and bewilderment. He gazed intently at the Vajra hovering above him, never having witnessed such a formidable magical artifact. Even the most exquisite treasures he had encountered paled in comparison. He was certain that it was a magical artifact, not a spiritual weapon, and certainly not a talismanic treasure. Amitabha. Suddenly, a Buddhist invocation echoed in Wang Fu's ears, startling him. He followed the sound and noticed a fair-skinned young monk standing a mere 3 zhang away, observing him. The monk was youthful, clad in simple monastic robes, and held a small, ebony bell. He appeared to be a newly ordained novice from some temple, ordinary in every way, save for his remarkably fair complexion. Yet, what would an ordinary monk be doing in this place? Even more astonishing to Wang Fu was his inability to perceive the monk with his divine sense. Wherever his consciousness reached, there was only emptiness. Yet his eyes clearly beheld the monk's presence. Wang Fu realized that this young monk was an eminent figure. The Vajra suspended above his head must be the monk's magical artifact. The bell in the monk's hand must be a treasure capable of assailing one's consciousness. He hastily offered a salutation. Greetings, master. This humble monk is Wuchen, unworthy of the title master. The young monk replied, returning a Buddhist greeting. He then gestured, and the Vajra hovering above Wang Fu's head flew back into his palm. Wang Fu's eyelids twitched wildly. He retrieved his talismanic treasure and mentally connected with the black tortoiseshell clock in his possession, ready to unleash the supreme defensive artifact with a mere thought. The yellow dragon talisman was also primed. After completing these preparations in silence, Wang Fu spoke, Greetings, Master Wuchen. May I inquire as to why Master attacked me? I am unaware of ever having crossed paths with Master. This humble monk merely required an item in your possession and feared that you would not relinquish it willingly. Hence, I resorted to a minor display of force. Please forgive me, Wuchen said, clasping his hands together in a gesture of peace. A minor display of force? You nearly killed me. Wang Fu was speechless, yet he could find no fault in the monk's words. He sensed that this young monk named Wuchen was immensely powerful, far beyond his capabilities. Even a talismanic treasure would be insufficient. Take, for instance, that ebony bell. He had no means of defense against it. The mere sound of the bell would assault his consciousness, leaving him defenseless for half a breath. Half a breath was sufficient time for him to die 5 or 6 times over. Even the earth evasion technique would be futile. Realizing that his covert defensive measures were likely insignificant in the monk's eyes, Wang Fu quickly said, Master Wuchen, please, simply state what you desire. I shall gladly offer it with both hands. There is no need for such drastic measures. Indeed, this humble monk was merely taking precautions, fearing that you might attack me upon sight or attempt to flee. In such a case, I would be unable to control the force of my actions and might inadvertently harm you. Wuchen nodded, seemingly oblivious to the arrogance of his words. My esteemed master has instructed me to perform good deeds and avoid taking lives whenever possible. If I were to slay you, my conscience would be troubled. Wang Fu's lips twitched. He could not fathom how such an eccentric monk could exist in this world. The crucial point was that the monk seemed to believe his own reasoning. Afraid of accidentally killing me? So you attacked first? Frightening me into submission? Thus preventing my death? What bizarre logic was this? May I inquire which item on my person has caught master's eye? Wuchen did not directly answer Wang Fu's question. Instead, he began to explain. The path I cultivate emphasizes causality and destiny. I traverse the world seeking lost Buddhist artifacts, hoping to gather 1,000 such items and accumulate 1,000 strands of causality in order to attain the great path of foundation establishment. The leafless lotus lamp you possess is a Buddhist artifact. Hence, we are bound by a causal connection, leafless lotus lamp. Wang Fu understood. He retrieved the Buddhist lotus lamp he had obtained from Rin Village from his storage pouch. Master, is this the item you seek? Buddhist artifacts require Buddhist spiritual energy to activate. Wang Fu had attempted to do so during his recent seclusion, but to no avail. He had intended to sell it directly at the market, but hesitated due to its status as a supreme magical artifact. He had kept it with him, never imagining that it would attract such a perilous monk. Had I known, I would have sold it along with those mid- and high-grade magical artifacts at Whitebreak Market. Thank you, benefactor. This is indeed the leafless lotus lamp, Wuchen said, clasping his hands together in a gesture of reverence. He then extended his hand, and the lotus lamp floated gently into his grasp. A radiant golden light emanated from the lamp, gentle and warm, causing Wang Fu to feel a sense of comfort and healing. The divine sense that had been injured by Wuchen's bell was restored. As the Buddhist light dissipated, Wang Fu bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. You are too kind, benefactor, Wuchen replied, clasping his hands together. Wuchen then glanced at the ebony bell in his hand and said, this item is called the soul-shaking bell, a magical artifact that attacks the divine sense. Since I have taken the leafless lotus lamp from you, I shall offer this artifact as compensation, thus severing our causal connection. What do you think, benefactor? Soul-shaking bell. Wang Fu's eyes lit up, but he quickly regained his composure and waved his hands in refusal. No need, no need. The leafless lotus lamp is, after all, a Buddhist artifact. In my hands, it would merely be a treasure gathering dust. Only in Master Wuchen's hands can it unleash its true power. I would never dare to accept compensation. Wang Fu was unsure of the young monk's intentions. What if the monk was merely testing him? He did not want to offend the monk. Wuchen was unfathomably powerful, and Wang Fu had to proceed with utmost caution. The benefactor does not desire compensation? Wuchen frowned. Does the benefactor not wish to sever our causal connection? Or does the benefactor wish to place me in his debt? Wang Fu did not fully comprehend the concept of causality, but he understood that the young monk was displeased. He quickly said, Aha! Master Wuchen, what are you saying? I want this bell. Let us consider it as severing our causal connection. Very well, Wuchen said with a smile. The ebony soul-shaking bell floated gently to Wang Fu's side. Wang Fu accepted it with both hands. Thank you, master. Wuchen nodded, clasping his hands together. In that case, this humble monk shall take his leave. With that, Wuchen turned and departed. Wang Fu hastily waved farewell. Farewell, master. Chapter 54. The Dong family. Once the figure of the young monk had completely vanished, Wang Fu finally settled his expression, murmuring softly. Where did this terrifying little monk come from? The seemingly ordinary yet vast aura he possesses is far beyond my capabilities. If what he says is true, he hasn't even established his foundation yet. Even those who have reached the perfected 13th level of Qi refinement shouldn't be this formidable. And that demon-breaking pestle, it's simply terrifyingly powerful. Wang Fu shook his head and sighed. He had encountered many at the 13th level of Qi refinement, particularly within the Falling Feather sect, where numerous practitioners had either failed to obtain the Foundation Establishment pill or had failed in their attempts at Foundation Establishment despite receiving it. There were at least 100 individuals at this level, yet none matched the terror of the little monk. As for that demon-breaking pestle, Wang Fu speculated it was a legendary grade supreme artifact, surpassing even the rare grade supreme artifacts in value. While rare grade supreme artifacts might have traces to follow, legendary grade ones are truly elusive. If such a supreme artifact were to be imbued with a powerful spirit, it could instantly become the pinnacle among spiritual artifacts. One strike from such a weapon would be beyond my capacity to withstand. If the opponent used their full strength, Wang Fu shook his head, realizing the truth that there are always greater beings beyond our ken. Fortunately, he had not harbored any murderous intent. Otherwise, he would have truly fallen here today. His cultivation level was still far from sufficient, and he needed to strive even harder in his training. Returning to the sect, I must fully prepare the Earth Escape Talisman, obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill, and with my limited strength in the Qi Refinement realm, I am ready to establish my foundation. Meanwhile, within the hidden chamber of the Dong family, Dong Xian was discussing the matters of Rinjia village with her father, Dong Shun, the head of the family. Initially, Dong Xian had intended to deceive her father, but under his persistent probing, she ultimately revealed everything in detail, including the reasons for Kai Lan's rapid increase in strength, the existence of the soul-gathering pearl, and how Wang Fu had sent nearly 100 malevolent spirits to the cycle of reincarnation with a single spiritual talisman. Father, that is how it is. Can you lend me that rare-grade supreme defensive artifact from our family? I needed to deal with the sect's law enforcement hall. Dong Xian requested. Very well, Dong Shun replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. He summoned a piece of silver body armor, saying, "This is your mother's relic, originally meant for you. I had planned to wait until you broke through the 12th level of Qi refinement to give it to you, so you wouldn't lose your fighting spirit after acquiring such a treasure. However, since you've encountered such grave danger on this minor task, it's only right to grant it to you now." "Thank you, father," Dong Xian exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with delight. She took the rare-grade supreme defensive artifact and began to refine it. With a flash of light, the armor adhered closely to her form. "Now that I have this armor, I no longer need this golden jade bracelet. The treasure appraiser from the treasure pavilion mentioned it is very close to rare grade. Perhaps we should hand it over to the family. Who knows what methods might elevate its grade, allowing our family to possess another rare grade defensive artifact." As she spoke, Dong Xian produced the transformed golden jade bracelet. Dong Shun, feeling proud, patted her head and said, "My daughter has grown up, understanding the importance of alleviating family burdens. Truly worthy of being my daughter, Dongshin. I shall accept this on behalf of the family and record it as a significant merit for you." "Oh, father, you're too kind. I am also a part of the Dong family." Dong Xian replied with a smile that lit up her face. "Then I shall return to the sect first. With Sun Liang dead, the law enforcement hall will certainly investigate, and I must address that matter. Go, but be cautious. Do not let anything slip. I will handle everything here." Dong Shun waved her off. Dong Xian nodded, skipping away from the hidden chamber of the Dong family. As the door closed behind her, the once pleased expression on Dong Shun's face darkened instantly. "Elders, what are your thoughts on this matter?" With Dong Shun's words, 3 ancient figures emerged from the shadows of the chamber. Although they were hunched, their powerful auras clearly surpassed the realm of Qi refinement, indicating that these 3 elders were the hidden strength of the Dong family. Aside from the 2 Foundation Establishment practitioners serving at the Falling Feather sect, the Dong family possessed 3 more at the same level. Ahem. Who would have thought that a mere mundane village could hide such a treasure as the soul-gathering pearl? It is unfortunate that we cannot see the future. Otherwise, we could have added another treasure to our family. The soul-gathering pearl is the core of the soul banner, a powerful artifact. While our Dong family lacks golden elixirs, with the skills of the 3 of us, it wouldn't be difficult to refine it. Gathering hundreds or even thousands of souls would result in an artifact. One elder remarked. Ahem. But the soul banner is an instrument of the demonic path. Its creation may disturb the balance of heaven and earth. Disturb the balance of heaven and earth? Cultivating is devoid of sentiment. What talk is there of balance? Strength is the only truth. If one day someone comes to annihilate our Dong family, what then? Alas, besides the soul-gathering pearl, there is also the method of guiding spirits to reincarnation. Or rather, the talismans. From what the girl described, it seems that the talisman used by Wang Fu is the rebirth talisman. The Falling Feather sect has no records of such a talisman. This lad, he may harbor secrets. The rebirth talisman. Whose legacy could it be? It appears the time for the Dong family's rise has come. Whether it be the soul-gathering pearl or the rebirth talisman, possessing either would elevate our family to great heights. This matter requires careful planning. That lad is affiliated with the Spiritual Wonders Pavilion of the Falling Feather sect. We may need to seek out partners. The 3 elders exchanged words, quickly solidifying their strategy, while Dong Shun found himself unable to interject as the family head. He was merely a figurehead for the family's external affairs. Elders, if Xin has developed feelings for that Wang Fu, might it be wise to invite him into our family? This way, both the soul-gathering pearl and the talisman legacy would belong to us. Dong Shun proposed respectfully, hoping to secure a future for his daughter. Invite him in. Heh. Shiner, allow me to ask you, if you possess these two treasures, would you choose to bind yourself through marriage? One elder scoffed. Dong Shun opened his mouth, rendered speechless by the question. Would he willingly bind himself? Certainly not. Even if he acquired both the soul-gathering pearl and the suspected talisman legacy, he would never become a mere pawn in another's game. Then, Shiner, you should immediately contact the 2 Foundation establishment practitioners from the Falling Feather sect and summon them back to the family. This matter concerns the prosperity of our Dong family and must not be overlooked. Understood. Dong Shun bowed respectfully and slowly exited the hidden chamber. Harnessing the Qingwei flying artifact, Wang Fu traveled day and night towards the sect, unaware that Dong Xin had already disclosed all matters regarding Wutong Village. While she had confided in her father, familial bonds were insignificant when weighed against the interests of the family. Due to the leak of information, a clandestine plot against him was slowly unfolding. Chapter 55. Support. Upon returning to the Falling Rain sect, Wang Fu did not attend to his assigned tasks. Instead, he retreated directly into the sanctuary of his inner sect cave, activating the protective barriers and entering seclusion. As a result, the disciples from the law enforcement hall were left at a loss. Senior uncle, Wang Fu has closed himself off. According to sect regulations, we cannot forcibly intrude until his guilt is confirmed. What should we do now? One disciple from the law enforcement hall looked at Wang Fu's cave with resignation and turned to consult the Foundation Establishment senior uncle leading the team. The Foundation Establishment senior uncle slowly revealed himself, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Wang Fu's cave. I never imagined this young man would be the one. I thought he wouldn't even be able to leave the miscellaneous peak. Yet he has entered the Miao Fu Hall and become a spirit talisman master. What a fortunate turn of events. If Wang Fu were present, he would certainly recognize this person as Zhao Zilan, the disciple who had made his life difficult upon his initial entry into the Falling Rain sect and the personal disciple of Elder Sun Qian. The sect has its rules. He will have to wait. Can he truly remain hidden forever? At most, he can stay for a year, but eventually, he must deal with the mundane affairs of the sect. Zhao Zilan was not in a hurry. He left someone to guard the place and departed. Meanwhile, Wang Fu was in no rush within his cave. He had seen the law enforcement hall's personnel and Zhao Zilan, but what of it? The sect regulations were clear. He decided to ignore the law enforcement hall for now and focus on drawing the Earth Escape talisman. With a cold smirk, he thought that once he successfully crafted the talisman, his justification would be flawless. Furthermore, his standing in the Miao Fu Hall would soar, granting him a Foundation Establishment pill and protection from the hall itself. However, there was no hurry. He was eager to examine the soul-stirring bell. Wang Fu took out the dark bell, feeling quite pleased. Artifacts that could launch mental attacks were exceedingly rare, let alone one of such exceptional quality. He recalled how his own formidable consciousness, honed to the peak of the 13th level of Qi refinement, would falter momentarily before this bell. Other practitioners at the Qi refinement stage would be utterly defenseless against it, a true weapon of mass destruction against them. And it might even have effects on those at the Foundation Establishment stage. In crucial moments of conflict, activating the soul-stirring bell could mean the difference between life and death. Wang Fu immediately began the refinement process. After half an hour, he successfully refined the soul-stirring bell and realized that trading a Buddhist artifact for this bell had been a tremendous gain. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, I never expected this soul-stirring bell to be a prized artifact of the highest quality. What a fortune. Enthralled, he played with the dark bell and practiced using it until he was proficient before storing it away. Having refined the soul-stirring bell, Wang Fu commenced the drawing of the Earth Escape Talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman was a spirit talisman, unlike ordinary sealing talismans. Although Wang Fu was familiar with the Earth Escape technique, it could not be inscribed on a talisman paper like a fireball technique. It required unique patterns that resonated with the natural energies of the world. Fortunately, as someone who practiced the Earth Escape technique, he had some understanding. And with previous attempts under his belt, he knew the general direction. After a month of diligent practice, he finally succeeded in drawing the first Earth Escape talisman. At last, it's done. All that effort and talisman paper was not in vain, Wang Fu exclaimed, shaking the talisman in his hand with a sense of relief. After a few days of rest, Wang Fu dispelled the barriers of his cave. The moment he emerged, the disciple from the law enforcement hall approached him. Brother Wang, the law enforcement hall has issued a decree for you to accompany me to the hall. This disciple, at the 11th level of Qi refinement, did not dare act arrogantly in front of Wang Fu. Instead, he was quite courteous. Lead the way, Wang Fu responded amicably, following the disciple to the law enforcement hall. Along the way, they made no effort to conceal their conversation. News of Wang Fu's emergence spread quickly throughout the inner sect. After all, the death of Elder Sun Qian's cherished disciple was significant, and Wang Fu and Dong Xian were at the center of attention. Dong Xian had been summoned for questioning by the law enforcement hall the moment he returned to the sect, and now that Wang Fu was going, it ignited much speculation. The Miao Fu Hall was equally affected. The hall's master, an elderly man with graying hair, typically uninterested in the affairs of the hall, convened a meeting that day. Consequently, 3 Foundation Establishment Talisman Masters were dispatched to the law enforcement hall. They aimed to confirm whether Wang Fu had truly mastered the Earth Escape Talisman. If so, they would do everything in their power to protect him. The Earth Escape Talisman was a formidable asset in battles against external sects. Its utilization could drastically alter the course of the conflict. If Wang Fu was innocent, that would be one matter. But if he were found culpable in the death of Sun Liang, there could be no repercussions. Even if imprisoned, he must not die. As for Elder Sun Qian, the sect would compensate him accordingly. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. This marked Wang Fu's first visit to the law enforcement hall, and it was the first time he encountered this imposing and foreboding structure. The dark hall exuded a solemn and austere atmosphere, prompting Wang Fu to adopt a serious demeanor upon arrival. You've fallen into my hands again. Zhao Zilan stood at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, hands clasped behind his back, a smirk on his face as he gazed at Wang Fu, who had been waiting for him. Seeing the man who had once humiliated him, Wang Fu narrowed his eyes slightly, striving to suppress his animosity, and replied coolly, "Greetings, Zhao Senior Uncle. There's no need for such pretense. I know you harbor resentment towards me, but what of it? You will never reach my heights," Zhao Zilan scoffed. "I dare not," Wang Fu replied nonchalantly. "Humph. Come with me." Just as Wang Fu was about to step forward and follow Zhao Zilan into the hall, a deep voice called from behind, accompanied by 3 figures descending gracefully. Upon seeing this, Wang Fu's expression brightened, and he quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Senior Uncle Duan, Senior Uncle Ding, Senior Uncle Li." These 3 were indeed the 3 Foundation Establishment Talisman Masters from the Miao Fu Hall, with one of them being the most familiar to Wang Fu, Li. Yet, among the 3, it was Duan Baichuan who led, for he not only possessed the highest cultivation but also ranked among the top 3 in talisman mastery within the entire Miao Fu Hall. "Ha, Wang Fu, we have come to support you." Duan Baichuan stroked his long beard, laughing heartily. It was evident that he intended to inform the law enforcement hall that he represented the Miao Fu Hall in protecting Wang Fu. "You are quite remarkable, stirring the hall master's attention at such a young age. When I and your 2 senior uncles were at your level, we did not have such fortune," Li Yi remarked with a knowing smile, his eyes seemingly piercing through Wang Fu. "It is all thanks to the cultivation of my esteemed senior uncles," Wang Fu replied humbly, bowing in respect. He understood that the reason the Miao Fu Hall sent 3 Foundation Establishment Masters was solely for the Earth Escape Talisman. Had he been unable to draw it, the hall would not have risked antagonizing Elder Sun Qian on his behalf. It was worth noting that Elder Sun Qian, in terms of both influence and power, ranked among the top 3 Golden Core Elders in the Falling Rain sect, a genuine powerhouse. While the master of the Miao Fu Hall managed a single hall, he could not compare to someone who controlled an entire main peak. "Senior brothers, the law enforcement hall is enforcing the law. Please make way." Zhao Zilan frowned, showing no courtesy. Chapter 56. Provocation. Zhao Zilan harbored strong discontent, not merely due to his disdain for Wang Fu, but also because the 3 old fellows from the Miao Fu Hall had the audacity to lecture in front of the law enforcement hall, showing utter disregard for him and the hall itself. "Brothers, this is the law enforcement hall. I kindly ask you to maintain your dignity," Zhao Zilan insisted. "And what of the law enforcement hall? We are all part of the same sect. If you are permitted to enter Miao Fu Hall, why are we barred from the law enforcement hall?" Duan Baichuan retorted without hesitation. If Wang Fu could indeed create the Earth Escape Talisman, the status of Miao Fu Hall would undoubtedly rise, and it was imperative to maintain their momentum. Otherwise, if the law enforcement hall were to take action against Wang Fu, the consequences would be dire. What he feared most was soul-searching, which must never be employed against Wang Fu. The victim of such an ordeal could suffer severe damage to their soul, or even be rendered into a state of idiocy. Such soul-affecting spells posed immense harm to them, as they relied heavily on spiritual awareness as talisman makers. Zhao Zilan's face turned ashen, while Wang Fu reveled in the moment. At that juncture, a tall figure clad in a purple robe emerged from the law enforcement hall. He stood with an air of authority, and his voice resonated with gravitas. Junior brother Duan. Zhuo Qingli? Wang Fu gasped, surprised to draw the attention of such a prominent figure. Greetings, senior brother Zhuo. Duan Baichuan and the others exchanged glances and saluted upon recognizing the newcomer. Zhuo Qingli's unexpected arrival was a shock to everyone. He was the second in command of the law enforcement hall and rarely made personal appearances, the last being several years ago due to the Chaoyan incident, which involved the fate of the Golden Core elders and the entire Chao family. Yet this time, it was over Wang Fu. Not only were the four from Miao Fu Hall astonished, but even Zhao Zilan was perplexed. However, Duan Baichuan quickly deduced that Zhuo Qingli had come for the same purpose as them, regarding the Earth Escape Talisman. Come in. I merely wish to ask Wang Fu a few questions. There is no need for any grandstanding, Zhuo Qingli indicated with a nod. Thus, everyone entered the law enforcement hall in an orderly fashion. Inside the grand hall, Zhuo Qingli took the seat of honor, with Zhao Zilan standing beside him. After a brief glance at Zhuo Qingli, who nodded slightly, Zhao Zilan turned to Wang Fu, his voice deep and commanding. Wang Fu, do you know your crime? May I ask, what crime has this disciple committed? Wang Fu replied defiantly, maintaining eye contact. The arrival of Duan Baichuan and the others made Wang Fu realize the significance of the Earth Escape Talisman to Miao Fu Hall. And Zhuo Qingli's presence likely stemmed from the same concern, rendering him unyielding. 3 months ago, you accepted a task at the Inner Sex Affairs Hall to go to Wutong Village, accompanied by Tan Shan Dong Xian, and Sun Liang. Yet now, Tan Shan and Sun Liang are dead, while you, with only the cultivation of the 11th level of Qi refinement, remain alive. What is the reason for this? Are the deaths of Sun Liang and Tan Shan related to you, or to Dong Xian? Speak the truth. Zhao Zilan's voice brimmed with pressure, a common interrogation tactic of the law enforcement hall, designed to rattle the souls of others. Even though Wang Fu's spiritual awareness surpassed the peak of the 13th level of Qi refinement, he had yet to reach the foundation establishment realm, and he felt his head grow heavy, his spiritual awareness slightly waning. Fortunately, he could withstand it. Wang Fu understood this was the first method of interrogation employed by the law enforcement hall. If he could not endure this, what hope would he have in the future? Thankfully, it was not a spell like the True Words talisman mentioned in the Tianfu Jing. He breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, the Grand Hall was not solely occupied by the law enforcement hall's personnel. Duan Baichuan interjected with displeasure. Junior brother Zhao, what are you asking? Wang Fu is not a criminal of the law enforcement hall. Furthermore, put away your soul-shaking technique. If you wish to question him, do so appropriately. Do you think those from Miao Fu Hall would lie? You. Zhao Zilan's anger flared, his fists clenched. Just as he was about to speak when Zhuo Qingli interjected, Enough, Wang Fu. Recount the events of Wutong Village from start to finish, with all details included. Zhao Zilan had no choice but to relent. Wang Fu smirked inwardly. The more displeased Zhao Zilan became, the more exhilarated he felt. After respectfully bowing to Zhuo Qingli, he began to narrate the events of Wutong Village, of course, recounting the version that he and Dong Xian had agreed upon. Meanwhile, in a pavilion deep within the back mountains of Jinshan Peak, a man and a woman were engaged in a game of chess. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the Peak Master of Luoxia Peak and the Peak Master of Jinshan Peak. Sister He, why trouble yourself to intervene twice for a mere inner sect disciple? Could it be that Yin Girl truly harbors feelings for that lad? Sun Qian placed a white piece on the board. Junior brother's son, if you cannot keep your mouth shut, I would not mind helping you loosen your skin a bit. He Hongqiu shot a glance at Sun Qian, who winced, recalling the humiliation of being slapped away 10 years ago. It was an incident he could hardly bear to remember. Ahem, sister, please do not jest, he stammered awkwardly. It was you who began the jest. Since we have broached the matter, I, He Hongqiu, have no intention of continuing the game, she declared, sweeping her hand across the board, sending the pieces scattering in disarray. You should understand the significance of the Earth Escape Talisman. Its method of crafting has been buried within our sect for nearly 1,000 years. Now that it has finally resurfaced, even if you were to lose a trivial junior, you must endure it. even if it were your beloved grandson. But that was my most cherished junior. Sun Qian sighed, clearly distressed. Speak plainly, what do you desire? My junior brother's life-bound treasure is still a bit short on materials to reach the high-grade standard. I recall sister has a piece of superior cold iron. Why not gift it to your junior brother to refine into cold iron essence? Sun Qian coughed awkwardly. You really know how to ask for a lot, He Hongqiu remarked, tossing a piece of black iron that radiated a chilling aura. Sun Qian's eyes lit up as he hastily caught it, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Haha, sister. You are generous. With that settled, let us leave it at that, He Hongqiu declared, rising and stepping into the void as she departed. Rest assured, sister. This matter ends here, Sun Qian replied, glancing at the now disordered chessboard, his lips twitching. I was so close to winning. Women always like to play tricks. Thus, the events unfolded. When faced with overwhelming odds, I utilized the Earth Escape Talisman to flee for my life. Returning later to find that Senior Brother Tan and Senior Brother Sun had perished alongside the vengeful spirit Kai Lan and nearly 100 malevolent ghosts. In that battle, I sustained injuries and only returned to the sect a month ago after recovering. As for junior sister Dong Xian, I have not seen her since that day. Once Wang Fu finished speaking, the entire grand hall fell into silence. After a moment, Zhao Zilan pressed on. Since you returned to the sect a month ago, why did you not report to the affairs hall? Why did you choose to shut yourself away when the law enforcement hall came to visit? That battle left me deeply contemplative. On my way back to the sect, I broke through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. I secluded myself to solidify my realm. Furthermore, the deadline for reporting my task is a year. It has only been 3 months, so why should I be in a rush? Wang Fu met Zhao Zilan's gaze fearlessly. As for the law enforcement hall, forgive my lack of insight, but I did not see you. Ha ha ha. What a marvelous claim of not seeing. Well said, Duan Baichuan laughed heartily, ignoring Zhao Zilan's grim expression. He then turned to Zhua Qingli, bowing respectfully. Senior brother Zhua. Since the matter is clear, we shall take Wang Fu back to Miaofu Hall. The hall master is waiting. Zhua Qingli fixed his gaze on Wang Fu, pondering for a moment before stating, there is no rush. Since Wang Fu claims to have escaped with the Earth Escape Talisman, I must inquire, from where did this talisman originate? Was it a fortuitous acquisition, or did you craft it yourself? If it was the former, you must disclose its source. If the latter, then you shall demonstrate its creation here in this grand hall. Chapter 57, Master Fu Zhu Xixiao. Your words hold merit, Duan Baichuan nodded. He then turned to Wang Fu with a smile. Wang Fu, my boy, how did you acquire that ground-shifting talisman? Feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, Wang Fu sighed inwardly. He understood that his current safety hinged upon the ground-shifting talisman. Had it truly been an accidental acquisition, his fate today would have been dire. Interests. Wherever one goes, these two words always take precedence. With clarity in his heart, Wang Fu pondered for a moment before raising his head to look at Zhu Qingli, saying, the ground-shifting talisman was personally crafted by me. It took me nearly half a year last year to create 2 of them. One was used in Rinjia village, and this is the other. As he spoke, Wang Fu summoned a yellow talisman from his storage pouch, letting it float gracefully between his fingers. Duan Baichuan's eyes widened as he swiftly approached Wang Fu, disregarding Wang Fu's willingness or reluctance, and cheerfully took the ground-shifting talisman from his fingertips, examining it as if it were an exquisite treasure. Indeed, every line of this talisman is unique. This is the ground-shifting talisman. Such a rare talisman cannot be created merely through effort. It requires innate talent and fortune. Wang Fu, my boy, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. Wang Fu felt no anger. On the contrary, the fact that a top talisman master from the Miao Fu Hall esteemed the ground-shifting talisman so highly indicated its increasing importance and ensured his own safety. Duan Shidi, can you confirm that this talisman was made by Wang Fu? Zhu Qingli inquired. Rest assured, Zhu Xixiao. Each talisman crafted by us, particularly by talisman masters, retains the aura of its creator. This ground-shifting talisman was indeed made by Wang Fu. I, Duan Baichuan, can certainly discern that. Duan Baichuan asserted confidently, then reluctantly returned the talisman to Wang Fu. Wang Fu accepted it naturally, seemingly oblivious to Duan Baichuan's eager gestures. Given the talisman's value, he would not easily part with it. After all, the respect owed to elders paled in comparison to the worth of cultivation resources, much less the foundational elixirs. Want it? Offer resources in exchange. Thus, the matter concluded, and Wang Fu and Dong Xian faced no blame. As for Tanshan Yuan and Sun Liang, the sect would ensure compensation reached their families. Zhu Qingli declared the matter closed and subsequently vanished. Wang Fu sighed with relief, knowing he had successfully passed this hurdle. Come, Wang Fu, let us return to the Miao Fu Hall. The master awaits you, haha. Duan Baichuan laughed heartily, leading Wang Fu towards the law enforcement hall. What a fortunate lad, Zhao Zeilin scoffed. Upon returning to the Miao Fu Hall, Wang Fu was immediately summoned by the master. The master of the Miao Fu Hall, surnamed Fu, is known only by that name. As it is said, he forgot his own after a seclusion lasting nearly a century. Thus, everyone refers to him as Master Fu or Old Fu. Master Fu is a Jindan realm cultivator who has lived for several centuries. Perhaps his personal cultivation is somewhat lacking compared to other Jindan cultivators in the sect, but as a talisman master, no one knows the extent of the talismans he possesses. There are even rumors that Master Fu wields a secret technique called Three Talismans Convergence, capable of unleashing a formidable array that even late-stage Jindan cultivators must avoid. Moreover, he is the only Jindan realm talisman master in the sect, granting him a unique status. In the Grand Hall of the Miao Fu Hall, this was Wang Fu's second encounter with the silver-haired Master Fu. He respectfully bowed. Disciple Wang Fu pays respects to the master. Rise, Master Fu's weathered voice resonated, and Wang Fu felt an invisible force lifting him. Our Miao Fu Hall has a rule. Anyone capable of crafting a gathering spirit talisman, a sky control talisman, or a ground-shifting talisman shall receive our utmost support. Since you have demonstrated the ability to create the ground-shifting talisman, you are indeed a genius of our Miao Fu Hall. From today onward, your monthly salary and various benefits will be tripled, and additionally, you shall be rewarded with a foundational elixir. Wang Fu's heart soared at these words. Thank you, Master. With the foundational elixir, he could attempt to establish his foundation. Although he knew the hope for a ground-level foundation was slim, he needed to successfully create all three prized talismans of the Miao Fu Hall to earn the opportunity for a ground-level foundation. The methods for crafting the three talismans are publicly available without restrictions. So Wang Fu had reviewed the crafting methods for both the Gathering Spirit Talisman and the Sky Control Talisman. He had some grasp of the former, yet the latter eluded him entirely. Perhaps with 2 or 3 decades of contemplation, he might succeed, but 2 or 3 decades was far too long. He could neither afford to wait nor wish to. A Qi refining realm cultivator has a lifespan of about 100 years. How many 2 or 3 decades could one endure? Soon, Duan Baichuan approached Wang Fu with a charming sandalwood box, grinning. The Qi refining realm disciples in the hall gazed at the box, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. The foundational elixir, a coveted treasure for us Qi refining realm cultivators. Regrettably, foundational elixirs are scarce. Only disciples who have made significant contributions to the sect may obtain them, or those who venture into the Qingling secret realm, which opens every 20 years, to search for spiritual herbs. However, the Qingling secret realm is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Each time, less than half of the disciples survive, making it exceedingly dangerous. Wang Fu truly was fortunate. Wang Fu disregarded the envy and gossip surrounding him. All he could focus on was the exquisite sandalwood box in Duan Baichuan's hands. Wang Fu, my boy, strive diligently in the future. Do not disappoint the Master's nurturing, Duan Baichuan encouraged, patting Wang Fu's shoulder, then cheerfully opened the box. Inside, a dark greenish-black elixir lay quietly at the center, exuding a rich fragrance. The surrounding disciples craned their necks, eager to glimpse the true form of the foundational elixir. But in the grand hall of Miao Fu, they dared not act recklessly, only able to simmer in frustration. Put it away. Closing the sandalwood box, Duan Baichuan handed the foundational elixir to Wang Fu. Thank you, Uncle Master. Wang Fu respectfully accepted the foundational elixir, his heart brimming with excitement, carefully storing it in his storage pouch. At this moment, Master Fu's voice resonated once more. Focus on your cultivation and strive to break through to the foundational realm as soon as possible. Aim to elevate the grade of the ground-shifting talisman to level 2. I think it best to find you a mentor. Someone to guide you in your cultivation. In this grand hall, choose whom you wish, and I shall take the liberty of making you their disciple. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu was overjoyed. His eyes fixed on Master Fu, he immediately knelt and bowed. I wish to become your disciple, Master. Become my disciple? Ha ha ha. Master Fu seemed to have anticipated this, laughing heartily. However, he soon shook his head slightly, instilling a sense of unease in Wang Fu. You have a discerning eye. Had I been a couple of 100 years younger, I might have considered accepting you. However, I no longer have the inclination to take on disciples. Chapter 58. Foundation Establishment. Pill. Wang Fu sighed, having wagered everything on this moment. To his surprise, Lord Fu had deviated from the expected course and outright refused. This left him with the dilemma of seeking other Foundation Establishment masters, which could surely incite discontent. Lord Fu, seasoned and astute, clearly perceived Wang Fu's embarrassment. He surveyed the grand hall and spoke slowly. Very well. Does anyone from the Miao Fu Hall wish to accept Wang Fu as a personal disciple? The few Foundation Establishment attendants exchanged glances, yet none spoke up. Although Wang Fu possessed considerable talent in talisman crafting, the secret of his mixed elemental roots was well known. Such a foundation was nearly devoid of potential for establishment. Even if he could succeed, it would require vast resources, not something that could be achieved with just a handful of Foundation Establishment pills. In their eyes, the pill Wang Fu held was effectively wasted. A disciple who was unlikely to achieve Foundation Establishment would provide minimal assistance. He could only manage to craft the Earth Escape Talisman. Fortunately, after a brief silence, a familiar figure stepped forward. Lord, I am willing to take Wang Fu as my personal disciple. Li Shishu? Wang Fu was taken aback, not expecting it to be Li Yi. In his heart, Li Yi was not the ideal choice, even if Lord Fu refused. He had hoped to become a disciple of Duan Baichuan, a late Foundation Establishment master, while Li Yi was merely at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. Yet, could he now refuse? To do so would alienate a mid-Foundation Establishment talisman master, making his future in the Miao Fu Hall exceedingly arduous. However, Lord Fu smiled and nodded. Turning to Wang Fu. Wang Fu, do you wish to become Li Yi's disciple? I am willing, Wang Fu quickly replied with utmost respect, fearing that any hint of hesitation might provoke Li Yi's displeasure. At this point, there was no turning back. Becoming Li Yi's disciple was a foregone conclusion. Had he known earlier, he would have claimed he did not wish to take on a master. Alas, Li Yi it is. At least he is a mid-Foundation Establishment master and the one who led him to the Miao Fu Hall, so there is some familiarity. Disciple Wang Fu, I pay my respects to my master. Wang Fu immediately performed a respectful bow to Li Yi, acknowledging him as his master and elevating his own status to that of a disciple of the Foundation Establishment attendants. Rise, Li said with a smile, stroking his goatee, looking quite pleased as he regarded Wang Fu. After receiving the Foundation Establishment pill and paying his respects to his master, Lord Fu imparted some encouraging words. And the assembly dispersed. Wang Fu followed Li Yi to his cave dwelling. The cave of a Foundation Establishment cultivator was suffused with abundant spiritual energy, which left Wang Fu feeling envious. Wang Fu, we are both talisman masters and somewhat familiar. I do not possess anything particularly precious to offer you. So this Qingzhou talisman brush shall serve as my gift for your apprenticeship, Li said, retrieving a blue talisman brush and 2 spiritual talismans from his storage bag, handing them to Wang Fu along with 2 secondary-level talismans for his use. Wang Fu was overjoyed and respectfully accepted the brush and talismans. Thank you, master. The moment the brush was in his hands, Wang Fu discerned its grade. It was a top-tier magical artifact-level brush, on par with the prize awarded at the Ling Dao Pavilion's grand competition. Thus, he need not expend energy competing for first place there anymore. As for the 2 secondary-level talismans, though they were in the initial stage, one was for defense and the other for attack, making them exceedingly valuable to Wang Fu. The effects of secondary-level talismans could rival Foundation Establishment spell attacks, especially since he was receiving 2. The secondary-level attack talisman was the Frenzied Sound Talisman, while the secondary-level defense talisman was the Jade Shield Talisman. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation or with talismans, feel free to consult me. This is the Jade token of my cave's restrictions. With it, you may enter directly, Li added, giving Wang Fu a Jade token, signaling that Wang Fu could now take his leave. Wang Fu accepted the token and respectfully took his leave. He was eager to return and prepare himself to consume the Foundation Establishment pill. However, it was not long after he returned to his cave when a disciple bearing the sect leader's token summoned him to Qianyu Peak. Confused, Wang Fu made his way to Qianyu Peak, where he encountered Mozi Yuan, the sect leader of the Falling Feather Peak. Disciple Wang Fu, I pay my respects to the sect leader. Now that Wang Fu was Li Yi's disciple, he had to address any Foundation Establishment cultivator with respect. Mozi Yuan, adorned in palace attire and flanked by several trusted disciples, smiled upon Wang Fu's arrival. First, congratulations on becoming Li Shidi's disciple. I summoned you for no other reason than to bestow upon you a token of my regard. Bestow something upon me? Wang Fu was perplexed. You have successfully crafted the Earth Escape Talisman, and a first-level Earth Escape Talisman significantly enhances the strength of Qi refining disciples. In 2 years, the Qiangling secret realm will open, and our sect will dispatch Qi refining disciples to search for spiritual herbs. If everyone possesses a few Earth Escape Talismans, their chances of survival will greatly increase, allowing for the collection of more spiritual herbs. With more spiritual herbs, the sect can produce a greater quantity of foundation establishment pills. Mo Ziyuan explained with a smile. Thus, your Earth Escape Talismans are of utmost importance. I require you to craft 30 Earth Escape Talismans within 2 years in preparation for the Qiangling secret realm. If you succeed, I shall grant you a foundation establishment pill. Wang Fu was taken aback, finally understanding why so many placed such importance on his Earth Escape Talismans. It was for the Qiangling secret realm. He had heard of the Qiangling secret realm, a natural sanctuary within the Great Xia kingdom abundant in spiritual herbs. Entry was restricted to Qi refining disciples, and it opened every 20 years, during which the 6 great sects of Great Xia would send disciples to procure spiritual herbs, especially the primary ingredients for foundation establishment pills, which only grew within that realm. The significance of the Qiangling secret realm was paramount to the number of foundation establishment disciples across all sections. However, the dangers within the Qiangling secret realm were numerous, inhabited by countless ferocious beasts, and one must also be wary of disciples from the other 5 sections. The peril was immense, with only a slim chance of survival. If half of the disciples returned, it would be considered a fortunate outcome. Such a high mortality rate deterred many disciples, and the sect could only offer a solemn promise, regardless of how many spiritual herbs were collected. Any disciple returning from the realm would receive a foundation establishment pill. This enticed many disciples nearing the end of their lifespans or those eager for power to serve the sect willingly. 30 Earth Escape Talismans? That is quite a challenge, Wang Fu said, his expression revealing his apprehension. Of course, he feigned difficulty. Despite the fact that the success rate of the Earth Escape Talisman was the lowest among all the talismans he currently crafted, 30 talismans could be completed in just a few months. He sought a reward. Moreover, Mo Ziyuan had stated she would bestow something upon him, and Wang Fu was eager to receive it, whether it be spiritual stones or pills. He would accept anything. Mo Ziyuan chuckled. As the sect leader of Falling Feather Sect, having overseen various sect affairs for decades, she was not blind to Wang Fu's thoughts. This is a foundation establishment pill, a preemptive reward for you. Should you craft more Earth Escape Talismans, the sect's rewards will increase accordingly. Wang Fu paid no heed to Mo Ziyuan's latter comment. His focus fixated on the brocade box that had appeared in her hand. A foundation establishment pill. Another foundation establishment pill. The surprise was overwhelming, leaving Wang Fu momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief moment, he gathered himself. Thank you, sect leader. I shall certainly complete the 30 Earth Escape Talismans with all my effort. Chapter 59. Qi refining 13th level overwhelmed with elation at suddenly possessing 2 foundation establishment pills. Wang Fu understood that achieving a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage was not a matter to be rushed, necessitating thorough preparation. He started by expending an entire month's stipend at the Pill Flame Hall to acquire a vial of spirit-withering pills. Subsequently, he informed his nominal master, Li Yi, of his intention to seclude himself for a period of cultivation before returning to his inner sect courtyard. Activating all the protective restrictions, he prepared to enter seclusion to strive for the foundation establishment realm. No need to rush, he thought, resolving to first optimize his condition. He placed both foundation establishment pills before him and cast several spiritual talismans around the courtyard as a precaution. Then, he sat in a lotus position, circulating the profound Earth Sutra to calm his mind and adjust his state. For days later, feeling completely invigorated, he cautiously ingested the first foundation establishment pill. It dissolved upon entry, and he immediately began circulating his cultivation technique to refine its potency. The pill's effects manifested rapidly. Within a quarter of an hour, a sensation arose in his abdomen, which Wang Fu perceived as an increasingly intense warmth. After another half hour, the sensation transformed into a raging inferno, as if his entire abdomen had swallowed a fireball, burning fiercely. In contrast, the rest of his body became icy cold, creating a stark contrast of sensations. Just as the burning sensation reached its zenith, it abruptly vanished, leaving Wang Fu bewildered. What happened? Did the pill's effect just dissipate like that? As disappointment began to set in, Wang Fu's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. An intense, piercing ache had swept through his abdomen, as if dozens of needles were simultaneously piercing his skin from the inside out. The unprepared Wang Fu turned pale, and beads of cold sweat poured from his forehead, streaming down his chin as he curled into a fetal position. Writhing and trembling, Wang Fu cursed those who had given him the foundation establishment pills, even including his master, for failing to warn him of the excruciating pain associated with taking the pill. Are they deliberately trying to make a fool of me? He wondered. However, his tirade was cut short as the stabbing pain in his abdomen exploded, as if the needles piercing him had shattered into countless fragments, flowing through his energy channels, blood, and meridians to his organs and limbs. The intense shock left Wang Fu prostrate on the ground. Yet, it was not over. After the shock, an unbearable itching sensation spread throughout his body, every inch of his skin, bones, and blood, as if countless ants were crawling over him, tearing at his flesh and bones, driving him to the brink of madness. This torment persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. After a prolonged recovery, Wang Fu shakily stood up, exhaling a long, turbid breath as if reborn. That was excruciating. Is this the torment one must endure to establish a foundation? As he grumbled, Wang Fu noticed an uncomfortable stickiness on his body. Upon closer inspection, he found himself covered in a layer of grayish-brown substance, clinging to his robes and emitting an unpleasant odor. Stinky. Disperse. Wang Fu immediately activated the cleansing ability of his robes with spiritual power. A wave of light swept over him, instantly leaving him clean and spotless, while the grayish-brown substance was flicked away to the peach tree in the courtyard. Finally, some comfort. Wait, my spiritual power is so much more robust. Wang Fu then recalled the sensation of circulating his spiritual power and quickly examined his condition. This is... Wang Fu's eyes widened as he was astonished to find that the profound Earth Sutra had advanced to the 13th level, filling him with a warm, indescribable comfort. Reaching the 13th level signified that he had broken through to the Qi-refining 13th level. Furthermore, his spiritual sense had expanded from its previous range of 35 feet to over 40 feet, just shy of 45 feet, its strength having increased significantly. Clearly, the foundation establishment pill had improved Wang Fu's constitution, cleansing his marrow and refining his essence. This is my second marrow cleansing, Wang Fu recalled, remembering the black, greasy substance that had appeared on his body after consuming the spiritual liquid refined by the small cauldron. However, that instance had been less intense, merely a preliminary improvement of his constitution and removal of impurities. Wang Fu quickly sat down in a lotus position, carefully examining the changes in his body. Although the foundation establishment pill had not allowed him to enter the foundation establishment stage, it had brought him significant benefits. In addition to the increase in cultivation and enhancement of his spiritual sense, the warmth he felt throughout his body was incredibly comforting, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. After careful consideration, he surmised that the warmth was the residual potency of the foundation establishment pill that had not yet been fully refined. It seems I must spend some time refining this residual potency, which should further increase my spiritual power. Those who break through to the foundation establishment stage using foundation establishment pills must seclude themselves for several months to refine the remaining potency, lest it dissipates over time, resulting in a waste, he mused. After contemplating, Wang Fu immediately circulated the 13th level of the profound Earth Sutra, meticulously refining the potency scattered throughout his body. Initially, for the first month, Wang Fu was meticulous, diligently meditating to refine and absorb the remaining potency, consuming a spirit-withering pill when hungry, and continuing his practice. However, as time passed, Wang Fu discovered that the potency's effects were diminishing, no longer improving his constitution, and the increase in spiritual power was not as rapid as before. Yet, glancing at the single foundation establishment pill remaining, he gritted his teeth and continued refining, unsure if the second pill would allow him to enter the foundation establishment stage. His inferior 5 elements mixed spiritual root aptitude was to blame. Over the years, if not for the assistance of the small cauldron, refining pure spiritual power for his cultivation, he would likely still be struggling to survive in the outer sect, performing tedious and time-consuming tasks. If, after consuming this second foundation establishment pill, I fall short due to the lack of residual potency, I would be distraught, he thought, driven by a desire not to waste anything and to establish his foundation. Wang Fu meditated and practiced for over 3 months, finally refining and absorbing all the remaining potency in his body. His spiritual power cultivation had reached the late stage of the Qi refining 13th level, just one step away from the great perfection of the Qi refining 13th level. After another half-month of meditation and recuperation, Wang Fu reached for the second foundation establishment pill. Chapter 60. Significant increase in strength. Wang Fu held the foundation establishment pill near his mouth, poised to ingest it, when a sudden thought struck him. He recalled how the small cauldron had refined Qi condensation pills and essence cultivation pills into more potent and purer elixirs. Could refining the foundation establishment pill into an elixir with the small cauldron yield even greater benefits? With a thought, he summoned the small cauldron from the tattoo on his chest. Holding the foundation establishment pill in one hand and the dark, cyan cauldron in the other, Wang Fu scrutinized them, pondering. Small cauldron, oh small cauldron, do you possess the ability to enhance the effects of this foundation establishment pill? If so, my chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would undoubtedly increase significantly. But if not, this is my only foundation establishment pill. Acquiring a third or fourth would likely take years, even decades. Wang Fu was in turmoil. 5 spiritual roots. Oh, 5 spiritual roots. Why is my aptitude so lacking? If only I had 3 spiritual roots, it wouldn't be this dire. If I had 3 spiritual roots, coupled with the effects of the small cauldron, my cultivation speed might rival that of those with heavenly spiritual roots. Well, I'm stuck with 5 spiritual roots anyway, and my hopes of breaking through are already slim. Might as well take a gamble. Steel in his resolve. Wang Fu tossed the last foundation establishment pill into the small cauldron. Instantly, the cauldron's interior erupted in a brilliant light. As if someone who had never tasted meat had suddenly encountered a delectable delicacy. The cauldron became frenzied, as a series of dazzling lights flashed. Wang Fu intently observed the changes in the foundation establishment pill. He watched as the once intact pill gradually transformed into a liquid, a rich, clear fragrance wafting out. With a mere whiff, Wang Fu felt his spiritual power surge. Soon, the foundation establishment pill had completely dissolved into an elixir. This effect must be even more potent. Wang Fu swallowed hard, but before he could consume it, the foundation establishment pill, which had transformed into a mass of elixir, disintegrated once more and vanished, completely. He was stunned. After a long while, he regained his senses and peered anxiously into the cauldron once more. It was empty. Wang Fu was enraged. Damn it! Where's my foundation establishment pill? Small cauldron, you bastard, spit it out. I asked you to refine it into an elixir to enhance its effects, not to devour it. Wang Fu had long discovered that the small cauldron could absorb matter and energy on its own, and it even consumed people, but each time, the cauldron would consume the dross and leave the essence for him. Yet this time, it had devoured everything. None for me. You bastard, spit it out. Wang Fu picked up the cauldron and shook it incessantly, his heart filled with despair. His precious foundation establishment pill had simply vanished, leaving him with no recourse. Spit it out, spit it out. He made a final, desperate attempt. The cauldron remained unmoved, and the foundation establishment pill had truly disappeared. It's over. Wang Fu slumped to the ground in despair, his heart bleeding. As he pondered the loss of a foundation establishment pill, the small cauldron underwent a transformation. A wisp of pure, cyan gas floated out gently. The gas was 3 inches long, gathered but not dispersed, swaying in the air like a nimble flame. Wang Fu stared in astonishment at the wisp of cyan gas before him, bewildered. But as he breathed, the cyan gas instantly followed the flowing air and entered his nostrils, disappearing without a trace. What was that thing? Wang Fu felt uneasy, but the warmth emanating from his abdomen compelled him to sit cross-legged immediately. He surmised that the cyan gas must be a product of the small cauldron refining the foundation establishment pill, which meant that the intense pain of consuming the foundation establishment pill was about to strike again. He dared not take it lightly and braced himself. As time passed, the warmth in his abdomen grew stronger, like the midday sun in winter, making Wang Fu feel as if he were floating in a warm, ethereal realm. He waited and waited, until the warmth spread to his limbs, his organs, and his viscera, but he did not feel even a trace of discomfort. The entire process was warm and comforting. What's going on? As the warmth spread throughout his body, the unbearable itching that had accompanied his first consumption of the foundation establishment pill not only did not appear, but it was as if a pair of warm hands were gently caressing every part of his body. Wang Fu felt as if he were floating in the clouds, and he couldn't help but emit a soft moan. Fortunately, he was in his courtyard cave, and there was no one else around, or Wang Fu would have been mortified. A quarter of an hour later, the warmth dissipated, and Wang Fu's body was once again covered in a gray-black substance. This time, he didn't care. The second sensation was simply too wonderful, and more importantly, he immediately felt the changes in his cultivation. His cultivation technique had broken through to the 13th layer of great perfection. His spiritual power had reached the 13th level of qi refinement, and even more astounding, his spiritual awareness had suddenly increased to 50 feet. The range of spiritual awareness for someone in the early stages of foundation establishment was only 100 feet, and he had already reached half of that. Moreover, the density of his spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators at the 13th level of qi refinement. He estimated that it was at least 1.5 times as dense, meaning that his spiritual power was more than half as dense as that of ordinary cultivators at the 13th level of qi refinement. His thick earth sutra had reached the pinnacle of the 13th layer, giving rise to an extraordinary change. As long as he was on the earth, not only would his spiritual power consumption be greatly reduced, but his recovery rate would also increase by about 30%. Combining these two factors, it was a 60% increase. He would be able to sustain battles for much longer. The small cauldron didn't let me down. Wang Fu sighed. The foundation establishment pill, which had been refined by the small cauldron into cyan gas, not only caused no pain or discomfort after consumption, but it also eliminated the need to spend time refining the remaining medicinal power. There was no residual medicinal power to refine. Unfortunately, I still haven't broken through to the foundation establishment stage. This step is indeed difficult. I estimate 2 or 3 more pills would be about right. Activating the ability of his magical robe, Wang Fu's body was once again spotless. He sighed, forced to acknowledge the fact that breaking through to the foundation establishment stage with 5 mixed spiritual roots was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The bodies of those with 5 mixed spiritual roots contained too many impurities. To achieve a body capable of undergoing foundation establishment, one had to consume a large number of foundation establishment pills to cleanse the marrow and achieve success. This was only because Wang Fu had been cultivating with the small cauldron's elixir for years. If other cultivators with 5 mixed spiritual roots had relied on arduous cultivation to reach this point, they would likely have to consume no less than 10 foundation establishment pills to improve their physiques 10 times before they could even dream of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment, how easy is it to talk about? Wang Fu sighed, stowing away his disappointment. Taking advantage of the surge in his cultivation and spiritual awareness, he practiced all the spells and talismans he knew once more. As expected, with the increase in his cultivation, the power of both his spells and his magical implements had greatly increased. In particular, the significant increase in the strength of his spiritual awareness had more than doubled the power of his magical implements. The speed at which he could activate talisman treasures was also faster. He estimated that he could activate them fully in a quarter of an hour, twice as fast as before. The speed at which he could draw spiritual talismans had also increased significantly. He had time to try drawing a spirit-gathering talisman. If he succeeded, he could obtain another foundation establishment pill. But this was not something that could be accomplished overnight. There was no rush. He should first complete the task that sect leader Mo had assigned him: 30 Earth Evasion Talismans. Wang Fu continued his seclusion. Chapter 61. Running Errands. Spring passes, and autumn arrives. Wang Fu emerged from his seclusion after half a year. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his strength or the refining effects of the foundation establishment pills he had consumed, his demeanor had transformed remarkably. He appeared more mature and composed, and his eyes, accustomed to drawing spiritual symbols, were as profound as the abyss. 30 teleportation symbols were ready, but he couldn't present them to Master Mo just yet. If she felt that the foundation establishment pill was insufficient, it would not bode well. It was time to be lax, and he decided to wait until next year to deliver them. Stretching lazily, he murmured to himself that the priority was to obtain a foundation establishment pill and to break through to the foundation establishment stage. As one had little influence in the sect while still in the qi refining realm, he contemplated attempting to draw a spirit-gathering symbol. As for the Qingling secret realm, despite its numerous dangers, with his current strength and several top-tier magical artifacts for protection, as long as he remained low-key and wasn't deliberately targeted, he should face little peril. If he couldn't make progress with the spirit-gathering symbol within the year, he might have to venture there. He decided to visit the administrative hall to see if there were any light tasks available. Whoosh! Just as Wang Fu was preparing to head to the administrative hall to take on a task to meet this year's objectives, a beam of light descended from the sky, heading straight for him. A message jade slip? Wang Fu extended his hand, and the light transformed into a line of text before him. Come quickly to my cave dwelling. Master is looking for me? Wang Fu furrowed his brow slightly. How did Master Li know I just emerged from seclusion? Without overthinking, he summoned his green leaf flying artifact and soared toward Li Yi's cave dwelling. Upon arrival, he found Li Yi waiting for him as if he had anticipated his visit. Disciple Wang Fu pays respects to Master. May I ask why Master has summoned me? Wang Fu bowed respectfully, adhering to the principles of etiquette since he had taken a master. Do not rush, Li Yi replied, nodding as he appraised Wang Fu. He stroked his goatee and smiled. Have you consumed the Foundation Establishment pill? To be honest, Master, I sequestered myself to break through with the Foundation Establishment pill, but unfortunately, I was unsuccessful, Wang Fu sighed. Li Yi, however, showed no concern, instead appearing to regard it as a matter of course. He chuckled. Your spiritual root quality is not particularly good. Relying on a few Foundation Establishment pills to break through is practically impossible. Just gaining some spiritual power is commendable. At least you have reached the 13th level of Qi refining, which places you among the elite in that realm. There is no need to be overly fixated on it. Master speaks truly. With my current level, drawing talismans has become much easier. Among all the talisman masters in the Qi refining realm of the Miao Fu Hall, I would dare say I am second to none, Wang Fu feigned pride, lifting his head. He was not genuinely arrogant. Rather, after experiencing numerous betrayals and life-and-death situations, he had grown increasingly cautious, reluctant to reveal his true self to anyone, and adept at concealing his abilities. What appeared as flamboyance was, in truth, restraint. Haha, you are not wrong. The most formidable talisman master in the Qi refining realm of the Ling Miao Pavilion was Shi Min's nephew, but now it is certainly you, Li Yi said, stroking his goatee with satisfaction, pleased that his disciple was thriving. Wang Fu's success in drawing the teleportation symbol had garnered him a reward from the hall master, further elevating Li Yi's standing. Li Yi then continued, I have summoned you because I need you to run an errand. Please speak, Master, Wang Fu nodded. When I was in the Qi refining realm, I had a dear friend. We entered the Qingling secret realm together to search for spiritual herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill. Tragically, my friend died because of me, entrusting his descendants to my care. Over the years, I have looked after them, and now his descendants have settled comfortably in the capital of the Daxiao Empire. However, it cannot continue indefinitely. Thus, I wish to select a child with spiritual roots from his lineage and lead him into the immortal path. Li Yi gazed towards the horizon, recounting the past before sighing and turning back to Wang Fu. Unfortunately, not a single child with spiritual roots has emerged in the last 30 years. The last time I visited the Daxia capital was a decade ago, when a child was born who exhibited considerable spiritual potential. It could be that he possesses spiritual roots. However, I have been engrossed in researching a talisman lately and cannot leave. Hence, I ask you to make the journey for me. If the child has no spiritual roots, that is fine. If he does, bring him back. Understood, Master. Coincidentally, I was preparing to take on an errand for the sect, so I shall make the trip. Wang Fu replied. This was not a complicated matter. It was akin to the previous journey with Yun Ning Shuang to their Wutong Village. However, the selection of sect errands came with certain limitations, and Wang Fu had initially planned to undertake a task in the same direction as Wutong Village to secretly visit his parents and younger brother. Now, that was no longer an option. The Daxia capital and Wutong Village were in completely opposite directions. Very well, here is the address and the name of the little one, Li Yi said, nodding in satisfaction as he handed Wang Fu a jade slip. Wang Fu accepted the jade slip and respectfully took his leave. Disciple takes his leave. Li Yi nodded, watching as Wang Fu rode off on his green leaf artifact until he vanished into the horizon, muttering to himself, 13th level of Qi refining. What a pity about the 2 Foundation Establishment pills. The Daxia capital was far from the Liu sect, and even with Wang Fu's mid-grade green leaf flying artifact, it would take at least half a month of non-stop flying. Thus, Wang Fu contemplated acquiring a new mount. Top-tier flying artifacts were exorbitantly priced, likely around 1,003 or 4 lower-grade spiritual stones. Perhaps he should settle for a superior grade one instead. Wang Fu stood at the entrance of the artifact refining hall, patting his meager storage bag and lamenting his poverty. It was unfortunate that the reward for drawing the teleportation symbol had only yielded a single foundation establishment pill, and his monthly stipend had barely increased. He had no merit points either. Otherwise, he could have exchanged them for a superior grade artifact. Shaking his head lightly, Wang Fu entered the artifact refining hall. As before, he headed straight for the counter for superior grade artifacts. This time, however, the attendant was not the drowsy old man from before, but rather a qi refining disciple. Wang Fu was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself that this person might be the illegitimate child of some big shot. How else could a qi refining disciple manage the superior grade artifact counter? Observing the rather laid-back youth, Wang Fu stated his intention directly. "Hello, I would like to see the superior grade flying artifacts." The young man, barely lifting his head, lazily tossed him a jade slip, appearing impatient. "Look for yourself." Wang Fu was somewhat speechless but decided to ignore the attitude. He took the jade slip and, with a sweep of his consciousness, the information of 6 flying artifacts appeared in his mind. After reviewing them one by one, he finally settled on a black flying boat, named the Black Feather Flying Boat. This flying boat had incorporated the black feathers of a high-tier demon beast, the Black Crown Gale Eagle, during its refinement. Though it seemed unremarkable, it could harness the wind to increase its speed when flying. The stronger the wind, the faster it would go, by 50% with a tailwind and 30% against it. Among superior grade flying artifacts, it was indeed unique. However, the price was also higher, valued at 1,420 lower grade spiritual stones or 142 merit points. Wang Fu had neither merit points nor sufficient spiritual stones. Chapter 62. I have a treasure lacking merit and insufficient spirit stones. Wang Fu naturally came prepared. "Junior brother, I require a black feather flying boat," he stated. "Did I not say it? Choose for yourself. Are you unable to comprehend?" The young man, slightly irritated, raised his head, ready to utter a string of curses. But his words faltered as he pointed at Wang Fu in astonishment. "Hey, aren't you that person? The one who drew the Earth Escape talisman?" "Wang Fu," he corrected, his forehead furrowing slightly. It was evident that this young cultivator hailed from a prominent family. "Yes, precisely. Wang Fu," the youth exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Leaping over the counter to fix his gaze upon Wang Fu, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. "I cannot believe I would encounter you here while serving a punishment. What a delightful surprise. Wang Senior brother, I glimpsed you from afar a few months ago and have longed to meet you. I, Mo Fu, am indeed fortunate to encounter you today in this artifact refinement hall." Wang Fu observed the overly eager young man, Mo Fu, who was rubbing his hands together, and instinctively took a couple of steps back, raising a hand to halt him from advancing further. "So it is junior brother Mo. May I inquire if you seek something from me?" "Ah, nothing too significant. My name is Mo Fu, and I believe our destinies have been intertwined since birth." "Speak plainly." "Well, I heard that the Earth Escape talisman, one of the 3 major spirit talismans of the mysterious talisman hall, was drawn by you, Wang Senior brother. I have always valued my life and wish to purchase 100 or so Earth Escape talismans for my own protection." Mo Fu continued to rub his hands together. 100? You certainly have grand aspirations, Wang Fu chuckled derisively. "Master Mo has requested 30 talismans from me within 2 years, and you wish for 100? Do you think the Earth Escape talisman is as common as cabbage, easily drawn? Perhaps you could negotiate with Master Mo first?" "Ah, no, I wouldn't dare." Mo Fu recoiled slightly, inadvertently revealing too much, causing Wang Fu's pupils to constrict. This young man, surnamed Mo, might indeed be a direct relative of Master Mo. "Wang Senior brother, how many do you currently possess?" "Fewer than 10, Wang Fu replied, maintaining his composure. This lad was likely a direct descendant of the Mo family, and judging by his slip of the tongue, he might even be Master Mo's nephew. Given that, he was surely quite affluent. Only fewer than 10. Mo Fu's disappointment was palpable. Wang Fu feigned seriousness. Drawing spirit talismans is exceedingly taxing on one's spiritual consciousness, especially powerful ones like the Earth Escape talisman, which has a notably low success rate. The 8 talismans I have were produced after a significant waste of talisman paper and half a year of effort. Mo Fu, though not a talisman master himself, understood that the more formidable and wondrous the talisman, the greater the difficulty in its creation. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "Wang Senior brother, forgive my impulsiveness, but I truly require the Earth Escape talismans. Please, Wang Senior brother, sell them to me. Name your price. I, Mo Fu, will not haggle. This is not merely a matter of price. If I sell them to you, how shall I report to Master Mo?" Wang Fu replied, feigning difficulty. 100 spirit stones each. It is not about the spirit stones. 200 each. If I fail to deliver on time, would not Master Imo skin me alive? 300 spirit stones each. I cannot offer more, my brother. That is already equivalent to the value of a mid-grade magical tool. Having gauged the situation, Wang Fu cleared his throat, suppressing his amusement, and stated solemnly, in truth, I came to the Artifact Refinement Hall to purchase a flying magical tool. A flying magical tool? I have one. Mo Fu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded fervently. That may not be appropriate. I had intended to select one here and had already prepared the spirit stones. Wang Fu glanced around, noticing that several disciples had begun to take interest in their conversation. Mo Fu's eyes darted, and he pulled Wang Fu outside the hall, whispering, the high-grade flying magical tools here are of ordinary quality. Follow me. I have something far superior. Superior? Wang Fu feigned confusion, allowing Mo Fu to lead him outside while secretly relishing the unfolding situation. After a brief moment, they exited the Artifact Refinement Hall and reached a secluded corner beside the temple where fewer people congregated. Mo Fu eagerly retrieved a flying magical tool from his storage pouch. With a flash of black light, a small black boat, measuring 10 feet in length, floated before them. He pointed at the vessel, extolling its virtues. Behold, senior brother, this black-patterned hidden cloud boat is far superior to that black feather boat. It not only boasts greater speed, but can also conceal itself amidst cloud layers. Wang Fu's spiritual consciousness swept over the boat, and his eyes widened in delight. The quality of this vessel was already perilously close to that of a top-grade magical tool. Should he procure excellent materials to refine it further, it might soon ascend to the status of a top-grade flying magical tool. What do you think, senior brother? Are you satisfied? Quite impressive, Wang Fu nodded, appearing calm while internally brimming with excitement, eager to refine it and claim it as his own. Then, senior brother, what about those 9 Earth Escape talismans? Could you part with them for me? Mo Fu rubbed his hands together, perhaps envisioning some delightful prospects, and even swallowed audibly. You seem to have quite the scheme in mind. Wang Fu cast a sidelong glance. Mo Fu tentatively inquired, how about 8? Wang Fu remained silent. 7, 6, 5, senior brother, it cannot be any less. This boat is nearly a top-grade magical tool. Mo Fu nearly despaired. Ultimately, it is not a top-grade flying boat. Wang Fu shook his head, maintaining an unflappable demeanor. I can only offer you 3. 3? No. This flying boat is worth 900 to 1,000 spirit stones at least. It is priceless. Surely it can be exchanged for 4 Earth Escape talismans. Wait. Are you not willing to negotiate? Wang Fu turned back. One more talisman? Mo Fu extended a finger, trying his luck. Wang Fu turned to leave. Please, let's make a deal. Mo Fu hastily caught up with Wang Fu, swiftly placing the black-patterned hidden cloud boat into an empty storage pouch, instantly sealing it with his spiritual consciousness and thrusting it into Wang Fu's hands without pause, fearing a change of heart. Wang Fu nearly laughed aloud, though he stifled it, maintaining a composed facade as he weighed the pouch containing the flying boat. After refining his spiritual consciousness, he indeed saw the black-patterned hidden cloud boat hovering quietly within. His heart soared with joy as he produced 3 Earth Escape talismans, waving them before Mo Fu. Take good care of these. They are for emergencies only. Do not misuse them, for if you are caught, I shall have no part in it. Understood. Mo Fu nodded vigorously. Only then did Wang Fu hand over the Earth Escape talismans to him, indifferent to whether the young man heeded his advice. He could easily surmise how Mo Fu intended to use the talismans. Undoubtedly, it would involve some form of peeping, which could easily lead to dire consequences. With that thought in mind, Wang Fu, driven by a sense of compassion, offered one last caution. The Earth Escape talisman is not omnipotent. Even when hidden underground, one can still be detected by spiritual consciousness. Mo Fu, upon hearing this, paused in surprise, but then a knowing expression crossed his face. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning closer, lowering his voice. Fear not, senior brother. I possess a treasure that can prevent spiritual detection. Wang Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 63. Chronicles of the Dynasty High Above in the Azure Skies. A black flying vessel adorned with intricate cloud patterns sliced through the air. Truly, this craft approached the pinnacle of magical artifacts. Its velocity and sensation were unparalleled. Upon reflecting that he had exchanged merely 3 earth-escaping talismans for such a formidable flying device, Wang Fu could not suppress a grin. What a generous individual. Yet, he lamented not having encountered the treasures that Mo Fu had spoken of. What sort of marvel could evade the scrutiny of divine sense? Techniques like breath concealing were utterly inadequate in comparison. Indeed, he was the most powerful descendant of the Mo family. Envy was futile, utterly futile. As the Hall of Civil Affairs came into view, Wang Fu stowed away the flying vessel and leaped down, employing the wind mastery technique to land gracefully on the ground. Inside the hall, a vast jade disc pulsated with a myriad of intersect affairs. Wang Fu, senior brother? Just as Wang Fu prepared to meticulously select his tasks, 2 familiar voices reached his ears. Dahalian, Dong Xian. He turned to find Jiang Yin and Dong Xian approaching him, the former maintaining his perpetually aloof demeanor, while Dong Xian radiated a charming, innocent allure. Wang Fu smiled as he approached Dong Xian. Junior sister Dong, it has been a long time. Senior brother, it has indeed been a while, she replied, her cheeks flushed. Her large eyes sparkled like crescent moons upon seeing Wang Fu. Are you here to fulfill this year's sect duties? Indeed, Wang Fu nodded. I just found an appealing escort mission. Quite leisurely, really. Just a delightful journey, filled with food and fun. I only need one more companion. Would you care to join me, senior brother? Dong Xian had already been monitoring Wang Fu's whereabouts and had preemptively accepted a 2-person escort task, hoping to spend some quality time with him in the mortal realm. Food and leisure? Such an easy task? Wang Fu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Dong Xian's face reddened slightly as she replied earnestly. It was merely a stroke of luck. I happened upon it. We are to deliver a batch of spiritual herbs to a natural fire vein in the southern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, where an uncle is currently refining pills using the fire vein. Ah, I see, Wang Fu nodded, though a hint of regret clouded his expression. Unfortunately, I've been tasked by my master to visit the imperial capital of Great Xia, and will be heading in the opposite direction from you, junior sister. Dong Xian's countenance fell at this revelation. The imperial capital lay to the northeast of the Falling Feather sect, starkly contrasting with her planned journey southward. It was clear they would not be able to travel together. Once a sect task was accepted, it could not be rescinded. And she realized her clever plan had been thwarted. Unbeknownst to her, unseen hands were at work, deliberately ensuring their paths would not converge. Haha. Junior sister need not be disheartened. If it doesn't work out this time, there will always be next time, Wang Fu offered in consolation. It seems that will have to suffice. Dong Xian could not shake her disappointment, and, after bidding farewell to Wang Fu, left the hall with a heavy heart. Wang Fu exhaled in relief. Jiang Yin's figure gradually materialized beside him, both observing Dong Xian as she departed. Perhaps due to being neglected by Wang Fu, Jiang Yin, rarely one to jest, commented with an unusual teasing tone. Quite the enchanting encounter. Why refuse? This woman is ample and well-suited for bearing children. Wang Fu shot him an incredulous look. You, of all people, are noticing such things? He shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on Dong Xian any longer, and turned his attention to the intricate intersect affairs displayed on the jade disc. How many tasks have you completed this year? What brings you here today? 8. Jiang Yin replied, his gaze fixed on the jade disc. Are you preparing to head to the imperial capital of Great Xia? Indeed, it is a request from my master. I must run an errand, Wang Fu confirmed with a nod. The 6 major sects are about to rotate their regulatory duties over the mortal Great Xia dynasty. And if you're interested, you may wish to partake, Jiang Yin suggested, pointing as a wisp of spiritual energy surged into the jade disc, swiftly revealing a task concerning the oversight of the Great Xia dynasty, suspended before them. Wang Fu scanned the task details, quickly committing them to memory. Oversee the royal family of Great Xia, prohibit any royal member from cultivation, immediate execution upon discovery. It was revealed that over a millennium ago, the royal family of Great Xia was permitted to cultivate, indistinguishable from the immortal sections. However, this harmonious state was shattered by the emergence of an ambitious genius within the royal lineage. This prodigy, possessing extraordinary talent, ascended to the coveted nascent soul stage within a century. Fueled by his formidable power, his ambition swelled. He not only seized control of the entire royal family, becoming the supreme emperor of Great Xia, but also sought to unify all immortal sects, transforming the Great Xia Kingdom into an immortal dynasty. At that time, the Great Xia Kingdom was not limited to the 6 major sects, yet all opposed his ambitions vehemently, as becoming an immortal dynasty would mean severing their own sect's legacies, relegating them to vassals under the emperor's rule. Thus, a cataclysmic war erupted. All sects united against the ancient emperor of Xia. Despite his overwhelming strength and unparalleled gifts, he was ultimately outnumbered and met with defeat. The battle plunged the realm into chaos. Countless spiritual veins were annihilated, leaving the land of Great Xia's spiritual energy depleted for centuries, even affecting mortals and resulting in significant population decline, only recovering several hundred years later. Even now, only a single spiritual vein capable of foundational cultivation remained, and the once bountiful secret realms had dwindled to just one, the Qingling originally. The 10 or more sects had dwindled to the current 6 major sects, which, despite their strengths being only slightly diminished from a millennium ago, found it exceedingly difficult to restore the devastated spiritual veins and secret realms. In the aftermath of the war, the 6 major sects consolidated all cultivators of Great Xia, declaring that henceforth, the royal family would not be permitted to engage in cultivation, with dire consequences for any violators. Thus, the regulatory task that has been passed down for over 1,000 years came into existence, with the 6 major sects taking turns every 5 years to oversee it. Now, it was Falling Feather sect's turn. As for the last sect to undertake this task, it was the 10,000 Methods sect. Regardless of the dynasty or kingdom, once the rulers become powerful, they invariably aspire for universal dominion. Familiar with the task's history, Wang Fu could not help but muse that had the ancient emperor of Xia possessed no ambition, the current Great Xia cultivation realm would likely be several times stronger. Of course, had he been able to endure a few more centuries, waiting until his own power was formidable enough to overshadow all, the various immortal sects of Great Xia would have had no choice but to submit, even if they were unwilling. Alas, what a pity! In the vastness of the universe, countless realms akin to Great Xia abound, and the immortal wars of a millennium ago were as numerous as the stars. Right and wrong are beyond simple judgment, as differing stances and thoughts inevitably lead to conflict, and where there is conflict, there is bloodshed. Jiang Yin nodded solemnly in agreement with Wang Fu's reflections. Recognizing the immutable laws of the cultivation world, the survival of the fittest, and the dark principles that govern it. As cultivators, we must navigate the treacherous waters of this brutal realm, advancing cautiously at every step, for a moment's negligence could spell our doom, relegating us to mere specks of dust lost in the torrent of time. Chapter 64, Master Yin. The 6 major sects of the Great Xia take turns every 5 years, while our Luoyu sect has a rotation of 3 months. How about experiencing the feeling of being revered as an immortal by mortals and treated as a grand emperor by the royal family of Xia? Jiang Yin looked at Wang Fu. Although Wang Fu felt nostalgic about this piece of history in the Great Xia's cultivation world, he resolutely shook his head. While the imperial capital is indeed the most prosperous place in the Great Xia, the spiritual energy in the secular world is scarce, which not only hampers cultivation but also hinders my talisman drawing. Moreover, 3 months is rather lengthy. Regulatory matters require periodic inspections, which are not only tedious but also a waste of time. You are mistaken, Jiang Yin replied, shaking his head. The oversight is merely nominal. We can easily hire a few rogue cultivators to handle the inspections for us, and the sect will not waste time monitoring our movements. I have heard from a senior brother that the royal family of Xia possesses quite a few spiritual herbs and medicines. Upon our arrival, we could casually acquire 17 or 18 of them. Wang Fu's eyes lit up. He felt indifferent about being a grand emperor, but he would never scoff at an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicines. Although he had reached the 13th level of qi refinement, making further cultivation challenging, he could still benefit from spiritual medicines. After all, who would ever disdain having more spiritual medicines? They are a form of hard currency, even more valuable than spirit stones. Wait a moment. Just as Wang Fu was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly realized, Old Jiang, are you going to? Of course. The task requires 2 disciples who have perfected the 13th level of qi refinement. So I must go, Jiang Yin indicated, pointing at the task information. Oh, so you want to go, and then you conveniently drag me along? Wang Fu wore a knowing expression, saying, Speak up. What is your real reason for going to the imperial capital of Xia? Given your nature, you would never accept such a dull and time-consuming task without a compelling reason. Jiang Yin's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Even his usually stoic face flushed slightly. I need a millennium spiritual herb, the Crimson Heart Snow Lotus. The royal family of Xia has it. How do you know the royal family possesses it? Wang Fu asked, puzzled. The information comes from the treasure pavilion. The 1,000 silver note? Yes. No wonder. If that is the case, I shall accompany you on this journey, Wang Fu replied, half-jokingly. Adding to the yellow dragon talisman I gave you last time, your debts to me are piling up. Indeed, I owe you. Jiang Yan's expression of nonchalance irked Wang Fu. It seemed this fellow had no intention of repaying him. Although he and planned to demand repayment, he felt it inappropriate to voice that sentiment outright. However, Jiang Yan's next words stirred Wang Fu's emotions. The yellow dragon talisman you gave me saved my life. I cannot repay the debt. Wang Fu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Well, that is splendid. If it proves useful, I'll give you a few more yellow dragon talismans, and here. Take this Earth Escape talisman as well. The Earth Escape talisman? Jiang Yan gazed at the recently notorious talisman with curiosity, followed by gratitude. He never expected Wang Fu would gift him the Earth Escape talisman, a rare item that is invaluable and difficult to procure. Thank you. Thank you? Is that all? I traded 3 Earth Escape talismans for a flying vessel nearing the quality of a top-grade magical artifact, and you offer just 2 words in return? Wang Fu feigned astonishment. Well, I can't repay you anyway. Jiang Yan swiftly stored the talismans in his storage bag, seemingly immune to Wang Fu's remarks. Wang Fu shook his head and chuckled. You take it for granted. As they spoke, the two made their way to the administrative hall to accept the task. The Foundation establishment elder saw that both Wang Fu and Jiang Yan had perfected the 13th level of qi refinement, and without further ado, he agreed. They arranged to meet at the mountain gate the following dawn and each returned to their respective residences. However, Wang Fu took a detour on his way, heading towards the Falling Clouds Peak. He had long wished to visit Yunning Shuang's cave to express his gratitude, but had previously lacked a good reason. Now, with the Earth Escape talismans in hand, and having reached the 13th level of qi refinement, he felt he finally had some qualification. Yunning Shuang's cave was located on the upper tier of Falling Clouds Peak, not far from the abode of Grandmaster He Hongqiu. As an inner sect disciple, Wang Fu had access to most areas of the sect, aside from a few restricted zones. He quickly piloted his black-patterned hidden cloud boat to the summit of Falling Clouds Peak, and with a bit of inquiry, he soon located Yunning Shuang's cave. Frost Cloud Cave. Before the simple cave entrance stood a barrier. Wang Fu knocked with his spiritual energy and awaited in silence. After half an hour without a response, he could not help but call out. Disciple Wang Fu seeks an audience with Master Yin. I am deeply grateful for Master Yin's guidance upon my entry into the sect and for standing up for me. I have made some modest achievements and successfully drawn the Earth Escape talismans, which I wish to present as a token of gratitude. Wang Fu bowed respectfully at the entrance of Frost Cloud Cave. He was uncertain whether Yunning Shuang was absent or deliberately avoiding him, but regardless, his visit was an effort to repay a past kindness. He left 3 Earth Escape talismans at the cave entrance, bowed once more, and departed from Falling Clouds Peak. Unbeknownst to Wang Fu, Yunning Shuang was not in the cave, but rather among the clouds atop Falling Clouds Peak, coincidentally encountering him upon returning from Qingwei Peak. Accompanied by a graceful young man holding a folding fan. It was El Feng, who had also just completed his foundation establishment. El Feng looked at the 3 Earth Escape talismans left by Wang Fu and could not help but sneer. I never expected that the one who drew the Earth Escape talismans would be such an ignorant brat, daring to ingratiate himself at Master Yun's cave. Haha. It's merely a first-level talisman, useful only in the qi refinement stage. Unfortunately, this kid has 5 spiritual roots, making it impossible for him to establish a foundation. His Earth Escape talismans will remain at this level. El Shitty, you once were at the qi refinement stage. Why such disdain? Yunning Shuang frowned slightly, displeased with El Feng's words. She had initially thought he possessed a decent temperament, but he turned out to be no different from Zhao Zilan, believing that all possibilities were limited. Who can say that a 5-spirit root individual cannot break through to foundation establishment? A perfected 13th level of qi refinement with 5 spiritual roots. Has El Shitty ever encountered such a case? Upon finishing her words, Yunning Shuang gracefully descended, picked up the 3 Earth Escape talismans left by Wang Fu, and without looking back, entered the cave. El Feng clenched his fists. Yunning Shuang's series of retorts filled him with shame and anger. The malice in his eyes flickered and then vanished, yet he maintained a calm facade. So what if Yunning Shuang broke through to foundation establishment before me? What a facade of superiority! Just because she took a step forward doesn't mean she will continue to advance. Once I break through to the Golden Core stage, I will have countless ways to make her submit. Within Frost Cloud Cave, Yin Ningxuang observed El Feng's retreating figure, contemplating whether to continue associating with him. She genuinely disliked those who belittled the three young ones from Wutong Village. If it weren't for her master's words, she would have preferred not to engage with him at all. Then, Yin Ningxuang picked up the 3 Earth Escape talismans, her gaze fixed upon them, revealing a smile that others had never seen before. She murmured, "I never expected that the little one I once disregarded has grown to this extent. He is not far behind the other 2 from Wutong Village. I accept your gratitude and hope you can break free from your shackles and successfully establish your foundation." Chapter 65. The Mandarin Duck Tower, the secret chamber of the Dong family. 3 elderly men, their hair as white as snow and their frames frail, sat cross-legged upon meditation cushions, their eyes closed and breaths weak, seemingly devoid of life. As the door to the secret chamber creaked open, a brilliant yellow flame descended into the fire pit, instantly illuminating the previously dim room. Shanair had encountered the 3 venerable ancestors before. Dong Shun entered the chamber and bowed respectfully. The 3 frail elders gradually exuded a formidable aura, as if resurrected from death. When a grating sound akin to rusted gears grinding echoed slowly, as one ages, one loses the desire to move. Disturbing the ancestors' serene cultivation is a grave sin of Shanair. Dongshin knelt on the ground, explaining that Wang Fu had already departed from the Liu sect and required the ancestors' judgment. Since he had left the sect, it was appropriate to dispatch family members to hunt him down. Noticing the ancestors' displeasure, Dong Shun hastily added, "What you may not know, ancestors, is that Wang Fu has consumed a foundation establishment pill, and his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 13th level of qi refinement. Moreover, he is on a mission to oversee the mundane royal family of the Great Xia. He travels with another individual of equal cultivation. In our family, there are only 3 individuals at the pinnacle of the 13th level of qi refinement. I fear the mission may falter, hence I seek your guidance." The pinnacle of the 13th level of qi refinement. Foundation establishment pill. The foremost elders snorted in anger. It is truly infuriating that the Liu sect would rather bestow the foundation establishment pill upon a waste with mixed elemental roots than grant it to our affiliated cultivation families. This matter must remain confidential. Dong Yu and Dong Chong, who are within the Liu sect, must not act rashly. Dong Xing, you shall make a trip to take action. With these words, the elder clad in a black robe slowly lifted his head, nodding as a raspy voice emerged. "Do not worry, second uncle. It is merely the qi refinement realm. He cannot escape my grasp." The elder's reminder was firm, emphasizing the importance of the Dong family's rise. Referred to as Dong Xing, the elder gradually rose from the meditation cushion, stooped as he descended the high platform, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Dong Shun. "Let us depart. Elder Dong Xing, this is the tracking disc sent back by my 3rd uncle Dong Yu from the Liu sect. Wang Fu carries the bead of this magical artifact, which will allow us to locate him within 100 miles. Dong Shun retrieved a 5-inch stone disc from his storage pouch and respectfully presented it to Dong Xing. 100 miles of tracking? That should suffice. With a wave of his grand sleeve, the artifact vanished from sight, and in an instant, Dong Xing transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing without a trace. The imperial city of the Great Xia, known as Xiadu, is a magnificent city perched in the northeastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin navigated their flying magical artifact, stopping intermittently, ultimately arriving in Xiadu after a fortnight. Unlike the world of cultivation, they refrained from exhibiting their magical abilities in front of mortals to avoid unnecessary trouble. Pretending to be martial artists of the secular world, Jiang Yin, seasoned through years of missions and worldly experience, was incomparable to Wang Fu. As they could not use magic, they procured horses in the city for transportation. This was Wang Fu's first experience riding a horse, and he found it quite unfamiliar, but he quickly adapted. After all, a mundane horse would obey even a hint of his aura. Observing Wang Fu's swift adjustment to the earthly steed, Jiang Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to witness Wang Fu's blunders. "Let us proceed to the Mandarin Duck Tower. The members of the Myriad Laws sect should be awaiting us." The Mandarin Duck Tower? What an intriguing name, Wang Fu remarked, finding the name splendid. There is nothing extraordinary about it. As the most prosperous capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Xiadu has everything, including the Mandarin Duck Tower, the Qingfeng Tower, and the Yingzhan Tower. Yet the Mandarin Duck Tower is merely a property of the celestial sect in the secular realm. Jiang Yan's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Riding their fine steeds, The two swiftly reached a 5-story exquisite tower, the Mandarin Duck Tower. They entrusted their horses to the tavern's attendants, identified themselves to the manager, and were respectfully guided to the uppermost floor of the tower. "Go fetch some fine wine and delicacies," Jiang Yin commanded, sending the manager off before he and Wang Fu approached the window, where a man and woman were savoring spirit tea. "At last, you have arrived. Once this task concludes, we can return to the celestial sect." The man gently nodded to the woman before rising to face Wang Fu and Jiang Yin. With a smile, he clasped his hands together. "Are you the brothers who will be taking over our oversight of the Great Xia imperial family?" Wang Fu and Jiang Yin exchanged glances before responding. "We are Wang Fu of the Liu sect and Jiang Yin. It is a pleasure to meet you both." The man said heartily, "I am Guodong Lai, and this is my wife, Yin Yun." "Greetings to both esteemed brothers." Yin Yun smiled gently, bowing slightly. "You are too kind." Wang Fu replied with a smile, surprised to find that their successors were a married couple. In the cultivation world, few could form such bonds. Cultivators' lifespans were tied to their cultivation levels, and as their realms ascended, their lifespans extended. No one wished to witness their beloved depart due to the limitations of time, as such circumstances easily birthed inner demons. Guodong Lai produced a jade token engraved with the word oversight, apologetically addressing Wang Fu and Jiang Yin. "This is the token for the oversight mission circulated among the 6 great celestial sections. I kindly ask you both to present your Liu sect identity tokens for verification, after which I shall hand over the oversight token." Of course, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin understood the protocol, which was also a precaution against unscrupulous cultivators impersonating overseers, thus violating the regulations established by the 6 great celestial sects a millennium prior. The two retrieved their respective identity tokens, and after Guodong Lai and Yin Yun verified them, they entrusted the oversight token to them. "Brothers, since the handover is complete, my wife and I shall return to the celestial sect to report," they said, bowing slightly. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin returned the gesture. "Safe travels." With that, Guodong Lai and Yin Yun departed, and the manager of the Mandarin Duck Tower arrived with food and drink, placing them down before silently retreating, having clearly understood the decorum. True to its reputation, the Mandarin Duck Tower offered delectable dishes, aromatic and visually appealing, which Wang Fu and Jiang Yin savored with great delight, particularly relishing the renowned Mandarin duck fish, which soon disappeared into their bellies. After satisfying their appetites, the two gazed out at the bustling world below, taking a moment to rest. They say the myriad Law sect's members are exceedingly arrogant, yet Guodong Lai and his wife were courteous and humble, quite contrary to the rumors. Wang Fu remarked while picking his teeth. Jiang Yin shook his head. "You speak incorrectly. I have encountered many from the myriad Law sect, and they are indeed the most haughty among the 6 great celestial sects, always exuding an air of superiority. Guodong Lai and his wife are mere exceptions. It seems you have suffered at the hands of the myriad Law sect, old Jiang," Wang Fu teased, noticing Jiang Yin nodding. "Do not worry. I shall help you reclaim your dignity next time." "What as a mere myriad Law sect?" Jiang Yin responded seriously. "Rumor has it that the supreme elder of the myriad Law sect is a formidable being in the late stage of nascent soul, a terrifying power and the strongest cultivator in the Great Xia Kingdom." Wang Fu was left speechless. Chapter 66. Emperor Xia. Wang Fu was in no hurry to fulfill the task assigned by his master, Li Yi. After all, the Liu family was not going anywhere. He now wanted to wait until tomorrow to enter the palace and thoroughly exploit the current Emperor Xia, obtaining some spiritual herbs to replenish his meager storage bag. The proprietor of the Yuanyang Tower was the immortal sect's contact in the Xia capital, serving the sect for generations. The surveillance mission information had detailed introductions, so Wang Fu directly instructed the proprietor to inform the current Emperor Xia that he and his fellow apprentice would enter the palace tomorrow morning. He instructed the current Emperor Xia to arrange for all members of the Xia Imperial Palace to pay respects early tomorrow morning. From the current emperor and empress to the palace concubines, princes, and chief stewards, without exception. Such was the relationship between the secular dynasties and the immortal sects. They held no status in the eyes of the sections, even though Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were merely ordinary disciples of the Falling Feather sect. As long as they were tasked with surveillance, they could command the Xia monarch to pay homage respectfully, surpassing even the retired emperor. Apart from the sparse spiritual energy in the secular world, the task of monitoring the royal family was quite a lucrative assignment. The next morning, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin led by the proprietor of the Yuanyang Tower, entered the palace unimpeded. The imperial palace was adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, exhibiting opulence and grandeur. But having seen the celestial realm of the falling feather sect, the two were no longer moved by these sights. Could secular architecture ever rival the beauty of a celestial realm? In a palace hall, the Emperor Xia had been waiting with his royal family, although many were still drowsy. The Emperor Xia cared not, for he knew the importance of those he was about to meet. They were the surveillance envoys representing the immortal sect, and they must not be slighted or treated carelessly. One of the princes, seemingly impatient, could not help but ask, "Father, you summoned us before dawn, and we have been waiting for almost half an hour. What is the purpose of this? Is there someone so important that we must wait for them with such fanfare?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor Xia, dressed in a dragon robe, immediately rebuked, "Silence." The Emperor Xia was already displeased, and someone had walked right into the line of fire. He was about to lash out and punish the prince to vent his anger, but his youngest son stepped forward, lessening his fury. This youngest son was his designated successor. "Father, please calm your anger. Third brother is merely concerned for the health of the consorts." This was a handsome young man who looked at the complaining prince, then at the others, and slowly said, "The reason Father has gathered us is because today is the first day of the Falling Feather Sect's Immortal Master's surveillance duty. We must pay respects to the Immortal Master to seek the protection of the Immortal Sect. If we offend the Immortal Master, the next few years will be difficult. At that time, not only will we have to rise early, but we will also have to do whatever the Immortal Master commands. It will be much harder than today. I beseech you, royal siblings, to bear with it." Listening to his youngest son's words, the Emperor Xia clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. A subtle hint of aversion flickered in his eyes. The 6 great immortal sects were like 6 sharp knives hanging over his head, hanging over the entire Xia imperial family, causing him sleepless nights. This new surveillance disciple actually wants me to lead the entire royal family to pay respects. This Emperor Xia is truly stifled. Soon. It will be soon. My Xia imperial family will eventually rise. Soon. 3 figures walked into the hall. The Emperor Xia, seeing this, quickly lowered his eyes and submissively greeted the royal family, bowing respectfully. Xia Qingyu, the monarch of the Great Xia, along with the royal family, pays respects to the Immortal Master. This was Wang Fu's first time seeing the current Emperor Xia of the Great Xia. He remembered when he was in Wutong Village. The monarch of the Great Xia was a noble and lofty figure, but now he was just a qi refining disciple of the Immortal Sect. Yet he had the monarch of the Great Xia fawning and paying respects, although the other party was likely acting, whether it was true or false. This state was enough to reassure the surveillance disciples of the Immortal Sect. How could such a weak Emperor Xia dare to touch the immortal cultivation taboos under the eyes of the Immortal Sect? Wang Fu knew that Jiang Yin did not like to talk to outsiders. He cleared his throat, put his hands behind his back, and assumed the demeanor befitting an immortal master. Thinking of some important information mentioned in the mission, he spoke, "Rise, everyone. There is no need to be nervous. We are here on the orders of the Immortal Sect to conduct routine supervision. We have come to see you to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future." According to the information from the previous Immortal Sect, the Myriad Dharma Sect, the number of rogue cultivators loitering in the Xia capital has been increasing in recent years. Among you, there may be some lucky ones with spiritual roots. However, do not forget the lessons of 1,000 years ago. And do not forget the rules set by the 6 great immortal sects. I do not want any rogue cultivators or cultivation methods to appear within the palace. I hope you will all abide by your duties and be good emperors and empresses, without overstepping the boundaries. If we find anyone cultivating immortal cultivation methods, do not blame us for being ruthless. With that, Wang Fu displayed some divine sense and swept over every member of the royal family, besides making them feel oppressed. Wang Fu also wanted to see if there was any spiritual power in these people. Fortunately, none of them possessed spiritual power. After Wang Fu finished speaking, the monarch of the Great Xia, Xia Qingyu, immediately said with a smile, "Immortal Masters, please rest assured. My Xia imperial family has experienced dozens of monarchs over thousands of years and has always abided by our duties, never overstepping the boundaries, and will never violate the will of the 6 great immortal sects. If there are any ungrateful and ambitious members of my royal family who attempt to sever the foundation of my royal bloodline, I will definitely execute them immediately." Seeing that this Emperor Xia was so sensible, Wang Fu nodded in approval. However, when he thought of the spiritual herbs Jiang Yin had mentioned, Wang Fu immediately put away the sympathy that had arisen in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I can see your loyalty. But I am afraid that your princes and grandsons may have different ideas. How about this? I will spend some effort to test the spiritual roots of your royal family. What do you think?" Testing the spiritual roots of the royal family was the best way Wang Fu could think of to embarrass the Emperor Xia. The Emperor Xia certainly did not know if the royal family had spiritual roots. If none were found, so be it. But if he found one, once it was reported to the immortal sect, punishment would surely befall them, and the one with spiritual roots would certainly not survive. What if the Emperor Xia himself had spiritual roots? Kill him? Therefore, the Emperor Xia would certainly not want him to test the spiritual roots of the royal family. He wanted to prevent him from taking action? Then he would have to offer benefits that would make him refrain from taking action. With this thought in mind, Wang Fu could not help but cast a glance at Jiang Yin, as if to ask, "Could you do this?" Even Jiang Yin could not help but twitch his eyes. As expected, when the Emperor Xia heard that Wang Fu wanted to test the spiritual roots, he immediately became flustered. At this moment, the handsome young man standing next to the Emperor Xia stepped forward. It was the Emperor Xia's youngest son. He respectfully bowed to Wang Fu and Jiang Yin. Xia Ziwal greets the two immortal masters and wishes the immortal masters boundless happiness and longevity. The two immortal masters must have traveled far to reach the Xia capital and have not had a good rest. My father has heard of the arrival of the two immortal masters and has already prepared a feast. Why don't the two immortal masters join us for breakfast before discussing the details? In addition, some time ago, subordinates offered some centuries-old spiritual herbs as tribute. We mortals are not blessed to enjoy them. My father has already prepared them and only asked the two immortal masters to move. Chapter 67. The Snow Lotus. Upon hearing the voice of his young son, Emperor Xia Qingyu immediately realized the situation and humbly responded, "Ah, indeed, my son speaks wisely. I kindly request the two esteemed immortals to take a step forward, allowing this humble king to extend his hospitality. Within the confines of this royal palace, there are two rare 500-year-old snow lotuses, treasures my royal family has gathered over nearly a century. Today, as the two esteemed immortals grace us with their presence, I would like to present these gifts as a token of appreciation for your diligent oversight." The Emperor's posture was notably deferential, remaining bent over throughout the exchange, which pleased Wang Fu and Jiang Yin immensely. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the joy reflected in the other's eyes. The 500-year-old snow lotus was an extraordinarily rare find, almost equivalent in value to a top-grade magical artifact. It was indeed a delightful surprise to discover such treasures hidden within the palace. However, a single medicinal herb would not suffice for the two. They aimed to extort several more herbs of comparable age. Despite the emperor's earlier sluggishness, he was fortunate to have been roused by his son. Otherwise, persuading him further would have required much effort from Wang Fu and Jiang. The young prince's unexpected ability to stabilize the situation was impressive, showcasing both intellect and capability that were far from ordinary. With this thought in mind, Wang Fu smiled and said, "In that case, we shall follow Emperor Xia. It would be delightful to experience the culinary pleasures of the earthly palace. As for the elixirs, we may discuss those later." With the emperor awakened to the significance of the situation, Wang Fu had no intention of broaching the matter of assessing spiritual roots again. His desire was for the herbs, not frivolous distractions. Subsequently, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, accompanied by the innkeeper of the Mandarin Duck Tower, followed the emperor to a lavish dining hall. The royal palace's cuisine was indeed exquisite, a true delight that even the Mandarin Duck Tower could scarcely rival with its signature dish of Mandarin fish. As the meal approached its conclusion, the emperor exchanged a discreet glance with the palace steward, who promptly withdrew. Upon his return, he brought with him 8 attractive palace maids, each carrying delicately crafted jade boxes. "Esteemed immortals, these treasures have been collected over decades within my royal palace, along with the 2 500-year-old snow lotuses, which I graciously present to you," the emperor said, personally placing the jade boxes before Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, his humble demeanor causing Wang Fu to feel a sense of elation. After all, he was addressing a ruler of a nation. As soon as the boxes were set down, Jiang Yin waved his hand to collect them, nonchalantly placing a few lower-grade elixirs on the table. "Since Emperor Xia is so generous, we shall graciously accept your gifts." Wang Fu chuckled softly. It was amusing to see Jiang Yin only speak up when there were benefits to be had. He too accepted the jade boxes, dismissing the notion of claiming further elixirs since Jiang Yin had already done so. Following a round of insincere pleasantries, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin departed the palace. Upon returning to the Mandarin Duck Tower, Wang Fu casually tossed a few lower-grade elixirs to the innkeeper, recognizing the need to reward those who assisted him. After all, it was only fair that those who helped enjoyed a taste of the spoils. The innkeeper, filled with gratitude, arranged the finest chambers for Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, hurriedly retreating to consume the elixirs. Once in their room, Wang Fu waved his hand, causing several talismans to fly out and affix themselves to the corners of the chamber. Before retrieving the 4 jade boxes acquired from the palace, the emperor's unexpected generosity made further extortion inappropriate, so it was best to examine what treasures lay within. Opening the most precious jade box revealed a snow lotus radiating a gentle azure hue, exuding a faint yet refreshing fragrance that instantly put Wang Fu at ease. Indeed, this was a 500-year-old snow lotus. Such a high-caliber medicinal herb would undoubtedly have effects even on those at the golden core stage, let alone those in the foundation establishment realm. Wang Fu quickly shut the lid to prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating, sealing it with a talisman to maximize preservation and ensure no one else could access it. The emperor truly possessed great wealth. As a ruler, he could readily produce 2 500-year-old snow lotuses, indicating that the royal treasury likely held numerous other treasures. Wang Fu opened the remaining 3 jade boxes, each containing 3 identical herbs. Though not as precious as the snow lotus, they were still aged 1 to 200 years. For the resource-scarce realm of cultivation in the Great Dao, this constituted a significant fortune. Jiang Yin would likely have acquired similar herbs, but he sought the 1,000-year-old blood-hearted snow lotus. Jiang Yin's cultivation relied on the blood-feeding sword technique, and Wang Fu surmised that the need for such an ancient herb was to forcibly elevate the grade of the black sword on Jiang Yin's back, pushing it beyond its limits to reach the status of a spiritual artifact. If successful, Jiang Yin might even bypass the need for a foundation establishment pill. Of course, the risks involved were considerable. A single misstep could lead to disaster, far more perilous than the gentler methods of foundation establishment pills or earth vein cultivation. Although Wang Fu harbored concerns, he could do nothing but support Jiang Yin in his choices. Each had their own story and obsessions. As a friend, the best he could do was offer assistance without discouragement, lest he disturb Jiang Yin's state of mind and create further danger. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Wang Fu waved his hand, causing the talismans affixed to the door to vanish. He recognized it was Jiang Yin. Come in, he called. As expected, the door opened to reveal Jiang Yin, standing tall and straight. He closed the door behind him and spoke. Wang Fu, since the emperor can present 2 500-year-old snow lotuses, the 1,000-year-old blood-hearted snow lotus must be hidden within the royal treasury. I plan to explore the palace tonight. Explore the palace at night? Wang Fu pondered for a moment. The imperial palace of a mundane dynasty should pose little threat, yet caution was prudent. Although the Great Dao royal family had been oppressed by the 6 great sects for a millennium, one could never be certain what dangers lurked within its vast confines. I shall not accompany you. I must visit the Liu family to fulfill my master's request. Here, take this mother-child induction talisman. Each of us will hold one, should any trouble arise. Activating the talisman will cause a reaction within a radius of several dozen miles. As he spoke, Wang Fu produced 2 identical talismans, handing one to Jiang Yin. Despite their formidable cultivation, it was always wise to be cautious. After all, while arrows can be evaded, hidden dangers are far more elusive. That makes sense, Jiang Yin replied, solemnly accepting the talisman. After a moment's thought, he added, if I find the blood-hearted snow lotus, I shall give you the 500-year-old snow lotus in return. Wang Fu chuckled softly at his friend's words, amused by Jiang Yin's newfound penchant for making promises. Chapter 68. The Summer Flame Warrior. After Jiang Yin's departure, Wang Fu retrieved the jade slip that Li had entrusted to him. With a sweep of his consciousness, he quickly absorbed all the information regarding the Liu family and the child contained within the slip. Observing the jade slip in his hand, Wang Fu found it rather peculiar, not for the information it held, but for the slip itself, which featured a curious design, with one end connected to a delicate bead. However, after probing with his consciousness and finding nothing extraordinary, he dismissed it, planning to simply return it to Li Yi upon his return to the sect. It turned out that the Liu family was a wealthy merchant dealing in medicinal herbs. Clearly, his master held this family in high regard. Perhaps they supplied the essential herbs required by the Luoyu sect. After some contemplation, Wang Fu proceeded to the location indicated in the jade slip to visit the Liu family. The Liu residence was quite expansive. While it could not rival the imperial palace, it certainly held a prominent position in the capital. Upon his arrival, the guards at the entrance regarded him with disdain, refusing him entry. Wang Fu, adhering to his principle of not bullying ordinary folk, opted to cover the Liu estate with his consciousness and sent a message to the family head, which finally granted him access. As for the guard, he was subsequently dealt with severely by the Liu family head, a matter that Wang Fu had no part in. The head of the Liu family was an earnest man, treating Wang Fu with utmost respect, far more sincere than the emperor of the Summer Realm. After Wang Fu stated his purpose, the family head promptly summoned the child. Unfortunately, after testing, Wang Fu discovered that the child possessed no spiritual roots. Thus, having fulfilled his master's assignment, Wang Fu did not linger and departed from the Liu residence. Rather than hastily returning to the Mandarin Pavilion, Wang Fu chose to wander through the capital, experiencing the worldly splendor he had yet to encounter. Having reached the peak of the 13th level of qi refinement, his cultivation progress remained sluggish despite the various elixirs aiding his practice. This stagnation was primarily due to the fact that he had already reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement realm, unless he broke through to the foundation establishment realm. Further improvement would be minimal. From the information left by Guodong Lai and his spouse on the inspection token, it seemed that the capital had seen an increase in wandering cultivators in recent years, presenting an opportune moment for him to conduct a casual inspection. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin stealthily infiltrated the Grand Imperial Palace under the cover of night. However, the palace was immense, and even with all his efforts, his search was inefficient. Thus, he resorted to scanning with his consciousness. Ultimately, he pinpointed 3 locations. Indeed, the palace housed 3 treasure vaults. A dynasty that had endured for a millennium, governing the mundane world, had amassed a plethora of treasures over the ages. Positioned in a corner of the palace, Jiang Yin cast a concealment spell upon himself, rendering his figure undetectable even to passing guards. He then made his way to the nearest treasure vault. After some reflection, he departed, moving like a wisp of wind, leaving no trace. The vaults were patrolled by palace guards, stationed at the entrances. Yet, Jiang Yin regarded these mortals with disdain, easily slipping past them with his concealment spell. Employing a wall-passing technique, Jiang Yin entered the treasure vault. A dazzling array of jewelry and countless treasures greeted him, yet he paid them little heed, for he sought only the heart of the crimson snow lotus. After a thorough search, he found not a single lotus, nor even a single herb, and thus he proceeded to the second vault. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he departed, a swirl of black mist coalesced, forming a towering figure clad in a flowing black robe. This figure, nourished by the blood-feeding sword technique, had intruded upon the inner palace, evidently in search of the millennia-old heart of the crimson snow lotus. Yet, the emperor had possessed that lotus for over a century. How could this young man possibly be aware? Could it be the treasure's pavilion? It was highly plausible. Jiang Yin could never have imagined that the intelligence he had painstakingly acquired would be deduced in an instant by this dark-robed figure. Nor did he sense the piercing gaze fixed upon him from within the shadows. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures appeared beside the dark-robed man, standing respectfully behind him. Were Wang Fu present, he would instantly recognize that these 2 were none other than the Emperor of the Summer Realm, Xia Qingyu, and the Prince Xia Ziwei, who had previously come to his aid. Both father and son clearly possessed formidable cultivation, particularly Xia Qingyu, whose aura transcended the qi refinement realm. The dark-robed figure was, in fact, the current emperor's grandfather. It was known that the previous emperor, Xia Yanwu, had declared his death a century prior. Yet it appeared that not only had he evaded the scrutiny of the 6 great sects, but he had also become a cultivator of terrifying prowess. He's here. The calm voice of Xia Yanwu resonated with authority, causing Xia Qingyu to tremble, hastily explaining, "This man is Jiang Yin, an inspection disciple sent by the Luoyu sect along with another, Wang Fu. To prevent any anomalies from being detected today, I had already dispersed my wandering cultivators. Yet I did not anticipate he would probe the palace at night. It wasn't until the vault's protective barriers were triggered that I became aware." After the emperor concluded, Xia Ziwei began to voice his grievances. "Great-grandfather, these 2 from the Liu sect are truly insufferable. Not only have they embarrassed our royal family, but they have also extorted a considerable amount of herbs from us. When shall we be free from the control of the 6 great sects and return to our true selves? This feeling of helplessness is unbearable." After enduring for so many years, why rush? Xia Yanwu intended to reprimand Xia Qingyu, yet upon seeing his beloved great-grandson speak, he could not help but smile. Waiter, do not shield your father. Does this emperor not understand your thoughts? Great-grandfather. Xia Ziwei's face flushed at being exposed. Xia Yanwu gazed into the night sky, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The dark energy swirling beneath his robe emanated a dominating aura, yet he held it in check as he stated, "Fear not. It will not be long before I successfully arrange the soul-refining grand formation. Once I sacrifice the millions of insignificant beings in this capital, I will swiftly forge my golden core, and the soul banner of 1,000,000 souls will take shape. 1,000,000 vengeful spirits. Even a nascent soul could be vanquished. Great-grandfather is mighty. At that time, our Xia royal family will surely surpass our ancestors from a millennium ago, obliterating the 6 great sects and establishing an everlasting grand dynasty." Xia Ziwei's eyes gleamed, envisioning a vast immortal dynasty standing tall in the void, reigning supreme. Haraha. Indeed, Wei possesses ambition. Xia Yanwu cast a reproachful glance at Xia Qingyu, who could do nothing but acquiesce. Then, Xia Yanwu continued, "Qingyu, go and retrieve the heart of the crimson snow lotus and place it in the 3rd treasure vault. Since this young man seeks his own demise, let it be so. The blood-feeding sword technique is not so easily cultivated, and in the end, he will merely become nourishment for the sword. Just right to enhance the might of my soul banner." "Understood, grandfather." Xia Qingyu, though reluctant to part with the millennium-old herb, dared not disobey. He promptly departed to procure the lotus from the hidden vault. "Waiter, you have now achieved the peak of the 13th level of qi refinement, merely a step away from foundation establishment. Accompany this emperor. With the remnants of the formation's power, I can assist you in making that leap." Xia Ziwei was overjoyed. "Thank you, great-grandfather." Chapter 69. The disheveled old man. As dawn approached, Wang Fu, who had been sitting in a meditative posture, abruptly opened his eyes. A subtle smile played on his lips. Old Jiang is back. Sure enough, the door swung open moments later, and Jiang Yan, his face betraying his elation, hurried into the room. "Successful?" Wang Fu inquired tentatively, noting Jiang Yan's expression. Upon Jiang Yan's affirmative nod, Wang Fu felt genuine happiness for his friend. "Good. Now that you have obtained the Crimson Snow Lotus, you might just establish your foundation before I do." "It was arduous. A near-death experience," Jiang Yan replied with a slight shake of his head. Wang Fu sighed inwardly and patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder. "Your mental state must remain unperturbed. On the path of cultivation, regression is as detrimental as stagnation. Focus all your efforts on preparations during this period. I will handle the surveillance." He refrained from urging Jiang Yan to hasten or suggesting he abandon his efforts. As a true friend, offering support was the most valuable assistance he could provide. Jiang Yan acquiesced, nodding and producing the 500-year-old snow lotus, which he extended to Wang Fu. "The snow lotus is of no further use to me. You should keep it. Refrain from uttering such useless words. It might just be the crucial element you need at a critical juncture. Take my snow lotus as well. Whether it proves useful or not, keep it with you," Wang Fu countered, refusing the offer and even taking out his own snow lotus to place it in Jiang Yan's hands. Seeing Jiang Yan's reluctance, Wang Fu jested, "Consider it a temporary loan. If you succeed, I, Wang Fu, will gain a fellow foundation establishing friend. If you fail well, these items will all revert to me when I collect your remains, won't they?" Jiang Yan was taken aback, rendered speechless. The following day, an invisible barrier arose around Jiang Yan's room, with flags strategically positioned in each corner, forming a protective array. Wang Fu cast a series of talismans, concealing them around Jiang Yan's room to create an outer layer of defense. He also informed the proprietress of the Mandarin Duck Pavilion that no one was to approach, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. "Old Jiang, the rest is up to you." After casting a profound glance at Jiang Yan's room, Wang Fu returned to his own chamber to meditate and cultivate. Although his spiritual energy increased slowly, it was better than nothing. As time passed, Jiang Yan's room remained silent, perhaps owing to his lingering concern. Wang Fu found it impossible to settle down. He decided against both cultivation and talisman crafting, opting instead to wander idly through the summer capital. As the imperial capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, the summer capital boasted a wide array of scenic and recreational venues. Wang Fu noted the presence of nearly 20 brothels alone, filled with alluring women. However, none could rival the charm of the pleasure barge on the lake of immortal longing. Wang Fu currently occupied one of the best spots on the pleasure barge. With the boundless beauty of the lake of immortal longing to his left and the ceaseless dance of the courtesan in the center of the barge to his right. Appreciation without transgression. Before establishing his foundation, he would not succumb to the allure of beauty. This was Wang Fu's bottom line. Young man, why do you occupy the best position on the barge, yet drink alone? A disheveled old man suddenly plopped down across from Wang Fu, catching him off guard. He distinctly remembered paying the barge owner handsomely, securing both seats to avoid disturbance. How could a disheveled old man have barged in? Did this barge even want to stay in business? A quick scan with his divine sense revealed insufficient vitality and a depleted constitution, indicating an ordinary old man on the verge of passing away. Wang Fu immediately moved to ask the man to leave. Senior, is it not exceedingly impolite to arrive uninvited? Impolite? I think it is you who are being impolite. Does anyone not know that the seat you are sitting on belongs to old Zhang? The disheveled old man slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Wang Fu. This sudden shift left Wang Fu perplexed. The old man seemed to carry an unusual amount of importance, daring to slam the table in front of him. Adopting a mindset of ignorance is bliss. Wang Fu remained unperturbed. I paid for this seat. Senior, might you be mistaken? Impossible. Old Zhang always comes to this spot. I arrived today to find you occupying it. And you accuse me of being impolite? You young ones have no manners these days. The disheveled old man seized the wine jug on the table and began to guzzle from it, causing Wang Fu to frown involuntarily. Just as he was about to wave his hand and send the impolite old man flying, the manager of the pleasure barge happened to overhear the commotion and entered. He bowed respectfully to Wang Fu, the wealthy patron, before speaking. Young master, please quell your anger. This man is named Zhang Shanhai, and he is a senior relative of our barge owner. 8 years ago, he passed the imperial examination, expecting to enter officialdom. But he offended someone in the imperial palace and his title was revoked. Disheartened, he became like this. The seat the young master occupies is indeed the one Zhang always sits in when he comes to the barge. This is due to my mistake in misremembering the time, causing this awkward situation. I implore the young master to be magnanimous and not hold it against Zhang. I will take it upon myself to ensure that all of the young master's future expenses on the barge are free of charge. What does the young master think? The barge manager's words left Wang Fu speechless, and he admired the manager's smooth handling of the situation. Furthermore, he did not condescend to make things difficult for a mortal old man. He smiled and said, so there is such a story. Since he is a senior relative of the barge owner, Wang is not a petty person. If the senior does not mind, he may drink with me. What is your intention, senior? Haha, you are a fine young man, broad-minded. Old Zhang, at least, has some ink in his belly and understands the principle of reciprocity. The disheveled old man, Zhang Shanhai, put down the wine jug in his hand, laughed twice, and turned to the manager of the boat and said, Little Liang, go and bring 2 pots of good wine. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll have a few drinks with this young man. Wait a moment, Zhang Lao. The manager of the boat breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped back to prepare the fine wine. Before long, 2 pots of fine wine and some delicacies were brought over. Senior, please. Wang Fu poured 2 glasses of wine, gesturing to the disheveled old man. Ha, good, good. Zhang Shanhai raised his glass and touched it with Wang Fu, and the two drank the fine wine together, perhaps because of the affection of drinking together. The old and the young chatted while eating and drinking. Most of the time, the disheveled old man Zhang Shanhai told his own glorious deeds, and Wang Fu occasionally echoed with a smile. It's kind of interesting to listen to other people's stories of ups and downs in life. Young man, what do? Which noble son are you? Zhang Shanhai pinched a greasy chicken leg in one hand and held a wine pot in the other. His turbid eyes glanced at the dancers in the middle of the painting boat from time to time and asked casually, I can't talk about the nobles. But I'm just traveling and playing here. Wang Fu looked at the dishes that the disheveled old man had grabbed with his hands, and he couldn't bear to move his chopsticks, so he could only drink the fine wine in his wine pot. Not from the imperial city, that's great. Don't look at the bright and beautiful surface of this imperial city. It's prosperous and magnificent, but in fact it's dark behind it. And it eats people without spitting out bones. The disheveled old man looked around, revealing a look of disdain. Old Zhang, I'm happy today. And I see you're also from other places, so I'll make an exception to show you my skills. Oh, what skill? Wang Fu joked, but he saw the disheveled old man look around, then leaned over slightly, smiled, and whispered mysteriously, I can tell fortunes, I can tell fortunes. Chapter 70. Divination, divination? Wang Fu chuckled, nodding with amusement. In the mundane world, there are numerous charlatans, and divination is one of their tricks. It is said that not even cultivators in the foundation establishment or golden core stages possess the ability to divine the will of heaven, let alone mere mortals. However, intrigued by the old man, Wang Fu did not refuse. Is it true that the old senior possesses such mysterious abilities? Mysterious may be an overstatement. It is merely a small hobby of mine. I, old Zhang, find you quite an interesting little fellow. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. The disheveled elder set down the chicken leg and wine jug, wiping his greasy hands on his tattered clothes. He then produced a palm-sized tortoise shell and 6 nearly illegible copper coins. What would you like to divine, little one? Anything can be divined. With a playful spirit, Wang Fu found the situation amusing. Of course, my skills, aside from the knowledge in my mind, lie in this divination. I can divine anything, be it romantic prospects, fortune, or the cycle of life and death. The old man boasted confidently, gesturing grandly. Then, esteemed elder, would you kindly divine my fortune? Certainly, the old man agreed, placing the 6 copper coins into the tortoise shell and began to shake it. Strangely, although the coins clinked within the shell, none fell out, which Wang Fu attributed to the old man's technique. Soon, after a few shakes, the coins were released onto the table. 5 coins lay still, while one rolled energetically, traveling 3 feet before coming to a stop. How peculiar. The old man's brow furrowed as he fiddled with the coins. Wang Fu, remaining calm, inquired, what is so peculiar? Esteemed elder, how is my fortune? The old man looked intently at Wang Fu, leaning closer before muttering, this little one may soon encounter a calamity involving bloodshed. Not just one, but several. Fortunately, your fortune is favorable. Having met me, old Zhang, with my guidance, you should be able to avert disaster. Calamity involving bloodshed? Wang Fu nearly laughed aloud. Wasn't this the typical jargon of swindlers? Unfazed, he cleared his throat and feigned concern. Might I ask, esteemed elder, where might this calamity arise? And how can it be resolved? Well, the old man rubbed his fingers together. Wang Fu, recognizing the cue, produced 2 ingots of silver he had obtained from Jiang Yan. No. I have my own rules for divination. Money is to be accepted, but not in this manner. The old man shook his head. 1 silver for 1 copper coin. I will give you a copper coin, and you will give me 1 ingot of silver. He then picked up the rolling copper coin and offered it to Wang Fu, accepting his ingot in return. Wang Fu, slightly taken aback, found the old man quite amusing and accepted the copper coin. Seeing this, the old man nodded contentedly, cleared his throat, and smiled. The calamity involving bloodshed comes from here and departs from there. You need only head towards where the sun rises. Impurities will naturally dissolve under the light of the sun. The sun represents extreme heat. Where there is extreme heat, there must be extreme cold. Breaking through the extreme cold leads to a broad and prosperous path. Wang Fu was left with a headache. Although he had no intention of believing, the old man's nonsensical ramblings left him speechless. Do you understand? The old man gathered the tortoise shell and the remaining 5 copper coins, looking earnestly at Wang Fu. I do not understand. Wang Fu shook his head. You do not understand? Alas, there is nothing I can do then. The old man sighed, shaking his head slightly, adopting a demeanor of one misunderstood by the world. However, before he could finish, Wang Fu interrupted. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed? The old man was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Yes. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. You are quite the clever one, little fellow. However, old Zhang must take his leave now. Take care, and perhaps we shall meet again. Wang Fu was surprised by the old man's sudden departure and frowned slightly, asking, esteemed elder, this is... I am old now. My health declines day by day. I must hurry to enjoy myself elsewhere. Drink up, little one. The old man stood, stretching his back and yawning, then swayed away from the compartment, humming an unknown tune. Disheveled, old Zhang, can eat, can drink, can divine, fine wine and delicacies, poor as water, without swaying. Drunkenness is half a step, food and drink turn to ink, a royal song flies to the dawn. The old man's voice faded into the lively clamor of the blissful boat, leaving no trace behind. What a peculiar old man. Wang Fu chuckled lightly, unfazed. As night fell, the most beautiful moment at Wangxian Lake arrived. Lanterns floated along the water, and boats glided gracefully, quickly making Wang Fu forget the disheveled old man from earlier. With lanterns lighting the bow, dancers showcasing their skills, and singers lifting their voices, It was a scene of earthly bliss upon Wangxian Lake. Until the early hours of dawn, when the crowds finally dispersed, leaving only the lantern collectors and small boats to clear the remnants of the night's festivities. Dead, dead. As Wang Fu prepared to leave, he heard a commotion not far from the blissful boat. He extended his consciousness and saw a bloated corpse being retrieved by the lantern collectors. Zhongshanhai. Wang Fu was taken aback. Was this not the very old man with whom he had shared a drink and divined the previous day? He strode over, a gentle breeze parting the crowd, allowing him to reach the body. He reached out, discovering the man had long since lost his life. Frowning deeply, sorrow overwhelmed him. The life of a mortal is but a fleeting 100 years. With a moment's carelessness, one could meet a tragic end. He never imagined that within a mere night, the learned and disheveled scholar would be gone. The onlookers recognized Zhongshanhai as well, shaking their heads in lament. Isn't that Zhongshanhai? How did he meet such an end? I saw him yesterday. Perhaps he drank too much and fell into Wangxian Lake at night. What a pity. Soon, the steward of the blissful boat arrived, accompanied by a woman draped in a white cloak. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and upon seeing Zhongshanhai's corpse, tears streamed down her face, stirring Wang Fu's own feelings of longing for his family back home. After this incident, he resolved to return to Wutong Village. Perhaps out of nostalgia, or perhaps in remembrance of their shared drinks, Wang Fu did not leave during Zhongshanhai's burial. Instead, he followed along, even greeting the boat's owner, the woman in white named Yang, and offering to assist with the coffin. Esteemed elder, may we meet again in the next life. Once Zhongshanhai was laid to rest, Wang Fu lit a stick of incense and quietly departed. Chapter 71. Assassination on the road back to the city. The memory of the old man Zhongshanhai, whom he had met only twice, further solidified Wang Fu's resolve to seek the path of immortality through cultivation. The journey of life is long and seemingly distant, yet it is but a fleeting moment. Life and death are mere seconds apart. Only by breaking free from constraints and gradually pushing past limits can one hope to attain the celestial path and eternal life. However, after just a day or two, Wang Fu began to entertain a false sense of clarity regarding the life and death of mortals. With a foundation that promised a lifespan of 200 years, he was certain he would succeed. Soon, the city of Shidu came into view, quickening Wang Fu's pace. Perhaps old Jiang had already succeeded in his endeavors. Yet, just as he was about to step through the city gate, a chilling voice echoed ominously from behind him. Found you. A shiver ran down Wang Fu's spine as an overwhelming sense of danger surged towards him. With no time to turn around and no room for arrogance, he immediately activated his supreme defensive artifact, the Xuanjiao Wuguang Bell. A small, ebony bell materialized above him, enveloping him in a swirling, grayish light of scales. Bang! Buzz! The Xuanjiao Wuguang Bell trembled violently, propelling Wang Fu through the city gate and into the streets, his blood surging and spiritual energy fluctuating, leaving him feeling quite unwell. The few ordinary people who had risen early were startled into action, scattering in panic as a gust carrying dark, thick fog rushed in from outside the gates. This sensation, it was the foundation stage. Wang Fu's expression darkened as he turned to see a black-clad elder approaching him, holding a stone disc. He had no recollection of offending this man, yet the murderous intent directed at him was unmistakable. This person had come to kill him. Overwhelmed by the situation, he knew he had to flee. However, the elder's awareness, honed from his foundation stage prowess, far exceeded that of Wang Fu, who was merely at the Qi refinement stage. It would be difficult to escape. His only chance lay in the talisman artifact, the illusory feather flying blade. In that fleeting moment, Wang Fu devised a counter-strategy, channeling spiritual energy into the talisman while maintaining a calm demeanor. Who are you? As a foundation stage cultivator, do you not think it beneath your dignity to attack someone at the Qi refinement stage? I am already half buried in the earth. Dignity? Huh. Taking your life and seizing your treasures. What does dignity matter? The man was Dong Xing, the third ancestor of the Dong family, sent to assassinate Wang Fu. Fearing detection by the Lanyu sect, he had traveled cautiously, knowing Wang Fu was on a mission for the royal family of the Great Xia, which caused him to delay until now. With a tracking artifact in hand, he discovered Wang Fu's location the moment he arrived in Shidu, which led to the ambush at the city gate. Dong Xing had expected to strike decisively, but was surprised by Wang Fu's defensive preparation. Realizing the boy was far from ordinary, he dismissed his earlier underestimation and struck with a palm. Die. The dark spiritual energy transformed into a massive hand, slamming down onto the supreme artifact. Wang Fu would not sit idly by. He activated the illusory feather-flying blade while summoning the supreme offensive artifact, the golden meteor ring blade, to counterattack. However, the overwhelming power of the foundation stage rendered his efforts futile, as a single blow sent the golden meteor ring blade flying. Seeing the dimming light of his artifact, Wang Fu hastily retracted it and unleashed a barrage of talismans, retreating frantically. What kind of old man is this? He has no sense of reason. Run, run, run. A long spear swept towards him, obliterating the 100 talismans in an instant. Wang Fu's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "A spiritual artifact." Having witnessed the battle between Yunning Shuang and Chao Yin, he understood the terrifying nature of spiritual artifacts. Supreme artifacts paled in comparison. Only talismans could match their power, yet the agility of spiritual artifacts was beyond the reach of talismans. He realized he had to withstand this strike, and then use the illusory feather-flying blade to sever the awareness lock. If he simply burrowed into the ground, he would remain within the elder's grasp. As the illusory feather-flying blade approached its target, Wang Fu prepared to gamble, pushing the Xuanjiao Wuguang bell to its limits, flinging numerous defensive talismans around him to create an impenetrable barrier. The spear arrived in an instant, piercing through the layers of light with ease. It paused momentarily upon encountering the yellow dragon talisman, but that moment was fleeting, and it shattered the talisman before crashing into the Xuanjiao Wuguang bell. Boom! The sound reverberated, sending Wang Fu flying 100 meters, the light of the bell on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, the illusory feather-flying blade had been successfully activated. Whoosh! A flash of golden light streaked through the air but did not intercept the approaching spear. Instead, it circled around, swiftly targeting the black-clad elder. Dongxing's powerful foundation stage awareness had already enveloped the area, allowing him to sense the imminent threat. He sneered, "The illusory feather-flying blade? Huh, I was already prepared for you." A flash of black enveloped him, and a long black ribbon coiled around his body. The illusory feather-flying blade struck against it, producing a series of metallic clangs, but could not break through. Another spiritual artifact? Where did this old man acquire such power? Wang Fu cursed under his breath, realizing the elder had named his talisman. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. With a defensive spiritual artifact in hand, the illusory feather-flying blade alone could not harm him. Fortunately, Wang Fu had nearly completed his talisman arrangements. No matter the foundation stage, if he wished to leave, no one could stop him. Without looking back, Wang Fu navigated through the streets and alleys, ignoring the lethal spear that pursued him. Just as the spear roared in approach, the illusory feather-flying blade descended, colliding violently with the spear. In that instant, spiritual energy surged, forming a vortex within several yards, obliterating nearby buildings. Fortunately, Wang Fu had used talismans to mitigate some of the force, preventing any ordinary deaths. Talismans rose from the ground, flames and golden light cascading like a torrent towards the pursuing Dongxing. Even he, as a foundation stage cultivator, could not afford to underestimate the overwhelming firepower and had to summon his defensive spiritual artifact for protection. After several breaths, as the power of the talismans dissipated, Dongxing revealed himself. Talisman masters are indeed troublesome, especially one with a talisman artifact. If I'm not careful, this boy could turn the tables on me. Thankfully, I did not send any Qi refinement disciples from my family. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated. Dongxing surveyed the destruction wrought by the talismans over the entire street without a shred of sympathy. To him, these mortals were but ants. What mattered to him were the treasures possessed by Wang Fu, the strength and prosperity of his family. This boy possesses a strong combat instinct. Were it not for the tracking artifact, he might have truly escaped. As he gazed at the light dot on the tracking artifact, now several miles away, Dongxing chuckled contemptuously before vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 72. Return to the palace deep underground. Wang Fu harnessed the breath-concealing technique to its utmost limit, further enhancing his aura suppression with several spiritual talismans. Only then did he feel a semblance of security. Where did this old fiend emerge from? And why does he seek my life? Temporarily safe, Wang Fu could not help but ponder the origins of his pursuer, his emotions becoming increasingly convoluted. He knows I possess a talisman treasure, even its name, Dong Xian, or perhaps the little monk Wuchan. I have only met Wuchan once, and I am certainly no match for him. If he intended to harm me, why bother with such elaborate schemes? He could have simply killed me that day. Wang Fu took a deep breath, Though reluctant to admit it, he was nearly certain of the pursuer's origins, which must be related to Dong Xian. The old man's spiritual energy was unfamiliar. Neither his spells nor techniques bore any trace of the Falling Feather sect. Could it be the Dong family? Wang Fu concluded that Dong Xian must have divulged everything about Qingwei Village upon returning to her family, prompting the Dong family to dispatch a Foundation establishment expert to eliminate him. But what could he possess that would compel the Dong family to risk their own annihilation by the Falling Feather sect to act against him? Qingwei Village. Talisman treasures? High-grade magical artifacts? Not enough. The soul-gathering pearl. And the resurrection talismans not recorded in the Falling Feather sect. Dong Xian. Oh Dong Xian, you have brought me to ruin. Wang Fu sighed, recalling Dong Xian's appearance when they met at the inner sect's administrative hall before his departure. He understood that she too might be oblivious to the truth. Her journey to the south was likely orchestrated by the Dong family to prevent us from joining forces. Indeed, in the face of familial interests, everything can be sacrificed. Boom. Just as Wang Fu was deep in contemplation, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from above. He instantly recognized it as the long spear magical artifact. How could this be? Discovered? Wang Fu hastily burrowed deeper underground, descending several dozen meters, all the while fleeing towards the city outskirts. Jiang Yin was still within the city, and the mortals of Shedu numbered in the millions. At dawn, when they awoke, a battle would surely result in countless casualties. The magical artifact could not burrow through the earth as swiftly as Wang Fu, and soon he had evaded its pursuit. However, scarcely had he caught his breath when another deafening sound resonated above. Impossible, at this depth, even a Foundation establishment's divine sense could not reach him, especially since he had concealed his presence. No Foundation establishment expert could possibly track him down. Wang Fu, defying fate, changed direction once more, yet every time he paused, the sound of the magical spear penetrating the soil would immediately follow, leading him to realize that the Dong family's Foundation establishment elder must possess some means of tracking him. As he traversed the depths, he pondered his options. What could be tracking me? A spiritual beast trained for scent? No, being several dozen meters underground, it would be impossible to detect my scent. Spiritual insects wouldn't suffice either. Could it be that I carry something on me? Half an hour passed, and Wang Fu had no choice but to surface for air, the sole weakness of his earth-burrowing technique. As he emerged, a ray of sunlight struck his face from afar, momentarily disorienting him and reminding him of the divination performed by Zhang Shanhai aboard the blissful pleasure boat. However, before he could contemplate further, Dong Xing's attack struck again. Boy, have you exhausted your earth-burrowing talismans? Earth-burrowing talismans? Do I really need those? Wang Fu scoffed, choosing to evade rather than confront, and once again disappeared underground. Dong Xing frowned at the deep pit created by his magical artifact, puzzled. Still using earth-burrowing talismans? I have never encountered such a troublesome qi refinement practitioner. How vexing. But I have plenty of time to waste with you. We shall see whether your talismans outnumber my patience. Dong Xing retrieved the mother-son tracking disc and continued his pursuit. Meanwhile, Wang Fu's expression was complicated. The sunlight he had seen while surfacing had come from the direction of the Great Xia Palace. He hesitated, contemplating whether to heed Zhang's divination. Forget it. There are no better options at present. I might as well give it a try. Wang Fu had no means of dealing with the relentless Dong family elder. Had it not been for his earth-burrowing technique, he would likely have perished by now. A qi refinement practitioner against a Foundation establishment, even one in the initial stages, could at most resist with talisman treasures. Achieving victory was exceedingly difficult, barring a surprise attack. Shaking his head, Wang Fu burrowed towards the palace. He was determined to see whether Zhang's divination held any merit. Soon, he re-entered the city from underground. Deliberately avoiding the location of the Mandarin ducks, he took a long detour before arriving at the palace's subterranean level. At that moment, he discovered something that raised his suspicions within his storage bag, a bead embedded in a jade slip, the very same jade slip given to him by his master, Li Yi, containing information about the Liu family. This was the only item he could not comprehend, and it had only recently come into his possession. Was it truly from Li Yi? Had he colluded with the Dong family, or had the Dong family found him? Yes, as soon as I exited seclusion, Li Yi summoned me to leave the sect. Only by departing the Falling Feather sect could the Dong family act against me. Did he take me as his disciple merely for today's scheme? Could these two second-tier talismans also be compromised? I shall test it. If so, Li Yi humph. Wang Fu placed the bead, along with the jade slip, several dozen meters beneath the palace, before rapidly burrowing away in another direction. Moments later, the earth trembled, indicating that the Dong family elder was once again using his magical artifact to tunnel. However, this time it was not above Wang Fu, but directly above the jade slip. Wang Fu clenched his fists, finally confirming that Li Yi had indeed conspired with the Dong family. Do not let me return, otherwise, I shall surely end your life. Gradually, he surfaced, and as expected, he beheld the Dong family elder appearing in a grand hall of the palace, manipulating his magical artifact to dig deeper into the space directly above the jade slip. The palace had descended into chaos, with guards swarming around the hall, yet they dared not approach the black-clad elder, trembling with fear. It was not until the commander of the Imperial Guards arrived that he ordered the archers to draw their bows and fire at the elder standing atop the hall. Now, a spectacle was about to unfold. Concealed in the shadows, Wang Fu utilized his earth-burrowing technique to hide within the walls, peering out with eager eyes at the Dong family elder. The cultivation world forbids the wanton slaughter of mortals. I shall see whether this old man dares to retaliate. The outcome proved that Dong Xing indeed did not dare to strike back. He allowed a hail of arrows to rain down upon him, effortlessly deflecting them with a barrier of spiritual energy without even needing to summon his magical artifact. It was only when nearly 10 cultivators leaped forth that he slightly raised his head. Who are you? And why do you cast spells within the Great Xiao Palace? This is the domain of the Great Xiao Monarch. Cease your actions at once. These cultivators were scattered Qi refinement practitioners entrenched within the Great Xiao Royal City, the strongest among them being a 13th layer Qi refinement cultivator. After his furious admonition, seeing that the elder showed no signs of relenting, he could only grit his teeth and summon his magical artifact to attack. The other cultivators did the same, launching a relentless assault. Yet, Dong Xing merely laughed in derision. Do you truly believe I am made of clay, that any stray cat or dog dares to lay hands upon me? The magical spear erupted from the ground, sweeping forth and effortlessly demolishing the incoming magical artifacts, before a single roar pierced the chest of 3 cultivators, including the 13th layer Qi refinement practitioner. As the remaining figures fled, Dong Xing chose not to pursue, but rather leaped into the hole created by his magical spear. Chapter 73. The underground altar deep within the Imperial Palace. Emperor Xia Qingyu hurriedly arrived at a pitch-black great hall and pushed the door open. Grandfather, a Foundation establishment cultivator has appeared in the Imperial City and made a move at the West City Gate. Calm yourself. What chaos is this? A mere Foundation establishment cultivator. What can he do against the might of this emperor in our vast Imperial City? Xia Yinwu opened his eyes, glanced reproachfully at his grandson, and then closed them again. Such trifles can be reported by someone else next time. As a sovereign, do not involve yourself in every little matter. Understanding his grandfather's sentiment, Xia Qingyu respectfully nodded. After a moment, Xia Yinwu seemed to recall something and opened his eyes to gaze at his grandson again. Qingyu, your temperament is not suited for the role of a sovereign. Once Wei'er establishes his foundation, you should step down. Xia Qingyu was taken aback and felt discomfort. But upon remembering that Wei'er was his most beloved son, he nodded in acquiescence. I shall defer to your judgment, grandfather. With a nod, Xia Yinwu waved his hand, appearing to regard the transition of sovereignty as a trivial matter. After his grandson took his leave, Xia Yinwu's eyes darkened as he gazed toward the West City Gate. A Foundation establishment cultivator dares to be so brazen in the Imperial City. If it were not for Wei'er requiring my protection while cultivating at the altar, I would ensure your return is not forthcoming. In the Tianjin Hall of the Palace, the residence of the Great Xiao Monarch, Xia Qingyu had just returned when a figure descended from the roof, kneeling respectfully before him on one knee. Your Majesty, the Foundation establishment cultivator has retreated from the Imperial City. Indeed, have you ascertained the reason for his presence in the Imperial City? Xia Qingyu inquired. Well, we witnessed that Foundation establishment cultivator attacking the inspector from the liaison. Oh, a dog biting a dog. Xia Qingyu scoffed coldly and then commanded, keep a close watch on the movements within the Imperial City. When sending people to reassure the populace, spread the word that he is from one of the 6 great sects. I want the 6 great sects to be infamous. Your Majesty is wise. I shall attend to it immediately. The subordinate departed. Yet, just as Xia Qingyu prepared to review the memorials, another of his subordinates rushed in to report, and simultaneously, a tremendous rumble echoed throughout the Imperial City once more. Your Majesty, that Foundation establishment cultivator has returned and is hastening toward the palace. Xia Qingyu immediately rose. Issuing orders, command Generals Wagyu to lead the cultivators in preparation for their response. Mobilize the palace guards. With the orders given, he swiftly made his way toward the depths of the palace to the Black Great Hall. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was approaching the palace, and he was uncertain whether the individual had discovered something. This matter must be decided by his grandfather. Soon, Xia Qingyu arrived once more outside the Black Great Hall. Grandfather, that Foundation Establishment cultivator is heading for the palace. The hall doors opened, and Xia Yanwu emerged. I am aware. Let us see what he intends. Have Zhugu test him. If he harbors any ulterior motives, let him remain in the palace forever. However, as soon as Xia Yanwu finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. With an enraged roar, he transformed into a swirling mass of dark energy that shot skyward. You dare! You seek death! Xia Qingyu, realizing the gravity of the situation, also turned pale. This must be an incident at the underground altar. Has this person discovered our royal family's secret? He too transformed into a shadow and sped away. Meanwhile, on another front, Dong Xing, after slaying several cultivators, leaped into a deep pit opened by a spiritual artifact. Upon landing, he discovered a bead left behind by Wang Fu. Realizing that Wang Fu had found the sub-bead of the tracking orb, anger surged within him as he scanned his surroundings, attempting a final struggle. However, at that moment, his spiritual sense was forcefully repelled by the earth ahead. Kid, where do you think you're going? Without a second thought, Dong Xing summoned his spiritual artifact and struck. With a thunderous explosion, the earth shattered, yet Wang Fu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead, an empty expanse appeared. Dong Xing immediately summoned a defensive spiritual artifact to surround himself and charged into the dark space. Upon focusing his gaze, his pupils constricted in shock. This is a vast altar. In this immense space, nearly 100 feet wide, earth and stone intermingled, ghostly flames flickered, and a 10-foot square altar stood at the center. Covered in dense, intricate symbols that glimmered with a mysterious light, a blend of black and red. 9 stone pillars, each engraved with dragon patterns, stood tall, with 8 of them aflame with massive ghostly fires, adding an air of mystique to the altar. Surrounding the altar, 5 blood pools bubbled ominously, releasing an unbearable stench of blood that permeated the entire space. Piles of bones lay scattered about, creating a hellish scene that even someone like Dong Xing, who had lived for over a century, found chilling. He cast his gaze toward the young man seated cross-legged at the altar and felt a wave of dread wash over him. I never imagined that beneath the grand palace of the Great Xia, there would be such a nefarious altar. The methods of the demonic path are indeed profound. My Dong family pales in comparison. Noting the aura of the person, it seemed he was utilizing the altar for cultivation. Is he in the Foundation Establishment stage? Dong Xing's expression brightened, momentarily forgetting about Wang Fu. If this altar can assist Qi refining cultivators in establishing their foundations, then if I, Dong family, were to seize it, our Foundation Establishment cultivators would multiply exponentially. First, I shall capture the young man atop the altar and force him to reveal its secrets. With this thought, Dong Xing soared into the air like a black eagle, reaching out toward the individual on the altar. A mere Qi refining cultivator would be easy prey, especially at the critical juncture of establishing his foundation, leaving him with no means of resistance. Not everyone is as slippery as Wang Fu. However, just as Dong Xing was about to seize his prize, a furious shout reverberated through the underground space. Bold fool! It was Xia Yanwu, whose overwhelming spiritual power surged forth. Dong Xing gasped in alarm and was compelled to retreat. He looked at the newcomer in terror. Foundation Establishment perfected. Who are you? Daring to intrude upon my territory and still inquire about my identity. Xia Yanwu was nearly amused by the audacity. He had not expected this intruder to come directly to this location, even attempting to capture Wei, which was utterly unforgivable. Xia Yanwu glanced at Xia Ziwei, relieved to see that his great-grandson remained unaffected. This was their royal family's treasure, the only genius with dual spiritual roots. If anything were to happen to him, all the years of cultivation would be in vain. With this thought, his anger surged, and he immediately struck out with a palm. A torrent of black spiritual power coalesced into a massive hand, descending from above and sealing off all of Dong Xing's escape routes. Dong Xing's pupils dilated in fear as he summoned his defensive spiritual artifact to withstand the blow. With a resounding crash, he was slammed into the wall. Sensing that his artifact remained undamaged, Dongxing quickly retreated along the path he had come, fleeing toward the outside. As he escaped, he pondered, so powerful. Is this what it means to reach foundation establishment perfected? A mere spell is beyond my capacity to withstand. I must flee. This person claims to be this emperor. Could he be the monarch of Great Xia? No, the current emperor is Xia Qingyu. Could he be the former emperor? This Great Xia royal family indeed harbors deep secrets. An incomplete altar can aid cultivators in establishing their foundations, if it were complete. Would it not assist in condensing the golden core? I must return to the Dong family. If that is the case, then the glory of my Dong family is on the horizon. Chapter 74, The Nine Fiends' Soul. Dongxing fled upwards, pursued relentlessly by Xia Yanwu, who transformed into a black gale. A succession of terrifying spiritual force undulations erupted within the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, the altar space fell silent once more, save for Xia Ziwei, who was harnessing the altar's power to establish his foundation. Crimson threads connected him to the surrounding blood pools, drawing power to his limbs and head. He was relieved to hear that his ancestor had driven off their adversary, having feared imminent demise. Had it not been for my ancestor's timely arrival, he mused, my foundation would have been irrevocably damaged, hindering my path to foundation establishment. He wondered who had uncovered the Great Xia dynasty's deepest secret. Confident that his ancestor would ensure their demise, the Great Xia dynasty shall rise, he resolved, focusing on his foundation establishment to aid his ancestor. As Xia Ziwei concentrated on solidifying his foundation, he sensed an abrupt dimming of light, as if something loomed before him. Startled, he opened his eyes to behold a face inches away. It's you, he exclaimed. Indeed, it is I. A flash of light ensued, and a wide-eyed head soared into the air, landing on the altar's edge. Wang Fu retrieved his magical artifact, regarding the lifeless Xia Ziwei with disdain. He looted a violet golden storage bag from the corpse. While observing events at the palace, Wang Fu had sensed powerful spiritual fluctuations emanating from beneath the earth after the Dong family elder entered. He surreptitiously ventured underground, discovering the hidden space. He emerged only after the self-proclaimed emperor pursued the Dong elder. Wang Fu realized the Great Xia dynasty harbored a sinister secret, concealing an abhorrent altar beneath the palace. The blood pools were likely filled with countless lives, and Xia Ziwei possessed a 13th level qi refining cultivation. The Xia emperor was undoubtedly a cultivator, potentially even more formidable than Xia Ziwei. Wang Fu shuddered, realizing that the emperor who called himself this emperor was likely the previous Xia emperor, a foundation establishment cultivator of considerable power. Had he emerged during Wang Fu's extortion, Wang Fu and Jiang Yan would have been doomed. A spiritual fire consumed Xia Ziwei's corpse. Wang Fu then brandished his top-grade magical artifact, the golden meteor ring blade, channeling his spiritual energy to its zenith. He struck the altar, intending to destroy it. Clang. The blade impacted the altar, producing a metallic clang. It left only a deep gash, failing to inflict substantial damage. What material is this? It's incredibly resilient. Undeterred, Wang Fu continued his assault, but a powerful aura suddenly permeated the altar space. Despicable villain. Cease this instant. It was Xia Qingyu, the legitimate Xia emperor, arriving belatedly. Oh, the true Xia emperor has finally appeared. A foundation establishment cultivator, as expected. Wang Fu sneered. Seeing his efforts futile, he unleashed a barrage of talismans and vanished into the earth. Rumble. The talismans released faint spells, causing the altar space to tremble. Debris rained down from the ceiling. Xia Qingyu, prioritizing the altar's protection, abandoned the pursuit of Wang Fu. He landed on the altar, stepping on an unfamiliar powder. He erected a spiritual force barrier while shattering the falling rocks with spells. However, his efforts were limited. Within moments, the altar space was reduced to ruins. 2 of the 9 dragon-patterned stone pillars had collapsed, and one of the 5 blood pools surrounding the altar was destroyed. Boom. Xia Yanwu's formidable aura burst into the space. He carried the near-lifeless Dongxing. Seeing the devastated altar, he was consumed by rage. Ancestor, Xia Qingyu cried. That despicable villain from the Falling Feather sect used talismans to destroy the altar. He escaped. Incompetent. Xia Yanwu roared, striking his grandson. Xia Qingyu ignored the blood at the corner of his mouth. Ancestor, he can burrow underground. If he returns to the Falling Feather sect, our Great Xia's secret will be exposed. Escape? Can he truly escape? Xia Yanwu tossed Dongxing to the ground and strode onto the altar. His immense spiritual force manifested as dense black mist, enveloping the altar and pulverizing the falling debris. Since our secret has been discovered, there is no need for concealment. Though the altar is incomplete, it matters not. Today, I shall activate the altar, initiate the soul-refining grand formation, and offer the city's inhabitants as a living sacrifice. With 1,000,000 aggrieved souls, I shall refine the myriad souls' banner and condense a golden core. A dark and sinister soul banner materialized, plunging the underground space into frigid temperatures. Ghastly auras swirled, and malevolent faces writhed upon the banner. The spectral scene filled the dying Dongxing with despair. He realized the extent of the altar's depravity far exceeded his expectations. Even the falling feather sect would suffer dire consequences if they were not careful. But he would not live to see that day. The Dong family? The falling feather sect. Haraha. Silence. Xia Yanwu snorted, obliterating Dongxing with a single blow. His blood and flesh splattered, and the soul banner swept up a wisp of Dongxing's soul. Within a breath, a face identical to Dongxing's appeared on the banner. A foundation establishment soul in the banner immediately suppresses the other malevolent spirits. Rise for me. Xia Yanwu thrust the soul banner into the altar's center. The altar seemed to awaken, erupting with wails and howls. He produced a storage bag, and countless spirit stones cascaded onto the altar, transforming into a surge of spiritual energy. As the altar's mystical array patterns illuminated, a column of black and crimson light shot skyward, piercing through the earth and reaching the heavens. The clouds churned, as if the heavens wept, turning blood red. 9 Fiends soul. Activate. Xia Yanwu uttered a low cry, striking the altar with a palm strike. A wave of crimson light spread in all directions. Under the blood-red sky, the great Xia imperial city transformed. From above, a black-red light pillar could be seen rising from the palace, piercing the sky. A crimson light barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire imperial city like an inverted bowl. A similar barrier rose from the depths of the earth, forming a net that trapped all within the great Xia imperial city. Chapter 75, The Banner of 10,000 Souls in the Depths of the Mandarin Duck Tower. Wang Fu gazed at the slowly rising crimson barrier, compelled to surface. He had long tested this barrier. Not even the finest magical artifacts had any effect. And despite consuming the power of a talisman, he could not breach it. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the effort for the time being. The imperial family of the Great Xia was not one to act lightly, but when they did, their intentions were profound and deeply concealed. Atop the Mandarin Duck Tower, gazing at the blood-red dome overshadowing the imperial city, a wave of helplessness washed over Wang Fu. A barrier of such formidable strength could likely only be shattered by someone at the Golden Core stage. Was this all for the purpose of capturing me? Surely not. This was a formation, at the very least a grand array of Golden Core level. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, causing his heart to leap with joy. Old Jiang, you succeeded? Indeed. As he turned, he saw Jiang Yin approaching, the black sword slung over his shoulder. Wang Fu examined him closely, his consciousness probing without restraint, only to find Jiang Yin transformed, as if he had submerged in the ocean, distinctly different from before. Having lost some lifespan, it was a stroke of luck. Jiang Yin couldn't help but smirk. Lifespan? It was then that Wang Fu noticed the many strands of white hair among Jiang Yan's locks. Was it that severe? Compared to Foundation establishment, this loss of lifespan was trivial. Jiang Yin shook his head, then added with a hint of apology. However, those 2 500-year-old snow lotuses were consumed. Huh. I was worried it was something serious. Compared to your successful Foundation establishment, losing 2 500-year-old snow lotuses is well worth it, Wang Fu said, patting Jiang Yan's shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Jiang? Jiang Yan paused, then nodded seriously. What Wang Shixi says is reasonable. Come on. Do you really wish to be my uncle? Not unless you surpass me by 2 major realms. Otherwise, it's not happening. Just joking. Even if I were to ascend to immortality right now, you would still be my friend, Jiang Yin replied, forcing a smile and gazing earnestly at Wang Fu. At that moment, Wang Fu chuckled, but his expression abruptly changed, mirrored by Jiang Yin. They both turned their eyes skyward, witnessing droplets of blood rain falling from above, quickly saturating the entire imperial city of the Great Xia. As the blood rain fell, the mortals standing on the streets, discussing the sky, were suddenly drenched, unleashing anguished cries. Ah, what is this? Red rain, blood rain. Everyone flee. This rain is poisonous. The blood rain corroded flesh on contact, and within moments, Numerous individuals lay sprawled in the streets, wailing as their bodies decayed in the rain until life slipped away. Those fortunate enough to find shelter endured the torment of the corrosive blood rain, while a physician hastily instructed everyone to remove the tainted flesh, temporarily sparing them from death. Witnessing all this, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin understood that if the Crimson Barrier remained unbroken, the imperial capital of the Great Xia would inevitably become a ghost city, consumed by the corrosion of the blood rain. What a cruel method! What on earth has transpired during my seclusion? Jiang Yin inquired. Wang Fu sighed heavily and recounted his ambush and the subsequent events. The more Jiang Yin listened, the more alarmed he became, especially when Wang Fu spoke of the fully established foundation cultivator. It was indeed miraculous that Wang Fu had survived. Now, with the blood-red barrier enveloping the city, there was no place to hide, no escape. Wang Fu bitterly chuckled, realizing that even the slightest misstep could lead to their demise. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned to Jiang Yan. Old Jiang, now that you've broken through to the foundation establishment stage, your ability to wield talisman power must far exceed mine. If I lend you the illusionary feather-flying dagger, do you think you can cleave through the Crimson Barrier? Jiang Yin shook his head. No, it's impossible. Such a powerful formation, I have only seen in texts. To cover an entire city, it can only be breached by someone at the Golden Core stage. Golden Core. Wang Fu felt a wave of despair wash over him. The sect was tens of thousands of miles away. Not only were they unable to send a message, but even if they could, the time consumed in travel would be too lengthy. They might not hold on until then. Such a powerful formation is certainly not simple. The imperial family of the Great Xia has likely turned to dark paths, practicing sinister arts, intending to sacrifice millions in the capital. Jiang Yan's words were cut short as a blood-red pillar of light erupted from the palace, shaking the earth and mountains. An altar rose from the ground, towering 9 zhang high. On the altar stood Xia Yanwu, wielding a black banner. As he waved the black banner, a cacophony of wails filled the imperial city, and malevolent spirits emerged, clawing their way from the banner to prey upon the corrupted souls of the rain-soaked streets. One soul after another was dragged forth, their essences torn apart and consumed, causing the malevolent spirits to grow stronger. In the shadows, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin concealed their presence. Jiang Yin gazed at the black banner from afar, exclaiming, "The banner of 10,000 souls! The banner of 10,000 souls!" Wang Fu furrowed his brow. He had heard of its infamy, a type of growing magical artifact from the demonic path, exceedingly wicked. Yet its specific effects were unknown. Jiang Yan's expression grew grave as he fixated on the black banner atop the altar, gritting his teeth and speaking in a low voice. The banner of 10,000 souls is an incredibly formidable artifact. Its core is the soul-gathering pearl, capable of binding spirits for one's own use. 100 souls form malevolent spirits, 1,000 souls create ghost generals, and 10,000 souls give birth to a ghost king. With one banner in hand, it is akin to wielding 10,000 evil spirits. The imperial family of the Great Xia must have long harbored such ambitions, unknown to where they obtained the formation diagram, constructing the altar and activating the grand array to transform millions in the imperial city into malevolent ghosts, capturing them within the banner of 10,000 souls. Should they succeed, the banner would reach unprecedented heights, birthing a ghost king from 1,000,000 evil spirits, posing an unparalleled crisis to the 6 great sections. To forge the banner of 10,000 souls with the lives of millions. Wang Fu found it absurd, yet the reality lay before him. He could not help but touch his storage bag, where a soul-gathering pearl resided. Indeed, the fully established foundation cultivator of the Great Xia imperial family might very well break through to the Golden Core at the moment the banner was completed. As the Ghost King was born, yet the altar seemed incomplete. It shouldn't have activated at this moment. Quite hasty. Jiang Yan's conjecture left Wang Fu at a loss for words. What had begun as a simple sect mission to monitor the imperial family had spiraled into an overwhelming series of unforeseen events. Listening to Jiang Yan, Wang Fu sighed. How could it not be hasty? The Great Xia imperial family has concealed themselves for countless years beneath the watchful eyes of the 6 great sections. Even after we humiliated the Xia emperor, they remained composed. But just because that old fellow from the Dong family sought to eliminate me, I inadvertently stumbled into the underground space of the palace, prompting the imperial family to act prematurely. Wang Fu felt tears welling, lamenting that he should never have put faith in omens. When chased outside the city, why did he feel compelled to head towards the palace? Outside the city, He might have faced death at the hands of that old man from the Dong family, but it was merely a possibility. Now, however, it was a certainty. Chapter 76. Dan Hunzi Wang Fu once more felt his insignificance. Since mastering the earth technique, he had believed he could escape any danger. However, a great formation now sealed the heavens and the earth, rendering his technique useless. Indeed, one must possess formidable power. The formidable power of the Xia dynasty's royalty filled Wang Fu with despair, yet Jiang Yan's subsequent words offered a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yan stated, "We are not entirely without hope of survival. The altar is incomplete, and unforeseen events may occur. The myriad soul banner lacks a ghost king, and cannot be considered a true magical artifact. The malevolent spirits are likely devouring souls in preparation for the ghost king's birth. Furthermore, that man's golden core may not necessarily succeed. Therefore, do not be overly pessimistic. Await an opportunity." Wang Fu nodded. Yes, to surrender is to truly forfeit any chance. At least we are still alive. We must not give up until the very end. If only a passing golden core cultivator would appear. With their combined skills, they could conceal themselves within the vast imperial city, beyond the reach of mere malevolent spirits. As time elapsed, more and more ordinary people perished tragically, transforming into malevolent spirits enslaved by the myriad soul banner on the altar. The banner's aura grew increasingly potent, as tens of thousands perished in the bloody rain. The myriad soul banner underwent a transformation. A colossal, grotesque face erupted from the banner, twisting and morphing, its aura intensifying until it reached the pinnacle of a ghost general. The ghost king is about to be born, and my golden core is within reach. Haraha! Xia Yinwu exulted maniacally. He cast a series of hand seals, summoning countless malevolent spirits. The ghost general seized and devoured the spirits, which, far from resisting, eagerly offered themselves. They seemed to know that their king was about to be born. Having consumed hundreds of malevolent spirits and wraiths, the ghost general's aura surged dramatically, its body growing larger until it reached a height of 30 feet, adorned with horns and blood-red eyes. The ghost king was born. Myriad ghosts submitted. Xia Yinwu gazed upon his creation with fervor, his face contorted with madness. For over a century, I have waited. This moment has finally arrived. Haraha! Ghost king, he commanded in a deep voice. Hand over the ghost core to me, and assist me in forming my golden core. The 30-foot-tall ghost king fixed its blood-red eyes upon Xia Yinwu. Xia Yinwu reiterated in a stern voice, "Deliver it." Xia Qingyu's heart pounded in his chest. He understood that the altar's incompleteness meant the ghost king's control was not absolute. A single misstep could result in the ghost king's backlash, consuming the entire city as nourishment for its ascension to ghost emperor, and neither he nor his grandfather would escape. "Deliver it. Give it to me," Xia Yinwu repeated 3 times. Finally, the ghost king lowered its head, opened its maw, and a ghost core exuding a dense ghostly aura emerged. As the ghost core appeared, the ghost king's aura plummeted, leaving it extremely weak, yet still within the ghost king realm. Xia Yinwu, beholding the ghost core in midair, reached out in ecstatic anticipation. However, in the next instant, the ghost core vanished. A chilling, mocking voice echoed from the other side of the altar, "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to actually succeed in nurturing it. Your teacher is delighted, but there will be no reward." A black-clad, crimson-haired, androgynous man stood upon the altar, pinching the ghost core between his thumb and forefinger. Xia Yinwu stared at the man, his fist clenched, his anger tinged with bewilderment. "It's you. Are you dead? Dead? Hee. Your teacher merely employed a minor ruse, yet my dear disciple, you actually believed it. How unwise," the androgynous man chuckled, covering his mouth. "Return the ghost core to me," Xia Yinwu demanded, his brow furrowed. "My dear disciple, addressing your teacher as is rather impolite," the androgynous man retorted, feigning displeasure. "Your teacher bestowed upon you cultivation methods, aided your cultivation, and even imparted the secrets of golden core formation. Is this how you repay your teacher? I am deeply saddened." "Androgynous freak," Xia Yinwu sneered, yet refrained from attacking. He could not fathom how this supposedly deceased individual had returned. Could it be that, as he claimed, his death had been a mere fabrication? Centuries ago, this cultivator, who called himself Dan Hunzi, had suddenly appeared in the Xia dynasty's imperial palace, riddled with injuries. Before losing consciousness, he had cast a spell that deterred the imperial guards from acting rashly, and Xia Yinwu had ultimately saved him. Xia Yinwu recalled Dan Hunzi's first words upon awakening. "Would you like to restore the glory of the ancient Xia dynasty of a millennium ago?" Initially, regardless of Dan Hunzi's words, he had assumed the man was sent by the Xia dynasty's immortal sects to test the Xia dynasty's royalty. It was only later, as Dan Hunzi lay mortally wounded and on the verge of ascension, that he accepted the cultivation methods offered by Dan Hunzi. The Myriad Soul Banner and the 9 Nether Soul Refinement Formation were both left behind by Dan Hunzi. Now, it seemed, it had all been a deception. Xia Yinwu pondered the situation, then glanced at the ghost core held by Dan Hunzi. He realized he had been a pawn in the man's scheme. The Myriad Soul Banner. Xia Yinwu suddenly recalled the location of the 9 Nether Soul Refinement Formation's array eye. He tightened his grip on the Myriad Soul Banner, believing that as long as he held the array eye, even Dan Hunzi would be no match for him, and he might still reclaim the ghost core. Dan Hunzi, observing the series of expressions flitting across Xia Yinwu's face, couldn't help but taunt, "My dear disciple, have you finally understood? Centuries ago, the reason your teacher appeared in your Xia dynasty's imperial palace was for the sake of this city's million commoners. To borrow your identity as the Xia emperor, to construct the 9 Nether Soul Refinement Formation, and to personally sacrifice these million commoners. Only in this way can your teacher avoid karmic entanglement. A million wronged souls. I eagerly anticipate the extent to which the Myriad Soul Banner will grow. Of course, you, my disciple, will not witness it." Dan Hunzi beckoned, and the Myriad Soul Banner, tightly clutched in Xia Yinwu's grasp, immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. "How dare you?" Xia Yinwu roared, channeling his spiritual power to its fullest extent. However, within 2 breaths, he felt powerless as the Myriad Soul Banner slipped from his grasp, on the verge of falling into Dan Hunzi's hands. Xia Yinwu's eyes widened in fury, knowing that the Myriad Soul Banner was his last resort. He immediately unleashed a spiritual artifact to strike at Dan Hunzi, while simultaneously casting a spell, transforming into a multitude of illusions to seize the Myriad Soul Banner. "My dear disciple, how can you be so domineering when your cultivation is so meager? Anyone would think you were a Mahayana cultivator." Dan Hunzi's light-hearted words sent a chill down Xia Yinwu's spine. Dan Hunzi's figure had appeared before him as if a phantom, and the seemingly slow palm was impossible to evade. It gently struck his chest. His heart ceased beating, and his internal organs ruptured. Xia Yinwu lowered his head, staring blankly at his sunken chest, as blood clots mixed with internal organs flowed from his mouth. What is your realm, my dear disciple? Only now do you think to ask your teacher?" Dan Hunzi chuckled as he withdrew his palm, gently beckoning. The Myriad Soul Banner fell into his grasp, and the Ghost King, like an obedient pet, cowered beside him. "In light of our master-disciple relationship, your teacher shall allow you to die with understanding. Your teacher is 193 years old this year, and was a Golden Core Grandmaster a century ago." Chapter 77. The snow-colored cloak in an inconspicuous corner, shrouded by blood rain. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin exchanged glances, hardly daring to breathe. They refrained from revealing their spiritual energy. Even the slightest use of the subtle communication technique was out of the question. Each had affixed talismans to enhance their hearing, sight, and to conceal their presence, relying solely on their eyes for communication. They were astonished to witness a figure, formidable as the great Xia royal family, fall victim to a sudden attack from a mysterious man, with no chance to retaliate. This individual had reached the Golden Core stage a century ago, and he was undoubtedly even stronger now. It was prudent to remain hidden. Clearly, this newly emerged enigmatic figure was no benign presence. Wang Fu sought only to avoid detection. Even if it led to an inevitable demise, he aspired to be the last to fall. Who knows, perhaps a glimmer of hope for survival might emerge before the end. As for charging out recklessly, that was a path Wang Fu would never tread. On the altar, Dan Hunzi wielded the soul banner, extracting the soul of Xia Yinwu. With a flick of his wrist, a ghostly general of the Foundation establishment stage materialized upon the banner. After all, they shared a master-disciple bond. He was not one to be ungrateful. Thus, he granted Xia Yinwu the title of Ghost King. As the soul banner waved, a steady stream of malevolent spirits came forth to offer themselves as sacrifices, feeding the newly formed Ghost King, whose consciousness was long gone, driven solely by instinct to consume his kind. With each feast, his power surged, ultimately culminating in a form as formidable as the first Ghost King. Excellent. Thus the second ghost pill was complete. Dan Hunzi summoned the Ghost King, who obediently released the ghost pill. Observing the 2 ghost pills exuding a potent aura, Dan Hunzi grinned. Very well, this makes 2. With 7 more, my grand achievement shall be realized. My dear disciple, your sacrifice in constructing the 9 fiends soul refining array is truly regrettable. However, once I attain the nascent soul stage, I shall help you ascend to Ghost Emperor. Commanding the myriad spirits, our bond shall not be in vain. As he pocketed the 2 ghost pills and grasped the soul banner, a terrifying surge of golden core energy flowed into it, causing the banner to unfurl ominously, emanating a tremendous aura that spread like a vortex, enveloping a radius of 30 zhang. Devour freely. With his command, the banner summoned spirits of all ranks, from lesser ghosts to ghost kings, who roared with excitement and charged towards the citizens of the great Xia royal city. Particularly, the 2 ghost kings, despite losing their ghost pills and having their strength reduced to a mere 20 or 30%, remained far mightier than the other malevolent spirits, surging toward the hiding populace within the city. Suddenly, 2 whirlpools of spiritual energy manifested in the sky, followed by a torrent of crimson flames. 2 spears, forged of blazing fire, materialized and descended rapidly, leaving the 2 ghost kings no chance to evade, impaling them directly into the ground. As they writhed in vain, engulfed by the ghostly energy, they could not escape the fiery spears. With a delicate voice echoing from above, the fiery spears exploded, silencing the wails of the ghost kings, completely erasing their presence from the mortal realm. A figure draped in a snow-colored cloak slowly emerged from the sky, clad in simple white garments yet exuding a transcendent elegance. Her lithe form an exquisite masterpiece sculpted by the heavens. The perfect blend of fullness and slenderness elicited gasps of admiration for her flawless physique. The only flaw lay in her unremarkable facial features. However, upon seeing this ethereal figure, Wang Fu was left utterly astounded. Wasn't she the mistress of the blissful pleasure boat? The woman surnamed Yang. Was she truly a powerhouse of at least the Golden Core stage? Wang Fu recalled the sorrowful tears shed when Zhang Lada was discovered drowned. Yet, such matters seemed trivial now. Given the prowess with which this Mistress Yang vanquished the Ghost Kings, it was evident she was opposed to that sinister man, presenting Wang Fu and Jiang Yan an opportunity to escape. With this thought, Wang Fu and Jiang Yan exchanged glances, both recognizing the glimmer of hope in each other's eyes. Nonetheless, they understood the necessity of remaining concealed for the time being. On the altar, Dan Hunzi witnessed the demise of the 2 ghost kings without a hint of anger. Surely, with a city housing 1 million inhabitants, it should not be so challenging to produce 2 ghost kings. Besides, the ghost pills were already in his possession. He regarded the woman floating above with a hint of recognition, feeling an odd familiarity. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Have we met before?" Dan Hunzi had a good memory. After all, a mere century had passed since their last encounter. The woman scoffed, her eyes glinting with hatred. "You may not recall the Xianyu sect, nor the elder Yin who nurtured you." At her words, Dan Hunzi's expression darkened, an unsettling pallor washing over his features. Drawing the soul banner, he pointed at the woman. "I remember now. You are that little girl who was always by the old man's side, named Yang Xiwei. Who would have thought you'd turn out like this, though your figure is quite appealing. None of the women I've had could compare, but I wonder, how does it feel?" Dan Hunzi's eyes narrowed as he licked his lips. The woman remained unmoved, fully aware of his attempts to unsettle her. However, such insults paled in comparison to the anguish of her deceased master. She vividly recalled the warmth of being taken in by her master at the Xinyu sect, a bond she cherished deeply. Yet, fate had other plans. Her long-absent senior brother, Dan Hunzi, returned. Her master had been overjoyed, engaging in closed-door discussions about formations, only to be ambushed, leading to his tragic demise. From that moment, she vowed to eliminate Dan Hunzi to appease her master's spirit. Is it improper to reciprocate? Attempting to disturb my peace of mind? With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, for triangular flags of varying colors emerged, her cold voice slicing through the air. Dan Hunzi, rather than sparring with words, why not guess the formation I wield? Dan Hunzi's brow furrowed for the first time, fixating intently on the 4 flags, blue, red, white, black. The 4-symbol spirit slaying array. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the strongest killing formation of that old man be in your possession? I personally destroyed it a century ago. Yet he soon erupted into laughter. Oh, yes, only the flags remain. How unfortunate. But your talent in formations is commendable. You managed to restore something I obliterated, although lacking the array plate. You have indeed surprised me. The woman smiled knowingly, her hand gracefully tracing the 4 flags, which instantly transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the 4 cardinal directions. Once completed, she spoke slowly. "Only the flags? Dan Hunzi, do you think I have merely waited in this mundane royal city for 20 years without accomplishing anything? The array plate has long been buried, awaiting your arrival to activate it. For symbol spirit, slaying array. Rise." As Yang Xiuwei's voice reverberated, the imperial city of Great Xia shuddered violently. Immediately, for beams of light erupted from the cardinal directions, their hues of azure, crimson, white, and sable piercing the firmament. These spectral columns stirred the atmospheric currents and shattered the sanguineous barrier that had enshrouded the city. The Icarus rain ceased, and clarity returned to the heavens and the earth. A profound silence descended upon the imperial city, broken only by a desperate cry that echoed from an unknown source. "Flee!" This exclamation galvanized the populace, and a frenzied exodus ensued as denizens surged towards the city's periphery. Alongside the common folk, numerous independent cultivators, previously coerced into service by Xia Yanwu, seized their newfound liberty. With the barrier dispelled, they too sought refuge beyond the city walls. It was evident to all that a battle of golden core magnitude was imminent, and none dared linger within the city's confines, lest the barrier be reinstated. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were swept along in this tide of escape, foregoing aerial artifacts. They employed wind manipulation techniques to traverse the rooftops, their movements punctuated by furtive glances towards the aloof figure of the Yang surname boat mistress, standing upon the pleasure boat. She had already engaged Dan Hunzi in combat. "Yang Xiuwei, is it? You are truly accursed." Dan Hunzi, witnessing the collapse of the barrier, recognized that his century-long machinations involving 1,000,000 souls were on the verge of dissolution. He promptly began to cast incantations, directing a series of magical seals towards the altar in a desperate attempt to resurrect the sanguineous shield. However, the white-clad Yang Xiuwei was not one to permit such actions. With a delicate gesture, she summoned a cataclysmic conflagration from the southern crimson pillar. A colossal fireball descended from the heavens, plummeting towards the altar like a celestial meteorite. Dan Hunzi's eyes widened in fury. Cognizant of the formidable power of the 4-symbol spirit-severing array, capable of vanquishing even nascent soul entities, he dared not trifle. Abandoning his efforts to fortify the barrier, he instead grasped the myriad souls banner, brandishing it to summon forth a spectral legion. The 2 ghost kings, previously vanquished by the flame spears, materialized once more, their auras intensified. Under their command, tens of thousands of specters occupied the firmament, conjuring a veritable realm of phantoms. Outside the city, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin observed the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy with lingering trepidation. Neither the all-encompassing multitude of specters nor the divine radiance emanating from the 4 extraordinary pillars were forces they could withstand. A mere brush would spell their annihilation. Such potency. Is this the power wielded by array masters? Jiang Yin mused, his gaze fixed upon the tumultuous battlefield within the city. He turned to Wang Fu, nodding with conviction. "It surpasses even spirit talisman masters." Wang Fu bristled at the comparison, retorting, "Nonsense. Were I to possess their cultivation, I would inundate him with level 3 or 4 talismans until that Dan Hunzi was obliterated." "Perhaps," Jiang Yin replied calmly. "Array formations harness the grandeur of heaven and earth, capable of overcoming cultivation disparities with meticulous preparation. Spirit talismans, at best, pilfer minor celestial energies. Jiang Yin, you've become insufferable since reaching foundation establishment. Do not forget that your life was once preserved by my spirit talismans. Those were offered voluntarily, of no consequence to me. Furthermore, I am now your martial uncle. Mind your words. To hell with your uncle. Such insolence. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of your master." With these words, Jiang Yin unsheathed his sable blade, pointing it at Wang Fu. "Kneel and beg for mercy, or face my wrath." "Very well. I shall test the extent of your newfound strength," Wang Fu retorted, brandishing a series of top-tier level 1 spirit talismans, each imbued with fiery essence. In the ensuing moment, the talismans erupted, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards Jiang Yin like a stampede of mythical steeds. Jiang Yan's sable blade detached from his grip, soaring forth as a streak of ebony light, cleaving towards a cypress tree behind them. The fiery barrage split apart, deftly avoiding Jiang Yin while simultaneously striking the targeted tree. Indeed, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were feigning animosity, orchestrated by Jiang Yan's telepathic warning to Wang Fu regarding the presence of the elusive Xia Emperor, Xia Qingyu. concealed behind the cypress. Jiang Yan's mastery of the blood sword technique, fueled by sanguinary essence, granted him acute sensitivity to malevolent intent. Having encountered the Xia Emperor previously, he recognized the distinctive aura that had just manifested. This prompted him to alert Wang Fu, culminating in their present charade, designed to catch their adversary off guard. As expected, the sable blade pierced the cypress, and the ensuing conflagration revealed Xia Qingyu, clutching his wounded arm, his gaze fixed upon Wang Fu and Jiang Yan with venomous intensity. "How did you discover me? Spare us the platitudes. Prepare to meet your end," Wang Fu retorted, unleashing his superior-grade magical artifact, the golden meteor ring blade. Simultaneously, he accelerated the activation of the phantom feather flying dagger talisman treasure. Aware of Xia Qingyu's foundation establishment cultivation, Wang Fu had silently prepared the talisman treasure from the outset, recognizing it as the only means of posing a credible threat. While he would have fled if alone, the presence of Jiang Yan, also at the initial stage of foundation establishment, offered an opportunity. Despite Jiang Yan's recent breakthrough, his martial arts were formidable, and combined with Wang Fu's talisman treasure, they might just prevail. Jiang Yan's sable blade emitted a sanguinary glow as it hurtled towards Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu roared in defiance, enduring the pain in his arm as he summoned two magical artifacts, a black axe and a long nail. The axe was intended to parry the sable blade, while the nail would counter Wang Fu's golden meteor ring blade. In his estimation, restraining the sable blade with one artifact would leave the insignificant qi refining cultivator, whom he had failed to dispatch previously, vulnerable. However, his strategy faltered as the black axe was swiftly overwhelmed, forcing him to summon the long nail to assist in defending against the sanguinary sable blade. Wang Fu smirked at this development. Jiang Yan's sable blade, personally nurtured with his blood, possessed exceptional potency and agility. This was merely a consequence of Jiang Yan's recent breakthrough, with further refinement through foundation establishment blood. It would likely withstand even 3 simultaneous attacks. "Wang Fu, I shall impede his magical artifacts. You strike him down," Jiang Yan declared, confident in his command over the sable blade. Wang Fu nodded in affirmation, promptly directing the golden meteor ring blade towards Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu scoffed. "A mere qi refining cultivator dares to challenge me? You court death. Today, I shall avenge the humiliation I suffered that day." He mustered a surge of spiritual energy, swatting away the golden meteor ring blade with a dismissive gesture. He then unleashed a spell, a barrage of ebony flames that rained down like a tempest. This was the intermediate spell, Fire Ring. Wang Fu swiftly cast a wind-riding spell upon himself and affixed a speed enhancement talisman, deftly maneuvering through the fiery downpour while shielded by the black tortoise light bell. Simultaneously, he continued to harass Xia Qingyu with the golden meteor ring blade. Xia Qingyu grew increasingly exasperated by the golden meteor ring blade's relentless attacks, repeatedly channeling his spiritual energy to strike it down. The blade's radiance waned with each impact, approaching its breaking point. Finally, a glint of resolve flashed in Wang Fu's eyes as the phantom feather-flying dagger talisman treasure was fully activated. It streaked towards Xia Qingyu, cloaked in golden light, adhering closely to the golden meteor ring blade. "Pathetic," Xia Qingyu sneered, preparing to terminate the damaged superior-grade magical artifact with a potent spell. A jet of ebony flame collided with the golden meteor ring blade, further dimming its light. As the blade faltered, the phantom feather-flying dagger materialized before Xia Qingyu. "Ridiculous," Xia Qingyu scoffed, preparing to activate his defensive magical artifact, but the sound of a chime reached his ears. Dingling. His consciousness faltered, his vision spun, and he found himself standing in a desolate field, a headless corpse at his feet. Whose body is this? Chapter 79. A Fateful Decision. The demise of a generation of Xia Emperor Wang Fu, witnessing the Xia Emperor's severed head tumble to the ground, exhaled in relief. With a touch of regret, he caressed his now dim, top-grade magical implement, contemplating the extensive spiritual energy it would require to restore it to its former glory. The combat acumen of this great Xia sovereign was woefully inadequate, Wang Fu mused, a sheer waste of his foundation establishment cultivation, expelling a breath of stale air. He extended his palm, conjuring a bowl-sized ball of spiritual fire that gently descended upon Xia Qingyu's corpse, instantly engulfing it in flames. In mere moments, the body was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a resplendent, purplish-golden storage pouch resting serenely on the ground, which Wang Fu promptly claimed with a wave of his hand. Utilizing his object manipulation technique, Their clandestine cultivation, hidden from the 6 great immortal sects, has led to a lack of practical combat experience. Jiang Yin observed with a slight shake of his head, followed by a knowing grin towards Wang Fu. Regardless, you have indeed slain a foundation establishment cultivator today. Wang Fu paused, then erupted in hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. Although Jiang Yin restrained the majority of Xia Qingyu's power, it was Wang Fu who undeniably severed the head of a foundation establishment cultivator, a feat that undoubtedly sets him apart in the qi refining realm. Jiang Yin, however, scanned the surrounding forests, his icy gaze betraying a hint of unease. I wonder if those lurking nearby will concede defeat, he murmured. Esteemed guests, will you not reveal yourselves? Wang Fu, startled by these words, swept his divine sense across the area, finally detecting the subtle anomalies within the surrounding woods. He discerned the presence of concealed cultivators, whom he recognized as the rogue cultivators of the Great Xia Imperial City. As expected, one by one, the rogue cultivators emerged from their hiding places within the forest. One of them, a qi refining stage 13 cultivator, addressed Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, bowing slightly. Esteemed seniors, please be at ease. We harbor no ill intentions. Having been subjugated by the Great Xia Imperial family for many years, we have harbored resentment. Upon witnessing Xia Qingyu, the despotic emperor, we prepared to besiege him. Fortunately, with the assistance of the esteemed seniors, the Dog Emperor's head has been claimed. We are eternally grateful. We are eternally grateful. The other rogue cultivators echoed, clasping their fists in respectful salutation. Jiang Yin nodded slightly. It is of no consequence. We are disciples of the Falling Feather sect, tasked with monitoring the imperial family. The Great Xia Imperial family has violated the rules of the immortal sects, and their demise is justified. However, we are curious as to whether there are any other cultivators within the Great Xia Imperial family? Replying to the esteemed senior, there are a total of 3 cultivators within the Great Xia Imperial family. The previous emperor, Xia Yanwu, the current emperor, Xia Qingyu, and the crown prince, Xia Ziwei. The remaining consorts, empresses, princes, and grandsons lack the aptitude for immortal cultivation, the cultivator replied respectfully. Jiang Yin and Wang Fu exchanged glances, understanding dawning in their eyes. It became clear that the foundation establishment completion cultivator was, in fact, the previous Great Xia Emperor, who had feigned death to evade the scrutiny of the 6 great immortal sections. Jiang Yin surveyed the dozens of rogue cultivators and declared, these 3 have met their end, and you are now free. Whether you choose to continue as rogue cultivators or participate in the Ascension Conference of the 6 great immortal sects to become disciples of the sects, the choice is yours. Faced with Jiang Yan's unequivocal dismissal, the Qi refining stage 13 completion cultivator and the others exchanged glances before bowing in farewell. We shall take our leave. Watching them depart, Wang Fu finally relaxed. He found it difficult to believe that these dozens of rogue cultivators harbored no ulterior motives towards them. After all, they had just obtained Xia Qingyu's storage pouch, the contents of which were unimaginable for a sovereign of a nation. The mere presence of 3 spiritual implements was invaluable to cultivators in the Qi refining realm. However, Wang Fu was not afraid of a confrontation. Even if they were besieged, he and Jiang Yin could handle it with ease. Even if forced to flee, they could leave behind a dozen or 20 of their pursuers. As for the possibility of them detaining the 2 of them, that was simply out of the question. Jiang Yan's foundation establishment divine sense probed the surroundings for 100 yards, confirming that the rogue cultivators had indeed left. He then turned to Wang Fu and said, among them, there were 2 Qi refining stage 13 completion cultivators. One of them was hiding in the shadows, and although he was well concealed, the killing intent he exuded was impossible to hide from me. 2 Qi refining stage 13 completion cultivators? No wonder they dared to entertain such thoughts. But they still value their lives, Wang Fu chuckled. Jiang Yin nodded slightly. The 2 cleaned up the battlefield and glanced in the direction of the Great Xia Imperial Palace, where terrifying spiritual power collisions continued to erupt. The 4 light pillars emitted a sharp, piercing light, causing Wang Fu to feel a sense of dread, even from such a distance. He had to admit that formations were indeed formidable. In comparison, spiritual talismans seemed rather weak. Let's go. The battlefield there is beyond our reach. Let us hope that the deranged Dan Hunzi meets his demise within the 4 symbols spirit-severing formation, Wang Fu sighed. He felt that this mission had broadened his horizons and opened his eyes. Not only had he encountered the foundation establishment completion Xia Yanwu, But he had also witnessed the formidable power of golden core cultivators such as Dan Hunzi and Yang Xiaowei. Most importantly, he had witnessed the power of formidable formations for the first time. Neither the 9 Fiends Soul Refining Grand Formation nor the 4 Symbols Spirit Severing Formation were something he could even dream of touching at his current level. Of course, if given the chance to choose again, he would never wade into these troubled waters. Jiang Yin wholeheartedly agreed. Evil cultivators like Dan Hunzi, who readily sacrificed mortals, deserved to be punished by all. He looked at Wang Fu and, recalling Wang Fu's mention of the assassination attempt, asked, "Where shall we go?" "Back to the sect," Wang Fu replied, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Falling Feather sect, his eyes filled with determination. Jiang Yin frowned. "Are you certain? The Dong family clearly wants you dead, and your master is no saint either. Returning there is fraught with danger, and a single misstep could lead to your demise. The Dong family has 2 foundation establishment cultivators in the Falling Feather sect. One who has opened a cave dwelling for secluded cultivation, and one who serves in the law enforcement hall. Coupled with your master, even if they dare not commit violence within the sect, they could easily find an excuse to send you away from the sect and eliminate you. They underestimated your strength this time and only sent an old dog in the early stages of foundation establishment. You may not be so lucky next time. Foundation establishment is formidable. One cannot fight against many, and my assistance is limited." Wang Fu stared blankly at Jiang Yin, not expecting old Jiang to say such things. He was even willing to help him in the face of such a situation, even if only verbally. Wang Fu could not help but feel moved. He smiled and said, "Where else can I go if I don't return to the sect? Can I possibly escape the Great Xia?" The 6 great immortal sects are notoriously consistent in their treatment of rebellious disciples. As long as I remain in the Great Xia cultivation world, I will face the endless pursuit of the Falling Feather sect's law enforcement hall, and I can forget about cultivating in peace. Moreover, the Foundation establishment pills are all controlled by the 6 great immortal sections. I have no special secret methods, and if I want to reach Foundation establishment, I can only rely on the Foundation establishment pills. This was the biggest reason why Wang Fu had to return to the Falling Feather sect, the Foundation establishment pills. His spiritual root quality was too poor, and he could only rely on the Foundation establishment pills to cleanse his meridians and marrow if he wanted to reach Foundation establishment. Otherwise, he would not want to take such a risk. Don't worry, I'm not without some assurance. The Earth Escape Talisman is very important to the Falling Feather sect. And if I can successfully draw the Spirit Gathering Talisman from the 3 great talismans, I should be able to negotiate with Headmaster Mo to exempt me from sect chores. And she should agree. As he spoke, Wang Fu took out 2 talismans from his storage pouch. These were the 2 second-grade talismans that Li Yi had given him for self-defense. Wang Fu had already tried them, but they were just empty shells without any power. Also, I need to ask my master why these 2 second-grade talismans are useless. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin did not try to dissuade him any further. But he made up his mind to protect Wang Fu at all costs. The 2 summoned their flying magical implements, leaped into the air, and steered their flying boats towards the Falling Feather sect. Navigating by boat, Wang and Jiang meticulously assimilated their gains from the imperial city of Great Xia, significantly augmenting their net worth. Emperor Xia Chungyu's possessions were considerable. His storage pouch contained over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and a handful of exceedingly rare mid-grade ones, totaling 30,000 spirit stones. Additionally, he possessed 31 spiritual herbs, including 3 exceeding 5 centuries in age, which astonished Wang. Assorted magical artifacts and elixirs further contributed to a value of over 10,000 spirit stones, excluding 3 spirit-grade artifacts. A low-grade spirit artifact typically commands 3 times the value of a top-tier magical artifact, primarily due to their scarcity. Only a handful of artifact smiths, primarily those within the 6 major immortal sects and powerful cultivation clans, can craft spirit artifacts, and even then, only low-grade ones. The treasure pavilion occasionally offers spirit artifacts, sparking frenzied bidding wars among cultivation clans. Wang and Jiang each received 15,000 spirit stones and split the magical artifacts and elixirs evenly. However, the spiritual herbs and spirit artifacts were divided differently. Jiang, having attained the Foundation establishment stage, selected 2 spirit artifacts, the Black Cleaver Mountainquake Axe and the Azure Scale Shield. A defensive artifact Xia Chengyu had not deployed. Wang acquired the Soul Reaping Spike, a nail-like artifact. Of the 31 spiritual herbs, Jiang retained only the 5-century blood crystal grass, beneficial for his cultivation, ceding the remainder to Wang. Besides these, they acquired several cultivation manuals, spells, and a substantial amount of mundane gold and silver. The manuals were of a heretical nature, which Wang and Jiang dismissed. However, they kept several useful spells. Although the gold and silver were of no use to them, they divided it equally, with Wang intending to return it to his parents in Wutong Village. Jiang received the violet gold storage pouch, leaving Wang with Xia Ziwei's pouch. A spoil of war. Wang lamented not seizing the storage pouch of the old dog from the Dong family in the underground altar. Xia Ziwei's pouch contained considerably less, about a tenth of Xia Chengyu's. Nonetheless, it contained several invaluable spells, notably the Spirit Concealment Technique, which delighted Wang. The Spirit Concealment Technique, a unique spell without classification, perfectly conceals one's spiritual power, surpassing the Qi Concealment Technique by 100-fold. When cast, it masks all spiritual fluctuations, obscuring one's cultivation level and spiritual aura, rendering the caster indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Upon mastering it, only those with a divine sense 2 major realms higher or those with superior spells, such as the Spirit Eye technique, could penetrate the concealment. Wang promptly claimed it, recognizing its potential for deception and evasion, and shared it with Jiang. They found a secluded spot and spent a day mastering the Spirit Concealment Technique. Wang, however, achieved it in an hour, nearly perfecting it in a day, astonishing Jiang, who had never witnessed such rapid mastery. Wang, unable to explain it, simply cast the spell, causing his spiritual power and cultivation level to vanish, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The Spirit Concealment Technique, he exclaimed, is the very spell that allowed Xia Qingyu to deceive us into believing they were merely ordinary people. Now that we possess it, our ability to protect ourselves is greatly enhanced, and our clandestine activities will be far more effective. Wang added silently that, combined with his earth-burrowing technique, he would be nearly undetectable, unless trapped by formations or locked onto by tracking devices. Jiang concurred. Indeed, this spell is both offensive and defensive. It was a waste for the great Xia dynasty to use it for mundane purposes. They exchanged a glance, elated, and resumed their journey, increasing their speed. En route, Wang and Jiang mastered the useful spells from Xia Ziwei and Xia Chengyu's pouches, including Soul Search, Ghost Manipulation, and Soul Goo. While not orthodox spells, they could prove useful. After all, even core disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Fallen Feather sect practiced the Soul Search technique. Besides Soul Search, Ghost Manipulation and Soul Goo were also invaluable. The former was highly effective against ghostly creatures and could even be used to enslave them. The latter employed a Soul Goo to control sentient beings. Wang surmised that Xia Yanwu used this technique to enslave rogue cultivators. Zhang's progress was slower, taking almost 10 days to merely grasp the basics. By the time they entered the territory of the Fallen Feather sect, half a month had passed. As the Fallen Feather Mountains loomed, Wang suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow and rubbing his eyes. Old Jiang, does it seem different to you? We couldn't see the mountains from this distance before. Jiang, realizing Wang was not joking, scrutinized the mountains and frowned. The sect protecting formation is gone. The 3 main peaks of the Fallen Feather Mountains soared into the clouds, visible from afar. However, the sect protecting formation usually obscured them with a veil of mist, revealing only faint outlines at close range. Today, the entire mountain range, with its distinct peaks, was clearly visible from afar. Suddenly, 2 magical artifacts shot from the forest below, aiming for their necks. Wang was about to intercept them when Zhang's black sword flashed, shattering the incoming artifacts, which fell to the ground, their luster gone and cracks appearing. 2 muffled groans echoed from the forest. Zhang's divine sense swept the area, and he leaped from the boat. By the time Wang landed, Zhang had subdued the 2 attackers. What are these? Both were at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Wang was about to commend Jiang when he noticed their robes, unique to the Myriad Dharma sect, and frowned. People from the Myriad Dharma sect? Jiang nodded, having encountered them before. Yes, their techniques are from the Myriad Dharma sect. The Myriad Dharma sect. Wang stroked his chin, pondering. Spies. We'll find out. Jiang glared at the 2, who were now at his mercy, and demanded, "Why are you here in the Fallen Feather sect?" The 2 exchanged glances and burst into laughter, their eyes filled with mockery. Wang and Jiang frowned and placed their hands on the heads of one of them. Since you won't talk, we'll just try the Soul Search technique. Powerful spiritual energy surged into their minds, and Wang and Jiang extracted the answers they sought. Chapter 81. The demise of a celestial sect. Having dispatched the 2 disciples from the Myriad Law sect, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin wore expressions of profound gravity. The result of their soul-searching was utterly unexpected. The Featherfall sect, a venerable institution that had stood for millennia in the Great Xia cultivation world, had been extinguished. In a mere month, this colossus of the Great Xia cultivation world had become a relic of history. A month prior, imitating. The Featherfall sect's nascent soul patriarch who had been away for nearly a decade, finally returned. However, from that moment onward, the entire Featherfall sect was plunged into a state of oppressive tension, with everyone gripped by unease. Even Du Run, the peak lord of Thousand Feather Peak, who had been in seclusion for decades in pursuit of the nascent soul stage, was compelled to emerge from his hermitage. The reason was simple. Mo Jingkong's return found him in dire straits, nearly plummeting from the heavens. According to insiders within the sect, Mo Jingkong, the pillar of the Featherfall sect, had returned gravely wounded, his nascent soul on the verge of collapse, and he had fallen into a comatose state. The sky had fallen for the Featherfall sect. It was universally known that a shattered nascent soul meant certain death. Although unconscious, it was highly probable that he would never awaken. Rumor had it that Mo Jingkong had obtained information about the transformation god stage 10 years prior and had ventured out alone to seek its secrets. Upon his return after a decade, though he had acquired the secrets, he had been afflicted by a nascent soul toxin from a peculiar creature in that strange land, leading to the disintegration of his nascent soul. Merely returning to the sect had been his limit. Within days, news of the Featherfall sect's possession of the transformation god stage secrets spread like wildfire, attracting the covetous gazes of the other 5 great celestial sects of the Great Xia cultivation world. After several tentative probes, the 5 great celestial sects finally succumbed to temptation and launched an assault on the Featherfall sect. The Myriad Law sect, the Spirit Beast Villa, the Blazing Fire sect, the 9 Luminaries sect, and the 3 Yang Valley. The 5 great celestial sects mobilized their entire forces, totaling 6 nascent soul patriarchs and a rank 4 spirit beast. The Featherfall sect's protective formation lasted barely half a day before being breached. Subsequently, a swarm of disciples and elders from the 5 great celestial sects descended upon them, and in a matter of days, the Featherfall sect was annihilated. Of the Featherfall sect's 7 golden core cultivators, 5 were known to have perished. The most tragic was Sun Qian, the peak lord of Exhaustion Peak, who, while attempting to cover Elder He Hongqiu's retreat, single-handedly confronted 5 golden core cultivators from the opposing sections. In the end, he detonated himself at the cost of his own life, taking a golden core cultivator from the Spirit Beast Villa with him. The other 4 deceased golden core elders had also faithfully fulfilled their duties, fighting to their last breath. Du Rin, the peak lord of Thousand Feather Peak, even battled 3 opponents simultaneously for an entire day and night before the nascent soul patriarch of the Myriad Law sect personally intervened to end the life of this ruthless golden core expert. As for the Featherfall sect's only 2 surviving golden core cultivators, besides He Hongqiu, who had escaped with severe injuries, there was also an elder named Tong Jin. However, this elder Tong had vanished without a trace after his initial appearance in battle. Among the Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples, nearly half had perished in the combined siege of the 5 great celestial sections. The remainder were mostly enslaved, with few managing to escape. As for the so-called transformation god stage secrets, their whereabouts remained unknown. Whether they had been seized by one of the nascent soul patriarchs of the 5 great celestial sects or lost elsewhere, no one knew. The leaders of the 5 great celestial sects remained tight-lipped about the matter. The Featherfall sect had now become a desolate ruin, its cultivation resources plundered, and even its spiritual veins were excavated by the nascent soul patriarchs of other sections. The elders and disciples were either slain or enslaved, and even the affiliated cultivation families of the Featherfall sect were subjected to suppression, forced to either submit or face annihilation. Not to mention the Featherfall sect's various external properties, which were all divided among the 5 great celestial sections. The former colossus of the Great Xia cultivation world had met its end. Although the 2 were reluctant to believe it, the soul-searching art did not lie. Moreover, the Featherfall sect's protective formation had indeed not been activated. Is this real? Wang Fu dared not believe it. Although he did not harbor particularly strong feelings for the Featherfall sect, and even had enemies within it, it was, after all, the place where he had lived and cultivated for 10 years. Furthermore, there were people he cared about there. To think that it had been destroyed like this filled him with profound sorrow. Is senior sister Yin still alive? Seeing Wang Fu's somber mood, Jiang Yin patted him on the shoulder, gazed toward the Featherfall sect through the mountains and forests, and said, "Shall we go take a look?" According to the memories of the two disciples, the Golden Core elders and nascent soul patriarchs of the 5 great celestial sects had long departed, with the Myriad Law sect only leaving behind 2 foundation establishment cultivators to handle the aftermath. The other 4 celestial sects should be in a similar situation. With the concealing spirit art's ability to mask one's presence, the chances of being discovered were minimal. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu glanced at the corpses of the 2 Myriad Law sect disciples on the ground and nodded. If they were to leave just like that, he would undoubtedly feel unresigned, and it might even lead to the development of a heart demon. It was better to go and see. He nodded and said, "All right." The 2 exchanged their robes for those of the Myriad Law sect disciples and used the concealing spirit art to hide their spiritual energy, preventing others from discerning the origins of their cultivation methods. They incinerated the corpses of the Myriad Law sect disciples with 2 spirit flames and then headed toward the Featherfall sect. They did not use a flying boat, as that would be too conspicuous. Instead, they employed a wind manipulation spell, which was still quite fast. Along the way, they encountered other Myriad Law sect disciples, whom they faced with composure, not revealing their true identities. After a quarter of an hour, they began to see landscapes ravaged by spells, with scorched marks on the broken trees and various wounds left by beast claws and magical artifacts. However, they did not find any corpses of Featherfall sect disciples until they saw 2 Myriad Law sect disciples gleefully incinerating the corpse of a Featherfall sect disciple and seizing his storage bag. Only then did they realize that it was not that there were no corpses of Featherfall sect disciples, but rather that they were being incinerated and looted upon discovery. Just as Wang Fu and Jiang Yin were about to continue onward, they were hailed by the 2 Myriad Law sect disciples. One of them, with a beaming smile, pocketed the storage bag and waved at Wang Fu and Jiang Yin, saying, "Esteemed senior brothers, please hold your steps." "What is it?" Jiang Yin responded in a deep voice, his slightly furrowed brow indicating his displeasure at being stopped. He had interacted with Myriad Law sect disciples before and understood their atmosphere. The stronger they were, the more arrogant they became. Therefore, there was no need to be polite to these 2 Qi refining stage 10 disciples. As for Wang Fu, he stood silently to the side. However, his slightly furrowed brow caused the 2 Myriad Law sect disciples to lower their voices and adopt a humble demeanor. They could not see through Wang Fu's and Jiang Yan's cultivation levels and could only offer timid smiles. The Myriad Law sect disciple respectfully bowed and said, "Senior brothers, please forgive us. It's just that Uncle Su has ordered us to find 2 senior brothers with great strength to escort the Featherfall sect slaves to the spirit or mines to mine spirit stones. Hee, isn't it fortunate that we've encountered you 2 senior brothers? We were thinking that such a good place as the spirit or mines could only be handled by senior brothers like you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin immediately extracted information about the mentioned Uncle Su from his mind and telepathically asked Wang Fu, "Wang Fu, shall we go?" "Yes." Wang Fu wanted to see if there were any acquaintances and perhaps rescue 1 or 2 if he encountered them, if Yun Ningxuang is among them. Having received Wang Fu's confirmation, Jiang Yin casually took out a handful of spirit stones, tossed them to the 2 Myriad Law sect disciples, and nodded, saying, "You speak well. Where is Uncle Su?" The 2 Myriad Law sect disciples accepted the spirit stones, their smiles becoming even more genuine as they bowed and pointed in a direction. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin then headed toward that direction without looking back. The 2 Myriad Law sect disciples exchanged glances and both smiled. One of them said, "I never thought we'd get 10 or so spirit stones. This senior brother is quite generous, but I don't think I've ever seen them in the sect. There are so many Myriad Law sect disciples. There are many you haven't seen, especially with this siege of the Featherfall sect. Many old-timers who were in seclusion seeking breakthroughs have come out. We can't see through the cultivation levels of these 2 senior brothers at all. They must be at least at Qi refining stage 12 or higher, and there are likely 2 of them." The other contentedly pocketed the spirit stones and patted his increasingly bulging storage bag, feeling quite pleased. That makes sense. The 2 smiled and stopped dwelling on it, continuing to search the battlefield, attempting to find the corpses of any cultivators that had not yet been discovered. After the battle, this corpse-looting profession was without any danger. The only requirement was patience. As long as one was patient enough, it was not difficult to see one's net worth increase several-fold. Chapter 82. Mo Fu Wang Fu and Jiang Yin leisurely made their way toward the direction indicated by the Wanfa sect. Along the route, they encountered numerous disciples from the other 5 great sects, and regardless of who they were, the duo passed by with an air of arrogance, showing no respect whatsoever. Should anyone attempt to strike up a conversation, Wang Fu would immediately reveal his aura of the 13th level of Qi refinement, causing most to retreat in trepidation. The Wanfa sect, being the most formidable sect in the Great Xia cultivation world, boasted the support of two unyielding ancestors, which instilled a sense of superiority in its disciples wherever they roamed, with only the Spirit Beast Mountain Village being able to compete. Before the dilapidated gates of the Lanyu sect, dozens of disciples, shackled by iron chains on hands and feet, awaited their fate with despondent expressions. Their spiritual energy had been sealed, rendering them powerless, mere fish on the chopping block. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin felt a fleeting flash of murderous intent in their eyes, but more so, an overwhelming sense of sympathy. Had they not visited the imperial city of Great Xia, they might have found themselves among those captives, possibly facing death themselves. Among the 20 or so Lanyu sect disciples, most were strangers to Wang Fu, though a few faces seemed familiar, yet he could not recall their names. One individual, however, left a deep impression on him, Mo Fu, the nephew of the sect leader, Mo Ziyuan. Yet, this was not the time for rescue. Not far off, 8 or 9 patrolling disciples from another sect were present, including 2 foundational-level cultivators, one of whom was the Su Shirshu mentioned by the disciples of Wanfa sect. The other, a woman riding a black panther, clearly belonged to the Spirit Beast Mountain Village. The Spirit Beast Mountain Village was exceptionally powerful, with each disciple accompanied by a spirit beast, effectively doubling their combat prowess. The presence of numerous secret techniques allowed cultivators to synergize with their spirit beasts, making their fighting capabilities far more complex than a mere additive effect. Of course, the Spirit Beast Mountain Village earned its reputation as the second most powerful sect in the Great Xia cultivation world, primarily due to its possession of a 4th-tier spirit beast ancestor. Although it was only a lower 4th-tier beast, it could rival mid-Yuanian cultivators. Had the Spirit Beast Mountain Village possessed a greater number of Jindan cultivators compared to the Wanfa sect, it might have claimed the title of the foremost sect in Great Xia. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin merely cast a glance at the despondent Lanyu sect disciples before retracting their gaze and proceeding directly toward Elder Su of the Wanfa sect. Utilizing concealment techniques to mask their spiritual presence, they were untroubled by the prospect of being discovered. To mitigate any unforeseen complications, Wang Fu revealed his 13th level of Qi refinement, while Jiang Yin merely needed to control his aura to remain at the Qi refinement stage. As for whether the foundational cultivators of the Wanfa sect would harbor doubts due to never having seen them before, Wang Fu was not particularly concerned. After all, the number of Qi refinement disciples in the Wanfa sect surpassed that of the Lanyu sect, and many were in seclusion. Who could ensure that everyone had met and remembered them? The two remained composed and approached respectfully, bowing. Disciples Wang Yin and Jiang Fu pay their respects to Su Shirshu and to the esteemed Yin Senior. In the depths of his memory, there was little information regarding the woman from the Spirit Beast Mountain Village who rode the Black Panther, only that she possessed mid-foundational cultivation, and her steed was a 2nd-tier lower spirit beast, the iron-tailed black cloud leopard. Su Shirshu nodded, expressing admiration for the efficiency of the message-bearing disciples, and remarked with a smile, "Very good, you arrived quite promptly. Since that is the case, you too shall escort this batch of Lanyu sect slaves to the mining area in the Lanyu mountain range, where Zhao Shirshu will oversee the mining operations. Simply hand over these slaves to him upon arrival. Rest assured, we will fulfill the task," Wang Fu and Jiang Yin replied respectfully. The 2 disciples from the Spirit Beast Mountain Village, one at the 12th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 13th, were seasoned individuals. After exchanging a few words with them to establish rapport, they set off, escorting the 23 Lanyu sect disciples toward the spirit mine. Along the way, Wang Fu and Jiang Yin deliberately lagged behind, wary of being recognized by the Lanyu sect members. Should the 2 from the Spirit Beast Mountain Village detect anything amiss, it would spell trouble. Old Jiang, that young man, is Mo Fu, the nephew of the sect leader. He must possess detailed information regarding the Lanyu sect's predicament. While we may not save the others, we must ensure his escape. Wang Fu communicated telepathically to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin nodded in understanding. The Lanyu sect disciples were bound by specially crafted iron chains, their speed akin to that of ordinary mortals. After a considerable time, the 2 disciples from the Spirit Beast Mountain Village, perhaps feeling a bit bored, initiated a conversation with Wang Fu and Jiang Yan. Wang Fu, naturally cautious, responded with care. It was then that Zhou He, wearing a half-smile, pointed at the imprisoned Lanyu sect individuals and inquired, "Brother Wang, do you think there are any important figures among this group? Might there be any remnants of the Lanyu sect attempting to rescue them?" Wang Fu, feeling a sense of wariness, maintained his composure and chuckled lightly, feigning disdain. "Our 5 great sects have united to annihilate the Lanyu sect. Who has the time to consider important figures? We kill anyone we encounter, and if there were any significant individuals, they likely perished long ago. If any foolish remnants dare attempt a rescue, they shall be swiftly eliminated. However, I suspect those who fled are merely those who value their lives. Why would they return to rescue anyone?" "Huh." Zhou He laughed heartily but soon narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Wang Fu. "What you say makes sense. But such individuals do exist, perhaps driven by emotions or other interests. It is indeed possible that remnants of the Lanyu sect have come. Have they? Where?" Wang Fu glanced around, feigning curiosity. Seeing this, Zhou He smiled knowingly and replied, "Far away in the distance, yet close at hand." "Humph." Wang Fu frowned, a low growl escaping him. "Zhou He, are you implying something about me? I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Wanfa sect. You should be cautious with your words." Zhou He chuckled, patting the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A flash of light revealed a large, pitch-black dog, and he stroked its fur, speaking as if to himself. "My spirit beast is known as the Tongxin dog. While it may not be a top-tier spirit beast with exceptional combat power, it possesses a unique ability that surpasses other spirit beasts. Its nose can detect extremely subtle scents, even discerning the source of hostility. Unfortunately, Brother Wang and Brother Jiang, your scents bear a striking resemblance to those of these slaves." Upon uttering those words, Zhou He lifted his gaze to meet Wang Fu's. "I cannot help but harbor doubts." "Doubts?" Wang Fu retorted. "Are you planning to take action based solely on suspicion? My Su Shirshu from the Wanfa sect has not doubted us. You, a mere disciple of the Spirit Beast Mountain Village, dare to accuse us? Let us not forget that the ancestors of the 5 great sects have stated that this operation is led by the Wanfa sect. I shall see if you dare to act." With a firm stomp, Wang Fu unleashed his aura of the 13th level of Qi refinement, staring unflinchingly at Zhou He. Jiang Yin stood behind Wang Fu, while Wu Hua, at the 12th level of Qi refinement, positioned himself behind Zhou He, creating a palpable tension as if a confrontation could erupt at any moment. This spectacle drew the attention of the 23 Lanyu sect captives, some of whom couldn't suppress their disdain, secretly wishing for a clash that might lead to their demise. Yet, one individual among them, upon witnessing Wang Fu's demeanor, felt a surge of surprise, though he quickly concealed it. After a prolonged standoff, Zhou He ultimately relented, laughing heartily and apologizing. Misunderstanding. Brother Wang and Brother Jiang, please do not take offense. My Tongxin dog indeed detected an unusual scent on you both, albeit just a hint. For the sake of safety during this mission, I acted impulsively to test you, but it appears that the scent merely indicates you have come into contact with the Lanyu sect." Wang Fu's eyes flickered momentarily, and he huffed, still appearing somewhat displeased. "Zhou He, you should learn to better manage your spirit beast. It is unwise for it to sniff around indiscriminately. Today, I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against you. However, should you offend any foundational master, the consequences would not be so simple. You might well find yourself missing a leg." Chapter 83, The Stone Egg. Haha. Zhou He offered an awkward smile, expressing gratitude to Brother Wang for his reminder, although he felt a twinge of resentment towards Wang Fu for insulting his spirit beast. He nonetheless felt a sense of relief about the two of them. They were right. If the foundation-building cultivators of the 10,000 Methods sect had not detected anything amiss, he ought to be less cautious. The Tongxin Hound, while possessing keen senses, had been involved in the siege of the Luoyu sect for a month, and it was only natural for it to carry some of the disciples' scent. "Humph, there won't be a next time," Wang Fu coldly remarked. Zhou He felt increasingly at ease. This was precisely the typical demeanor of those haughty individuals from the 10,000 Methods sect, arrogant and dismissive of others. Yet, their behavior was truly off-putting. Just as Zhou He was inwardly cursing them, his breath suddenly hitched, and pain surged through his chest as a long blade pierced his heart. Feeling the life force rapidly draining away, Zhou He's eyes widened in horror. He opened his mouth to warn Wu Hua to be cautious, but no sound emerged. His throat was filled with blood, and he could only weakly reach out, desperate to grasp something. In his increasingly blurred vision, he saw Wu Hua's head roll away, severed by a descending black sword, without even having summoned his spirit beast. In the final fleeting moment of consciousness, Zhou He was consumed by regret, casting a lingering glance at his spirit beast, the Tongxin Hound, before plunging into darkness. The assailants were naturally Wang Fu and Jiang Yan. The moment Zhou He relaxed, Wang Fu thrust a superior-grade long blade towards his back, while Wu Hua's head was simultaneously removed. As Wang Fu withdrew the blade, the Tongxin Hound frantically retreated, prompting him to summon the Earth Dragon Spike to pursue it, although the exquisite-grade golden meteor ring blade had yet to fully recover. However, the Tongxin Hound was remarkably swift, and the Earth Dragon Spike struggled to keep pace, just as it seemed poised to escape the range of their spiritual senses. Wang Fu shouted, "Old Jiang, that black dog is getting away. Focus on it." As Jiang Yan's voice fell, the black sword descended from the sky and impaled the Tongxin Hound into the ground. With the hound now dead, Wang Fu exhaled in relief. But before he could retract the Earth Dragon Spike, a swarm of fist-sized wasps erupted from Wu Hua's spirit beast pouch, numbering in the hundreds. Not good. Wang Fu unleashed a barrage of talismans, but it was a futile effort. The wasps scattered the moment they emerged from the pouch, and his talismans only managed to cover a few dozen of them. The sheer number was overwhelming and dispersed, leaving no time for further action. Wang Fu sighed, realizing that the wasps would surely head towards the foundation-building woman riding the Black Panther from the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa. They would soon face the pursuit of two foundation-building cultivators. With no time to ponder, Wang Fu dropped two spirit flames onto the corpse and made a decisive choice. He swiftly approached Mo Fu. "Mo Fu, come with me." "All right." Mo Fu understood the urgency and stepped forward. Nearby, an unfamiliar person tugged at Mo Fu's sleeve, saying, "Brother Mo, be cautious. This person is wearing the robe of the 10,000 Methods sect. It could be a trap." "Fool." Wang Fu scoffed, then turned to the others. "If you don't want to die, don't run." With that, he grasped Mo Fu's shoulder and immediately fled into the distance, followed closely by Jiang Yan. The man Wang Fu called a fool felt his face flush with indignation, complaining to those around him. "Did I say anything wrong? We don't know his identity, and we're just going to follow him? What if it's a ploy from the 10,000 Methods sect? Brother, if it really is a ruse, the consequences are rather severe," remarked a disciple of the Liu sect, pointing at the corpse of a Spirit Beast Mountain Villa disciple still engulfed in spirit flames. "Humph, even if it isn't a trap, why wouldn't he save us all? Besides insisting we don't flee? I doubt he's a good person. Flee. Why don't you try?" "I flee? Is it even possible to escape? Let alone the fact that their spiritual powers were sealed, even in their prime, the chances of escaping were slim. Conversely, remaining here would result in being sent to mine, but at least they would still be alive." Wang Fu, oblivious to the presence of such dim-witted individuals among the Liu sect, had no time to consider this. His sole focus was survival. The foundation-building cultivator from the 10,000 Methods sect was undeniably a formidable opponent, and the only possible escape route was to burrow underground. However, Mo Fu's spiritual power was sealed, rendering him unable to use the teleportation talisman, thus necessitating the unsealing of his powers. As Wang Fu dashed forward, he glanced at Jiang Yan, who was holding Mo Fu, his mind divided. Yet, after a few breaths, Jiang Yan shook his head. "Wang Fu, the seals on him are too complex. It won't be undone in time." "Not unsealed." Wang Fu's brow furrowed. If that were the case, the escape plan would be impractical. He immediately took out the black pattern hidden cloud boat, intending to flee swiftly with the flying vessel. Mo Fu gazed at the boat, which had once belonged to him, and suddenly erupted into laughter, joy radiating from him. "You still have the luxury to laugh. If the seals remain intact, you'll be as helpless as a mortal." "Unable to use my teleportation talisman," Wang Fu remarked, frowning. Mo Fu slowly shook his head, then sincerely looked at Wang Fu, a stark contrast to his previous languid demeanor. He spoke, "Brother Wang Fu, I am already content that you have come to rescue me, especially upon seeing this vessel. It brings back fond memories. However, we cannot escape. The seals on all of us were placed by the foundation-building cultivator from the 10,000 Methods sect, and I never entertained the thought of fleeing. My ancestor from the Mo family has perished, and my aunt Ziyuan is also gone. I am the last of the Mo clan within the Liu sect." As he spoke, a bittersweet smile graced Mo Fu's lips, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Had it not been for the item Aunt Ziyuan entrusted to me, I would have long joined them. Why linger on? Fortunately, Brother Wang Fu, you have arrived." Mo Fu. Wang Fu's expression grew exceedingly complex. He understood the pain within Mo Fu, but found himself at a loss for words of comfort. He could see that Mo Fu had already resolved himself to death. A dangerous mindset in their current predicament. Brother Wang Fu, there's no need to say more. If you take me with you, you will not escape. The seals on me may have been tampered with, and the foundation-building cultivator from the 10,000 Methods sect will surely pinpoint my location. With that, Mo Fu fixed his gaze firmly on Wang Fu's eyes, glanced at Jiang Yan, and then spoke earnestly once more. Brother Wang Fu, do you know of Blackwood Cliff? Blackwood Cliff. I know it. Wang Fu nodded. He was well aware, having spent a considerable amount of time there. The spiritual energy at Blackwood Cliff was exceedingly thin, a peculiar place where he had learned the intricate applications of spiritual power, which greatly aided him in crafting spiritual talismans. Mo Fu sighed with relief. This made things simpler. He leaned closer to Wang Fu's ear and whispered, when we first met, I mentioned possessing a treasure that could conceal one's presence. The item entrusted to me by Aunt Ziyuan is located there, wrapped in that treasure, and its specific location is. As he revealed this secret, Mo Fu's spirit visibly deflated, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. My aunt urged me to escape and cultivate diligently to take vengeance for them. Haha. But with the 5 great sects of the Great Xia, such an enormous force, how can I exact my revenge? How can I achieve vengeance? Brother Wang Fu, now I entrust this to you. I do not expect you to annihilate the 5 great sects. I only hope you can slay a few more of their cultivators. Wang Fu nodded in agreement. Though he had a question. Is that item related to the mysteries of the transformation stage? Not at all. Mo Fu shook his head. The mystery of the transformation stage is a token, lost amidst the chaos long ago. What Aunt Ziyuan gave me is a stone egg. A stone egg? Both Wang Fu and Jiang Yan were taken aback. Chapter 84 Bang. Do not underestimate this stone egg. It is a treasure brought back at the cost of the life of our esteemed ancestor, imitating, though it appears devoid of vitality. Can anything that resides alongside the profound mysteries of transformation truly be ordinary? Mo Fu felt a swell of pride as he recalled how his ancestor, imitating, ventured far 10 years ago to retrieve the secrets of transformation, despite suffering the shattering of his nascent soul and ultimately perishing. Who among the 6 great sects of the Great Xia could rival such a feat? The other 5 sects are merely a rabble of petty thieves and scoundrels. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Mo Fu's expression suddenly darkened with malice. Brother Wang, the reason our Luoyu sect was annihilated in less than a month is that the news of Mo Jingkong's acquisition of the secrets of transformation was leaked due to a traitor in our ranks. A traitor? Who is it? Wang Fu's demeanor turned icy. Betrayers are eternally the most detestable. I am uncertain, Mo Fu replied, shaking his head. However, that individual must be at least at the Golden Core stage, as only a Golden Core Elder would have the opportunity to access such secrets. Ultimately, whoever survives is the traitor. Wang Fu recalled the memories gleaned from soul-searching, confirming that a Golden Core Elder from Liu sect had indeed survived. The information I received indicates that Elder He Hongqiu was gravely injured and fled, while Elder Tong Jin is missing. The other 5 elders, all perished in battle. The weight of his words was palpable. It is a lamentable fate for the once mighty Luoyu sect, one of the 6 great sections. Elder He, Elder Tong. Mo Fu furrowed his brow. In such dire circumstances, even injuries can serve as a ruse. Regardless, Brother Wang, you must exercise caution. And also be wary of Lu Feng. Wang Fu nodded solemnly. He was aware of Lu Feng, who had ventured with Yun Ningxuang to the only ley line in the Great Xia, successfully establishing a foundation. Mo Fu, have you any news of Master Yun Ningxuang? Mo Fu nodded before shaking his head. Master Yun should be with Elder He, but since you mentioned Elder He is gravely injured, I fear. He paused, unable to continue. The chances of Master Yun surviving were exceedingly slim, given Elder He's injuries at the late Golden Core stage. Alas, it all traces back to the information Mo Jingkong exchanged for with an old man 10 years ago. Otherwise, such a tragic outcome would not have befallen them. An old man? 10 years ago? Wang Fu's thoughts drifted back to the elderly figure he encountered on the 1,000 Cliff Steps a decade prior. It was this man who had bestowed upon him the Heavenly Talisman Sutra, initial volume. Could it truly be mere coincidence? It should not be. Jiang Yan suddenly turned to look behind, where 2 small black dots were rapidly approaching. His brow furrowed as he intoned, "They are pursuing us. What incredible speed." No doubt. They are at the late foundation establishment stage. Mo Fu remarked, glancing back and smiling nonchalantly. My time has come, Brother Wang. Grant me a swift end. If you rescue me, they will surely deduce my extraordinary identity and will conduct a soul search. What nonsense are you spouting? Who says we cannot escape? Wang Fu scolded Mo Fu, pointing at Jiang Yin. Look at him, Jiang Yin. He is also at the foundation establishment stage. Once your senior brother, now your master uncle. We are all at the same level. Why can't we escape? Jiang Yin, you take command of the black pattern hidden cloud boat. Shake them off. Wang Fu nearly shouted. It is too late. Jiang Yin shook his head. The spiritual sense of a late foundation establishment cultivator extends at least 600 zhang, tripled in a single direction to 1,800 zhang. We are within that range from the Wanfa Sect's foundation establishment cultivator. Where can we escape? No sooner had Jiang Yin spoken than a voice, filled with rage, echoed in the ears of the three, resonating like a thunderous bell, causing Mo Fu's eardrums to throb painfully, blood seeping from his ears. A flying sword, shimmering azure, pierced through the air at breakneck speed. Wang Fu's heart raced. He knew that even a top-tier defensive artifact, the Xuanjia Wuguang Bell, could not withstand such an assault. He was about to activate the illusory feather-flying knife talisman when Jiang Yin interrupted him. I will hold it off. You two escape first. Before Wang Fu could respond, Jiang Yin leapt onto his flying boat, drawing his black sword to confront the azure sword head-on. However, Jiang Yin was merely at the initial foundation establishment stage, and the disparity was vast. Upon contact, he was immediately at a disadvantage, the black sword flung aside. Blood trickled from Jiang Yin's mouth. Though feeding the sword with his blood augmented its strength, the bond between sword and wielder meant that if the sword was destroyed, so too would he perish. Jiang Yin, Wang Fu exclaimed, filled with concern. Yet Jiang Yin turned back, a confident smile gracing his lips. No worries. At this distance, exceeding 600 zhang, the opponent cannot exert their full power with their spiritual tool. As he fought while retreating, Jiang Yin found it increasingly arduous. The Wanfa Sect's foundation establishment cultivator was drawing nearer, and the power of the flying sword intensified. The blood flowing from his mouth increased with each passing moment. Brother Wang. In my life, Mo Fu lay on the flying boat, his expression one of profound anguish. He wished to spare others from dying because of him. Far too many had perished to protect him during the siege by the 5 great sections. The pain of that memory was etched deep within him. Silence. Wang Fu replied fiercely, not turning back, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle between the two swords. He had no time to attend to Mo Fu, focused solely on their escape. He poured his spiritual energy into the illusory feather-flying knife, hoping to aid Jiang Yin. Mo Fu gazed at Wang Fu's back and then at Jiang Yin, the unfamiliar master uncle, feeling deep gratitude, yet he understood that as long as he remained, escape was nearly impossible. In his final moments, encountering such a brother and uncle, Mo Fu felt no regrets in this life. A serene smile graced his face as he softly uttered, Brother Wang, Master Uncle Jiang Yin, live well. With that, he abruptly leapt from the flying boat. The wind howled past his ears, and a lifetime of experiences flashed before him. He beheld the astonished expression on Wang Fu's face and the shock on Master Uncle Jiang's. He felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Gently waving his hand, he signaled to Wang Fu not to attempt to save him. Feeling the control of the telekinesis technique overtaking his body, Mo Fu suddenly flipped over, striving to break free, back to the sky, face to the earth. As he approached the ground, he closed his eyes, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Bang! Mo Fu. In midair, Wang Fu roared in fury, never having anticipated Mo Fu's fierce resolve to leap from the flying boat. The sudden turn of events left him unprepared, and by the time he reacted, it was too late to save him. The deafening crash reverberated in his ears, as if a resounding slap had struck his face. Was this still a rescue? Had he not intervened, Mo Fu would not have jumped, nor would he have perished. Let's go? Jiang Yin shouted hoarsely. A wave of spiritual energy surged toward Wang Fu, snapping him back to reality. Without looking back, Wang Fu directed the flying boat to flee. Yet, he etched this grudge in his heart. Chapter 85. Beneath the Blackwood Cliff, Mo Fu perished, and with Wang Fu and Jiang Yin liberated from their constraints. Jiang Yin deftly piloted the flying vessel. Their speed of escape markedly increased as they evaded the onslaught of the azure flying swords. However, as time wore on, their pursuers drew ever closer. They were on the brink of entering a radius of 600 feet, at which point the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator of the Su clan would be able to lock onto them with his spiritual sense, making any further escape exceedingly difficult. Let us split up. Wang Fu and Jiang Yin quickly resolved to part ways, each commandeering their respective vessels to weave through the forest. As they separated, the Su clan cultivator from the Wanfa sect and the woman from the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa also split their pursuit. The woman, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, was hot on Wang Fu's trail. "You brat, don't think you can escape." The voice, imbued with murderous intent, pierced Wang Fu's ears. Glancing back, just as he was about to be locked onto by her spiritual sense, he stowed away the black-patterned hidden cloud vessel, invoked the concealment technique, and executed the earth escape technique, vanishing from sight. Moments later, the woman from the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa descended rapidly, landing at the spot where Wang Fu had just disappeared. Her brows furrowed, and she promptly patted her waist where her Spirit Beast pouch was secured. The iron-tailed black cloud leopard sprang forth at once. "Can you track the brat's whereabouts?" she inquired. The iron-tailed black cloud leopard raised its head and emitted a roar, its sound waves expanding outward. After a brief moment, it shook its head and snorted, displaying a look of grievance. Seeing this, the woman affectionately stroked the leopard's head and chuckled. "If you can't find him, so be it. It's not our fault anyway. That old fool Su can't even distinguish his own disciples." Haha. She laughed heartily. "Let us go see if we can find any clues left by that little brat. By the way, among the disciples of the Liu sect, there are still some with a bit of spirit underground." Wang Fu made several large loops to ensure that the woman from the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa was not pursuing him before heading toward the direction of the Blackwood Cliff. As for Jiang Yan, Wang Fu was not overly concerned. He had given all his Earth Escape talismans to Jiang Yan. With his cultivation level, as long as he reached the surface, he would be well protected by the talismans, and coupled with the concealment technique, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would find it nearly impossible to catch up. The spiritual energy was scarce atop the Blackwood Cliff. Wang Fu entered the Blackwood Forest, heading straight for the location mentioned by Mo Fu. He proceeded cautiously, using the concealment technique to mask all traces of his presence, wary of any disciples from the 5 major sects lurking in the area. As he passed by Liningha's residence, he found it already abandoned, with signs of battle scattered throughout, which brought a wave of sorrow over him. The sect had suffered calamity, and the Blackwood Cliff would not be spared. However, given the cautious nature of old Lin, it was highly likely he had managed to escape. Perhaps the area was too barren in spiritual energy, as no disciples from the 5 major sects crossed his path throughout his journey. To reach the location Mo Fu had described, Wang Fu had to traverse the entire Blackwood Forest, beyond which lay the perilous precipice of the Blackwood Cliff, a sheer drop of several hundred feet, with the stone egg resting 50 feet below the edge. As Wang Fu arrived at the cliff's brink, just as he was about to summon the black-patterned hidden cloud vessel, an ominous gust swept up from the depths of the cliff, slowing the flow of his spiritual energy considerably. He promptly decided against using the vessel, instead applying the lightness technique and wind control technique, making his way down the cliff along the vines. This was prudent, should there be unforeseen circumstances below the Blackwood Cliff. Clinging to the vines would prevent him from becoming a passive victim. As Wang Fu descended, he felt the flow of his spiritual energy slow further, and he finally understood why the ominous wind had hindered him. The wind was clearly rising from below the cliff. Fortunately, he had refrained from using the black-patterned hidden cloud vessel. At his current rate of spiritual energy flow, he was barely at the level of a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Any further descent would surely degrade his abilities even more, and the vessel might very well plummet. As he mused, he suddenly furrowed his brow, noticing a nearby vine that had been violently snapped. It was evidently man-made. He quickly pressed himself against the cliff wall. Could there be others down there? Wang Fu wondered. Could Mo Fu's stone egg have already been claimed? Wang Fu had not come in pursuit of the stone egg out of greed. After all, it was merely a lifeless stone, but rather, he had promised Mo Fu and could not renege on his word. Continuing downward, he discovered numerous signs of passage. It appeared to be only one person. The suppression of spiritual energy in this area was formidable. I must prepare myself, he thought. Wang Fu continued his descent, laying down a multitude of earthquake talismans and explosive talismans along the way. These 2 types of talismans were most effective in such a rugged cliffside. Once triggered, they would cause the cliff to explode, and the falling debris could easily crush his adversary. Even if they possessed defensive artifacts, a fall from such a height would likely result in death. 50 feet from the cliff's edge, a pit came into view, precisely the location Wang Fu sought, and the traces led directly to the pit's entrance. The edge of the pit bore the markings of a formation, evidently a warning array set by the occupant within. Could someone have already beaten me to it? Wang Fu's brow furrowed in concern. After a moment's contemplation, he activated the earth escape technique, gradually merging into the cliff wall, intent on discovering who occupied the pit. Due to the extreme suppression of spiritual energy, his earth escape technique was not as fluid as before, but he managed to navigate successfully. Within the cliff, the rock formations were abundant and combined with the sluggish flow of spiritual energy. Wang Fu moved at a painstakingly slow pace. After a series of breaths, he finally entered the pit, emerging with just his eyes visible. Wang Fu beheld a chamber more than 3 feet deep, 2 feet wide, and 2 feet long. A figure sat cross-legged within, their complexion ashen, devoid of color. Surrounding them were numerous spirit stones and several small porcelain vials filled with medicinal pills, the fragrant aroma of healing herbs wafting through the air. Clearly, this individual was in the midst of healing. Wang Fu squinted at the figure. Li Yi, I never anticipated finding you here, my esteemed master. Wang Fu could hardly believe that he would encounter his master, Li Yi, in this pit 50 feet beneath the Blackwood Cliff. Upon seeing him, a fierce light of hatred ignited in Wang Fu's eyes. It appeared Li Yi was gravely injured. If so, it was the perfect opportunity to settle the score. Wang Fu's animosity toward Li Yi surpassed even that directed at the Dong family. Had it not been for Li Yi placing the tracking artifact on him, he would not have been so ruthlessly pursued by that old man from the Dong family. After several harrowing encounters, he was thankful for his earth escape technique. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. During his return journey from the Great Xia Imperial City, Wang Fu had dissected and reflected on the events, and he was nearly certain that Li Yi had taken him as a disciple solely to facilitate his expulsion from the sect, making it easier for the Dong family to strike. Retracting his gaze, Wang Fu contemplated how to bury Li Yi in this very place while observing the circumstances within the pit, finally fixating on a 3-foot-sized stone. According to Mo Fu, the stone egg was concealed beside this stone. Wrapped in his precious treasure, it appears that no one noticed my presence. Wang Fu was elated. Immediately, he silently tunneled away, not daring to approach Li Yi too closely. Despite the latter's injuries, he was still a genuine mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Fu needed to prepare. For nearly half an hour, Wang Fu placed every earth tremor and explosion talisman he had around the pit, totaling over 1,000. Activating such a massive quantity of talismans could collapse a small mountain. Even Blackwood Cliff might vanish entirely, but with the Fall Feather sect already destroyed, Blackwood Cliff was insignificant. As long as he could kill Li Yi. When Wang Fu stealthily re-entered the pit, Li Yi was still sitting cross-legged, healing. First, he needed to find the stone egg. Wang Fu tunneled to the 3-foot stone, slowly emerging. He felt around the stone and soon found something invisible but tangible. With a gentle tug, a stone egg the size of a man's fist appeared. The stone egg was plain and unadorned, cool to the touch, with stone patterns resembling scales. As Mo Fu had said, it was lifeless and unremarkable. However, Wang Fu considered the material wrapping the stone egg to be a treasure. It was a cloak that completely concealed the stone egg, making it invisible to the naked eye. I wonder if it can evade divine sense detection. I remember Mo Fu saying his treasure could mask divine sense. If it does, this cloak is incredibly powerful. Wang Fu resisted the urge to test it, immediately placing the stone egg and cloak into his storage bag. However, this subtle fluctuation of spiritual power caused Li Yi, who was healing with his eyes closed deep within the pit, to suddenly open them. He shouted, "Who's there?" and launched a fireball technique toward Wang Fu's location. With a deafening roar, the 3-foot stone exploded, revealing Wang Fu enveloped in golden light. Wang Fu! Li Yi exclaimed in shock, then narrowed his eyes, staring at Wang Fu. Wang Fu, what are you doing here? How did you bypass my warning array? Since he had been discovered, Wang Fu decided to dispense with concealment. He was less than 10 feet from the cave entrance and could escape in an instant. Once outside, he could activate the talismans he had placed around the area and bury Li Yi alive. With this in mind, Wang Fu felt confident. He sneered, "Li Yi, are you surprised to see me here? Or are you surprised that I'm still alive?" Li Yi remained composed, shaking his head slightly. "Indeed, I am surprised. I didn't expect the Dong family to be so incompetent that they couldn't even eliminate a qi refining cultivator. You must have used an earth tunneling talisman to get in." Li looked at Wang Fu. Earth tunneling talismans are truly remarkable. It's a pity I never managed to create one, yet you, a cultivator with a mixed 5-element spiritual root, succeeded. It must be due to the talisman inheritance you obtained. Something that the entire Fall Feather sect never possessed has fallen into your hands. What a waste. If I had such a talisman inheritance, my strength would greatly increase. Li Yi smiled, his pale face seeming to regain color. Wang Fu frowned. He had guessed correctly. Li Yi's collaboration with the Dong family was indeed motivated by the so-called talisman inheritance he possessed. As expected, no foundation establishment cultivator is a fool. Just the news of a rebirth talisman was enough for him to deduce that I possess a talisman inheritance. Talisman inheritance? You mean the rebirth talisman? Precisely. Li Yi's eyes gleamed. Such a precious talisman could not appear without a cause. It must be accompanied by a talisman inheritance. The Fall Feather sect's 3 precious talismans originated from a talisman inheritance, which led to the establishment of the Spirit Pavilion. After all, we were once master and disciple. Give me your talisman inheritance, and I will mercifully spare your life. As he spoke, Li stood up, extending his palm. Several talismans floated before him, which Wang Fu recognized as level 2 talismans. Heh, come and get it yourself if you have the ability. Wang Fu sneered, instantly retreating. At the same time, his divine sense stirred, causing the entire Blackwood cliff to tremble violently. Cracks spread like spiderwebs throughout the pit, threatening to collapse it. This is earth tremor. Li Yi's pupils constricted, and he roared, "You intend to destroy Blackwood Cliff and die together with me. Die together? No. Only you will die." Wang Fu waved his hand, releasing a flood of talismans that transformed into earth spikes, ice arrows, and fireballs, all aimed at Li Yi, who was rushing out. Having done this, Wang Fu immediately fled toward the cave entrance. However, just as he touched the warning array at the entrance, he suddenly felt his body freeze. A flash of light later, he found himself back inside the pit, while Li Yi was at the cave entrance where he had just been. This is a level 2 talisman, position swap. Wang Fu cried out in dismay. Li Yi laughed heartily at the cave entrance. My dear disciple, did you think your master wouldn't have any means of self-preservation when healing in a cave with no way out? Now, this cave is your tomb. Don't worry. After you are buried alive, I will dig you out. After all, the talisman inheritance on your body is still mine. Ha ha, cough cough. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, Li Yi's laughter aggravated his injuries, and a mouthful of blood surged upward. However, it could not conceal the glee and excitement in his eyes. Rumble. Although Wang Fu was seething with hatred, he knew that survival was the only way to avenge himself against Li Yi. Countless cracks spread around him like a tangled spiderweb, and stones rained down from above, smashing toward him. A massive fissure had opened beneath his feet, causing him to fall uncontrollably. In this chaos, using earth tunneling technique was nearly impossible. Wang Fu could only summon his defensive magical artifact, the Xuanjia Blacklight Bell, and activate it with all his might, holding it above his head. He supported the walls of the fissure to prevent himself from falling further, while taking out defensive talismans and sticking them to his body without restraint. Simultaneously, he multitasked, continuously attempting earth tunneling technique while using his magical artifact to shatter the falling rocks, preventing them from overwhelming the defensive artifact. However, earth tunneling technique seemed useless in this cataclysm. No matter how Wang Fu tried, he could not succeed. Massive rocks continued to fall, and his defensive talismans were quickly depleted, leaving only the Xuanjia Black Light Bell to struggle. No, at this rate, I'll definitely be crushed to death by the rocks. I don't know what lies at the bottom of this sudden chasm, but if I want to survive, I have to jump. Wang Fu released his grip on the fissure walls and fell straight into the depths of the chasm. He did not know how long passed. But Wang Fu's spiritual power was completely exhausted, and the Xuanjia Black Light Bell lost its luster, retracting into his storage bag. Wang Fu fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 87. The Black Cavern. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Wang Fu gradually regained consciousness. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as he attempted to move, only to be met with a wave of pain coursing through his body, as if he had been mercilessly beaten by several burly men. Quickly calming his mind, he began to channel his energy to heal his injuries, but to his dismay, he found that his spiritual power was nearly depleted, prompting a resigned sigh. It seemed that I had fallen into the depths of the Blackwood Cliff through that crevice. Whether this was merely an extension of the fissure or a separate space remained unknown. Regardless, I must prioritize restoring my spiritual power. Wang Fu placed a hand on his chest and, after a moment of focus, sensed the presence of his small cauldron, which brought him a measure of relief. Drawing out some medicinal liquid from the cauldron, he took a deep breath and swallowed several doses. As he activated his technique, he simultaneously replenished his spiritual energy while healing his wounds. After what felt like half a day and several more doses of qi condensation pills, as well as some healing elixirs, Wang Fu finally opened his eyes again. His spiritual energy had mostly returned, and his injuries had healed significantly. Although some areas still ached faintly, he found himself able to move without issues. A soft hum resonated as a ball of spiritual fire floated nearby, illuminating his surroundings. He found himself in a cavern resembling a natural grotto, with the crevice above now filled with massive boulders. Wang Fu swallowed hard, overwhelmed by a sense of having survived a disaster. Observing the debris that had fallen from the fissure, he felt a surge of clarity. Had all those stones collapsed upon him, he would have surely been crushed. With this thought in mind, Wang Fu hurriedly distanced himself from his previous location, feeling a wave of apprehension wash over him. The cavern was not particularly spacious, yet it was adorned with stalactites of various sizes and shapes, the largest of which had connected to the cavern's ceiling, measuring nearly half a meter in diameter. These stalactites, having formed over countless years, were pitch black, glimmering like obsidian gemstones under the glow of his spiritual fire. It was then that Wang Fu realized that the stones of this cavern were entirely black. As he extended his consciousness outward, he found that it vanished upon contact with the black stones, as if devoured, which startled him into retracting his awareness. He summoned the Xuanjiao Wuguang bell to hover above him. Had it not been for the exhaustion of his defensive talismans, he might have considered applying a few more. Feeling somewhat reassured, he attempted to employ his earth escape technique, but to no avail. The once infallible technique proved utterly ineffective within this cavern. Wang Fu, wary of the situation, refrained from using any offensive artifacts, fearing unforeseen consequences, and instead ventured deeper into the cavern. The spiritual fire illuminated his path as he navigated through the increasingly narrow passage formed by the black stalactites, until it became barely wide enough for a single person to pass. Fortunately, the area was eerily silent, providing a temporary sense of safety. Otherwise, in such constricted quarters, any threat would render him utterly helpless. After a brief while traversing the tight corridor, Wang Fu entered a space approximately 3 zhang in size. This area was starkly different from the previous one. Although it remained shrouded in darkness, it lacked the chaotic stalactites, revealing instead a peculiar sight. At the center stood a stone platform about 3 feet high and wide, its center concave, cradling a patch of soil that appeared neither completely dry nor entirely wet. This soil was an even deeper shade of black than the surrounding stones, which could still reflect the light of the spiritual fire, whereas this peculiar soil seemed to absorb it entirely. Looking upward from the platform, he noticed that the ceiling of the cavern resembled an inverted small mountain, with its apex slightly bulging, a droplet of substance identical to the strange soil poised to fall. Wang Fu regarded the black soil at the center of the platform, scouring his memory for any relevant information but finding none. What on earth is this? Despite having perused numerous texts, none matched this description. Yet, it was evident that this was no ordinary material, devoid of any scent and entirely black. Perhaps I should attempt to collect it for further examination once I escape. Wang Fu retrieved a small dagger-like artifact, intending to gather the peculiar soil from the platform. But upon contact, it refused to penetrate, as if it were a piece of exceedingly hard iron. After several attempts with various artifacts, all met with the same result. He hesitated to use a talisman, unwilling to squander such a precious opportunity. Ultimately, he resorted to using his hand. Cautiously extending a finger, he touched the soil and immediately withdrew it. There was no adverse reaction. In fact, it felt surprisingly soft, contrary to the hardness he experienced with the artifact. This substance appears to possess extraordinary properties. Even if I cannot utilize it, selling it to the treasure pavilion would be worthwhile. With this thought, Wang Fu procured a container, cradling it with both hands, and was astonished to find that he could indeed lift the soil. The peculiar state that had seemed neither dry nor wet transformed into that of ordinary soil once separated from the platform, its sole distinction being its inky black hue. However, just as he prepared to place it into the vessel, he felt the soil adhering to his hand, refusing to be shaken off. To his alarm, it began creeping up his wrist and arm. What is this abomination? He gasped. Channeling his spiritual energy, he attempted to force it away, but the soil clung to him like a parasite, resisting every effort. Helplessly, Wang Fu watched as the black substance gradually enveloped his arms, drawing his spiritual energy toward itself, rendering him immobile. His arms rested upon the stone platform as the black soil, seemingly animated, crawled toward him, quickly covering his entire body, reaching up to his head and finally obscuring his eyes. Once again, Wang Fu was plunged into darkness. Fear coursed through him. He could not fathom what transformation awaited him. Would he perish? Would he become a monster? Yet, after what felt like a quarter of an hour, aside from a tingling sensation throughout his body, nothing else seemed to change, leaving him bewildered. What is happening? What is this substance? If I am to die or live, at least grant me some clarity. Just as Wang Fu lamented his fate, he suddenly sensed the spiritual energy that had been consumed returning to his body, and remarkably, this energy was purer and more substantial than before. Without hesitation, he resumed channeling his technique, feeling the revitalized energy surge through his meridians and acupoints, culminating in a complete cycle. Astonishingly, he sensed a transformation in the nature of his spiritual power. It felt as if it were shifting toward a liquid state. The foundation building stage, known for its transformation of spiritual energy from gaseous to liquid, was it possible that he was on the verge of establishing his foundation? His breath quickened, and although he remained unable to move, the undeniable change in his spiritual energy was palpable. With nothing left to lose, Wang Fu resolved to press on, diligently cycling his energy, each round solidifying his power further until his dantian was enveloped in a dense mist, suspended between gas and liquid. Chapter 88. The mysterious soil. The dark soil enveloping Wang Fu gradually assimilated into his body, transforming his physique bit by bit. His meridians became more resilient and broader, until all the black earth coalesced into streams of dark energy, converging towards his dantian. His mobility began to return, and he instinctively sat cross-legged. The dantian of a 5-element mixed spiritual root was particularly coarse, inferior even to that of a 4-element root. Wang Fu had consumed and refined 2 foundational pills, purging numerous impurities, leading to some improvement in his dantian. However, it was still far from reaching the foundational stage. Yet, as the black energy infiltrated his dantian, the impurities within seemed to melt away like spring snow meeting the sun, rendering his dantian increasingly perfect. The space within the dantian expanded, and with the operation of his technique, it soon surpassed the human foundational limit of 3 zhang. Time seemed to stretch, and in the center of his dantian, a drop of liquid spiritual energy gradually formed. Following that, the first drop, then the second, a spring of clear water emerged. Wang Fu realized that he was on the brink of entering the foundational stage, a moment that required an abundance of spiritual energy. He opened his storage bag, and thousands of spirit stones floated out, suspended around him, providing ample spiritual energy. Additionally, he consumed all the remaining elixir from the small cauldron. The surging spiritual energy entered his body, refined through his technique, and gathered in the dantian, transforming into his own spiritual power. The gaseous spiritual energy filling his dantian had transformed significantly, while the spiritual energy from the external spirit stones and elixirs continued to be refined and flowed into his dantian, resulting in an ever-increasing amount of liquid spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the dark soil steadily modified his dantian. In the depths of this pitch-black underground, Wang Fu lost track of time. He felt as if he had converted all his spiritual power into liquid form, and the space of his dantian, previously less than 1 zhang, had expanded to a remarkable 6 zhang, with liquid spiritual energy occupying 2 zhang and 3 feet. The foundational stage differs from the 13 realms of the Qi refining stage. It consists of only 4 levels: early, mid, late, and completion of the foundational stage. In the early stage, liquid spiritual energy fills 1/4 of the dantian. In the mid-stage, it fills half, and so forth, culminating in the completion stage where the entire dantian is filled with liquid spiritual energy. Thus, upon breaking through to the foundational stage, Wang Fu had reached the pinnacle of the early stage. Slowly opening his eyes, Wang Fu stroked his scraggly beard, feeling a wave of emotion. Foundation achieved. But how long has it been? The wondrous earth of mysterious soil, the human foundational pills, the earthly foundational veins, and the heavenly wonders of the foundational stage. I never anticipated that the Blackwood Cliff of the Luyan sect would be the birthplace of the heavenly wonder known as mysterious soil. No wonder the spiritual energy here is sparse, even suppressing the flow of spiritual power below the cliff. Now all of this has benefited me. Heavenly foundational stage. A dantian of 6 zhang. stronger than senior sister Yun's earthly foundational stage. The moment Wang Fu merged with the black soil, he comprehended its essence. It was a type of heavenly wonder. The mysterious soil. Such earthly wonders are naturally occurring, formed from the essence of heaven and earth. And the method of the heavenly foundational stage is to integrate these wonders to forge the foundational stage. The absence of this method in the Daxia cultivation world likely stems from no one discovering these earthly wonders. The human foundational Dantian space does not exceed 3 zhang, and the earthly foundational stage does not surpass 7 zhang, while the heavenly foundational stage can reach a maximum of 10 zhang. Wang Fu's Dantian space was still 4 feet short of 10 zhang due to his mixed spiritual roots and subpar foundation. Nevertheless, his current Dantian space of 6 zhang filled with liquid spiritual energy equivalent to the mid-stage of the human foundational level was commendable. His divine sense had astonishingly reached 300 zhang, corresponding to the mid-stage strength of the human foundational level. He wondered if his master, Li Yi, was still outside. Perhaps he should refine the spiritual artifact he obtained from the Daxia Imperial City before venturing out. Wang Fu took out the spiritual artifact, the ghost nail, and infused it with foundational spiritual energy and divine sense, commencing the refining process. The reason spiritual artifacts are termed as such, surpassing magical artifacts, lies not only in their material but also in their inherent spirit, allowing for versatile transformations. For instance, the flying sword of Yunning Shuang could morph into a spiritual serpent in combat. However, the Daxia monarch, Xia Qingyu, possessed no combat awareness, thereby failing to unleash the artifact's full potential. After a brief period, the ghost nail wound around Wang Fu's wrist like a nimble serpent. He flicked it with his finger, channeling foundational spiritual energy, causing the originally finger-length ghost nail to instantaneously extend to 3 feet before shrinking back to a diminutive size, as if an extension of his hand. Next, with determination, he refined all his commonly used top-tier magical artifacts with foundational spiritual energy, particularly the exquisite soul bell. Having completed this, he retrieved the talisman treasure, the illusory feather dagger, and chuckled softly. Talisman treasures wield 1/10 of the might of magical artifacts. Now, in the foundational stage, I can finally unleash their full potential. In the Qi refining stage, one could barely scratch the surface, and the speed was excruciatingly slow. Now, with my spiritual energy, I can summon them to combat in roughly a quarter of an hour, more than 5 times faster. If only I had known I would break through to the foundational stage so swiftly, I should have given old Jiang a spiritual artifact back then. I have too, and he has the black sword. He pondered how old Jiang was faring and how much time had passed in the outside world. It is time to emerge. A flame, resembling spiritual fire, appeared. Despite the minor differences in shape and color, its potency had increased several folds, for this was the true fire that only foundational cultivators could conjure. Whether refining artifacts or concocting pills, it was several times stronger than the spiritual fire of the Qi refining stage. Mastering the methods of artifact refinement allowed for the crafting of magical artifacts with true fire, and some foundational cultivators practicing fire-type techniques could use their powerful true fire to craft spiritual artifacts. Wang Fu's technique remained that of the Qi refining stage, the thick earth formula, while he had no knowledge of foundational stage techniques. Had the Luyun sect still existed, he would have naturally been bestowed foundational techniques. But the critical issue was that the Luyun sect no longer stood. The 5 major sects had collectively annihilated the Luyun sect, ensuring that the most vital techniques of any sect would not be spared. Even if he were to infiltrate the Luyun mountains now, it would be a futile endeavor. Upon exiting, he would visit the treasure pavilion, where foundational techniques were likely to be sold, albeit at a steep price. He sighed, realizing that a substantial portion of his remaining spirit stones would be required. Observing the stone platform adorned with mysterious soil, Wang Fu had no intention of destroying it. Perhaps, after several thousand or tens of thousands of years, sufficient mysterious soil would be born again, awaiting a fated individual to arrive. Of course, more importantly, each type of earthly wonder is born in accordance with its time. Should he destroy the birthplace of such wonders, who could fathom the consequences? Wang Fu felt he could not bear such a burden. Turning back, he extinguished the true fire and activated the earth escape technique. No, it should now be termed the divine ability of mysterious passage. His figure vanished from this space. Drip. A drop of black viscous liquid fell onto the stone platform, forming a new drop of mysterious soil. Chapter 89. 3 years beyond mere spells lies the realm of divine powers. Imbued with the essence of the earth-attributed celestial treasure, King Fu naturally acquired the innate divine art of the ability to penetrate the netherworld. While fully realizing this power was currently beyond his capabilities, its fusion with the earth escape technique offered a semblance of netherworld traversal. The cavern's pitch-black geology no longer posed an obstacle to King Fu. He navigated the subterranean depths with incredible alacrity, emerging into the sunlight in a remarkably short time. Blackwood Cliff had completely collapsed, with shattered blackwood trees scattered among the rugged rocks. The once towering cliffs, hundreds of feet high, had been reduced to a steep slope. In the passage of decades, perhaps even centuries, the original form of Blackwood Cliff would fade from memory. King Fu, standing amidst the rubble as the primary instigator of this destruction, surveyed his surroundings. His divine sense expanded, encompassing a radius of 300 feet. It seems Li Yi has already departed. After a brief search of Blackwood Cliff, King Fu, finding no trace of Li Yi, withdrew his divine sense with a hint of disappointment. Such intensive use of his divine sense was quite taxing. Now that he had achieved foundation establishment, Li Yi no longer posed a significant threat. King Fu was in no particular hurry, resolving to eliminate him whenever their paths crossed again. He turned his gaze towards the fallen feather mountains, sighing wistfully. After a moment, he murmured to himself, with the fallen feather sect destroyed, I am now a completely unaffiliated cultivator. I have ample free time, so why not return to Wutong Village? It's been over a decade. Although he was uncertain of the exact duration of his stay in the subterranean cavern, King Fu estimated that at least 2 years had passed, considering his periods of consciousness. By his reckoning, it had been 12 or 13 years since he last visited his home. Summoning the black-veined hidden cloud boat, King Fu leaped aboard and steered the craft. Before returning home, he intended to search for Mo Fu's remains. Although it was unlikely they would still be there, he felt compelled to look, to ease his conscience. The memory of Mo Fu's willingness to fall from the flying boat rather than burden him weighed heavily on King Fu's mind. Soon, he arrived at the site of Mo Fu's fall. Sadly, only a large pit remained, devoid of any skeletal remains. King Fu stood at the pit's edge, lost in contemplation. Just as he was about to turn away, the sound of voices reached his ears. With a sudden shift in demeanor, he concealed himself. The voices belonged to 2 Qi refining stage disciples of the myriad Dharma sect. Senior brother, the fallen feather sect has been destroyed for 3 years now. Why does the sect still order us to patrol this area? One of them complained, his face etched with discontent. The senior brother, his expression stern, first reprimanded the junior disciple for his disrespectful remarks about the sect. Then, he calmly explained, the sect has its reasons. Although the fallen feather sect has been annihilated, the secret of transformation divinity remains undiscovered. Our myriad Dharma sect's 2 patriarchs have only 2 or 3 centuries of lifespan remaining. Elder Yen, in particular, has less than 100 years left. If we fail to find a way to break through to transformation divinity, his ascension will occur within a century. The secret of transformation divinity is likely in the hands of the fallen feather sect's remnants. The sect has ordered us to patrol this area in the hope of encountering any returning members of the fallen feather sect. If we do, we must immediately send a message, and the martial uncle stationed at the mines will come. But senior brother, what if we encounter fallen feather sect remnants with high cultivation levels? Wouldn't we be throwing our lives away for nothing? Junior brother, don't be so pessimistic. The fallen feather mountains are vast, and there are many fellow disciples patrolling the area. It's unlikely we'll be so unlucky. Senior brother, isn't this entrusting our lives to fate? I recall that 3 years ago, 2 senior brothers investigating the collapse of Blackwood Cliff in the fallen feather sect encountered a foundation establishment cultivator from the fallen feather sect. They were directly killed by that cultivator. Although they successfully sent a message and the martial uncle stationed at the mines came to avenge them, those 2 senior brothers truly died. Li Yi, the foundation establishment cultivator from the fallen feather sect. That senior brother was indeed very unlucky. The 2 myriad Dharma sect disciples continued their conversation with great enthusiasm, unaware of the presence that had suddenly appeared behind them, causing them to tense up. The newcomer was, of course, King Fu. The Li Yi you mentioned, is he a foundation establishment cultivator from the fallen feather sect? Where is he now? King Fu had not intended to make things difficult for these 2 Qi refining stage disciples. After all, he was now a foundation establishment cultivator. Although the myriad Dharma sect had destroyed the fallen feather sect, these 2 Qi refining stage disciples played no significant role. Attacking them without a valid reason seemed somewhat beneath him. However, when they mentioned Li Yi, King Fu instantly appeared behind them. He had only intended to inquire about Li Yi's fate, but the two disciples, without even turning around, attempted to activate their communication methods. King Fu had no choice but to immobilize them with a body-freezing spell. Approaching them, King Fu repeated his earlier question, Li Yi, the Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Fallen Feather sect. Do you know where he is? Unexpectedly, the two myriad Dharma sect disciples, upon seeing King Fu, were filled with hatred. They not only refused to answer his question, but also continuously struggled against the body-freezing spell. Seeing this, King Fu abandoned his reservations and placed his hands on their heads, casting a soul-searching spell. Soon, King Fu learned everything about Li Yi, including the events that had transpired in the 3 years since the Fallen Feather sect's destruction. Li Yi was dead. He had been killed by a Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Su from the Myriad Dharma sect, and another Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Zhao. It's good that he's dead. Although he had not personally avenged himself, as long as Li Yi was dead, King Fu had no further demands. He had not expected to spend 3 years in the subterranean cavern beneath Blackwood Cliff. In that time, the Great Xia cultivation world had undergone a complete transformation. First, the Fallen Feather sect was destroyed, and then the Great Xia royal family's attempt to sacrifice the imperial capital was exposed, although a mysterious cultivator prevented it. The 5 major immortal sects increased their surveillance of the royal family. The new Great Xia monarch was still a member of the royal family. But disciples from the 5 major immortal sects were stationed in the Great Xia Imperial Palace, with a Foundation Establishment cultivator rotating on duty each year. The Great Xia royal family's actions had truly frightened the 5 major immortal sections. Sacrificing millions of mortals would have caused irreparable damage to Great Xia if successful. Furthermore, a year after the Fallen Feather sect's destruction, the Great Qi cultivation world, Great Xia's neighboring country, launched an attack on the Great Xia cultivation world. The Myriad Dharma sect-led 5 major immortal sects were caught off guard. Fortunately, the Great Xia cultivation world's strength was not weak. Although the Fallen Feather sect was gone, its resources were divided among the 5 major immortal sections. While no new nascent soul cultivators emerged, each sect gained an additional golden core cultivator. And the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators also increased. After reorganizing, they were able to contend with the Great Qi cultivation world. Currently, the cultivators from both sides were divided by the Tyne and Plains, each occupying one side and frequently engaging in battles. The Great Xia cultivation world claimed to be righteous, while Great Qi had never distinguished between good and evil, or rather, never taken sides. According to the soul-searching memories of these 2 myriad Dharma sect disciples, the Great Qi cultivation world launched its attack on the Great Xia cultivation world primarily for the elusive secret of transformation divinity. A golden token brought back from overseas by Imo Jinkong, the Fallen Feather sect's nascent soul patriarch, and a stone egg. No one cared about the stone egg. But the golden token was truly related to a transformation divinity true lord. According to rumors, the golden token was the key to opening the cave dwelling of a deceased transformation divinity true lord. That was a transformation divinity true lord's cave dwelling, which undoubtedly contained a path to transformation divinity. It was no wonder the Great Qi cultivation world attacked Great Xia. So, the Great Xia cultivation world is in a state of chaos. King Fu released the heads of the 2 myriad Dharma sect disciples, a wry smile playing on his lips. The more chaotic it was, the more beneficial it would be for a rogue cultivator like him. The soul searching was complete. Because the 2 myriad Dharma sect disciples had resisted greatly, King Fu had used more force with his spells, rendering them idiots. King Fu, of course, did not mind ending their pitiful existence. With a palm strike, he shattered their heart meridians. Then, he collected their storage bags, and with a wave of true fire, the 2 corpses were reduced to ashes in an instant. A gust of wind blew, leaving no trace. Chapter 90. Ruins. Upon learning of the current state of the Great Summer's immortal cultivation realm, Wang Fu hastened towards Wutong Village without delay. The conflict between the 2 great cultivation nations could potentially jeopardize the lives of ordinary people, and he felt compelled to return and assess the situation. If Wutong Village were indeed in peril, Wang Fu would not hesitate to make it his residence, ensuring that his parents could pass away peacefully. With a lifespan of 200 years in the Foundation establishment stage, Wang Fu had ample time. Along his journey, he encountered cities but did not pause. Finally reaching Wutong Mountain, where Wutong Village lay, propelled by his Foundation establishment cultivation, and the black-patterned hidden cloud boat, to avoid alarming the villagers. He disembarked early and continued on foot. As he walked, a sense of joy filled his heart. It had been 13 years since he was brought to Luoyu sect by Yun Ningxuang, and now, returning home after such a lengthy period of cultivation felt like a triumphant return. While pondering what to say upon his return, he realized he could not simply inform his parents that he had returned because the sect he had devoted himself to for 13 years had been destroyed. How could he explain this to them? It would be best not to mention the annihilation of Liu's sect, to spare them worry. He could not boast of his accomplishments either, lest he incite jealousy from other villagers, which might drive a wedge between him and his parents. Perhaps he could say he had merely learned the rudiments and had been sent back home? That sounded somewhat unseemly. Oh, he had an idea. He would say he had been dispatched back to his homeland. With this resolution, he quickened his pace, walking without employing any spells. As he approached the village, the century-old Wutong tree at the village entrance came into view. But what was this? The tree was withered, devoid of leaves. How could this be? Next, he beheld the residences. Residences? Where were the houses? All that lay before him was a vast expanse of ruins. Even the century-old Wutong tree at the entrance had been cleaved in two, its lifeless branches bereft of vitality. Wang Fu stood at the village entrance, stunned by the sight before him. The dilapidated village bore no resemblance to the Wutong Village etched in his memory. His heart pounded heavily, breaths came in quick gasps, and his eyes welled with tears. Had it not been for the fractured stone tablet beneath his feet, still bearing the faint hope of the three characters Wutong Village, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place. Father, Mother, Xiaoyao, Wang Fu cried out, running frantically towards his home. Everywhere he looked, he found ruins. The remnants of bones scattered unburied, tattered bedding and clothing trapped beneath the collapsed structures, some already beginning to weather away. At last, he reached home. The familiar courtyard was now devoid of a single intact wall. The fence lay in ruins, bricks shattered. All that remained was desolation, desolation, and more desolation. The home he once knew was no longer a home. As he stepped onto the crumbling debris, Wang Fu stumbled forward, lost and disoriented. He crossed the threshold and entered the house, where two skeletal remains met his gaze. Thud! Wang Fu fell to his knees. He stared at the bones of a man and a woman, knowing instinctively that these were his father and mother. The healed mark on his father's left leg bone was a testament to the injury he had sustained while quarrying, a wound that had required months of recuperation at home. The positioning was identical. The skeletal remains mirrored the figures of his parents perfectly. Father, Mother, Xiao Fu has returned. Xiao Fu, unfilial son, has returned late. Tears streamed down his face, and he was consumed by sorrow. He had returned home, filled with nostalgia, only to find that home had become a hollow shell. The living gone, leaving behind only these stark bones in this chaotic ruin. His parents had long departed from this world. After a long while, Wang Fu remained kneeling, head raised, his tear-streaked cheeks a vivid red. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens. Who is it? The surge of spiritual energy stirred the dust, and Wang Fu understood that the destruction of Wutong Village was not the doing of ordinary martial artists. He expanded his consciousness, revealing the entire landscape within a 300 zhang radius in his mind. In the next moment, he vanished, appearing before a shattered stone pillar, where a distinct paw print was visible. Following that, he discovered another paw print. Wang Fu summoned the black-patterned hidden cloud boat, ascending into the air to survey Wutong Village, where he observed a path carved down the mountain, evidently pushed by some unknown force, leading to the village, countless trees broken and collapsed and rocks shattered. It seemed as if an invisible might had descended from Wutong Mountain, utterly obliterating the village. As his consciousness spread further, he discovered the crushed trees bore the marks of beasts, claw prints and tufts of fur. A beast tide? Wang Fu could hardly believe that Wutong Village had fallen victim to such a calamity. Wutong Mountain was not particularly large. While wild beasts existed, they were few in number, especially large ones, making the occurrence of a beast tide utterly implausible. Only the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa could control such a tide. Wang Fu felt a burning desire to capture a disciple from the Spirit Beast Mountain Villa to ascertain whether they were responsible for the devastation. But he had to suppress his rage for the time being. The villagers of Wutong Village lay unburied. He needed to ensure they received proper burial rites, to piece together scattered bones and connect broken remains. Each skeletal fragment stirred Wang Fu's heart, reminding him of the villagers' smiles under the century-old Wutong tree at the village entrance. He erected tombstones, nameless stones for those who had perished. Even though he could identify his parents' bones, he refrained from marking their graves. 13 years had passed. He did not know how many new faces had joined Wutong Village or how many elders had passed. Every bone belonged to a villager of Wutong Village. 3 days later, Wang Fu knelt before the unmarked tombstones, gazing at his parents' grave, father, mother, and to the villagers of Wutong, though I, Wang Fu, departed the village 13 years ago to enter the realm of cultivation, I remain one of you. Now that disaster has befallen the village, I shall not allow the perpetrators to live. He struck the ground thrice with his head, then rose and turned away, leaving without hesitation. From that moment on, he would be unburdened by earthly ties, vowing to exact vengeance and then pay homage to the spirits of the departed. Honghe Town, one of the 5 towns nearest to Wutong Village, was where Wang Fu now found himself. Seated in the Honghe Tavern with only a jug of wine and a plate of peanuts before him. This was the 4th town he had visited in search of information regarding the fate of Wutong Village and to ascertain whether other areas had suffered similar fates. Thus far, he had gleaned no useful information from the 3 towns he had visited until now. Only in Honghe Town did he catch a glimmer of hope. The tavern buzzed with conversation. Some spoke of having seen strange individuals accompanied by gray wolves 2 years prior, while others recounted hearing beastly roars echoing through the night on multiple occasions. This led Wang Fu to suspect that Wutong Village's calamity had occurred 2 years ago. Coincidentally, it was also the time when the Great Qi Immortal Cultivation Realm launched an offensive against the Great Summer Immortal Cultivation Realm, raising the possibility that the destruction of Wutong Village might have been orchestrated by cultivators from the Great Qi. Wang Fu pressed on with his inquiries. The 5th town was called Yaoxian Town. It was said that a benevolent healer had once appeared here, banishing plagues and saving countless lives, leading to the town's renaming. The townsfolk of Yaoxian were known for their hospitality and willingness to assist, making it convenient for Wang Fu to pursue his objectives. After several inquiries, he finally encountered a man named Li Changshan, who had first-hand knowledge of Wutong Village's misfortune. According to him, 2 years ago, he had personally witnessed an immortal presence in Wutong Village, after which news of the village's annihilation began to spread. 2 years ago. It seemed this was all he could uncover for now. He would have to seek out genuine cultivators, members of the 5 great sects. For surely one among them must know something. Leaving the apothecary town, Wang Fu intended to capture a disciple from the dominion of the Spirit Beast Manor to interrogate. It was evident that the massacre at Wutong Village was orchestrated by cultivators, most likely those from the Spirit Beast Manor. The claw marks within Wutong Village, coupled with the descriptions from the mortals in the neighboring towns, all pointed to someone proficient in beast manipulation. Within the Great Xia cultivation world, the Spirit Beast Manor was renowned for its mastery of beast taming. Wang Fu, despite his limited experience in the cultivation world, was familiar with the basic details of the 5 great immortal sects. The Spirit Beast Manor was situated in the vast mountains known as the Spirit Beast Mountain Range in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. To facilitate the breeding of spirit beasts, they were primarily structured as manors, scattered throughout the mountain range. It was quite a distance from the Falling Feather sect, requiring even a cultivator at the 13th level of Qi refining, piloting a top-grade magical artifact flying boat, a month's journey to traverse. Piloting the black-veined hidden cloud boat, Wang Fu traversed through the clouds to avoid unnecessary troubles and conceal his whereabouts, thus slowing his pace. He estimated it would take about a month. As he traveled, Wang Fu sorted through his acquisitions, preparing to sell off any unused magical artifacts when the opportunity arose. He organized his spiritual herbs and elixirs, along with the small cauldron and stone egg, among other items. However, as he reached into his storage pouch for the stone egg, he couldn't find it. Wait, where's my egg? Wang Fu was alarmed. It was entrusted to him by Mo Fu on his deathbed, something that the Falling Feather sect's elder Mo had risked his life to retrieve. If he lost it, he would have no face to meet the deceased martyrs of the Falling Feather sect. After a thorough search, turning all the storage pouches inside out and patting himself down, it was still nowhere to be found. Wang Fu pondered all the possible places he could have lost it, concluding that it could only be in the underground cave beneath Blackwood Cliff. But he couldn't possibly return now. Oh well, I'll deal with it when I have the chance. The underground cave should be safe enough. If not for the earth splitting and the mountains shaking, creating a fissure, I wouldn't have been able to reach the cave. Others are even less likely to. The black rocks in the underground cave were not only exceptionally hard but also blocked spiritual senses. If Wang Fu hadn't merged with the nether soil, Evolving his earth evasion technique, he might not have been able to escape. With a thought, he summoned the small cauldron. However, instead of appearing at his chest, the cauldron emerged from his abdomen. Wang Fu quickly inspected his dantian and discovered that both the small cauldron and the stone egg had involuntarily entered his dantian, each occupying a space and making it their home. Could it be because of the nether soil, a treasure of heaven and earth? Wang Fu realized that the nether soil had a significant effect on both the stone egg and the small cauldron. Now that the nether soil had merged into his dantian, the two items naturally chose to settle there. Oh well, it's probably not a bad thing. These two items should have their own consciousness. Hopefully, they will give birth to something extraordinary. After sorting through his belongings, Wang Fu realized that what he lacked most were a foundation establishment cultivation technique and intermediate level spells. He had neither. Currently, if he encountered formidable foundation establishment enemies, only the soul-reaping nails and the illusionary feather-flying daggers could contend with them. The treasured soul-shaking bell might also be effective, but the gold meteor ring blades seemed inadequate. Once I find the culprits who destroyed Wutong Village, I'll go to the treasure pavilion for some shopping. Without a sect to rely on, the only place Wang Fu could think of to acquire a foundation establishment cultivation technique was the treasure pavilion. As long as he had spirit stones, he could exchange them for any resource. As for plundering from other cultivators, the chances were extremely slim. It wasn't that Wang Fu was afraid of killing. Unlike the basic cultivation techniques for qi refining cultivators that were commonplace, foundation establishment techniques were extremely important inheritances within any of the 5 great immortal sects and were never carried on one's person. They were typically transmitted via jade slips, preventing them from circulating outside. This was one of the reasons why there were so few foundation establishment cultivators among rogue cultivators. As Wang Fu pondered, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed from below the clouds. It caught Wang Fu's attention, and what followed caused him to furrow his brows in surprise and uncertainty. A tiger roaring in the mountains. Wait, this is a beast tide. He saw hordes of wild beasts roaring as they surged down the mountain, like a flood, raising dust and collapsing trees, leaving desolation in their wake. Wang Fu noticed that the eyes of these beasts were all bloodshot, radiating primal ferocity. And at the foot of the mountain was a small village. The beast tide was sweeping toward the village. Seeing this, Wang Fu immediately understood that Wutong Village must have been destroyed in the same way. His spiritual sense swept across the area and immediately discovered several qi refining cultivators watching the stampeding beast tide with smiles on their faces. Wang Fu even overheard their jovial conversation. 4 qi refining cultivators, 2 of whom are wearing the robes of the myriad lost sect, and the other 2 are disciples of the spirit beast manor. It's like searching high and low only to find it when you least expect it. Wang Fu snorted coldly, his heart filled with fury. He was just planning to capture 2 disciples from the spirit beast manor, but he had unexpectedly encountered the culprits directly on the road. He immediately descended from the sky, unleashing the gold meteor ring blades, which transformed into swift streams of light. Before the 4 cultivators could react, 2 of them had their heads severed. As for leaving the other 2 alive, it wasn't out of compassion, but because he intended to perform a soul search. The remaining 2, witnessing the deaths of their companions, immediately activated their basic defensive magical artifacts. However, in Wang Fu's eyes, even top-grade defensive magical artifacts were no match for him. He unleashed the soul-reaping nails, piercing the defensive magical artifacts of the 2, shattering them instantly. Wang Fu's large hands then pressed down on the heads of the 2. Soul Search Technique. The Soul Search Technique he obtained from the Great Xia Imperial Capital was extremely useful. He didn't need to waste words asking questions. He could directly search their souls. Although it wasn't an orthodox method, his home had been ransacked. Did he still need to worry about orthodox or heretical methods? Wang Fu wasn't that pedantic. As the 2 disciples from the myriad lost sect and the spirit beast manor rolled their eyes, Wang Fu finally learned the truth. It turned out that 2 years ago, the Great Qi Cultivation World had attacked the Great Xia Cultivation World, catching the 5 great immortal sects off guard, resulting in numerous cultivator casualties. The 5 great immortal sects were not to be trifled with. Since they had been attacked, they naturally had to retaliate. This concerned the life and death of the sects, and everyone understood that defeat would mean the fate of the Falling Feather sect. Therefore, they all sought out the powerful forbidden arts of their respective sections. These forbidden arts were not orthodox methods, but their power was exceptionally great, and they quickly regained their footing. However, truly winning the war was still far from reach. Therefore, the strongest of the 5 great immortal sects, the Myriad Laws sect and the Spirit Beast Manor, prepared to use special means. There were magical treasures with no upper limit, but could be quickly completed, the myriad soul banner. And there were blood spirit beasts that devoured flesh and blood, condensed baleful aura, and transformed into bloodthirsty demons. Both of these methods required the lives of countless mortals. The former enslaved souls, while the latter devoured flesh, blood, and baleful aura. The two great immortal sects had coincidentally agreed to dispatch numerous disciples to slaughter mortals in Great Dao, collecting souls and the essence of flesh, blood, and baleful aura, to avoid causing panic among the mortals. They specifically targeted remote mountain villages and had the spirit beast manor drive wild beasts from the surrounding areas to create the illusion of a beast tide destroying the village. The other three major immortal sects also tacitly approved of this action. Wutong Village was destroyed in this manner. Wang Fu took a deep breath and directly snapped the necks of the two. Although they didn't personally destroy Wutong Village, they still deserved to die. He laughed in extreme anger. What a 5 great immortal sects! What self-proclaimed righteous sects! You are truly a group of creatures who are outwardly glorious but secretly engage in despicable deeds. Cultivators, disciples of the 5 great sects of Great Dao, I, Wang Fu, will destroy every single one I encounter. Chapter 92. The compassion of the immortal. The tumult of the beast tide continued to surge. After vanquishing 2 disciples of the spirit beast mountain manor, Wang Fu found himself at the forefront of the onslaught. The wild beasts, having been incited to their primal ferocity by the disciples of the manor, posed a dire threat to the village, necessitating their complete annihilation. With a swift sweep of his consciousness, Wang Fu discerned the number of beasts, 361 in total. Regrettably, he lacked the proficiency in intermediate spells. Otherwise, a single rain of fire would have sufficed to eliminate them all. Without the ability to employ wide-ranging intermediate spells, and with no time to inscribe second-tier spirit talismans, he was left to rely on his magical artifacts to eradicate the beasts. A cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment can control 3 magical artifacts or spirit tools. Although Wang Fu was at the early stage of foundation establishment, his spiritual awareness surpassed that of an average mid-stage cultivator, allowing him to easily manipulate 4 magical artifacts. To enhance efficiency, he summoned forth these 4 artifacts, which included 2 superior-grade flying swords and an axe-shaped superior-grade tool, alongside the golden meteor ring. As the artifacts surged into the beast tide, they sliced through the throng as effortlessly as one would harvest chives. In a matter of moments, all 361 beasts lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Even the elder tiger, which had transformed into a demon beast, succumbed without enduring even a fleeting moment. Retrieving his artifacts, Wang Fu prepared to incinerate the carcasses of the beasts with true fire, but a child's innocent voice from the village behind him halted his intentions. Meat. So much meat. Turning to gaze at the child hidden within the confines of the house, with eyes as pure as the most exquisite gems, he was reminded of his younger brother, Wang Yao. 13 years ago, little Yao had also possessed such innocence. Caught in a wave of nostalgia, Wang Fu sighed softly. He then attempted to muster a smile, albeit somewhat parched, and beckoned to the child. Come here. The child's parents, witnessing this, immediately clutched their offspring tightly, their eyes filled with fear. To them, Wang Fu was undeniably a figure of terror. Though he had spared them from the beast tide, the deep-seated fear within them compelled them to protect their child. Wang Fu let out another sigh, choosing not to press the matter further. Instead, he inquired, his voice resonating within the ears of all present, "Who is the village chief?" After a brief moment, an elderly man, stooped and leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from the village. Approaching Wang Fu, he respectfully prepared to bow in homage. I am the village chief of Liang Family Village, paying my respects to the immortal. Wang Fu, however, would not allow such a venerable elder to prostrate himself. With a gentle gesture, he raised the elder, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. Observing the old man, whose spirit he could sense enveloping the entire village, he understood that this was the former village chief, who had stepped forward to protect the current chief, a middle-aged man. However, was he truly that fearsome? Wang Fu remained oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of the villagers, he was a figure of great dread, having effortlessly dispatched hundreds of beasts. He stood amidst a mountain of corpses, akin to a demon. Looking at the old chief, who seemed prepared to face death, Wang Fu spoke soothingly, "Do not be afraid. Old chief, I have eliminated the ferocious beasts for you and shall not impose any burdens upon you." I merely wish to inquire if you possess the means to dispose of these beast carcasses. If not, I shall incinerate them to prevent the spread of disease. If you can process them into food, I shall leave them for you." Upon hearing the immortal's address, the elder realized his covert intentions had been discerned, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Nevertheless, joy illuminated his countenance at the prospect of such an abundance of meat, understanding that this immortal was truly aiding them. Yet, it was the peak of summer, and the sheer volume of beasts could not be processed in just a day or two, which led to a troubled expression forming on the elder's face as he hesitated. "What troubles you, old chief? Speak freely," Wang Fu encouraged, observing the elder's distress. The elder, upon hearing this, promptly shared his concerns. "Immortal, we are immensely grateful for your kindness, yet there are simply too many beasts." Wang Fu quickly grasped the situation and responded, "I see. How many do you deem appropriate to retain, old chief?" "There are 47 households in Liang Family Village, totaling over 200 souls. Immortal, how many do you think can be spared?" Noticing the elder's apprehensive demeanor, Wang Fu couldn't help but admire the old chief's shrewdness. Thus, he chose not to complicate matters, raising his hand to conjure true fire and stating, "Since there are 47 households, I shall decide on your behalf, 2 beasts per household, and the remainder shall be incinerated." With precision under Wang Fu's control, the true fire descended upon those beasts that appeared unappetizing or bore toxins, leaving behind precisely 94 easily consumable carcasses. Having lived a long life, the old man had never witnessed such divine prowess and was about to kneel once more. "Immortal, your compassion." However, upon lifting his gaze, he found that the immortal had already vanished, leaving only a resonant farewell. "Distribute as you see fit. I shall take my leave." Just before the elder could kneel, Wang Fu had already piloted his flying vessel away. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had been witnessed by the entire Liang family village. The villagers, whether for his role in eliminating the beast tide or for providing them with the precious meat, etched his deeds into their hearts. Days later, they spontaneously erected a statue resembling Wang Fu at the village entrance, honoring him with small tributes every few days and grand celebrations during festivals. Having departed from Liang family village, Wang Fu chose not to return to the Spirit Beast Mountain Manor. With the identity of the assailants revealed and the sordid methods of the 10,000 Laws sect and Spirit Beast Mountain Manor exposed, he declared war against both factions, vowing to avenge his parents and brother, as well as the villagers of Wutong Village who had perished. Though he could not contend with the Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators, and would flee at the sight of formidable Foundation establishment practitioners, he could certainly hunt down those in the Qi refinement and ordinary Foundation establishment stages, particularly those who exploited the beast tide to slaughter innocents. Yet before embarking on this path of vengeance, Wang Fu needed to seek out a marketplace to exchange for foundational cultivation techniques and intermediate spells at the Treasure Pavilion. Revenge demanded strength, and Wang Fu was not one